Shun Jingle has transmigrated from a wealthy second generation to a negative second generation. Fortunately, he possesses an innate talent, awakened by the inherent golden finger of his new existence. With minimal effort, he could recline gracefully as he did in his previous life. Little did he know, his contracted beasts were increasingly ambitious. Thus, Shun Jingle was reluctantly thrust into the role of the overachiever in the realm of beast taming. I've heard that Shun Jingle from the beast taming class has been training his beasts all night for over a month. A genius exerting themselves to such an extent, have they considered the feelings of ordinary folks like us? As drowsiness enveloped him, Shun Jingle sighed, "I wish to lie down for 500 years without rising." A thorn from a celestial green thorn pricked Shun Jingle's backside. Celestial green. "Master, it's time to train." The ghostly Yuyo tossed a tome as thick as a city wall before Shun Jingle. Yuyo. "Master, I've finished my studies, it's your turn now." Episode 1. The opening word, poverty. At Shi Middle School, Class 13, the top student, Zhang Huiyang, deliberately sauntered past Shun Jingle, dropping a remark. "If you continue to disobey, it won't just be a matter of hanging you from a tree next time." Shun Jingle sat expressionless at his desk, helplessly opening the beginner's textbook on bee species identification. He had been in this world for 3 days. The original owner was a child of poverty, having moved to this city from middle school with abysmal grades, ranking at the bottom of the class. Being poor, academically challenged, and taciturn, he had been bullied frequently at school. Several classmates had persistently tormented him, with Zhang Huiyang leading the charge. 3 days prior, the original owner was tied to a tree by them, and due to nearby construction, a landslide occurred, causing the tree to fall towards an adjacent building. The original owner, suspended in midair, was left choking and unconscious, paving the way for the current Shun Jingle to take his place. Sighing, Shun Jingle glanced at the arrogant Zhang Huiyang and his cohorts, pondering that these rascals might be blissfully unaware of their lethal actions. Had he not fortuitously encountered workers at that moment, he would have become the first person in history to perish upon transmigrating. These few miscreants all deserved to be dealt with. However, he was presently too weak to retaliate. He could only endure. Ignoring their provocations, Shun Jingle resumed his reading. This world was highly advanced in beast taming. A majority of people could form contracts with beasts, and all professions involved them. Ordinary individuals who could not form such contracts were relegated to a life at the bottom, scraping by with menial jobs, devoid of basic human rights. Eventually, the Beast Tamer Association, out of a sense of morality, designated a city for ordinary people to reside, named Fever City. The original owner hailed from Fever City, a quintessential bumpkin. Incredibly impoverished. Sighing, Shun Jingle found himself more troubled by this predicament than by school bullying. After all, revenge could be pursued gradually, but improving one's living situation was an urgent matter. Who could have imagined that stir-fried cabbage with oil residue was considered a meat dish, and indeed the best dish in their household? His aunt, reluctant to indulge in even a morsel of fried lard, diligently placed every piece into his bowl. Throughout his life, he had never experienced such poverty. Indeed, to be precise, Shun Jingle was entirely unfamiliar with the concept of being destitute. A few days prior, unable to endure the situation any longer, he contrived an excuse to venture out and earn some money. Initially, he trailed behind a group of adult men and managed to infiltrate a bar. His intention was to apply for the position of bartender, a skill he had mastered in a previous life. He had meticulously prepared his opening act, envisioning himself ordering a drink, taking a sip, and promptly spitting it out while exclaiming, "What on earth is this? Is this even drinkable?" As a crowd gathered, he would then showcase his prowess. Of course, he first needed to observe the bartenders closely, so he could later launch a personal attack on their appearance and skills. To his surprise, upon entering the bar, he looked up and was confronted by an octopus-like creature behind the bar, its 8 tentacles tirelessly pouring and shaking drinks. Apologies for the intrusion, but he promptly took his leave. Undeterred, he then spotted a swimming pool and contemplated applying for a swimming instructor position. However, upon entering, he quickly realized it was a pet swimming facility, dedicated solely to teaching pets to swim. 3 days had passed, yet the original owner's memories had not fully assimilated. His subconscious still clung to the notion of earning money through human effort, forgetting that this was a world of beast masters, where virtually all lucrative positions were held by pets. In this realm, Becoming a beast master even at the most elementary level afforded one the opportunity to secure a respectable job. Shun Jingle currently attended launching number 11 middle school, a rather ordinary institution for beast masters. Entry was granted simply by possessing a household registration. The top 3 beast master schools in Lancheng were Longyuan Middle School, Lingyu Middle School, and Huanying Middle School. Admission to these esteemed institutions required a beast mastery talent rating of 3 stars or above. The rating was determined at a specialized testing center, with each assessment costing 38,000 interstellar coins. Interstellar coins served as the universal currency within the beast master community, circulating not only on Blue Star, but also across 2 other beast master planets inhabited by humans. Given Shun Jingle's family circumstances, he had no means to undergo the Beast Mastery Talent Assessment. Even if he did, a high-star rating would not grant him access to those 3 schools, which were far beyond his family's reach. Any expenses associated with them would be insurmountable for families like his. Not to mention, even the lunch costs at number 11 middle school, an average meal range from 22 to 50 interstellar coins. Low-income Beast Master families in Lancheng found this living expense manageable, especially since contracting a 1-star strength bull to work for a logistics company could yield an income of 400 interstellar coins for a day's labor. Not to mention that a strength bull could produce milk for 3 to 5 months each year. In contrast, the original owner's aunt, who worked as a graffiti model, earned only between 150 to 200 interstellar coins per day. Reflecting on this, Shun Jingle sighed once more. The original owner's background was indeed quite disheartening. His father was unknown, and his mother, having conceived out of wedlock, tragically perished during childbirth. The protagonist has always been raised by her grandparents, accompanied by her divorced Aunt Tang Ying and Tang Ying's daughter, Shun Yu, all of whom are ordinary individuals. Shun Jing carries her mother's surname, Shun, while Tang Ying, who is surnamed Tang after her mother, has married a man with the surname Shun, leading to a situation where her daughter also bears the surname Shun, making them seem like siblings that a year ago, a traveling merchant suggested that Shun Jing Lu possessed a talent for beast taming, prompting Tang Ying to bring her to Lan City to attend a prestigious beast taming junior high school. Tang Ying sold 80 of her family's assets, managing only to purchase a small apartment in the poorest area of Lan City, where she registered Shun Jing Li's household. Although she initially intended to bring Shun Yu along, her limited resources only permitted her to take Shun Jing Lu, who was soon to transition to junior high. After all, failing to enroll in the beast taming junior high would essentially sever their ties with becoming beast tamers. Currently, the property management fee amounts to 360 interstellar coins per month, while the mortgage is 1,250 interstellar coins monthly. Shun Jing Li's tuition for 1 semester is 8,600 interstellar coins, with additional miscellaneous expenses around 2,000 interstellar coins. Tang Ying is striving to save money to eventually bring Shun Yu to the beast taming junior high next year, thus strictly managing their daily expenses to 50 interstellar coins. Their breakfast consists of steamed buns paired with pickles, while lunch involves Shun Jing Lu bringing simple meals from home, typically 2 vegetarian dishes and a bun. Dinner at home might feature a stir-fry of cabbage with pork cracklings or a bowl of egg drop soup. Now, as Shun Jing Lu approaches the end of her first semester in junior high, she's about to face a significant financial burden. The day after the final exams, the entire school will undergo a collective awakening of their soul maps, requiring a fee of 3,200 interstellar coins, even after substantial government subsidies. That if the awakening is unsuccessful, a subsequent attempt will incur a cost of 10,000 interstellar coins without any subsidy. Those who succeed in this awakening will be placed in the elite classes during their second year, becoming prime candidates for prestigious beast taming high schools. Those who fail the awakening will have another opportunity at the end of their second year, alongside the incoming first-year students. Successfully awakening the second time will place them in the general classes during their third year. Those who remain unsuccessful will languish in ordinary classes until graduation, potentially relying on family support or descending into the lower echelons of society, or even opting to relocate to Fei City in a typical school like the 11th middle school. The first awakening success rate hovers around 30 out of the remaining 70. The vast majority succeed in the second awakening, accounting for approximately 60 overall, leaving only about 10 of students in ordinary classes. Tang Ying had been saving for Shun Jing, Li's awakening for quite some time, having already prepared the 3,200 interstellar coins. However, just a few days ago, she faced a setback when she accidentally broke a customer's toy in a mall, incurring a compensation fee of 5,000 interstellar coins. Now, the family is left with just over 600 interstellar coins. Next Wednesday is the final exam, and Friday marks the day of awakening. Have you decided which beast to contract? Asked me Lele, the classmate seated next to Shun Jingle. Me Lele was a carefree and cheerful girl, one of the few classmates who treated Shun Jingle kindly. I want to contract a violent bear, majestic and imposing, Zhang Xiaoka exclaimed, turning around with excitement. Zhang Xiaoka was not particularly tall, but was quite stout, with a fondness for larger beasts. As a fellow underachiever, he maintained a decent relationship with Shun Jingle. Choosing a violent bear as your first beast might not be the wisest choice. Its temperament is rather volatile, said another classmate. Regardless, I simply adore the violent bear. What about you, Lele? As for me, I am torn between the flame sparrow and the short-tailed cat. Both are exquisite. What about you, Jingle? Shun Jingle's parents are ordinary folk, so he can't ascertain his element. Any preemptive consideration would be futile, Zhang Xiaoka interjected before Shun Jingle could respond. I think it would be best if a certain rustic individual refrained from participating in the awakening. It would be a waste of time, and it could save some money for your aunt who works as a graffiti model, mocked a member of Zhang Huiyang's clique loudly. Ha ha. Do you know what a graffiti model is? It's that clown who wears various beast costumes in malls for children to doodle on, and Shun Jingle's aunt works at Wanjing Mall, another chimed in. You're quite naive, aren't you? Being a graffiti model for children earns barely anything. Can one afford a house in Lawn City with that? Real money comes from models who wear only lingerie, lying on beds while patrons paint on them. 3,200 is nothing. Perhaps she is currently lying down to earn Shun Jingle money for his beast. How many times do you think one must lie down for a beast worth 10,000 coins? Ha ha ha. 10,000 coins is just my pocket money for a day. Ha ha ha. Don't go too far. Mi Lele stood up angrily. Zhang Xiaoka shrank back, afraid to speak, as he dared not provoke Zhang Huiyang. Shun Jingle's hands clenched the book tightly deep within. He was a mature soul, equally enraged. At that moment, fragmented memories resurfaced in his mind. There were scenes of Zhang Huiyang and others moving his desk next to the trash bin, moments of being ambushed and beaten, instances of them snatching his lunch and tossing it back and forth before discarding in the bin, and memories of being pinned down in the restroom, beaten, and ultimately surrounded as they urinated on him. A terror etched into his very being suddenly enveloped him, causing Shun Jingle to tremble uncontrollably, his face paling. Jingle, are you all right? With finals next Wednesday, this illness really couldn't have come at a worse time, Mi Lele said with concern, noticing the growing pallor of his face. There's no need to worry, Lele. With our grades, whether we fall ill or not, the outcome will be about the same, Zhang Xiaoka remarked, as he and Shun Jingle were regarded as the class's underachiever duo. Zhang Xiaoka is reluctant to study, whereas Shun Jingle is quite diligent. However, the educational system he experienced in Feiqing during elementary school is entirely different from that here, rendering much of it incomprehensible to him. I'm fine, thank you, Shun Jingle weakly responded, resting his head on the desk. In truth, he harbors no fears. However, certain memories seem ingrained in this body, instilling an instinctual dread that he cannot control. He despises this sensation of fear, believing that the most effective way to eradicate it is to eliminate its source. Avenge the original owner. This is a necessity, Shun Jingle mused quietly to himself. The final class of the day is taught by the homeroom teacher. Students, next Wednesday marks the date of our final exams. Following the exams, we will collectively undergo the awakening of our soul maps. Please sign the consent form for the Unified Array's soul map awakening. There are 2 copies. Shun Jingle signed in dissent, citing financial constraints at home and expressing his desire to participate in the next awakening. When the consent forms were collected, the teacher noted that Shun Jingle was the only student who had signed in disagreement. He chose not to comment, as he believed it was typical of Shun Jingle to forego the initial awakening opportunity to save money. Furthermore, he considered that by not participating this year, Shun Jingle could still benefit from a discounted rate next year. With another year of growth, the likelihood of a successful awakening would also increase. This would prevent the situation where failing to awaken this year would necessitate a personal expenditure of 10,000 interstellar coins next year. The teacher understood that for Shun Jingle, acquiring such a sum would be exceedingly challenging. In reality, Shun Jingle did not decline the consent form to save money, but rather because he had already experienced a natural awakening. The literature states that post-awakening, one can perceive a white luminous orb through meditation. This morning, while practicing meditation, he not only saw one orb but two, one white and one a dark cyan. The text did not mention the occurrence of two orbs. Yet, Shun Jingle has a hypothesis. The soul map awakened by beast masters serves as a medium for contracting with their beast companions and also functions as a spatial conduit. Fundamentally linked to the soul of the beast master point, one orb likely belongs to the original owner, while the other is his. Shun Jingle refrained from informing his homeroom teacher of his awakening. After all, he himself has yet to fully comprehend his situation. Prematurely revealing the existence of two soul maps could lead to his being treated as an anomaly. It is prudent to conduct further research before disclosing anything. During lunch, Shun Jingle, feeling faint from hunger, found himself devoid of appetite due to his physical discomfort. He quietly occupied a corner of the library, engrossed in his reading. He always brought his lunch from home, never dining in the school cafeteria, thus no one noticed his absence during lunchtime. The library at number 11 Middle School is relatively small, and Shun Jingle swiftly located the book he sought, a detailed explanation of soul maps. He yearned to decipher the meanings behind the various colored soul maps. Immersing himself in the knowledge contained within the pages, it turns out that the soul maps of Beastmasters are categorized by attributes. They typically listen to their teachers discussing the elemental charts of wood, fire, water, earth, and electricity, all of which belong to the natural elemental system. The moment of awakening. The natural elemental chart is initially white. However, once a contract is formed with a beast companion, it reveals its true hue, allowing the beast master to discern their own elemental affinity. The colors are as follows: green for wood, red for fire, blue for water, yellow for earth, and silver for electricity. There is no gold element, diverging from the previously understood theory of the five elements and their interactions. Episode 3: The Awakening of Nature. The colors of the soul chart can only be perceived by the beast master themselves, remaining hidden from external view. Most beast masters possess a single elemental affinity, while those with dual affinities are truly exceptional. As for trielemental masters, they are exceedingly rare, and those who ascend beyond are legendary figures. Single affinity beast masters are not limited to contracting only beasts of their corresponding element. It is essential to first discuss the categories of beast companions. They are classified into three major types: common, natural, and abyssal. Common beasts can be contracted by any element-affiliated beast master and include wind, fighting, fairy, psychic, and ice types, with the fairy and psychic types being particularly uncommon. Natural beasts can only be contracted by beast masters of the corresponding or adjacent elements, encompassing water, fire, earth, wood, and electric types. Wood and water are adjacent, as are fire and earth. The electric type stands as a unique natural element. A beast master awakening this element can contract electric and water beasts. After absorbing this knowledge, Shun Jingle found it to be asymmetrical and discordant, feeling rather peculiar. Perhaps it was best to forget the previously learned interactions of the five elements. Beyond the natural elements, there exists a special category known as the artificial system. Currently, there is only one type of beast in this category: mechanical beasts. To contract a mechanical beast, a beast master must first sketch a mechanical form within their soul chart and then nurture a beast soul from this form. This beast soul is then summoned and integrated with an externally crafted machine, resulting in a living and sentient mechanical beast. Only water, wood, and electric elemental masters have the ability to nurture a beast soul. In addition to the natural elemental masters, there is another category shrouded in mystery: the abyssal system. This group comprises a small proportion of beast masters, with no more than 5 out of every 100 belonging to this category. Those who are abyssal masters are invariably powerful, enigmatic, and profound. Many of the world's most notorious and extreme beast masters hail from the abyssal system, contributing to its reputation for being enigmatic. It is important to note that not all abyssal masters are criminals or malevolent individuals. Rather, when an abyssal master does commit a crime, it is often unprecedented and extreme, leaving a lasting impression on those who witness it. Several years ago, a series of homicides transpired in Lawn City, perpetrated by a beast master of the abyssal lineage. This individual ruthlessly claimed the lives of 15 young men, all of whom shared a common trait: they had strayed from fidelity. Upon their demise, their most intimate parts were severed, yet their outward appearance remained unscathed. However, forensic examinations revealed a chilling truth. Their internal organs had disintegrated into liquid, teeming with a multitude of parasitic leeches. A mere poke to their abdomens would rupture them, causing the well-fed, slick leeches to emerge in droves. That it is said that 2 forensic interns assisting with the examination were unable to consume food for an entire week. The soul patterns of the abyssal lineage are characterized by a deep, dark hue. This lineage is divided into 3 categories: spectral, demonic, and elemental. Correspondingly, the beasts of this lineage are also classified into these 3 divisions. Spectral beast masters can form contracts with spectral and general creatures, while demonic beast masters can engage with demonic and general beasts. Elemental beast masters are somewhat unique, categorized into fire, water, earth, and wood. They can not only contract corresponding elemental creatures and general beasts, but also those of a natural lineage that share similar attributes. For instance, a fire elemental beast master may form contracts with fire elemental beasts, general beasts, and creatures of the fire attribute. The abyssal lineage. Shun Jingle tapped his cheek thoughtfully. It sounds rather impressive, yet appears to be somewhat unfavored. He pondered which specific category of abyss he belonged to. It felt peculiar that the elemental category was included within the abyssal lineage, a blend of the natural and the abyssal. With such a remarkable aptitude, it would be utterly unjust if he were to remain stagnant in his endeavors. For Shin Jingle, he held modest aspirations. In his previous life, he came from a comfortably affluent family, overshadowed by an elder brother. He enjoyed the privileges of a well-off household without the burden of managing family affairs, embodying a philosophy of passive existence. That it was only upon his arrival in this new world, starting from such a lowly point, that a spark of ambition was ignited within him. Emerging from the library, he realized it was already time for afternoon classes. The atmosphere was surprisingly tranquil, with Zhang Huiyang and his associates refraining from tormenting Shin Jingle, likely due to the impending final examinations, which deterred Zhang Huiyang from creating unnecessary conflict. Ding ding. As the school bell rang, Shun Jingle sprinted from the classroom, only to be intercepted in the hallway by Ruan Yuntong, the class beauty of Class 1. I heard that Zhang Huiyang and his gang have been bullying you again, Jingle, Ruan Yuntong inquired kindly. Ignoring her, Shun Jingle attempted to sidestep her. Yet, she blocked his path once more. Jingle, if you agree to be my boyfriend, I can have someone help you deal with them, ensuring they never dare to bully you again. Shun Jingle was left speechless. What on earth? Is there something wrong with her? He felt a wave of discomfort wash over him and hastily pushed Ruan Yuntong aside. Making a swift escape down the corridor, and a quick search of his memories revealed that this peculiar class beauty had harassed the original owner of his body multiple times, all due to the original's handsome appearance. Hastily arriving at the school gate, he mounted his bicycle and swiftly made his way home. And back, Shun Jingle declared, skillfully hanging up his backpack before washing his hands and sitting down for dinner. Once again, the table was graced with steamed buns and stir-fried cabbage with lard. Famished and somewhat dazed, Shun Jingle found himself relishing the lard for the very first time. Jingle, there's something I need to discuss with you, Tang Ying suddenly said, her expression turning grave. What is it? Shun Jingle asked, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Well, a couple of days ago, I accidentally broke something belonging to a guest and had to pay for it. Now, we only have a little over 600 credits left, and your awakening funds are insufficient, so... Oh, and you needn't worry. I've naturally awakened and no longer need to participate in the school's collective awakening. What? I said I've naturally awakened. Slap. Aunt, what are you doing? Why did you hit me? You scoundrel. Why didn't you tell me such an important matter? I only awakened today. I was just about to inform you that in that moment, Tang Ying was at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Earlier that day, she had signed a contract for a special physical experiment to gather funds for Shun Jingle's awakening. She had taken the first dose of the potion as required and received a reward of 20,000 interstellar credits. Tomorrow, she would undergo testing, and if successful, she could take the second dose, with the same reward awaiting her. In total, there were 4 doses, amounting to a potential reward of 80,000 credits. If all 4 doses proved safe, she would enter the official trial phase, with a reward of 200,000 credits. Most individuals who completed all 4 doses ended up incapacitated. Her intention was to take only 1 dose, regardless of the outcome, to earn 20,000 credits 200 of which would go towards Shun Jingle's awakening, leaving the remainder for the children's tuition. But now that Shun Jingle had already awakened naturally. So does this mean we need to buy a pet beast next? Tang Ying suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Acquiring a pet beast also required funds, rendering her earlier potion consumption worthwhile. That can wait. We should first stabilize the soul map to reach the 1-star level before making any contracts. There's still time. Look at our school. Most first-year students who awaken do not start contracting pet beasts until the second year's final term. True, then there's no rush, Tang Ying replied, somewhat disheartened. That evening, Shun Jingle locked himself in his room once more, delving into his soul map. To spare Tang Ying further worry over finances, he refrained from revealing the truth. In reality, his soul map had undoubtedly reached the 1-star level. The teacher had mentioned that the soul map of a 1-star beast master was approximately the size of a coin. Currently, his white orb was the size of an egg, while the dark blue orb was the size of an apple. The books explained that upon becoming a 1-star beast master, one could channel the soul energy within the map, delineating soul veins to set the energy in motion. Only with soul veins could one contract a pet beast, much like how flowing water sustains fish. However, he currently faces a predicament. He is unable to harness his soul power, and neither of the 2 luminous orbs respond to him. Yet, during meditation, he perceives a more profound connection with the dark blue orb, leading him to deduce that it is indeed his. Chapter 4. The 8th digit Shun Jingle entered a state of meditation once more, this time aspiring for the dark blue light mass to merge with the white light mass. As this thought emerged, the dark blue light mass gradually inched closer to the white light mass. However, it halted just an inch away. At that moment, unbidden memories of Zhang Huiyang and others tormenting him flooded Shun Jingle's mind. He recalled the resentment and sorrow he felt while suspended from that tree. The choking sensation around his neck palpable and suffocating, causing him to struggle for breath once again. Was this the spiritual imprint of the original host? Rest assured, I shall avenge you, and those who have wronged you will reap their just rewards. The dark blue light mass drew nearer to the white light mass. The suffocating feeling began to dissipate. Observing the minuscule gap between the 2 light masses, Shun Jingle suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Memories of Tang Ying's sacrifices flashing through his mind. Tears fell uncontrollably, and Shun Jingle hastily communicated with the white light mass in his heart. Rest easy. I will honor your aunt well. I shall ensure she lives a good life, and I will also take care of your cousin, Shun Yu. At last, the white light mass lowered its defenses and moved toward the dark blue light mass. In that instant, a flash of heavenly light erupted, blinding Shun Jingle. As the white light mass approached the dark blue light mass, the 2 collided and began to merge. A blinding radiance burst forth from the depths of Shun Jingle's soul, illuminating the entire room. Even the cracks in the door emitted splinters of light, casting shadows in the darkened living room. Unfortunately, Tang Ying, lost in her thoughts, remained oblivious to the phenomenon. As the light faded, Shun Jingle promptly resumed his meditation, turning inward once more. He observed that the white and dark blue light masses had not fully merged. Only a small portion had fused, resembling 2 interconnected disks, akin to a solid numeral 8. Upon closer inspection, the white light mass pulsated with a vibrant energy, akin to surging waves, yet it remained well contained within its circular bounds. Unlike before when it appeared somewhat diffuse and indistinct, the dark blue light mass, aside from its own swirling depths, exhibited similar characteristics to the white light mass. Next, Shun Jingle concentrated his mind as instructed in the book, channeling the tumultuous soul energy within the dark blue light mass. Under Shun Jingle's mental guidance, several strands of soul energy converged, forming a line along the perimeter of the dark blue light mass. This line extended continuously, growing longer until it connected at both ends. Forming a complete circle, more soul energy gathered, creating a flowing pulse. The soul pulse was established. This marked the first step toward becoming a beast tamer. The next step would be to contract a pet beast. Shin Jingle replicated this method to establish the soul pulse within the white light mass. At the intersection of two luminous orbs, two soul veins repelled each other, causing the originally perfect circle to lose its symmetry. The dark azure soul vein gained the upper hand, slightly protruding outward, while the white soul vein appeared somewhat recessed. Upon completing this transformation, Shin Jingle opened her eyes to find that dawn had arrived. Despite having spent the entire night awake, she felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, she radiated vitality. Tang Ying, who had also spent the night in the living room, was equally sleepless. Shin Jingle had awakened naturally and, for the time being, did not require funds to acquire a pet beast. Yet, in her quest to gather money, she had consumed a potion detrimental to her health. Sighing, she recalled the determination it took to make that choice, fully aware that if Shin Jingle were to discover it, she would undoubtedly bear a significant psychological burden. However, she had truly exhausted all avenues for financial support. If she could not afford to facilitate Shin Jingle's awakening, her plans to bring Shin Yu back would also falter, jeopardizing their journey to Lan City. Thus, she resorted to the potion, not anticipating that the child's awakening would ultimately be a blessing. With newfound funds, she could now ensure Shin Yu's education without worry. After all, how many children in the entirety of Lan City's first grade could naturally awaken? Such potential could very well be found within the hallowed halls of Lanyuan Middle School. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Tang Ying. Indeed, with the child's promising aptitude and innate talent, a formidable pet beast would be essential. The previously considered options, green silkworm, mighty bull, and explosive shrimp, would no longer suffice. She would need to invest in a more expensive creature. Today, if the examination yielded favorable results, she would proceed with the second dose. Dr. Hua had praised her as possessing a rare constitution. Taking another dose should pose no significant risk. With resolve, Tang Ying swiftly rose to prepare breakfast. Observing her spirited demeanor, Shin Jingle mistakenly believed her excitement stemmed from her natural awakening and did not delve further into her thoughts. At that moment, her primary concern was where to procure a pet beast. As they set out, each harbored their own thoughts. Shin Jingle journeyed to school, still pondering which pet beast to contract. Previously, she had discussed the green silkworm, mighty bull, and explosive shrimp with her aunt. The green silkworm, a wood-type creature, boasts a growth level of 3 stars. In its initial 1-star form, its sole function is to produce silk, which can be sold. Upon reaching 2 stars, it metamorphoses into a moth, whose wings scatter toxic scales, typically valued between 3,000 to 4,000 interstellar coins. To evolve into a 2-star creature, it must consume the tender leaves of the poisonous mulberry, with the scales it sheds sharing a common origin with the poisonous mulberry. Upon reaching 3 stars, it transforms into the green poison butterfly, further enhancing the toxicity of its scales and enabling it to spray venom, which is highly effective against pests, making it a favored choice for pesticide companies. The mighty bull, a fighting-type creature, has a growth level of 2 stars. Even in its 1-star form, it possesses considerable strength. Often tasked with transportation in logistics and freight industries, valued at around 8,000 interstellar coins. Upon evolving into a 2-star creature, its strength amplifies, allowing it to dismantle steel bars with ease, and it can produce milk from April to September, regardless of gender. The boiling shrimp, a fire-type creature, boasts a growth level of 2 stars. This shrimp resides on land and possesses the unique ability to emit flames from its rear, thus earning it the moniker Fire Butt Shrimp. Its market price typically ranges from 10 to 12,000. The flames of the Fire Butt Shrimp carry a distinctive flavor, making it a favored ingredient for barbecue chefs, as the grilled delicacies it produces are tender yet not charred, offering a rich and layered taste experience. Upon reaching the 2-star level, its formidable combat capabilities provide beast tamers the opportunity to pass the 2-star assessment. Moreover, due to its relatively short lifespan, it quickly vacates its contract position due to natural demise, rendering it a preferred choice for those aspiring to pursue a career as beast tamers but constrained by financial limitations. Beast tamers are categorized into 2 primary groups: star-level beast tamers and superstar beast tamers. Star-level beast tamers range from 1 star to 3 star, allowing them to contract between 1 to 3 creatures. The majority of beast tamers on Blue Star fall within the star-level category. Surpassing this classification enables one to ascend to the status of superstar beast tamer. Superstar beast tamers, also known as professional beast tamers, are further divided into 6 ranks, with each rank allowing the contracting of an increasing number of creatures, up to 4 for rank 1 and 8 for rank 6. The pinnacle of this hierarchy is the rank 6 beast tamer, a unique category where any beast tamer exceeding this rank is referred to as a rank 6 beast tamer. Among these elite, the most renowned rank 6 beast tamer has contracted 12 creatures. This exceptional individual is often referred to as a god-level beast tamer, a legendary figure with only 8 known in the world. The original protagonist harbored aspirations of becoming a professional beast tamer. However, familial considerations led him to contemplate the mighty bull, renowned for its stable work ethic, gentle disposition, resilience, and milk production. Yet now, Shinjingle felt that such creatures were no longer sufficient. Chapter 5. Fortune favors the bold. As he pondered this, Shinjingle arrived at school. Ascending the staircase, he encountered Ruan Yuntong at the corner. Shinjingle thought to himself, what a nuisance. Although Ruan Yuntong wore the same uniform as everyone else, hers had been tailored to accentuate her figure, making her appear tall and subtly showcasing her developing curves. Today, she sported a high ponytail tilted to the left, her face adorned with a natural makeup look, her eyes sparkling with mirth, revealing a charming smile. Descending the stairs, it seemed their meeting was serendipitous. Jingle, I can cover the costs of your awakening, Ruan Yuntong said, displaying a quintessential infatuated grin. As long as you agree to be my boyfriend. Even if you don't awaken this time, I can support you next time. Shinjingle chose to ignore her and hurried up the stairs. Yet doubts began to cloud his mind. He had submitted his form to the homeroom teacher the previous day, and the teacher had not mentioned it in class. So how did Ruan Yuntong know about his choice to opt for a non-unified awakening? Watching the hem of his uniform disappear around the corner, Ruan Yuntong raised her voice, calling out, be my boyfriend, Jingle. I can give you 2,000 coins as pocket money every week. Why does she offer him 2,000, while we only get 500? A boy behind Ruan Yuntong remarked. Because you're not as handsome as him, she retorted. Shinjingle, who had just vanished around the corner, returned. If I agree to be with you, how many boyfriends will that make me? The 36th, not counting the exes, of course. 35 current boyfriends, each contributing 500 a week, amounts to a staggering 18,000. I am someone who relishes exclusivity. If you wish for me to be your boyfriend, it necessitates that you sever ties with them all and transfer their contributions to me. All right, no problem. I will break up with them at once, Ruan Yuntong exclaimed, joyfully bouncing in delight. After enduring a grueling pursuit for over half a year, Shinjingle had finally responded to her. Oh joy! Meanwhile, the two boys accompanying her exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, their eyes now tinged with resentment towards Shinjingle. 18,000 a week translates to a staggering 970,000 a year. Aligning myself with you means I could forego at least 1,000 chapters of hard work. Indeed, wealth is substantial, but so are the peculiarities that accompany it. With 35 current boyfriends, do you even have time to study? I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Cherish your current partners, Shinjingle said before swiftly departing once more. That woman is simply hilarious, he thought. However, upon returning to the classroom, the laughter evaporated. Staring at his textbooks, once again torn to shreds by Zhang Huiyang and the others, he fell into contemplation. After successfully outlining his soul vein, he discovered he could deftly choose to draw upon the power of the natural system or that of the abyssal system, allowing him to display only the natural spirit diagram before others. He had initially intended to inform the homeroom teacher of his natural awakening today, which would earn him a scholarship and alleviate his family's burdens. Yet, upon seeing Zhang Huiyang and the others, Shinjingle abruptly decided to postpone this revelation. In a few days, the unified awakening day would arrive. Perhaps he would seize the opportunity to undermine Zhang Huiyang. Reporting back to the homeroom, teacher could wait until the school term resumed. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from outside, followed by a cacophony. A spatial rift. A spatial rift has appeared. Shinjingle rushed out of the classroom, sprinting to the rooftop. In the southwestern direction, a luminous white light enveloped the area, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. In Lawn City, spatial rifts occasionally manifested, connecting to otherworldly realms where wild, extraordinary creatures emerged. Many professional beast tamers sought to contract pets within these realms. The campus was in disarray for a moment before the school broadcast crackled to life. Dear students, Due to a significant collapse at the construction site of the school's second phase project, the spatial stability has been compromised, resulting in a spatial rift. Please remain calm and return to your classrooms in an orderly fashion. Shortly, your teachers will organize an exploration. The so-called orderly exploration was, in reality, a privilege not extended to first-year students. For those without an awakened spirit diagram risked their souls being torn apart by the chaotic temporal flows within the rift. Only those who successfully awakened and achieved a stable one-star level could withstand the onslaught of the temporal currents. In truth, a novice beastmaster would scarcely dare to venture alone into the rift of space, for the wild, extraordinary creatures encountered within could possess formidable levels, and a confrontation could just as easily prove fatal. Hence, only a select few first-year students, who had awakened to the first star and forged contracts with their companion beasts, entered the rift under the escort of their teachers. The remainder of those who had awakened and attained the first star status remained outside the rift, experiencing the brilliant white light from a distance. The entirety of the first-year self-study session went unmonitored by teachers, resulting in countless students idling away their time. Shinjingle was also stealthily making his way out of the classroom. He was quite familiar with the direction of the rift. It was where the original owner had met his demise. Reflecting on this, he recalled that what he knew was merely the aftermath of a second collapse, one even more dramatic than the last. Seeking fortune in peril, Shinjingle resolved to edge closer to the rift. Following the familiar path, he swiftly arrived at the radiant zone, which, though described as white light, was actually a luminous mist. The air was thick with glimmering particles, becoming denser the further one ventured inside. After bypassing several groups of people, Shinjingle gradually found himself alone, surprisingly without any teachers in sight. It seemed likely that the instructors had entered the rift in search of treasures. Observing the upperclassmen laboriously making their way, Shinjingle understood. Those with lower soul map levels found it nearly impossible to approach the rift on their own. No wonder the teachers exhibited such a lack of concern. It was evident that those whose souls had been torn apart by the rift either had the misfortune of encountering it unexpectedly or had been maliciously cast into it by others. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Shinjingle finally beheld the rift. It hung in the air like a crescent moon, pointed at either end and broad in the middle, one end spanning half the sky while the other delved into the earth. The edges radiated a dazzling white light, continuously releasing glowing particles. The center was an inky black, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. Shinjingle cautiously approached the edge, where numerous minute particles struck his face. Some warm to the touch. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward with his left foot. As soon as his foot made contact with the dark rift, it vanished from view. Although invisible, Shinjingle could feel his left foot still there, as if a magical black curtain connected two realms. Just as he prepared to step forward again and peer into the depths, a pair of enormous eyes materialized upon the black curtain, accompanied by a large mouth lined with sharp teeth. In that instant, one word reverberated in Shinjingle's mind: run. He turned and fled in a frantic dash. He sprinted through the dense particles, past clusters of second and third-year students, and finally reached the teaching building, where he could catch his breath. Good heavens, that was terrifying. Leaning against the wall, Shinjingle gasped for air. On Shinjingle's left leg, heavy breaths echoed. He looked down and met a pair of round, bright green eyes. A green vine was tightly wrapped around his thigh. What is this? The leaves were diamond-shaped with serrated edges, and the vine was covered in transparent green thorns. At the top, a small yellow flower bloomed, from which two round eyes peered out. Magic thorn, a one-star pet beast of the wood and wind elements. At the silver growth level, its market value outside was around 500,000 interstellar coins. Shinjingle turned abruptly and dashed into the men's restroom. If not now to form a contract, when else? Chapter 6. Clinging to the leg, it was previously mentioned that beast masters face restrictions when forming contracts with pet beasts. One cannot simply contract whatever they desire. The magic thorn is a dual-element pet beast of wood and wind. Although wind is a general element that any beast master can contract, since the primary element of the magic thorn is wood, only beast masters of the wood and water elements can contract it. Shinjingle was unaware of the type of nature element he possessed, but with the magic thorn right before him, he could ascertain whether a contract was possible. Locking the door of the men's restroom stall behind him, Shinjingle excitedly asked the vine clinging to his leg, "Do you wish to form a contract with me?" The magic thorn stared blankly at Shinjingle, breathing heavily. seemingly still recovering from the earlier shock. That creature was truly terrifying, wasn't it? Shinjingle attempted to bond. He suspected that the magic thorn had clung to him out of fear from that colossal being. Magic, magic. The magic thorn nodded vigorously. That colossal dragon, a king-level creature, was rampaging. How could you not be frightened? Fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise, with no legs, you would surely have been unable to escape. Magic, magic. Indeed. It had clung to a pillar in a panic, not realizing that the pillar could run, leading it to safety. The magic thorn nodded again. So, do you wish to form a contract with me? Huh, a contract? The magic thorn shook its head vigorously. It did not want to form a contract. It wished to continue enjoying its freedom and would seek a beast master only after reaching 2 stars. How can you refuse? In that case, I shall return you to your original place. Magic, magic. The magic thorn nodded forcefully. It wanted to return to find its mother. The previous large creature was also around, and this time it would not run. No way. The magic thorn shuddered. It did not want to go back. It wanted to contract. Magic, magic. The magic thorn gazed seriously at the human before it. Although this human was also quite weak, having fled in the presence of the dragon, he was at least stronger than itself. He had legs. How about you stay and form a contract with me? Although Shinjingle could not understand the magic thorn's words, its expression clearly showed a moment of hesitation. This time, the magical thorn did not refuse. It released Shinjingle's thigh and nodded affirmatively. Shinjingle was overjoyed and hurriedly recalled the knowledge he had acquired in the library over the past 2 days about forming contracts with pet beasts. To contract a pet beast, one must first delineate its form on the soul map using soul energy, ensuring that it is a simple drawing that can be completed in a single stroke. Once the form is completed, the soul energy flows along the outline, marking the completion of the first step of the contract. Gazing at the magical thorn before him, Shinjingle summoned his soul energy to sketch a rudimentary blade of grass at a kindergarten level, with 2 marbles perched atop its tip. Subsequently, he guided the soul energy to flow along the drawing. Above the magical thorn, a white star array composed of 2 interlocked pentagrams emerged. The magical thorn offered no resistance, allowing the star array to sweep down over its entire form. Then, it vanished from its original spot. The blade of grass he had just sketched transformed into a miniature version of the magical thorn. Magic! The magical thorn exclaimed, indicating its satisfaction. The outer star array shrank into the likeness of the small blade of grass, and Shinjingle directed this tiny grass to rest on the inner side of his left thigh. A green grass tattoo appeared on his thigh. At the same moment, a glowing pentagram tattoo materialized at the tip of the magical thorn's yellow flower, marking the bond of the contracted pet. The contract was complete, successfully achieved. Although the grass on his thigh appeared somewhat childish and unattractive, it was on his thigh, where no one could see it. Shinjingle quickly examined the color of his soul map, only to find that the white soul map remained unchanged. It was neither green, indicative of the wood element, nor blue, representative of the water element. Wasn't it said that upon the successful formation of a contract, one could discern the color of their soul map to ascertain their elemental affinity? Perhaps he possessed multiple elemental affinities. Shinjingle yearned to find an institution to test his elemental type. Unfortunately, he lacked the funds. The first contracted pet beast was valued at 500,000. Regrettably, he had no money, and that 500,000 worth of pet beast could not be spent as currency. Shinjingle summoned his soul energy to flow along the tattoo on the inner side of his thigh. The tattoo emitted a delicate green glow, and a green 2-star array illuminated before him, with the magical thorn appearing within the star array. The color of the star array correlates with the elemental type of the pet beast. Since the primary affinity of the magical thorn is wood, the star array was green. The 2-star array, featuring 2 interlocked hollow pentagrams, signified that the beast master was of 2-star rank. A 1-star beast master's star array comprises a single star, while a 3-star beast master's star array consists of 3 stars. The star array of a 4-star beast master is a 6-pointed star, which serves as the emblem of a superstar beast master. Furthermore, the size of the star array corresponds to the size of the pet beast, wherein a larger size reflects a higher rank. However, physique is also influenced by racial genetics, thus measuring the strength of a pet solely based on its form is inadequate. After summoning the magical thorn, Shinjingle briefly communicated with it before hastening back to the classroom. A disturbance occurred within the spatial rift, leading him to speculate that the teacher would emerge shortly, and he feared being discovered absent from class. The time spent establishing a contract with the magical thorn had been considerable. Indeed, shortly after returning to the classroom, their homeroom teacher, Liao Qingfeng, arrived. The first order of business was to take attendance. Zhang Huiyang and several of his followers returned to the classroom after most of the roll call had been conducted. The entire Class 3 was present, prompting a sigh of relief from Liao Qingfeng. This particular spatial rift was not an ordinary one. Two high-level beast tamers had inadvertently killed a Doko dragon while competing for it in a secret realm, driving the Doko dragon's mother, the Shaun dragon, into a frenzy. The Shaun dragon summoned its kin to wreak havoc in the secret realm, seeking vengeance upon the two beast tamers, resulting in an unstable spatial environment, which coincidentally collided with a construction site collapse nearby. The school presumed it to be a routine spatial rift and organized students to explore the periphery, unbeknownst to them. Had it not been for the intervention of the two high-level beast tamers, the teachers and students would likely have faced dire consequences. The beast tamer, named Hong Hong, mentioned that he saw the Shaun dragon rampaging towards the rift entrance, at which point a student's leg appeared at the threshold, leading him to suspect that the student was in grave danger. Consequently, the principal ordered the homeroom teachers to take attendance across all classes. In that moment, the school's faculty either counted heads, searched for individuals, or tended to the injured, creating a scene that was chaotic yet orderly. Amidst this atmosphere, Shin Jingle's lips curled into a smile, his heart brimming with joy. He had successfully contracted his first pet, and judging from recent events, his star array was of the 2-star variety, which outwardly made him appear as a typical 2-star beast tamer. Even if others discovered his awakening, he would not be regarded as an outlier. He planned to exact his revenge on Zhang Huiyang in a few days. Chapter 7. Golden Pi. Shin Jingle immersed his consciousness into the soul diagram, where he observed the information of the magical thorn displayed at the intersection of two soul diagrams. Name: Magical Thorn. Level: 1 star, 22045000. Element: Wood, 70, Wind, 30. Talent: Regeneration. Mastery 1233200. Skills: Entangling Thorns, Beginner 25500. Pollen Healing, Beginner 58500. Shin Jingle was uncertain whether other soul diagrams would reveal such detailed information about their pets. However, he speculated that it was unlikely, as the display of information was rather unique. Yet, this did not qualify as a golden finger. After all, there were instruments available at various centers of the Beast Tamer Association that could test detailed pet information for a fee. Nevertheless, for Shin Jingle at this moment, saving money was the most valuable advantage he could possess. Today is Friday, due to the effects of a spatial rift. After confirming that there were no issues with the attendance, the school released all first and second-year students. As soon as Shin Jingle left the school, he rode his bicycle to the nearest city library. There were some books that could not be found in the school library. He intended to search for literature on the introduction to soul mapping colors and how to externalize the spiritual realm. He remained there until dusk. By the time Shin Jingle leisurely returned home, he discovered that Tang Ying was unexpectedly absent. At such a late hour, where could she have gone? A sense of foreboding crept into Shin Jingle's mind. He knew all too well that his aunt, who treated him almost like her own child, rarely failed to come home for dinner. He hastily pedaled his bicycle toward the mall, where Tang Ying usually worked, raindrops pattering against his face. He searched along the way, but upon arriving at the mall, he still did not see Tang Ying. The mall was bustling with customers, and Shin Jingle scoured every floor. Yet she was nowhere to be found. Anxiety began to grip him, prompting him to cycle back home in haste. This time, at the entrance of the community, he encountered Tang Ying, covered in blood. Shin Jingle tossed his bicycle aside and quickly supported her. "Aunt, what happened to you?" "I'm fine, don't worry. The blood is someone else's." "What? How did this happen?" Shin Jingle still felt uneasy as he steadied Tang Ying. The sight of her drenched in blood made his heart skip a beat. Having absorbed all the original owner's memories and merged with their soul map, he had, to some extent, inherited their emotions as well. "I participated in a human experiment," Tang Ying explained in detail upon arriving home. Hearing that she had chosen to undergo such an experiment to raise money for his awakening, and knowing she planned to take a second dose to earn even more after awakening, Shin Jingle felt an urge to scold her for her foolishness. Yet the words caught in his throat. Such is the life of the impoverished. They leap over hardships at the cost of their health, only to face even greater suffering in the near future due to the loss of that health. Tang Ying may not be ignorant of this fact. Rather, She lacked the privilege of choice and clung to a sliver of hope, entrusting her fate to chance. I was behind her in line, and I sensed that she was in poor condition, barely able to stand. Indeed, after taking the second dose, she collapsed. The others showed no concern. They merely pulled her clothing aside to collect samples. Once they were done, they tossed her 20,000 coins and wrapped her in her clothing, discarding her in the backyard as if she were a dog. As Tang Ying recounted the origin of the blood on her, she revealed that the person ahead of her had experienced a severe reaction to the medication, which deterred her from taking the second dose. In the backyard lay a man from a previous trial. He appeared lifeless. After discarding the woman, the others kicked the man, and upon discovering he was unresponsive, they retrieved the 20,000 coins from him. The woman could no longer move. She pleaded with me to carry her home. Along the way, she was on the brink of death, barely able to maintain her grip, yet she managed to reach home, handing over 20,000 coins to her daughter before closing her eyes for the final time. 20,000 coins, a life exchanged. And only those capable of walking away could lay claim to it. Initially, they opposed my departure, as my physical condition met the criteria for receiving the second dosage. If I chose to leave, I would have to return the previous 20,000 coins and sign a promissory note for 100,000 coins, a penalty for breach of contract. As Tang Ying spoke, her tone mixed regret with resolve. When we signed the contract, we were not given time to review it thoroughly. It was quite predatory. The existence of a penalty fee was never mentioned, only the emphasis on voluntary consent at the time of signing. I, being weak and outmatched, considered it and signed without hesitation. After all, living was better than the alternative. Yes, it is indeed a fortunate mindset to have. Shen Jingle was most averse to others sacrificing themselves for him without prior notice. Thankfully, Tang Ying was not so rigid in her thinking. However, the debt was piling up. Alas, next year I wish to bring Xiaoyu over, and you will likely need a contract beast as well. I have already contracted a beast, and... What? Tang Ying found this utterly surreal. Just yesterday, she was concerned about the awakening fee, and he claimed he naturally awakened. Today, she was worried about purchasing a beast, and he stated he had already made a contract. Tomorrow, would she lament not having 1,000,000? Shen Jingle said nothing more. Before Tang Ying, he directly channeled his soul power. The energy traced along a small grass-like diagram within his soul map, a flash of green light glimmering along his inner thigh. Instantly, 2 nested green star formations appeared before him. Within the star formation, a spiny plant of vibrant green manifested before Tang Ying. Magical power. He finally remembered to release it. It had nearly suffocated. The magical thorn immediately turned to Shen Jingle with complaints. He smiled apologetically at the magical thorn. There was no choice, for now. He preferred to keep the fact that he had awakened and contracted a beast from others. Thus, he had to endure the grievances of the magical thorn. Tang Ying gazed at the unfamiliar beast before her, her heart tumultuous, and amidst the cries of magic, she finally regained her voice. It must be exceedingly valuable, right? Indeed. It is valued at around 500,000 at the beast base, Shen Jingle replied, while caressing the leaves of the magical thorn. How much? Approximately 500,000. Observing Tang Ying's astonished expression, he recalled the lengths she went to for 20,000, and quickly added, I didn't buy it. Today, a spatial rift opened at the school, and it just happened to escape, leading me to encounter it. 500,000. It is actually a beast worth 500,000. The key point being it is wild, encountered by chance, and free of charge. In that moment, Tang Ying felt as though a great fortune had fallen from the sky, landing before her with the richness of gold and diamonds. Owing 100,000 was no longer a concern. Chapter 8. The true eighth. I recall you mentioning just yesterday that you are not yet a 1-star beast master. How is it that you are able to contract a pet today? Furthermore, I noticed that your star array seems to possess 2 stars. Although Tang Ying was somewhat of a novice regarding beast mastery and the intricacies of star arrays, she was nonetheless aware of the star arrays associated with star-level beast masters. It must be a consequence of the spatial rift's impact, Shen Jingle asserted, lying with an unflinching demeanor. Aunt, please take a seat. I will have the magical thorn administer some treatment for you. Though the pollen of the magical thorn was only of rudimentary healing quality, it was still a form of extraordinary treatment. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying ceased her doubts and sat down, albeit with a hint of reservation. The delicate yellow flowers of the magical thorn unfurled and trembled slightly, scattering a fine dust of pollen onto Tang Ying, which was then absorbed by her body like faint starlight. How do you feel? Shin Jingle inquired with genuine concern. I feel a bit warm, but other than that, nothing much, she replied. Magical, magical, the magical thorn chimed in, indicating that Tang Ying was not actually ill and did not require treatment. As the owner of the magical thorn, Shin Jingle understood its sentiments. What did it say? Tang Ying asked with curiosity. It mentioned that your body is perfectly fine, so there's no need for concern. That's a relief. Dr. Hua, who conducted my experiments, also affirmed that my health is excellent. The two exchanged conversation for a while longer, and Tang Ying cast several glances at the magical thorn before Shin Jingle retreated to his room. After completing her evening routine, Tang Ying reclined in the living room. Despite the day's myriad experiences, she fell into a deep slumber rather swiftly. In the room, the magical thorn expressed its hunger, yearning for sustenance. It was then that Shin Jingle realized this oversight. I am still influenced by the thought patterns of my previous life. I lack experience in caring for others or for pets. In my past life, such tasks were reserved for caretakers. Faced with the magical thorn's wide, pleading eyes, Shin Jingle found himself at a loss for words. Even in poverty, one could not let a child go hungry, could they? However, it was late at night. And where could he procure food for it? What could you, a plant, possibly eat? Surely basking in the sun would suffice? As he gazed once more at the magical thorn, it continued to fix its gaze upon him. Subsequently, with a flash of green light at his leg, Shin Jingle summoned the magical thorn back into the soul map. Perhaps it is best to let you endure a little hunger for now. He then retrieved a book he had borrowed from the library earlier that day, titled How to Release the Spirit Domain. The spirit domain is a skill that allows one to project their soul map outward, forming a realm around their body, an ability unique to Beastmasters. To successfully unleash the spirit domain, a Beastmaster's level must reach a certain threshold, specifically the capability to contract for pets. The soul map of a level Beastmaster is approximately the size of an apple, and upon estimating, Shin Jingle noted that his own deep azure soul map was indeed apple-sized. Meanwhile, it is also essential to note that projecting the spirit domain requires having contracted pets. A detail the book did not explicitly state, as it was assumed that no one who had not reached that level would possess contracted pets. The original passage states that Beastmasters of level and above can externalize their spiritual domain by simultaneously activating the soul pulse and beast chart through hand gestures. Shin Jingle learned the hand gestures for over 10 minutes, and then, while performing the gestures, he triggered the soul pulse of the dark green chart. After several unsuccessful attempts, he confirmed that his initial understanding was likely correct. Contracting a pet beast is a prerequisite for externalizing the spiritual domain. Given his current situation, the idea of contracting another abyssal beast seemed like a mere fantasy. Even if he were to stumble upon an opportunity like the magical thorns, he would still be unable to afford to raise it. The dark green chart met the requirements for a level Beastmaster, yet he had no contracted pet. The white chart had a contracted pet, but did not meet the level criteria. Shin Jingle gazed at his intertwined 8-shaped charts, lost in thought. If only he could merge the two. But how could he do that? Relying solely on their edges was evidently insufficient. Should he make them flow together? Shin Jingle summoned the soul power from the dark green chart, severing the already formed circle of the soul pulse and directing it toward the white soul chart. However, as the soul power approached the white pulse, it was repelled. Shin Jingle attempted to bring a small portion closer, yet it was still met with rejection. Both charts could partially merge. It was unreasonable for the soul pulses to not be capable of doing so. A flash of green light appeared on his inner thigh, and Shin Jingle summoned the magical thorns. Magic? Are you calling me out for a snack? The magical thorns exclaimed excitedly. I will go find you something to eat tomorrow. For now, just endure tonight. Magic, let me stay in the soul chart. At least it feels comfortable in there. If I sever the soul pulse, you'll suffocate in there, so wait until I finish before I bring you back. Magic? Why do you need to sever it? I will explain it in detail later. After soothing the magical thorns, Shin Jingle continued to meditate, immersing his mind in his soul chart. This time, he simultaneously severed the soul pulses of both charts and focused on connecting the two soul pulses. As the ends of the white and dark green lines drew closer, they repelled each other, unable to align. Not being able to connect was anticipated by Shin Jingle. He continued to guide the two streams of soul power, with the white moving along the dark green and the dark green along the white, repelling and intertwining. The The two streams spiraled together into a single flow. Ultimately, the dark green completed the path of the white, and the white completed the path of the dark green, meeting at the starting point. The dark green connected with the dark green, and the white with the white. The soul pulse reformed, and the soul power surged once more. A true figure of infinity emerged. A single soul pulse connected the two soul charts. Shinjingle retracted the magical thorns into the soul chart, and, following the previous method, combined hand gestures with activating the chart of the magical thorns and the 8-shaped soul pulse. A spherical orb of light, approximately 4 meters in diameter, materialized around Shinjingle. Within the orb, a digit 8, radiating a blend of white and dark blue hues, spun irregularly, its upper half adorned with a simple sketch of a blade of grass. The spirit realm was successfully activated. Suddenly, Tang Ying, who had been peacefully slumbering in the living room, experienced a sensation of suffocation, unable to open her eyes. Sensing Tang Ying's distress, Shinjingle swiftly formed a hand seal and retracted the spirit realm. That was close. I hadn't anticipated it to be so vast. A standard spirit realm for a level 1 beast tamer is merely 2 meters, while a level 2 measures 5 meters, and a level 3 extends to 10. Mine is an anomalous version. Based on the classification of beast tamers, I am currently capable of contracting a total of 6 pets, which aligns with the standards of a level 1 beast tamer. However, this is achieved through the amalgamation of 2 soul diagrams, and in reality, Shinjingle's prowess does not equate to that of a level 1 beast tamer. In terms of the energy levels of the contracted pets, he falls short. He likely parallels a level 1 beast tamer, but his spirit realm hasn't reached 5 meters, perhaps due to the limited number of contracted pets. Chapter 9. Picnic. Early Saturday morning, after breakfast, Shinjingle, under Tang Ying's guidance, arrived at the Hehe Garden Peninsula Villa area. There, at Villa number 9, Tang Ying pointed towards the entrance. Upon closer inspection, Shinjingle noticed 3 guards at the gate, each accompanied by different pets, indicating that these individuals were all at least level 1 beast tamers. One must not underestimate a level 1 beast tamer. Some hail from affluent families, and their first contracted pet is often of high quality. Others may initially contract a pet with a short lifespan, such as a bouncing shrimp, and by the time it naturally passes, the beast tamer would have accumulated sufficient funds to acquire a superior pet, having only contracted a single primary pet. Shinjingle decisively opted to report the matter to the authorities. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived at Hehe Garden Peninsula, with the leading officer accompanied by a blazing eagle, swiftly heading towards Villa number 9. After approximately 20 minutes, a young man dressed in a white coat with a short beard emerged alongside the police. The young man exhibited a respectful demeanor, frequently conversing with the lead officer, who, after a brief exchange, patted his shoulder and departed. Indeed, those who stir trouble often possess influential connections. Realizing there was no need to linger any longer, Shinjingle bid farewell to Tang Ying, who returned to her duties at the mall. Shinjingle, meanwhile, ventured alone to the nearby Mo Family Mountain, intending to forage for food for the magic thorn. Although beast tamers typically procure specialized energy meals from dedicated pet food stores post-contract, Shinjingle was acutely aware that he could not afford such luxuries at present. While residing in the secret realm, the magic thorn sustained itself by foraging energy-rich fruits and vegetation. Thus, Shinjingle resolved to adhere to a wild diet, taking the magic thorn on a picnic. However, unlike the abundant resources found within the secret realm, energy-infused flora was scarce in the outside world. Mojiashan, one of the desolate mountains in Lancheng, is devoid of attractions and specialties, rarely visited by anyone. Shinjingle ascended a narrow path and soon reached the mountainside. By this time, it was noon, yet he had yet to encounter a single plant with vitality. He took out the steamed bun he had brought in the morning and paired it with a packet of pickled vegetables to eat. To his surprise, after a few days, he had gradually adapted to this rustic existence. Shinjingle silently reflected on this. Having swiftly resolved his simple lunch, he chose a direction where the vegetation appeared denser. After wandering for over half an hour, he stumbled upon a thorn fruit tree. Its trunk was covered in sharp spikes, and the lower branches had already been stripped of their fruit, leaving only a dozen or so fruits on the highest 3 branches. Approximately 5 or 6 were ripe. A meager find. Noticing the absence of others around, Shinjingle summoned the magical thorn. Magic? Is there something to eat? The magical thorn inquired excitedly upon its emergence. Shinjingle pointed to the thorn fruit and replied, "You can have this to fill your belly today." As he spoke, He could not help but scrutinize the magical thorn. Did this creature even possess a belly? The magical thorn raised its small yellow flower, its eyes instantly fixating on the few thorn fruits atop the tree. Magic. I've never tasted this before. I must try it. The magical thorn entwined itself around the thorned fruit tree, its leaves deftly navigating the spikes as it ascended. In no time, it was perched beside the first ripe fruit. With its serrated leaves, the magical thorn swiftly peeled open the thorned fruit, revealing its yellow-green flesh within. Lowering its small yellow flower head, it pressed against the fruit, and in a flurry of movement, the fruit was reduced to an empty shell. Magic. The flavor is quite delightful, though the energy is a tad insufficient. Before long, the magical thorn had devoured all the ripe, thorned fruits from the tree. Had the unripe fruits not been sour and devoid of energy, it would have ensured not a single one remained. Magic. The magical thorn nimbly descended from the tree, indicating its hunger was not yet satisfied and requesting more. Shin Jingle recalled the magical thorn and continued his search. After a few minutes, he discovered a second thorned fruit tree, once again summoning the magical thorn to feast upon it. Thus, the magical thorn gorged itself on the fruits of 4 trees before finally feeling satiated. Shin Jingle observed the still slender magical thorn, curious to inquire about its non-existent belly. Did it need to expel waste after digestion? In this world, he was unaware of many fundamental truths, and the original owner possessed limited knowledge. Having previously lived in Fever City, after ensuring the magical thorn was well fed, Shin Jingle collected over 20 thorned fruits and stored them in his backpack, preparing them as sustenance for the magical thorn the following day. By the time Shin Jingle descended from Mojayashin, evening had already fallen. Shin Jingle swiftly devoured a steamed bun before hastily returning to the periphery of Hehe Garden Peninsula to keep watch. He was eager to discern whether there would be any further actions from the inhabitants of Villa Number 9 as the clock struck midnight. Shortly past 12, a middle-aged man emerged from the villa area, accompanied by a Chilutarda. After exchanging pleasantries with the gatekeeper, the man vanished in a flash of white light beside the creature. Upon witnessing this, Shin Jingle immediately honed his focus. The Chilutarda, a 5-star beast of dual attributes, earth and space, boasted a large physique and remarkable speed. It contained a unique spatial environment within its body, allowing creatures inside to experience utmost comfort, unaffected by its rapid movements, thus often serving as a mode of passenger transport. The principal of 11th High School, Fanyong, possessed a Chilutarda, which functioned as the school's exclusive shuttle, enhancing its prestige during significant events when the principal transported students and faculty. According to Tang Ying, she had previously observed a peculiar creature at Villa Number 9, from which something had been released. Shin Jingle scrutinized the Chilutarda and noted its body was adorned with swirling grayish-white fur, with 3 feet on each leg. When it paused, 1 foot would touch the ground while the other 2 stood upright like tree branches, resembling a tripod. As it sprinted, the 3 feet would alternate contact with the ground, akin to rolling wheels, complemented by a long, spiked tail. In light of Tang Ying's description, Shin Jingle was nearly certain that this particular Chilutarda belonged to a special laboratory. Its emergence in the dead of night suggested the transfer of significant individuals and items. This tactic was one he had encountered in literature during his previous life, where criminals swiftly concealed evidence from law enforcement during inspections. Once the danger had passed, they would discreetly relocate their contraband. If the police possessed ordinary intelligence, they would likely be surveilling the vicinity just as Shin Jingle was. However, until the Chilutarda vanished from sight, nothing transpired. Shin Jingle contemplated 3 possibilities. Either the police were lacking in intellect, they were intentionally allowing things to slip by, or they were trailing him from an unnoticed vantage point. Nevertheless, the inhabitants of Villa Number 9 had initiated their transfer shortly after midnight, which seemed rather brazen. The second scenario appeared most plausible. Chapter 10. Large or small, Shin Jingle committed the middle-aged man's visage to memory and, seeing no further developments, proceeded directly home. Upon his arrival at 1 a.m., Tang Ying awaited him at the table. "Why have you returned so late? Did you manage to find food for the beast? Was there any unforeseen incident?" Her heart had been heavy since hearing Shin Jingle mention his intention to gather wild fruits for the creature at Mo Family Mountain. Unlike Feiching, the wilderness here posed the risk of encountering wild supernatural beings, and as an ordinary person, she dared not venture even a step beyond the town's borders. Although Shin Jingle had contracted a beast and officially became a beastmaster, his low level raised concerns. Regrettably, Tang Ying felt powerless to assist, being an ordinary individual. She resolved to work harder to earn money. Otherwise, they would be unable to sustain a beast at home. Having found them, I couldn't resist picking a few more. And by the time I returned, it was already late. As Shin Jingle placed down her backpack and opened it, she remarked. Tang Ying, seeing the backpack brimming with fruits, felt a wave of emotion wash over her. How wonderful. Finding food is a blessing, and with this bounty, it should last us several days, wouldn't it? Just enough for tomorrow, Shin Jingle replied. Ah, can it consume that much? Will it be sustainable? Aunt, you needn't worry. I will find a way. By the way, how much money do we have left at home? 713 coins. Is that sufficient for a day? Have you returned the 20,000 you received from the reagents that day? Not yet, as Lon City has protective measures for ordinary people's finances. Any funds transferred to a regular account cannot be withdrawn for 48 hours. Then please help me open an account tomorrow morning and transfer that money to me. I must repay it, especially since I signed a promissory note for 100,000. Tang Ying's tone softened. Indeed, there is still 100,000 owed? Don't worry, I reported to the police today. They likely won't attend to your debts immediately. Just lend me that 20,000 for now, and I will return it to you in a couple of days. Can you really pay it back? Tang Ying asked, her concern evident. Rest assured, I have a plan. All right, I will go first thing in the morning. The child is now a beastmaster. It is time to trust and let go. Even if that 20,000 is lost, it matters not, for it cannot repay the debts anyway. Thus, Tang Ying readily agreed, refraining from inquiring how Shin Jingle intended to earn money. Early Sunday morning, while Shin Jingle was still in a sleepy haze, she was roused by Tang Ying. Here, this contains 20,000 coins. With a sudden start, Shin Jingle sat up, accepting the green card from Tang Ying's hand. It was a bank card from Lon City Bank. Afterward, the two shared breakfast together. Tang Ying, preoccupied with the looming debt of 120,000, could not afford a moment's rest. After they finished eating, she bid farewell to Shin Jingle. Aunt, I might return late tonight, or perhaps not at all. You needn't wait for me to have dinner. Shin Jingle called out to Tang Ying's disappearing figure at the door. Okay, just take care, Tang Ying replied. Once the dishes on the table were cleared, Shin Jingle returned to her room to retrieve the book titled How to Release the Spirit Domain. She aimed to learn how to unleash an invisible spirit domain and control its range effectively. After half a day's practice, Shin Jingle had mastered the hand gestures required for the invisible release of the spirit domain and could flexibly control its range between 1 to 4 meters. At noon, after a light lunch, Shin Jingle donned her school uniform from number 11 middle school and set out toward the southern part of the city. The south was the most bustling area of Lon City, and today, Shin Jingle planned to visit the casino located there. Due to the distance, she opted for the subway, which she typically refrained from using. This particular casino did not impose age restrictions on entry. As long as one was a beastmaster, admission was granted. At 2 p.m., within the bustling southern casino, Shin Jingle, clad in her school uniform, summoned magical thorns before the staff to assert her identity as a beastmaster. 2-star beastmaster. And still in middle school, judging by the uniform? A star on the shoulder of a school uniform undoubtedly indicates a middle school student. However, this uniform does not belong to Longyuan Middle School. Is it a jest to suggest that geniuses are exclusive to Longyuan? Yet, the uniform is neither from Huanyu nor Lingying Middle School. What sort of vision do they possess? Have they not noticed the inscription on the uniform? It reads Lon City number 11 Middle School. Goodness, when did brilliance become so commonplace? Can a student from the 11th school truly possess 2 stars? They must be at least in the 3rd year of middle school. Otherwise, I would question my existence. Indeed, they are in the 3rd year. And I am already doubting my life choices. I hail from the 11th school, and our humble institution does not produce such exceptional talent. Let us cease our unfounded speculations. Who knows, perhaps this individual is already a high school student donning their middle school uniform. Such a possibility is not without merit. With calmness amidst the surrounding chatter, Shin Jingle walked into the casino. He shed his usual languid demeanor, adopting the audacious air of a wealthy heir, exuding an aura of confidence. Admittedly, he could be quite imposing. Were he not clad in a school uniform, his presence would be even more magnified. The reason for his choice of attire lies in the fact that it is the only outfit that conceals his modest means. In a place like this, one cannot afford to appear impoverished. After exchanging 20,000 interstellar coins for gambling chips, Shin Jingle spoke to the staff with a composed demeanor. This is my first visit. Kindly provide me with an overview of your casino games. Certainly, please hold on a moment. The young staff member did not exhibit any negligence merely because he was addressing a student. While some adults may come here in a state of financial distress, children are typically either affluent or privileged. The recently summoned magical thorn, valued at 500,000, is beyond the reach of an ordinary household. Although this youth has exchanged only 20,000 coins, it is likely that this sum represents just a day's allowance. Clearly, he has come here to unwind before exams. Even during his best month of earnings, he barely exceeded 20,000. With a sigh of resignation, the staff member respectfully handed Shin Jingle a colorful brochure detailing the games. It is a harsh reality that comparisons can be disheartening. Shin Jingle glanced over the flamboyant paper. The casino is divided into 3 tiers: the upper tier for star-rated Beastmasters, the middle tier for professional Beastmasters, and the lower tier, designated as the VIP area. The entire structure resembles an inverted pyramid, with the upper tier at ground level and the middle and lower tiers beneath it. As Shin Jingle is a 2-star Beastmaster, the staff member provided him only with the overview for the upper tier. Upon reviewing the offerings, Shin Jingle noted familiar games such as high-low betting, roulette, baccarat, and blackjack, alongside beast combat betting games. To commence, he opted for the simplest high-low bet. He strolled leisurely toward the high-low betting area, where a game had just concluded, and participants were preparing for the next round of wagering. Shin Jingle brought his hands into his pockets, discreetly activating his spiritual domain and constraining its size to within 15 meters. He then retrieved 10,000 gambling coins, intent on cheating. The upper tier was populated by first, second, and third-tier Beastmasters who lacked the ability to open a spiritual domain, and thus the casino had not equipped this level with devices to detect such domains. Chapter 11. What did she say the day before yesterday? In the last round, I bet on big. This time, I shall bet on small. Several small outcomes have already occurred, yet I shall bet on big once more. This time, I intend to wager 555, a sum of 100,000 coins. The dealer had already shaken the dice, patiently awaiting players' bets. The rules for betting big or small were quite familiar to Shin Jingle from his previous life. Betting on big or small offered odds of 19 to 1. If one bet on 333, 555, or 666 and 1, that player would take all. If no one bet, the dealer would take all. However, if a player bet on 111, 222, or 444 and 1, both the player and the dealer would split the pot, with the dealer taking all if no one bet. Players could win up to 10 times their wager, and each bet was limited to a range between 5,000 and 100,000 coins. Shin Jingle squeezed beside a player betting on 555, quietly employing his spiritual domain to sense the dice within the cup. One die showed a dent of 2, another had a dent of 1, and the third was somewhat unclear, but he was certain that this round would yield a small outcome. Shin Jingle chose to observe without placing a bet. Soon, the dealer noticed that the players had nearly finished betting and unveiled the cup. 3, 2, 1, reveal. 2, 5, 1 small. Again. This time I bet 555. 100,000 coins, shouted the person next to Shin Jingle. After the staff distributed the previous round's winnings according to the odds, the dealer shook the cup again. No turning back now, no turning back. Come on, kid, join in, don't be afraid. We're here to play, urged the player betting on 555. All right, I'll try my luck as well. Shin Jingle held 1,000 coins in his hand, and then sensed the cup that the dealer had just set down. One die showed 2, while the other 2 showed either 5 or 6. I bet big. Before long, the cup was revealed. One showed 2, and the other 2 showed 6. Shin Jingle received 19,000 coins. Subsequently, he placed 3 consecutive bets of 20,000 coins, earning a total of 54,000. Meanwhile, the individual beside him continued to wager 100,000 on 555. Why do you favor betting on 555 so much? Shin Jingle inquired casually. The odds are high, came the reply. But you're betting quite a lot, Shin Jingle remarked, sensing the dealer's recently placed cup, revealing a look of yearning. Then I shall follow your lead and place a bet on 555, wagering 50,000. 1, 2, 3, reveal. 555. To his astonishment, the outcome was indeed 555. Ha ha. For the 6th time, I bet 100,000, and as expected, I've profited. I knew there would be a 555 tonight. 10 times the odds, earning 400,000. Haha. Children, look, associating with me will surely lead to success. If you invest 50,000, you could earn more than I do, potentially reaping 450,000. That amount would suffice for my weekly expenses. Enjoy at your leisure. This venture feels rather trivial. I shall pursue something more exhilarating," said Shin Jingle without a hint of embarrassment. Subsequently, he engaged in the Grand Roulette, a game entirely reliant on fortune, where he wagered 80,000 coins and received 30,000 in return. Afterward, he ventured to observe the beast battle betting, which offered 3 distinct modes of play. The first involved participating as a combatant. Deploying one's own beast into the fray, victory would yield 50 of the house's earnings, with a guaranteed minimum of 10,000 coins without needing to wager. In other words, if one were to compete and win, the baseline income would be assured. The second mode entailed betting on the victor of the match, with varying odds based on the competitors. In the match Shun Jingle observed, one participant had odds of 153, while the other stood at 298. The third option allowed wagering on a competitor's ranking, with points awarded based on match outcomes, where a win accrued 50 points, and losses did not detract from one's score. At present, Shun Jingle deemed it unwise to enter the battle himself, as he possessed only a newly contracted and untrained magical thorn, which would likely result in defeat. Nevertheless, he harbored no fear of loss, recognizing this venue as an opportune training ground for his beasts. It provided free opponents, ample space, and the potential for monetary rewards. What could be more delightful? Yet, he wished to maintain a low profile, not wanting to overly expose his beast or attract unnecessary attention as the end-of-term examinations approached. Once the holidays arrived, he could utilize this place as a dedicated training arena for his magical thorn. Shin Jingle made 2 casual bets in the arena, resulting in a loss of 37,000 coins before departing. After calculating his current funds, he found he possessed 446,000 coins, sufficient to take his leave. At the casino's settlement counter, he exchanged his gambling chips for interstellar currency. After deducting your initial stake of 20,000, you have made a profit of 426,000 tonight, with the 20 fee applied. And rounding it off, your total comes to 360,000. Here is your card. Please keep it safe. Is that how you round off? And what about the 800 coins? That exceeds their savings, Shun Jingle remarked, his expression neutral as he accepted the bank card and turned to exit the establishment. Earning 30 to 40,000 in a casino seemed adequate, avoiding undue attention. After leaving the Winning More casino, Shun Jingle wandered briefly before entering another establishment named Grand Slam. This time, upon his exit, the balance on his card had increased to 590,000. He repeated this process at 2 more venues until dawn broke, at which point his card quietly held 120,000. Sitting on the subway home, Shin Jingle mused silently. Had they not rounded off, I could have gained an additional 3,000 or 4,000 coins. Upon returning home, he handed the bank card to Tang Ying. "And there's 12 million in the bank. During the day, you can transfer 200,000 to your account. If those creditors come to demand repayment later, you can return 120,000. 12 million. Where did such a large sum of money come from? I want it at the casino." "The casino? That place is not to be ventured into. You know, I am aware, Aunt, I only went there this once. Otherwise, I truly cannot fathom any swift method to extricate us from our current predicament. You have debts to repay, and I need to care for my magical thorn, which cannot survive solely on wild fruits. And there aren't that many wild fruits available to sustain it." "Indeed, you're right. But how did you manage to win so much?" "I employed a little trick with my pet." "A cheat? You realize this could lead to consequences." "No worries, Aunt. I kept a low profile. I didn't win much at each casino, and my underhanded tactics were discreet. See, I returned safely, did I not? In any case, you must not go there again." "All right, I promise I won't return." "Good child. So, to confirm, we truly have won 12 million now?" "Yes. After repaying the 120,000, we are left with 1 million. 1 million." Tang Ying was momentarily stunned. What did she say the day before? This feels so surreal. "All right, Aunt, is there breakfast ready? It's Monday, and I must hurry to eat before heading to school." Yes, it's been prepared long in advance for you." As Shun Jingle began to eat breakfast, he summoned his magical thorn and offered it the last 3 thorn fruits. Fill your belly for now. I will buy you an energy meal after school. Magical. Chapter 12. Successful Awakening on the Way to School. Shun Jingle reflected on his experiences from the previous night. His ability to win money effortlessly relied on his capacity to activate the spirit domain, allowing him to exploit the advantages of this realm while competing against star-level beast masters in each casino. However, this tactic could only be employed once. Using it repeatedly might lead the casinos to uncover his deceit. This was why he chose to win modest amounts and leave each establishment promptly. Furthermore, Shun Jingle resolved only to engage in such activities in the southern part of the city, ensuring no one could catch him off guard. Although it seemed easy to amass $1 million in a single night, this wealth must be spent judiciously. He needed to devise a means for generating passive income. Fortunately, at this stage, financial concerns could be temporarily set aside. Moving forward, his focus would shift to resolving matters pertaining to Zhang Huiyang and others. Monday passed uneventfully, as everyone was preoccupied with the impending examinations. After school, Shun Jingle sought a nearby shop that sold pet food. Excuse me, how do you price your energy meals here? What type of pet are you purchasing for? Wood type. What is the pet's level? 1 star. There are 2 options. One is to purchase a standard 1-star wooden type pet food energy meal, weighing 500 grams for 1,000 coins. The other is to customize it for your pet, with prices varying based on the materials used, typically ranging from 2,000 to 5,000 coins for 500 grams. I will take the standard option. Let's start with 3 kilograms. 3 kilograms? Young one, we only sell in increments of 10 kilograms here. Then let it be 10 kilograms. Very well. The shopkeeper couldn't help but feel bemused at such a frugal customer. 10 kilograms would be consumed in just a week. Who among the patrons here ever purchased less than a month's supply? Nevertheless, considering the shop had yet to open for business that day, the shopkeeper chose to refrain from complaints. With a somewhat sour expression, the shopkeeper retrieved a 10-kilogram bag of energy meal and handed it over to Shun Jingle. After Shun Jingle completed a card payment of 20,000 coins, he carried the energy meal back home. Upon arriving home, he summoned the magical thorn with his soul power. Magic? Is there food? Yes, yes, yes. Here, take this. Shun Jingle poured some of the energy meal into a bowl. The meal was composed of green, thumb-sized pellets. And as soon as they were poured out, the magical thorn eagerly rushed forward to devour them. For a fleeting moment, Shun Jingle felt as though he was pouring dog food for his pet. In just 2 minutes, the magical thorn finished an entire bowl and looked up at Shun Jingle with yearning eyes. More. This is delicious. With a fond smile, Shun Jingle quickly poured another bowl. Once again, the magical thorn consumed it in 2 minutes. More. More. Shun Jingle poured yet another bowl. 2 minutes later. More. More. Shun Jingle, maintaining a stoic expression, poured another bowl. 2 minutes passed. More. Keep going. You'll get indigestion if you eat too much. Let's save some for tomorrow. Magic. I'm still not full. It's hardly enough. 10 minutes later, Shun Jingle gazed at the bag, now a third empty, lost in contemplation. 20,000 coins only lasts 3 days. 100,000 coins will suffice to feed the magical thorn for merely 5 months? Assuming its appetite doesn't increase. Indeed, the saying holds true. Acquiring a pet is the most economical at the point of purchase. Shun Jingle allowed the magical thorn to roam freely around the house while he picked up his textbooks to review. After all, one must still make a last-minute effort. Time swiftly passed, leading to Wednesday, the day of the final examination. Zhang Huiyang and others sat calmly at their desks, diligently answering questions, while Shun Jingle remained as unassuming as ever. The original owner had been a poor student, although Shun Jingle absorbed most of the significant memories. His grasp of the knowledge points was relatively limited. It felt as though he had managed to learn more during the last 2 days of cramming than through the original studies. Thus, he approached this examination with an air of casual ease. The 2 days of exams passed in tranquility. Friday arrived, marking the day when all first-year students would awaken their powers. Early in the morning, all first-year students were poised and ready in their classrooms. The 2 beast tamers dispatched by the Lawn City Beast Education Center arrived at number 11 middle school quite early. Both individuals were exceptional spirit pattern masters, and with the assistance of their respective beasts, they began to draw a magical array on the playground. This magical array, known as a formation, is crafted using materials imbued with spiritual essence arranged in specific patterns on various mediums to achieve diverse effects. The awakening array is one of the largest and most prevalent formations known in the world today. Its purpose is to establish a connection with the celestial spiritual energies and the soul's essence, resonating with the human soul to facilitate the awakening of one's soul map. Prior to the emergence of this array, alternative methods for awakening had been discovered, yet none could compare in scale or success rate to the awakening array. Soon, the formation on the playground was complete. The first to enter were the unawakened second-year students, followed by the first-year students, with the exception of Shinjingle. Observing the individuals stepping into the formation, Shinjingle exhibited a gaze of envy, his expression betraying a sense of despondency. Zhang Huiyang, noticing his demeanor, deliberately passed by Shinjingle, arrogantly proclaiming, "You don't even think about it. You won't awaken next year either." Unexpectedly, Shinjingle, who typically averted his gaze and hurried away when encountering Zhang Huiyang, broke from his usual behavior today, boldly approaching Zhang Huiyang. As he drew closer, Zhang Huiyang's surprise grew. Just as Zhang Huiyang contemplated whether to push Shinjingle to the ground, Shinjingle spoke. "I wish for your awakening to fail. May your mother suffer a most unfortunate fate." With that, Shinjingle adopted an air of defiance and strode away. "What?" Zhang Huiyang's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did that guy just say? Has he lost his mind?" It took a moment for Zhang Huiyang to process the situation. Had it not been for the intervention of those around him, he would have charged at Shinjingle. "Huiyang, we're entering the formation. What are you doing?" A voice called out. Just wait. You want to have a good outcome," Zhang Huiyang retorted angrily as he joined the others in the formation. Once everyone was in position, the array activated. 1 second, 2 seconds, 15 seconds, completion. Everyone entered a meditative state, assessing themselves, while those who had awakened lined up to receive their Beast Tamer identity cards. Zhang Huiyang was exceedingly anxious, taking over 20 deep breaths to calm his racing heart before entering meditation. A speck of white light, the size of a grain of rice, appeared in his meditation. "I've awakened. I've successfully awakened." Zhang Huiyang opened his eyes, his face alight with exhilaration. "I've awakened too, Huiyang," exclaimed Li Yongqian, Zhang Huiyang's loyal follower. "Well done, Yongqian." Zhang Huiyang surveyed his small group, realizing that only he and Li Yongqian had awakened. "Let us go register and collect our identity cards." "All right." At the registration desk, their homeroom teacher, Liao Qingfeng, eagerly counted how many from his class had succeeded. It was then that he spotted Zhang Huiyang and Li Yongqian. Chapter 13. Revenge Teacher Liao, we have awakened. Zhang Huiyang and Li Yongqian exclaimed excitedly towards Liao Qingfeng. "Well done, I am proud of you," came Teacher Liao's encouraging reply. "Teacher Liao, I have no further business here. I shall take my leave," Shinjingle said, drawing closer to Liao Qingfeng, his voice not lacking in volume, which Zhang Huiyang and the others could clearly hear. Zhang Huiyang glanced over, noticing Shinjingle cast a timid glance in his direction before dejectedly departing. "Very well. You may go," Liao Qingfeng responded, continuing his search for students in his class who had awakened. He failed to notice that after Shinjingle's exit, Zhang Huiyang and Li Yongqian trailed behind him. The duo chased Shinjingle to the rear of a teaching building, but upon turning a corner, Shinjingle's figure vanished from sight. "Quite swift indeed," Huiyang remarked. "Let us return to register and deal with him later. I must find him." "I will not let this go unresolved today," Li Yongqian insisted. At that moment, Shinjingle was not elsewhere, but directly above them. Upon rounding the corner, he summoned magical thorns, which ensnared a window on the second floor, suspending him in midair. "Remain silent," he commanded the magical thorns. Although they were unaware of their master's intentions, they complied without hesitation. As Zhang Huiyang and Li Yongqian approached, they remained oblivious to Shinjingle's concealed presence. Observing the two below anxiously searching for him, Shinjingle discreetly activated his spirit domain. Unlike the previous time at the gambling house, he unleashed a portion of his soul power to wander chaotically within the spirit domain, endowing it with offensive capability. This spirit domain was termed the soul domain. Beast masters of a lower rank would find themselves suppressed within its confines, while ordinary individuals would experience a suffocating sensation on a spiritual level. When Shinjingle first successfully activated his spirit domain, he lacked control over his soul power, inadvertently triggering the soul domain. At that time, Tang Ying, who was deep in slumber, experienced a choking sensation. Shinjingle had dedicated the days prior to mastering the spirit domain for this moment. Cheating at the casino had merely been incidental. Expanding the soul domain to its maximum extent, he now hovered approximately 3 meters above the ground, the domain itself extending 4 meters around him. As Zhang Huiyang ran ahead of Li Yongqian, he reached the exact point beneath Shinjingle. Upon entering the confines of Shinjingle's soul domain, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. Huiyang, what has happened to you? Li Yongqian instinctively rushed to Zhang Huiyang's side, seeking to ascertain his condition. However, as he approached and reached out to grasp Zhang Huiyang, he lost his balance and fell alongside him. Mission accomplished. For newly awakened individuals, the soul map resembles a minuscule grain, oval in shape and unstable in state. Approximately 24 to 48 hours later, the soul map will transform into a circular form, akin to a pea, achieving stability. Should the soul map remain unstable and encounter another soul domain or a spatial rift, it risks shattering and vanishing entirely. Each time a student awakens, all teachers within the school are required to carry a spirit domain alarm. Should a teacher activate their spirit domain or remove the alarm, it will emit a warning sound. To prevent any disruptions from outsiders, the school has implemented strict controls on personnel entry and exit starting from the final examinations. After all, awakening is a monumental event in one's life. Should the soul map shatter, one will irrevocably descend into the realm of the ordinary. At this moment, Zhang Huiyang and Li Yongqian, who lie on the ground, have just awakened, their soul maps in a state of extreme instability, and have inadvertently entered Shinjingle's soul domain. In an instant, their maps fracture, and the intense pain from deep within their souls causes them to lose consciousness entirely. Shinjingle commands the thorny tendrils of magic to gently place him on the ground. Glancing at the two unconscious figures, he turns and departs with haste. Once outside the school gates, Shinjingle allows himself a laugh, feeling a sense of vindication. He has avenged himself to some degree. Previously, there were 5 individuals who bullied him alongside Zhang Huiyang. Zhang was the mastermind, with his sidekick Li Yongqian and another named Wang Chengxian being the most vicious. Behind the teaching building, Zhang Huiyang and Li Yongqian remain unconscious for about 10 minutes, with Zhang awakening first. What has happened to me? Zhang Huiyang wonders, a sense of foreboding creeping in, as if a sixth sense is alerting him. Without fully processing his thoughts, he instinctively begins to meditate and check his awakening status. No white light. Where is the white light the size of a grain of rice? His soul map? It's gone? How could it be missing? No, it cannot be as he fears. It simply cannot. An unprecedented panic engulfs Zhang Huiyang's entire being. At this moment, Li Yongqian stirs awake. Where is your soul map? Check your soul map. Zhang Huiyang shouts, his voice hoarse. Li Yongqian, still dazed, senses the gravity of the situation in Zhang's expression and reflexively follows his command. As he meditates to check his soul map, he finds darkness. Nothing. No, the soul map is gone. Li Yongqian's eyes widen in disbelief. Zhang Huiyang collapses onto the ground, defeated. It's over. They must have been attacked by someone's soul domain. Who could it be? Suddenly, Li Yongqian strikes Zhang Huiyang with a punch. It's all your fault. I told you to register. He continues to shout, completely losing his composure. Zhang Huiyang is left stunned by the assault. After a few more punches, Li Yongqian, drained of energy, collapses beside Zhang and begins to weep uncontrollably. Without their soul maps, they will both descend into the ordinary. Unlike Zhang Huiyang's family, which belongs to a long line of beast tamers, Li Yongqian's family cannot provide for him a comfortable life without an awakening. His family was an ordinary beastmaster household. His father was a 1-star beastmaster, having forged a contract with a powerful bull, while his mother, also a 1-star beastmaster, had contracted a chirping bird. From an early age, his parents lived frugally, diligently saving money in hopes that when he awakened, he could select a pet from the price range of 200,000. However, now, his soul map lay shattered. Everything had been lost, and he was destined to descend into the ranks of the ordinary, struggling to make a living on the fringes of the city. This could not be the end. They needed to confront the authorities. How could anyone at the school awaken their spiritual domain without a word? The institution must provide an explanation. Zhang Huiyang suddenly became energized, urging Li Yongqian to follow him. His family was not as enviable as Li Yongqian imagined. Being part of a large family came with its own challenges. Resources within the family were limited, consistently favoring those with superior aptitude. Competition was omnipresent in every resource. Even a few hundred pocket change had to be earned through one's achievements. Now, he faced the prospect of becoming an ordinary person. Even if the family continued to provide for him, the sustenance would be far from enjoyable. At this moment, he had to leverage the attack on his spiritual domain to secure the greatest benefit for himself. Chapter 14. A Reconfiguration. Meanwhile, having exacted revenge on Zhang Huiyang and his companion, Shen Jingle returned home. Shattering their soul maps was merely the first step of retribution. Given the deeds they had committed against the original owner, such punishment was wholly inadequate. Moreover, several of Zhang Huiyang's subordinates had not faced any consequences. However, Shen Jingle's current capabilities were limited. Without revealing his identity, destroying the soul maps of Zhang Huiyang and his companion was the extent of his current power. Nevertheless, as a wise man once said, vengeance is best served after a prolonged wait, and he possessed patience. Having executed his revenge so smoothly today, Shen Jingle felt quite elated. He indulged in a relaxing bath, followed by a delightful lunch, and then lay down on his bed. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with financial worries and thoughts of vengeance, leaving him unable to sleep soundly. Now that he was temporarily free from financial concerns and had taken a breath of relief regarding his grudge, he needed to reward himself with a deep slumber. He slept soundly until the evening when his aunt, Tang Ying, returned home and called him for dinner. "Aunt, during the summer vacation, let us return to Feiqing and bring Xiaoyu back," he proposed. Tang Ying, engrossed in her meal, brightened at the suggestion and looked up. Indeed, now that Jingle has acquired so much money, he can certainly bring his daughter over ahead of time. She could attend the nearby primary school for 6th grade. And perhaps next year, she could even gain admission to a better junior high school, he continued. Excellent. Tang Ying readily agreed. They were destined to rely on each other for life, and there was no need for excessive formality. Since her nephew now possessed the means, it was only fitting to bring Xiaoyu over. The next day, Shen Jingle awoke naturally and set out with his magical thorns. Having emerged from the casino with 12 million, he transferred 200,000 to Tang Ying, leaving him with 920,000. He then purchased 10 kilograms of pet energy food, spending 20,000. 10 kilograms of the magical thorn were consumed in just 3 days. Subsequently, he sought quotes from several establishments, ultimately purchasing 100 kilograms of pet food at the most economical shop for 100,000 coins. This store was significantly larger than the previous one, yet surprisingly, its prices were merely half of that of the former. Shen Jingle did not anticipate that a humble eatery would prove to be more expensive. Presently, he had 800,000 coins remaining. While it appeared substantial, given the consumption rate of the magical thorn, he felt it would not last long, necessitating the need to earn more. Before embarking on that endeavor, he decided to train the magical thorn in the outskirts, as he had yet to do so during their prolonged contract. At the mountainside of Mo Family Mountain, Shen Jingle immersed himself in the soul map, scrutinizing the data of the magical thorn. Level 1 star, 22, 105. 000. Attributes: Wood 70, Wind 30, Talent, Regeneration, Mastery 12, 332, 000. Skill: Entangling Thorns, Novice 25, 500. Pollen Healing, Novice 59, 500. In the past few days of their contract, the level had increased by several points, with no changes in other values except for a 1-point increase in pollen healing, which Shen Jingle speculated was due to a previous application of the skill to treat Tang Ying, thus enhancing its proficiency. The focus of today's training was Entangling Thorns, the only offensive skill possessed by the magical thorn. This skill is a fundamental ability for most thorn-type companions, allowing them to ensnare foes while simultaneously growing thorns that penetrate their adversaries. Shen Jingle channeled his soul power and released the magical thorn. Magic? Are we going to pick fruit again today? Yes, but you must follow my instructions, Shen Jingle replied. Magic? How should I proceed? Shen Jingle gestured towards a few shrubs before them. First, utilize these bushes to practice entangling thorns. Magic. Understood. The magical thorn obediently utilized its leaves as feet, gradually approaching a shrub. It then entwined itself around the bush, climbing up the trunk. Once its entire body ascended, the magical thorn channeled energy, causing sparse thorns to sprout along one side of the trunk, swiftly penetrating the bush. Upon closer inspection, Shen Jingle noted that there were 9 thorns, each approximately 5 centimeters long. The punctured area of the bush oozed a green liquid, yet the trunk remained steadfast. The attack power of a one-star companion was indeed feeble. He wondered how much improvement would be seen with increased proficiency. Shen Jingle delved into the soul map, once more to examine the magical thorn's data. Level, 1 star, 22. 125,000. Entangling thorns, novice 26, 500. These two data points had indeed changed. Put more strength into your entanglement. Strive to break the bush. Shen Jingle instructed the magical thorn. The magical thorn complied, and this time, the trunk of the bush swayed gently. The thorn of entanglement, beginner 27500, is indeed promising. As the data continues to rise, following Shen Jingle's instructions, the magical thorn was subjected to relentless training. Whenever hunger struck, Shen Jingle would lead it to nearby thorny fruits. After consuming the thorny fruits, they would indulge in 2 servings of energy meals. This cycle continued until dusk, when Shen Jingle once again consulted the soul map, revealing significant changes in the data. Level, 1 star, 2331500. Attributes, wood 70, wind 30. Talent, regeneration, mastery 1235200. Skills, thorn of entanglement, beginner 231500. Pollen healing, beginner 69500. The level increased by over 100, and the proficiency of the thorn of entanglement surged by more than 200. Even pollen healing and regeneration saw slight improvements due to the injuries sustained by the magical thorn during training. Initially, Shen Jingle stood observing the training diligently, but upon noticing the thorn's earnestness, he would only feed it and then recline on the grass, relishing the gentle breeze. As night fell, possibly due to the arduous training during the day, the magical thorn's appetite doubled. Shen Jingle felt a twitch in his eyelids, sensing his wallet might be at risk. After a few more days of training, he planned to take the magical thorn to the arena for battles. 2 days later, there was yet another remarkable breakthrough in its data. Level, 1 star, 2653500. Attributes, wood 70, wind 30. Talent, regeneration, mastery 1267200. Skills, thorn of entanglement, proficiency 5031000. Pollen healing, beginner 102500. The proficiency of the thorn of entanglement had reached a commendable level. Moving forward, Shen Jingle desired to explore a different training approach. Beast battles primarily revolve around skill contests. However, the effectiveness of these contests depends not only on the proficiency of the skills, but also on the Beastmaster's command. A skilled Beastmaster can achieve victory over stronger opponents, provided the disparity in strength is not too vast. One morning, on the slopes of Mo Family Mountain, Shen Jingle summoned the magical thorn. Today, we shall alter our training method. He drew a line 4 meters away from a thicket. You will stand on this side of the line and, without crossing it, extend your vines to swiftly strike the thicket. Why practice striking? This is a technique devoid of extraordinary energy. It's purely physical. Shen Jingle chuckled and added, as you strike, divert your focus and allow the tips of the vines to sprout thorns. Utilize the force of the strike to pierce the thicket. The magical thorn was intrigued and eager to practice this. As a close combat skill, the thorn of entanglement was the only offensive option currently available, and Shen Jingle aspired to modify and combine it to transform it into a ranged attack skill. Of course, this ranged capability would only extend 3 to 4 meters, which is considered relatively distant for a 1 or 2 star beast. Under the guidance of Shen Jingle, the enchanted thorn began its practice. Initially, its movements were rather stiff. In Chapter 15, The Fiery Cat, distraction during the thrust caused the thorns to sprout, presenting the greatest challenge for the enchanted thorn. The timing of thorn growth was difficult to control. If the thorns grew too early, the distraction would reduce the force of the strike. If they grew too late, the thorns would not be fully formed by the time the target was struck. From Shen Jingle's perspective, the enchanted thorn first swung its vines forcefully toward the target, then suddenly slowed to allow the thorns to grow, and finally accelerated once the thorns were sufficiently developed. Overall, it appeared quite choppy. Shen Jingle remained silent, chewing on a blade of grass while reclining on the ground with a book. He had too many concepts left unmastered, but now, thanks to the contract with a pet beast, his energy and memory had improved, making his reading experience significantly less arduous than before. Thus, while the enchanted thorn trained, he too was not idle. After a few days of rest, he resolved to bolster his knowledge starting today. After all, the ability to relax requires a foundation to support such leisure. Given their current state, barely hovering above the line of subsistence, discussing capital felt like a mockery of the term itself. He lacked the privilege to recline. Fortunately, he had indulged in enough idleness in his past life, so now, applying himself felt rather intriguing. After a morning of practice, the enchanted thorn had become noticeably less clumsy, its movements flowing much more smoothly, though its speed still lagged, resulting in attack damage that fell short of Shun Jingle's expectations. It seemed further training for another 3 to 5 days would be necessary. In the following week, Shun Jingle brought the enchanted thorn out early each day and returned late, engaging in rigorous, demanding training. A week later, he and the enchanted thorn appeared at a casino named Cloud Summit in the southern part of the city. He had come to register for the Beastmaster battles. The outdoor training was nearly complete, but to grow, combat was essential. After a week of training, the enchanted thorn's statistics had changed considerably. Level 1 star 345 35000. Attributes: Wood 70, Wind 30. Talent: Regeneration, Mastery 14212000. Skills: Binding Thorn, Mastery 16892000. Pollen Healing, Novice 425500. Binding Thorn could not only strike the enemy swiftly and smoothly, but also ensnare them at the moment of the strike. The training bushes would be thoroughly severed through this rapid succession of actions: striking, piercing, wrapping, and tightening. Shun Jingle was quite pleased with this outcome. While victory against opponents in the casino was not guaranteed, he had indeed acquired the strength to compete. At the registration desk, Shun Jingle adopted the codename Blind Scorpion and summoned the enchanted thorn for registration. Fortunately, they did not inquire about his age, otherwise, his status as a minor would have been revealed. Calmly, Shun Jingle accepted the number 32 mask from the server, donned it, and settled into the waiting area. Today, he chose not to don his school uniform, deliberately spending several thousand coins on a more sophisticated outfit. Once adorned with a mask, he appeared akin to a diminutive adult. Let us now welcome the next match: Combatant 17, the Battle Lion, versus Combatant 32, the Blind Scorpion. Soon, the selection fell upon Shun Jingle. Guided by a server, he proceeded to the battle zone. Below are the details of the two combatants' beasts. Combatant 17, the Battle Lion, is a familiar face, accompanied by a 2-star flame cat. While Combatant 32, the Blind Scorpion, is a newcomer this evening, with a 1-star magical thorn. The flame cat, a fire-type beast, possesses formidable aggression and combat awareness, standing out among its 2-star counterparts, while the magical thorn, a rare dual wood and wind-type beast, harbors immense potential. Who do you believe will triumph in tonight's contest? Please place your bets. Bets on the Battle Lion's flame cat stand at odds of 107, while those on the Blind Scorpion's magical thorn are at 32. Among the audience, many players opted to wager on Combatant 17, the Battle Lion. Given how uncommon the magical thorn is, I shall bet on Combatant 32, one player declared. No matter how rare it is, it remains merely a 1-star beast. Winning across levels is nearly impossible. I'm placing my bet on Combatant 17. Indeed, I too shall bet on Combatant 17. The magical thorn will be fortunate to withstand 5 minutes against the flame cat's onslaught. Have you witnessed the previous matches of the Battle Lion? Both the performance of the beast and the trainer's command were exceptional. It is exceedingly difficult for Combatant 32 to secure a victory. Betting on 17 is essentially like the casino bestowing money upon us. Agreed. I'm placing my wager on 17. I will stake 50,000 on Combatant 32 and another 50,000 on Combatant 17. Are you joking? With such bets, the outcome remains nearly the same. You'll merely break even. I wager as I please. It's none of your concern. Soon, the betting concluded and the match commenced. Little one, I wish you luck in lasting 3 minutes under my hand, the towering Battle Lion remarked to Shun Jingle. Shun Jingle remained silent, mentally reviewing the information he had recently gathered on the flame cat. The flame cat, a 2-star fire-type beast, possesses skills such as Spark, Flame Jet, and Fire Run. Known for its fiery temperament, fire-type attacks counter wood-type beasts, and in terms of speed, it holds the advantage. Thus, the magical thorn stands little chance in a direct confrontation. However, Shun Jingle was determined to win. For the sake of money, we must emerge victorious. With the sound of a whistle, the match began. The flame cat initiated the attack first, its feet igniting as it dashed toward the magical thorn, conjuring flames in its mouth as it ran. As the magical thorn approached the flame cat's attack range, a triumphant smile appeared on the battle lion's face. Although the enchanted thorn is a dual attribute beast, its inherent sluggishness in movement is characteristic of plant-type creatures. As a mere one-star entity, its offensive capabilities are limited, likely restricted to the skill of entangling thorns. This ability necessitates close proximity for execution, while the flame cat boasts an attack range of 1 meter, leaving the enchanted thorn with no opportunity to ensnare it and rendering it vulnerable to the flame cat's fiery onslaught. In its inaugural battle, the enchanted thorn evidently had yet to acclimate to the situation. In the blink of an eye, the flame cat unleashed a torrent of flames while the enchanted thorn was still preparing to evade. "Attack, leap!" shouted Shinjingle. As the flame cat's flames erupted, the enchanted thorn entered a combat state, instantly grasping the intention of its beast master. With remarkable agility, it extended 2 vines, lifting them high before suddenly sweeping them to the ground at an angle. Bang! Bang! The vine struck the earth with a resounding crack, utilizing the ground's reaction force to propel its body into the air, narrowly avoiding the initial burst of fire from the flame cat. "Up high!" commanded the battle lion. The flame cat lifted its head, poised to unleash a fiery blast upwards, only to find its opponent suspended approximately 3 meters above the ground, supported by its 2 vines. This is utterly unattainable, the flame cat pondered, lost in thought. The battle lion, observing the enchanted thorn hovering aloft, furrowed his brow in surprise, unable to fathom how the opponent could evade the attack in such a manner. Meanwhile, on the ground, unnoticed by both the battle lion and the flame cat, a slender branch extended from one supporting vine, stealthily inching toward the flame cat. Chapter 16. The battle concludes. Jump! The battle lion suddenly commanded, having detected the creeping vine and surmising its intent to approach for the entangling thorns. In a moment of urgency, he urged the flame cat to leap. "Fire downwards!" The battle lion issued another command. "Strike!" Shinjingle echoed. The flame cat sprang into the air, deftly evading the encroaching vine, and adjusted its form mid-flight to unleash flames upon the vine that sought to ensnare it. The recoil of the flames steadied its position in the air, scorching the vine and reducing it to charred remnants. In agony, the enchanted thorn emitted a pained cry, just as it received its master's command. "Strike!" The sequences of training over the past days had imprinted muscle memory within it. The enchanted thorn retracted its supporting vines while descending, launching a sweeping attack at the flame cat, which was now focused on spewing fire downward. 2 vines, as thick as a child's wrist, lashed out with blinding speed towards the flame cat. "Dodge!" The battle lion shouted, but it was too late. The 2 vines struck the flame cat from either side. With a resounding thud, both beasts tumbled to the ground, though the physical impact was unlikely to inflict significant harm upon the flame cat. As the battle lion contemplated, it suddenly heard the agonizing cry of its flame cat. The flames of the cat, 2 vines striking the flame cat, had sprouted green thorns that penetrated deeply into its body. What kind of technique is this? It resembles the entwining thorns, yet is distinctly different. A combination skill. Although it is an amalgamation of extraordinary abilities and standard physical skills, the fact that a 1-star pet can execute a combination technique is truly astonishing. In the audience, numerous spectators began to murmur. A combination skill, indeed. Can a 1-star pet really perform a combination skill? Is this the advantage of dual attribute pets? Nonsense. I have witnessed dual attribute pets that couldn't execute a combination skill at the 1-star level. Shouldn't combination skills be exclusive to 4-star pets? What a disgrace. Have you ever seen a 4-star pet employ a physical skill combination? While it may be a rudimentary combination, it is undeniably a combination skill. What a talent. Why had I never thought of doing something similar? I shall try it when I return. Ignite. The battle lion steadied its thoughts and issued another command. The flame cat must not remain idle and succumb to its fate. Hearing its master's directive, the flame cat, despite the pain, summoned its inner energy. Flames ignited on its 4 paws, growing ever larger. The vines ensnaring the flame cat had no choice but to loosen their grip under the searing heat, retracting back. Seizing the opportunity, the flame cat accelerated, creating distance from the magical thorns. The injured magical thorns shook their petals and utilized a healing pollen technique. However, due to the low level of this skill, The healing effect was limited. Only the superficial wounds healed swiftly, while the deeper, charred areas mended slowly. Nevertheless, aside from healing pollen, the magical thorns possessed a proficient innate skill, regeneration, albeit at a high energy cost. Green energy surged throughout the magical thorns, causing the charred vines to shed their blackened exteriors and sprout fresh green shoots, returning to their former glory. Witnessing this, the battle lion gritted its teeth in frustration. I loathed battling against pets with healing abilities. The flame cat had already expended half of its energy after using fire breath twice and igniting its speed twice. The opposing one-star pet, having employed the entwining thorns technique twice, should also have little energy left. The next moments would be crucial. Although the opponent's striking speed was swift, hitting a moving target is no easy feat, especially since the magical thorns themselves moved slowly. The battle lion quickly devised a plan. Ignite, swift and erratic. Flame cat. The flame cat channeled its energy once more to sprint toward the magical thorns. This time, it did not move in a straight line, but rather darted left and right unpredictably. Shin Jingle understood that it was nearly impossible for the magical thorns to strike the flame cat under such circumstances. Moreover, the magic thorn had just utilized its regeneration ability, expending a considerable amount of energy, leaving it with barely enough power for approximately 3 more strikes. Victory must be achieved with a single blow, or else surrender would be inevitable. With the flame cat now merely a meter away, Shin Jingle made a decisive resolution. Unleash the flames. The war lion issued the command. Advance. Double strike from the front and back. Shin Jingle commanded as well. This command was unfamiliar to the magic thorn, yet it swiftly comprehended the intent of its trainer. Advance. The war lion was momentarily taken aback. Was it a mistake? My flame cat is unleashing fire upon your creature, and instead of instructing it to evade, you are urging it forward? In the astonished gaze of the war lion, the magic thorn leapt boldly towards the flames. It extended 2 vines. One vine rapidly coiled into a flat shape, meeting the flames spewed by the flame cat head-on, serving as a shield to protect the magic thorn's main body behind it. The other vine struck from the side, capitalizing on the momentary pause of the flame cat during its attack, swiftly wrapping around it from the rear. The thorns pierced the flame cat's body. Flame! The flame cat let out a pained cry, forced to cease its fiery assault. At that moment, the coiled vine had been completely scorched, leaving a piece of charred wood on the ground. Once the flame cat halted its fiery onslaught, it promptly reverted to its previously employed strategy, reactivating its fire tread. Flames ignited rapidly around the flame cat's feet, gradually engulfing half of its body. This time, the vines entwining the flame cat did not retreat from the searing heat. Instead, they shimmered with a green luminescence, simultaneously burning away and regenerating. Enduring the agony, the magic thorn drew the flame cat closer. This creature had inflicted such pain upon itself. If it did not retaliate, it would seem as though it had suffered in vain. Gazing at the fiery adversary before it, the magic thorn unhesitatingly wound its main body around it. More elongated thorns sprouted, penetrating the flame cat's flesh, with one piercing its neck, the most sensitive area. The flame cat let out a final cry before losing consciousness. Witnessing its opponent succumb, the now extinguished magic thorn tightened its grip even further. I shall strangle you, you feeble cat. War Tiger, wake up, wake up. The war lion shouted towards the flame cat. War Tiger was the name he had bestowed upon it. At this moment, the audience erupted in astonishment. Chapter 17. The perks of running a casino. Congratulations to the number 32 Blind Scorpion for winning this match. Shin Jingle gazed at the battered magic thorn, feeling a pang of sympathy. The reckless final move of the magic thorn had startled him. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. Oh my goodness! Must one exert oneself so fiercely? The magical thorn, after the referee announced the results of the match, leisurely released the flame cat. It then brandished its inky black-yellow flower, seeking praise from Shin Jingle. Magical! Behold my prowess! Indeed, you are exceptionally formidable, Shin Jingle responded with a thumbs up. The magical thorn emerged victorious? A lively discussion erupted among the spectators. A 1-star beast triumphing over a 2-star beast. Today, I have truly witnessed the extraordinary. The might of the combination technique has left an indelible impression on me. This diminutive beast master possesses considerable skill. One can only wonder how they train. As the magical thorn endured the searing pain of flames to press its attack, let us not overlook the courage it displayed. leaping forward even as flames bore down. My own thorn would never learn such bravery. When that charred shield fell like a burnt pancake, I felt a pang of sympathy, yet the magical thorn remained unfazed, ensnaring the flame cat with another vine. Such a strategy, inflicting harm on oneself while wounding the enemy, is hardly commendable. Where do you see it as inflicting harm on oneself while wounding the enemy? It is evidently more of a case of inflicting harm on 1,000 while suffering 2,000. The magical thorn is far more grievously injured than the flame cat. But the magical thorn appears quite vigorous, while the flame cat has collapsed, utterly incapacitated. That is due to the regenerative abilities of the magical thorn. Its resilience surpasses that of ordinary beasts. I have made my decision. My second beast shall be the magical thorn. The beast base sells them for 500,000 each. Do you still desire one? In the background, Shin Jingle retracted the magical thorn into the soul chart. The magical thorn had exhausted its energy for regeneration and pollen healing. Resting within the soul chart allows the beast to recover more swiftly than outside. The players who bet on the winning War Lion amassed a total of 3,250,000, while those who wagered on your victory totaled 430,000, making a grand total of 3,680,000. After deducting the payout of 13,760,000 for the winners, 2,304,000 remains. Subtracting venue and labor costs of 300,000 leaves 2,004,000. Rounding it off gives 200,000. The casino attendant conveyed to Shin Jingle, 200,000, split in half, will yield 100,000 for you. Shin Jingle's lips curled upwards in delight. At that moment, the staff continued. The healing fee for the flame cat is 180,000, and each participant's entry fee is 50,000, payable by the winner. You need to pay 100,000. Furthermore, do you wish to continue participating in our Beastmaster competitions? If so, we can list your name, Blind Scorpion, on the leaderboard, with a listing fee of 500,000 per year. Shin Jingle's lips twitched as he nodded. Very well. Let me calculate this for you. 200,000 minus 180,000 leaves 180,000. The casino will split this with you, granting you 90,000. After deducting the 100,000 entry fee and the 500,000 listing fee, this gives you 31,000. Please accept. Upon concluding the match, had he directly informed Shin Jingle that he could acquire 310,000, his joy would have been boundless. After all, he had anticipated that the magical thorn would falter. Should it fortuitously emerge victorious, it would merely align with a guaranteed minimum of 10,000, and anything exceeding that would surely warrant his delight. Instead, he found himself watching in dismay as 1,000,000 dwindled to 310,000, rendering his smile utterly elusive. When it comes to unscrupulousness, none surpasses your casino. Shin Jingle departed in a huff, initially intending to observe a few more matches following this one. However, given the dire state of the magical thorn, he resolved to take it home for treatment. Why not opt for treatment at the casino? It is exorbitantly priced. In a bid to prevent his 310,000 from further diminishing, Shin Jingle briskly made his way to the exit, exchanging his gambling chips for cash. Your earnings from the competition entitle you to a 10 service fee deduction. After this deduction, 310,000 translates to 279,000. A zero has been omitted and 270,000 has been transferred to your card. Please ensure you keep your card safe. Shin Jingle accepted the bank card, his expression laden with frustration. Perhaps he would establish a casino of his own one day. In the casino's backroom, the Battle Lion, eager to participate in subsequent matches, was attending to the healing cat in the medical room. Your companion has sustained 18 injuries, requiring 180,000 for healing. Including disinfection and bandaging, the total amounts to 200,000. Please proceed with the payment. 200,000. Shouldn't the winner cover this? The Battle Lion protested, wincing. The winner pays only for standard medical expenses. Since you wish for expedited healing to partake in tonight's upcoming matches, an additional fee is required. The 200,000 reflects the costs after deducting the winner's share. Very well. Then please proceed with the standard treatment. Understood. Please remit 20,000 for disinfection and bandaging. All right. At a pet clinic, the sun-kissed Shin Jingle addressed the physician. 2 bottles of recovery nutrient solution, please. Certainly. That will total 1,800. Upon receiving the payment, Shun Jingle summoned the magical thorn within the clinic, handing it the 2 bottles of nutrient solution. This solution swiftly replenishes a pet's energy. Although it does not match the potency of competition-specific energy liquids, it is far more digestible for an injured creature. After consuming both bottles, the magical thorn regained a substantial amount of energy. Subsequently, it cast a regeneration spell and 2 pollen healing spells upon itself. The magical thorn appeared revitalized, though its energy reserves were still low, leaving it in need of rest. After returning it to the soul map, Shun Jingle hailed a cab home. Reflecting on the evening's battles, he deemed his victory rather fortuitous. Firstly, he had indeed commanded well, and secondly, the magical thorn had fought valiantly. Another contributing factor was the lack of strategic guidance from the owner of the healing cat. If it were his contracted Flame Meow facing the circumstances of tonight, he would not merely allow Flame Meow to approach, breathe fire, and repeat this cycle ad infinitum. Instead, he would have Flame Meow advance, feign a fire-breathing attack, and, in the moment when the magical thorns swung their tendrils, leap aside to unleash the flames. Its speed was formidable, yet tonight it failed to capitalize on this advantage. It could have darted across the arena, leaving a trail of sparks while constraining the movement of the magical thorns, compelling them to strike. After depleting a wave of energy from the magical thorns, he would then close in, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash a fiery assault. The energy advantage of a 2-star beast would utterly overwhelm the magical thorns. Chapter 18. The Beautiful Maiden and the Divine Eye. The shortcomings of the magical thorns were glaringly evident, their sluggish movement. How could one facilitate rapid movement in a plant? Shun Jingle felt this was a crucial focus for upcoming training, though he had yet to devise specific methods. Setting aside his musings for the moment, he dialed Tang Ying's number. Tang Ying was currently en route back to Boiling City. Originally, Shun Jingle had planned to accompany her, but considering the training and battles involving the magical thorns, he decided against it. After all, a round trip to Boiling City would take nearly a month, and with the need to transfer Shun Yu's school registration and other matters, returning to Lawn City by the end of summer vacation would be a considerable achievement. They exchanged pleasantries and shared a few brief words. Tang Ying was on her way back, and all was going smoothly. After hanging up, Shun Jingle reclined on his bed and indulged in mobile gaming. He had recently purchased this phone, as previously, his family had opted for savings, providing only Tang Ying with a low-end device while he remained without one. With newfound funds, he had bought 2 superior smartphones, one for himself and one for Tang Ying, ensuring his own was equipped with ample storage for gaming purposes. Having triumphed in the competition that evening, he felt relaxed and played games throughout the night. The following day, Shun Jingle awoke at 2 p.m. and summoned the magical thorns. They had fully recovered and were in good condition. Hungry, the magical thorns communicated. Shun Jingle opened a bag of energy meals for it, and then prepared a simple meal for himself in the kitchen. After dining, he took the magical thorns once more to the Yunding Casino. Today, he had drawn number 20. Next, competitors number 20, the Blind Scorpion, and number 35, the Beautiful Maiden, were set to battle. Shun Jingle stood firmly as he entered with the staff. Before him stood the Beast Master known as the Beautiful Maiden, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, accompanied by a 6-eyed toad. The 6-eyed toad, a water-type beast and the 2-star evolution of the 4-eyed toad, possessed the innate skills of venom and sound waves. Despite its unappealing appearance, its diverse skills commanded a handsome price in the market. However, the sound wave attack of the 2-star 6-eyed toad was relatively weak, rendering it nearly ineffective as an offensive capability. Herein lies the information of 2 competitors. Contestant number 20, the Blind Scorpion, is a rising star who triumphed unexpectedly in yesterday's contest. His pet, the Enchanted Thorn, is a rare dual-element creature of wood and wind. During the previous match, he executed a remarkable combination technique. Contestant number 35, the Beautiful Girl, is a recently familiar face, having just advanced to the 88th position on the leaderboard. Her pet is the water-type 6-eyed toad, known for its formidable venomous attacks. Who shall emerge victorious today? Let us place our bets. The odds for the Blind Scorpion's Enchanted Thorn stand at 27, while the Beautiful Girl's 6-eyed toad has odds of 11. I shall continue to wager on the Blind Scorpion. He granted me a windfall of 200,000 yesterday. You foolishly naive individuals. The Blind Scorpion is destined to lose today. I bet on the Beautiful Girl 50,000. I wager 100,000 000 on the beautiful girl. I have recently become an admirer of hers. I too shall bet on the beautiful girl. Those who reach the top 100 on the leaderboard are no mere amateurs. Indeed, the blind scorpion has only fought once and has barely grazed the leaderboard. Perhaps he is a dark horse. I shall bet on the blind scorpion. You may yet find yourself regretting that. I have long stated that whenever the beautiful girl competes, I shall bet against her opponent. Goodness, what a massive brute. Yet he chooses such a feminine moniker. How revolting. Today, I wager 200,000 on the blind scorpion. 200,000? Are you out of your mind? The blind scorpion is not that formidable. Yesterday's victory was merely a stroke of luck, as his opponent clearly underestimated him. 200,000 is merely a sum I would spend on a meal. Go ahead and boast. With a whistle, the battle commenced. Both sides summoned their respective beasts. As the enchanted thorn entered the fray and beheld the six-eyed toad, it trembled violently, its vines undulating like waves. Enchantment. Good heavens! How can such an unsightly creature exist in this world? It has rendered me quite perturbed. The six-eyed toad, typically irked by remarks about its appearance, felt a surge of indignation upon hearing the enchanted thorn's comment. Croak. With a swift motion, it unleashed a venomous arrow towards the enchanted thorn. The enchanted thorn, once more trembling, evaded with grace. Enchantment. Please refrain from spitting at me. It is rather revolting, do you not understand? However, the venomous arrow only traveled a short distance of just over a meter, landing far from the enchanted thorn. Contestant number 35 wore a face of exasperation, wondering why the toad did not approach before launching its attack, wasting a precious shot. Shen Jinglei could only chuckle at the unexpected tidiness of the enchanted thorn. It seemed to fear even the thought of striking the six-eyed toad, lest it dirty its hands. Enchanted thorn, do not fear. Shen Jinglei encouraged it. Divine Eye, move closer, commanded the beautiful girl. Divine Eye? Shen Jinglei cast a glance at the imposing figure opposite her, marveling at the peculiar choice of names. While he dubbed himself the beautiful girl, he named the rather unappealing six-eyed toad Divine Eye. Perhaps I shall bestow a fitting name upon the enchanted thorn as well. Shen Jinglei momentarily lost focus, but remained attentive to the unfolding battle. Before their eyes, the six-eyed toad hopped towards the magical thorn, and it was mere seconds before the thorn would fall within its attack range. Shen Jingle issued a command, pollen healing. Unlike its debut, the magical thorn was on high alert, ready for battle. Upon receiving the command, it shook its delicate yellow flowers, releasing a flurry of pollen that cascaded down upon the six-eyed toad. As a wood-type creature with healing capabilities, the pollen not only possessed curative properties, but also had detoxifying and purifying effects. Yet, for the six-eyed toad, which was inherently toxic, the healing pollen felt akin to being doused in acid rain. Tiny white bubbles erupted on its skin, and its movements became sluggish. The pollen healing was indeed effective. This was a skill that required relatively little energy. Pollen healing. Shen Jingle commanded once more. The magical thorn complied, and this time, the areas previously marked by white bubbles expanded. The six-eyed toad halted, writhing as if besieged by countless ants, clearly distressed. However, at that moment, the magical thorn found itself within the toad's attack range. Venom Arrow, the young lady commanded. Despite its discomfort, the toad summoned its energy, opened its mouth, and launched a stream of venom towards the magical thorn. The thorn, anticipating the command from Shen Jingle, instinctively emulated its previous evasion strategy against the flame cat, extending two sturdy vines to elevate itself into the air. However, the toad's venom arrow was not akin to the flame cat's fiery breath. The fiery breath was a sustained ability, requiring the flame cat to continuously spew flames until they reached their intended target, thus completing the attack. In contrast, the venom arrow was instantaneous. As one shot was released, the six-eyed toad could swiftly pivot its head to unleash another. It could follow the opponent's trajectory, launching successive attacks. Though the magical thorn evaded the first venom arrow, it was struck twice during its ascent. Two gaping holes appeared in its main vine. Magic! It cried out in agony. Yet, the six-eyed toad did not relent. Unable to reach 3 meters in height with its venom, it shifted to attack the left vine with fervor. Shen Jingle furrowed her brow. Although the six-eyed toad was not as swift as the flame cat, its battle instinct and reaction time surpassed that of the flame cat. Notably, it had adjusted its strategy on its own, attacking the supporting vine instead of the magical thorn's main body, all without a command from its beastmaster. Simultaneously, it proved more challenging for the magical thorn to land a hit on it. Due to the continuous nature of the flame cat's fire jet ability, it remained stationary while unleashing its attacks, thus providing an opportunity for the arcane thorn to retaliate. In contrast, the six-eyed toad executes its strikes with a swift change of position, moving at a speed that exceeds that of the arcane thorn's assault. Arcane, spare me your spittle. At that moment, the arcane thorn once again emitted a sound, maneuvering its two supporting vines as if they were legs, comically evading on the ground. It found itself in a rather precarious situation, cornered by the six-eyed toad, utterly at a loss regarding how to confront this repugnant foe. Just then, it heard the voice of its beastmaster. Spin and strike. Spin, strike? The arcane thorn pondered for a moment, grasping the intent of its master. It quickly summoned its internal energy, producing 3 additional vines, for a total of 5. The 5 vines began to whirl in a clockwise motion. Initially caught off guard, the six-eyed toad received 2 stinging blows, yet the arcane thorn, repulsed by its filth, refrained from entangling it, merely allowing the thorns to pierce. Enduring the pain, the six-eyed toad leapt out of the range of the arcane thorn's attack. The 2 vines that struck the toad became coated in its slimy secretion, causing the arcane thorn to feel utterly disgusted. It paid no mind to the toad's whereabouts, focusing intently on the task of flailing its vines in a fervent attempt to rid them of the repulsive residue. Thus, its vines transformed into propellers. As the propellers spun faster and faster, reaching a velocity that blurred into a mere afterimage, the arcane thorn suddenly lifted an inch, then 2 inches off the ground. Propelled skyward, a considerable airflow enveloped the area. Shin Jingle's mouth fell agape in astonishment. The arcane thorn ascended higher and higher, ultimately stabilizing itself at a height of 4 meters. The six-eyed toad, gazing up at its adversary, leapt forcefully to launch a venomous dart, but it missed due to the distance. The scene fell into silence. The six-eyed toad could not reach the arcane thorn, left merely to glare in frustration. Meanwhile, the arcane thorn reveled in its newfound freedom, finally able to evade the loathsome creature and free from the sticky residue. Alas, it lamented its lack of a long-range attack that would not require contact, for the thought of striking the toad only to become soiled again filled it with dread. Thus, the arcane thorn simply glared back at the six-eyed toad. The fair maiden observed the unfolding scenario with a sense of calm, confident in her assured victory. The six-eyed toad needed only to wait beneath, anticipating the moment the arcane thorn would exhaust its energy and be compelled to descend, at which point it could deliver a decisive blow and claim triumph. Shin Jingle was acutely aware of the unfavorable circumstances he currently faced. He originally intended to wield the magical thorny vine in a swirling motion, extending its tendrils to launch a wide-ranging attack, thus compensating for the inherent sluggishness in the vine's movement speed, allowing him to contend with the six-eyed toad. To his surprise, the magical thorny vine took flight. It must be said, this aerial maneuver seemingly enhanced its speed. As Shin Jingle observed the vine hovering in the air, he suddenly noticed the swirling winds within the arena. A vivid image from the game Plants vs. Zombies sprang to his mind, a 3-leaf clover. An epiphany struck Shin Jingle. Accelerate, he commanded, responding to the order. The magical thorny vine exerted every ounce of strength, fervently rotating its propeller. The master's intent was likely to accelerate the rotation. As the propeller spun faster and faster, the surrounding winds intensified, swiftly forming a miniature whirlwind. The gusts swept over the six-eyed toad, causing it to lose its balance and be lifted into the air. How delightful! The magical thorny vine instantly became exhilarated, intuitively adjusting the direction of its propeller, using the wind to blow the six-eyed toad out of the arena. Disgusting creature, get lost. Announcer and audience. Contestant number 35, the six-eyed toad, has been moved out of the arena by contestant number 20, the magical thorny vine. The victor of this match is contestant number 20. Shin Jingle beamed with a radiant smile, not solely for his victory, but also for the newfound skill his magical thorny vine had acquired. In the audience, a devoted fan of the beautiful girl sat despondently, his eyes devoid of light. Over the course of 2 months, he had bet on the beautiful girl, multiplying his investment from 50,000 to over 400,000. Tonight, upon witnessing a 1-star pet battling the six-eyed toad, he unhesitatingly wagered his entire fortune. The result? A swift return to square one. Damn it, the beautiful girl actually stumbled. Is this even a legitimate win? Isn't this cheating? Indeed, in a direct confrontation, the magical thorny vine would hardly stand a chance against the six-eyed toad. Do not make excuses. The competition rules state that crossing the arena's edge constitutes a loss, regardless of how one crosses. It's as if you imply that blowing the six-eyed toad away is a simple task. Go ahead and try it yourself. This six-eyed toad weighs at least 30 pounds. The mere fact that a one-star magical thorny vine could lift it is already quite remarkable. Blind Scorpion's victory was undoubtedly a matter of luck, and this match was even luckier than the last. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. Let us not digress. In my view, it was merely the six-eyed toad's hideousness that ignited the potential within the magical thorny vine. You are a breeder, aren't you? You understand pets. I concur. Judging by the magical thorny vine's disdainful expression, it was almost as if it wished to inscribe the words "get lost" all over its body. After all this discussion, does anyone know what technique the magical thorny vine just employed? It must have been the spinning whirlwind. Do not forget that the magical thorny vine possesses wind attributes. However, the thorn of magic is merely a one-star skill. I recall that this technique requires at least 4 stars to master. Indeed, it is a miniature version. Even the miniature version is quite formidable. At the settlement counter, the server skillfully calculated the total wager placed by those betting on the beauty to win amounts to 3.06 million, while those betting on your victory totaled 560,000, culminating in a grand total of 3.62 million. After deducting the 15.12 million awarded to the winners, a remainder of 21.08 million persists. Subtracting the venue and labor costs of 300,000 leaves 18.08 million, which, when simplified, translates to 1.8 million. Chapter 20. Lurking after deducting the healing fee for the six-eyed toad of 50,000, 1.75 million remains. The casino will split this with you, granting you 875,000. And after deducting the contestant's entry fee of 100,000, you are left with 775,000. Jingle, then simplify it. Server, tonight, you will face the beauty ranked 88th on the leaderboard. You have earned the temporary right to replace her position. Will you spend 100,000 to comprehend the leaderboard? Comprehend the leaderboard? A loudspeaker announces my rank, flaunting my prowess. Come challenge me if you dare. Another 100,000? Am I paying to invite a beating? Jingle, what is the purpose of comprehending the leaderboard? Server, all beast masters on the leaderboard will receive information regarding your rank change. Interested beast masters may challenge you within a week of receiving this information. Jingle, indeed, it is merely paying for a beating. Server, beast masters who receive 5 or more challenge invitations may select one within a week to compete in the Wind and Cloud Arena. Betting in the Wind and Cloud Arena does not involve odds. It operates on a wager-based system. The stakes from the losing bets will be distributed between the winner and the players who wagered on the winner, with the winner receiving 30 and the remainder allocated according to the player's contributions. The casino, aside from collecting a venue and labor fee of 500,000 and healing costs, does not partake in the profits. Jingle, profits to be made. Very well, I shall comprehend it. Understood, you are now comprehended. The remaining amount is 6.75 million. Here is your 670,000 in gambling tokens. Please accept. Jingle lingered to observe 4 more matches before departing. At the exchange counter, after a 10 deduction and simplification, he received 600,000. Now, Jingle possesses 1.65 million interstellar coins. In the stillness of the night, Jingle took a taxi, taking a longer route to the Hehe Garden Peninsula Villa District. Along the way, he delved into the soul chart to examine the data on the Thorn of Magic. Level, 1 star, 38, 465,000. Element, wood, 70, wind, 30. Talent, regeneration, mastery 18, 652,000. Wind stabilization, entry 23, 500. Skills, entangling thorns, minor achievement 20, 215,000. Pollen healing, proficient 6, 361,000. Rotating cyclone, entry 86, 500. A new talent, wind stabilization, has been acquired. A capability that allows one to maintain stability amidst the wind. The skill known as spinning hurricane has been acquired. a sophisticated ability typically learned only by beasts of 4 stars or above. Currently, the magical thorn is merely at a 1-star level. Yet it has managed to master this skill. One wonders whether this is the result of Shun Jingle's extraordinary luck or the innate talent of the magical thorn itself. It is just 1,000 points away from advancing to a 2-star beast. Beasts are classified into star level and superstar level categories. Star level beasts range from 0 stars to 5 stars, with their corresponding values being 0 stars, 0 to 2,000, 1 star, 2,000 to 5,000, 2 stars, 5,000 to 10,000, 3 stars, 10,000 to 20,000, 4 stars, 20,000 to 50,000, and 5 stars, 50,000 to 100,000. Superstar level beasts are further divided into bronze, 100,000 to 200,000, silver, 200,000 to 400,000, gold, 400,000 to 700,000, king, 700,000, 100,000, emperor, 1 million to 2 million, and god level, 5 million. The skill levels of beasts are categorized into low level, mid level, high level, super level, earth level, sky level, and divine level skills. The higher the skill level, the more challenging it is to learn, and the greater its power. For instance, the entry-level spinning hurricane possesses greater power than the proficient entangling spike, as the latter is a low-level skill while the former is a high-level skill. The higher the beast's level, the more likely it is to acquire advanced skills. For instance, star-level beasts find it exceedingly difficult to learn skills of super-level or above. The more Shin Jingle comprehends the rules of this world, the more he feels compelled to accumulate wealth. Only with money can one contract superior beasts, nurture them effectively, and ultimately lead a life of leisure. Engrossed in these thoughts, he arrived at the villa area of Hahua Garden Peninsula. In recent days, he had taken to visiting this place occasionally. Aside from observing the beast master who had contracted the Tower of Enlightenment coming and going in the dead of night, he had not encountered anything else of note. He had assumed this evening would yield no results. However, unexpectedly, he spotted a familiar face. At the entrance of the villa area, Zhang Huiyang was seen hunched over, trailing behind the beast master of the Tower of Enlightenment, making his way toward Villa Number 9. 2 individuals followed closely, seemingly attendants of Zhang Huiyang. About an hour later, Zhang Huiyang emerged from the villa alongside his 2 attendants. Shin Jingle observed from a distance without approaching. A vehicle that had been parked by the roadside suddenly revved up and drew near to pick up Zhang Huiyang and his companions. Zhang Huiyang appeared reluctant to board, prompting his attendant to push him into the car. As a young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Huiyang's late-night visit to Villa Number 9 certainly raised suspicions. It appeared that without the soul map, his standing within the family had diminished, as he had clearly been coerced into coming here. What could Zhang Huiyang be doing inside? Is this laboratory, in fact, owned by the Zhang family? A smirk played on Shun Jingle's lips. He had long pondered how to delve deeper into the affairs of Villa Number 9, and now, a promising lead had finally presented itself. The following morning, before dawn, Shin Jingle arrived near Li Yongqian's home, waiting for him. Around 7 o'clock, Li Yongqian's figure materialized at a breakfast shop, where he purchased meals for 3 and turned to head home. It was then that he spotted Shin Jingle. Shin Jingle? What brings you here? Li Yongqian inquired. I need to speak with you. Come with me, Shin Jingle replied. Why should I follow you? Who do you think you are? As Shin Jingle spoke and decisively turned away, Li Yongqian nearly let a curse slip. However, upon reflecting on the shattered state of his own aspirations, he resigned himself to a mundane existence. In contrast, Shin Jingle had the potential to awaken and become a beast master by the following year. Smoothing out his disdainful expression, he trailed behind Shin Jingle. Li Yongqian's mind was a tumult of thoughts. Soon, Shin Jingle led him to a secluded spot by the riverbank. What has Zhang Huiyang been up to recently? Shin Jingle initiated the conversation. I don't know. We haven't been in touch for a long time, Li Yongqian responded. Taken aback that Shin Jingle bypassed any pleasantries and launched directly into questioning, particularly about Zhang Huiyang. Growing impatient, he wondered when Shin Jingle had started speaking to him in such a tone. Was it simply because he had become an ordinary person? At that moment, a green star formation illuminated the area, and a verdant vine unfurled its leaves within the constellation. The instant the dual stars of the green formation appeared, Li Yongqian's jaw dropped in astonishment, his breakfast scattering to the ground. Why you awakened? A 2-star beast master. Is that really you, Shin Jingle? I wasn't intentionally bullying you. It was all Zhang Huiyang's doing. Why is Zhang Huiyang targeting me? Shin Jingle continued, unfazed. Ruan Yuntong from Class 1 had him do it. He and Zhang Huiyang have fallen out, and he has no reason to protect him anymore. Ruan Yuntong. Shen Jingle frowned. Yes, Ruan Yuntong orchestrated the bullying, hoping to help you so that you might end up being her boyfriend, Li Yongqian divulged. I'm sorry, I can't comprehend that, Shen Jingle replied. So why is Zhang Huiyang assisting Ruan Yuntong? He's pursuing her, trying to win her favor, Li Yongqian explained. This circle is truly chaotic, Shen Jingle remarked. Chapter 21. Zhang Huiyang's secret. Li Yongqian continued, trembling slightly. The Zhang family wishes to ally with the Ruan family, but there are no specific arrangements regarding who will marry whom. Zhang Huiyang aims to pursue Ruan Yuntong. However, he is not her type. Ruan Yuntong urged him to pressure you. If he succeeds in cornering you, she could feign a relationship with Zhang Huiyang in front of her family. Why does the Zhang family want to ally with the Ruan family? Shen Jingle probed. I don't know. Zhang Huiyang didn't elaborate. It seems the Ruan family has some business interest that the Zhang family wants a share of, Li Yongqian replied. Are you truly unaware of what Zhang Huiyang has been doing lately? Shen Jingle asked. Li Yongqian, we have parted ways. At this point, Li Yongqian's tone suddenly turned somber. You are aware, aren't you? The bond between him and me is shattered. Shen Jingle's demeanor remained composed, feigning an attentive air. As Li Yongqian gazed at the unhurried, self-assured Shen Jingle, he mused that becoming a beastmaster indeed transformed him. It was entirely his fault for seeking trouble with you. We pursued you without any registration, and ultimately, it remains unclear who unleashed the soul domain to attack us. Li Yongqian recounted the events of that day in great detail to Shen Jingle. Due to our lack of registration, we could not verify our awakening, and the matter ended without resolution, with the school offering no compensation. Jingle, you did not participate in the unified awakening because you had already awakened naturally at that time, correct? When did your awakening occur? Li Yongqian still found it hard to believe that Shen Jingle not only awakened, but had also become a 2-star Beastmaster, indicating he must have awakened over a year ago. Li Yongqian couldn't help but steal another glance at the magical thorn, a pet worth 500,000, which would require substantial funds to maintain. Shen Jingle did not seem to embody the weakness and poverty he typically portrayed. If that were the case, why did he silently endure Zhang Huiyang's torment? Why did he not resist? Li Yongqian was perplexed but profoundly shaken, envisioning a grand narrative that elevated Shen Jingle in his esteem. Now, call Zhang Huiyang and inquire about what he has been up to lately, without disclosing my situation. Shen Jingle did not respond to Li Yongqian's query, but continued in a commanding tone. This time, Li Yongqian obediently retrieved his phone and dialed Zhang Huiyang's number. Hello, Huiyang. How have you been lately? Well, how could I possibly be well? Why don't you ask yourself how you are? Have you finally remembered to reach out to me? Wasn't it you who turned your back on me, claiming we would never associate again? I said that out of anger, Huiyang. I was deeply hurt at the time and spoke without thinking. Don't take it to heart. In my mind, you remain my best friend. I have forgiven you. So let us not dwell on the past. Why did you call? I wanted to ask if you have time to meet up and catch up. Not really. I've been busy with matters. Busy with what? Not convenient to discuss. Zhang Huiyang replied from the other end. Huiyang, we are the closest of friends. I have always been your right-hand man. Whatever you need, you can count on me to help. On the other end of the line, Li Yongqian resumed his previous obsequiousness with Zhang Huiyang. After a long silence, Zhang Huiyang finally spoke. I have not yet made progress, but I will tell you one thing. You must keep it a secret. Huiyang, rest assured, I will not reveal it to anyone. I have discovered a way to awaken my soul map once more. What? Li Yongqian could hardly believe it, instinctively glancing at Shen Jingle, who, under the weighty gaze of Shen Jingle, turned docile as a lamb. At present, I cannot provide specific details. Suffice it to say that I am still in the experimental phase. Please keep this confidential for me. However, if there is hope for success, I will certainly bring you along. Indeed, you are truly my best friend, Huiyang. I cannot thank you enough. Li Yongqian exclaimed with excitement. The two engaged in casual conversation for a few more minutes, during which they even vented their frustrations about Shen Jingle. Li Yongqian awkwardly chimed in a few times before excusing himself under the pretext of having breakfast and ended the call. As he slipped his phone into his pocket, Li Yongqian cast a troubled glance at Shen Jingle. He was taken aback by Zhang Huiyang's revelation of a method to awaken the soul map anew. What was particularly vexing was that he had asked about it in front of Shen Jingle, given that Shen Jingle had previously been so severely bullied by them. Would he now jeopardize their situation upon learning this? Li Yongqian felt a wave of regret for not having reached out to Zhang Huiyang sooner. Meanwhile, Shen Jingle was also pondering Zhang Huiyang's words. According to his prior understanding, once a soul map shatters, it cannot be restored. Furthermore, each individual possesses at most one soul map. It is impossible for another to be awakened. What, then, could Zhang Huiyang's method entail? Was it possible that his own knowledge was insufficient, and there genuinely exists a means to reawaken a soul map? Reflecting on the human experiments conducted by his aunt at Villa No. 9, Shen Jingle was certain that Zhang Huiyang's so-called method was anything but legitimate. Shen Jingle decided to exchange phone numbers with Li Yongqian, instructing him to uncover the secrets behind Zhang Huiyang's claims and to relay any new information to him at the earliest opportunity. After imparting these words to Li Yongqian, Shen Jingle took his leave. With the allure of reawakening lingering, Shen Jingle was confident that Li Yongqian would pursue clarity without needing his encouragement. The only concern was that Li Yongqian might not voluntarily share information with him. Moreover, it was highly likely that Li Yongqian would disclose his awakening as a 2-star beast master to Zhang Huiyang, possibly leading them to suspect that the earlier shattering of the soul map was somehow connected to him. However, judging from Zhang Huiyang's behavior during the exam days, when he refrained from causing trouble, it seemed unlikely that he would take action against him given his precarious position within the Zhang family. After once again feigning profundity in front of Li Yongqian, Shen Jingle retracted the magical thorns into his soul map and departed, at least ensuring that Li Yongqian would perceive him as a force to be reckoned with. On his way back, Shen Jingle reviewed the events at Villa No. 9. His aunt, Tang Ying, had conducted drug trials with many ordinary individuals there, originally unaware of the true purpose of their experiments, only knowing that 9 out of 10 trial participants met their demise. Now, with Zhang Huiyang also present, it seemed likely that, given his character, he would prefer to remain an ordinary person rather than risk his life in such perilous circumstances. The drugs Zhang Huiyang was testing were surely different from those consumed by Tang Ying and the others. The probability of death from what he ingested was certainly not as exaggerated. Or perhaps he was not there to take drugs at all. Was he seeking reawakening? Could it be that the laboratory is researching a potion to awaken ordinary individuals? It is noteworthy that many people are unable to awaken each year. Only a rare few experience natural awakening, while the majority rely on magical arrays for their awakening. Since most can awaken through these arrays, it stands to reason that the remaining individuals might indeed awaken through alternative methods. Shen Jingle intends to take some time to explore literature on this subject. Chapter 22. The Green-Haired Lizard. The situation at Villa No. 9 must be observed for now, as it is not within his current purview. Shen Jingle promptly redirected his thoughts back to himself. He contemplated naming his magical thorn. Little Green would not suffice. What about Qingting? Tengjiao? Asparagus? It seemed the more he pondered, the less plausible the names became. Indeed, he was quite inept at naming. He certainly could not call it Nicolas Cage Vine. After further reflection, he ultimately decided on Little Qing. When he later contracts a white pet beast, he would name it Little Bai, creating a harmonious pair. With ample time remaining, Shen Jingle returned to his residence for a light lunch and summoned the magical thorn. From now on, you shall be called Little Qing. Magic. Good. The magical thorn joyfully twirled around, clearly pleased with its new name. With the evening still ahead, Shen Jingle yearned to train with Little Qing before heading to the casino. However, their modest 20-square-meter room, divided into a living area and a bedroom, offered insufficient space for training a pet beast. Traveling to Mo Family Mountain would be too time-consuming. Not to mention that training also consumed energy, and he lacked energy supplements. He required both a regular training space and the purchase of energy replenishments. Shen Jingle resolved to venture out and search for a new residence. Their current dwelling was a self-built house by the previous owner, situated in a relatively impoverished area with low property prices. Tang Ying had initially purchased it for 260,000 interstellar coins. With 1.65 million coins in his possession, he felt emboldened to explore housing options. However, after a stroll around, he discovered that he could only admire the properties. He desired a 3-bedroom apartment with a training facility, but the cheapest option started at over 3 million. A 3-bedroom apartment with an integrated training area would exceed 7 million, while a standalone house with a yard would surpass 20 million. Silently, Shen Jingle returned home, donned his mature attire, and made his way to the Yunding Fengyun Casino. He was determined to earn money. 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 Tonight, he drew number 38. We invite contestant 19, Tianmu, to face off against contestant 38, Blind Scorpion. The host's voice resonated. Contestant 19 is our newcomer, with a one-star pet shrimp, while contestant 38 is a seasoned veteran, having successfully challenged opponents 2 levels higher twice. The outcome of this match seems predictable, yet could a reversal occur? Let us wait and see. On the 19th, the match featured the whimsical PP Shrimp with odds of 45 and the formidable Mystic Thorn with odds of 12. Shin Jingle couldn't help but exclaim, "Have we become seasoned veterans after just 2 matches?" Given the odds, the outcome of this contest seemed utterly predictable. Mystic Thorn would undoubtedly triumph. With just 2 powerful strikes, the PP Shrimp was rendered unconscious. Initially, Mystic Thorn had opted not to initiate the attack, but upon the PP Shrimp's entrance, it boldly released a noxious gas. Although the audience perceived this as a fiery display, to Mystic Thorn, anything emanating from the posterior was merely flatulence. Could it tolerate such an affront? Before Shin Jingle could issue commands, Mystic Thorn unleashed its full strength in 2 decisive blows. Tragically, the PP Shrimp had barely exhaled half of its fiery breath before succumbing to unconsciousness. Shin Jingle emerged victorious in this contest. However, those who wagered on his triumph amounted to 3.65 million, while only 920,000 had backed his opponent. After rewarding the winning players, a mere 190,000 remained, insufficient even to cover the 300,000 for the venue. Ultimately, he received a symbolic sum of 10,000, which required no commission and was directly credited to his account. Earning 10,000 for a single match was commendable. Even in defeat, it served to train Mystic Thorn, a feat that Tang Ying couldn't achieve in an entire month. Shin Jingle reassured himself, striving to avoid recalling the stark contrast to his previous earnings. Having won 3 consecutive matches at our casino, those who triumphed that evening were granted the opportunity to participate in the arena contest. "Will you partake?" the host inquired. The so-called Battle of Victors, where the competition intensifies until the end. With financial rewards at stake, there was no reason to decline, even if each match yielded only 10,000. In addition to the share of winnings from each bout, becoming the arena champion and achieving the highest number of victories would also secure additional bonuses. Players not only wagered on the outcome of each match, but could also bet on an individual's consecutive wins or their final standings. It was only upon entering the arena contest that Shin Jingle discovered the leaderboard ranked by the level of the summoned beasts. 1-star and 2-star beasts appeared on the win list 1, 3-star beasts on win list 2, 4-star beasts on cloud list 1, and 5-star beasts on cloud list 2. Each list showcased only the top 100, with those beyond this threshold remaining unranked, merely acknowledged by their presence on the list. No wonder he managed to break into the top 100 after only his second match. It turned out to be merely the rankings of 1-star and 2-star beasts. Every casino maintained its own leaderboard, and each participant had paid 500,000 to be listed, binding the contestants and the casinos in a mutually beneficial relationship. It was not uncommon for those ranked highly to receive tempting offers from other casinos seeking to lure them away. The arena competition grouped 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star beasts together, while 4-star and 5-star beasts competed in a separate category. Each evening featured 30 preliminary matches, with 20 beasts advancing. Excluding those who forfeited or lacked qualifications for the arena contest, typically around 10 participants engaged each night. This evening, Shin Jingle's group comprised 14 individuals. Shin Jingle took a glance at the information and noted that there were 3 3-star beasts, 9 2-star beasts, and 2 1-star beasts. The timing of entry into the arena is a profound art. Entering too early may increase the likelihood of consecutive victories, as seasoned competitors tend to target the arena champion, leading to numerous battles and greater energy depletion, which can leave their beasts fatigued and injured, ultimately affecting their performance. However, if 1's beasts possess only average capabilities, delaying entry might result in an immediate defeat in the first match. After some evaluation, Shin Jingle assessed that the magical thorn was of moderate strength, making it suitable for an early entry. With little hope of defeating the arena champion, he decided to aim for multiple battles. Just as he contemplated this, another 1-star beast Tamer had already taken the stage with a green-haired lizard. As Shin Jingle walked towards the arena, he recalled recent studies on the green-haired lizard. It is a one-star Earth-type beast, renowned for its strong defense, rapid crawling speed, and ability to burrow underground, typically utilizing skills such as Earthquake and Sandstorm. Named for the tuft of green hair atop its head, the two one-star beasts held little spectacle. What they did not realize was that the magical thorn had recently arrived and had successfully challenged opponents of higher ranks twice. They were also unaware that the green-haired lizard had similarly succeeded in a higher-level challenge that evening. What is so impressive? I'll eliminate them all in the next round, murmured the competitors in the waiting area as the audience began placing bets. The odds for the arena match were fluctuating. At the end of the betting period, the green-haired lizard had odds of 24, while the magical thorn had odds of 13. A total of 25 million was wagered on the green-haired lizard, while 32 million was placed on the magical thorn. With a whistle, the match commenced. The green-haired lizard and the magical thorn both sprang into action simultaneously. Chapter 23. The mighty bull. The magical thorn unleashed 5 twisting vines, while the green-haired lizard swiftly burrowed into the earth. As it tunneled through the ground, the green-haired lizard quickly reached the spot where the magical thorn had originally been stationed. It emerged from the soil and spat a mouthful of sand towards the magical thorn, only to find its aim was off. The magical thorn had already taken to the air, spiraling upward with its propeller-like motion, well out of reach. The green-haired lizard, having burrowed underground, suffered from its inability to see the unfolding battle. As it erupted from the ground to unleash the sand, the magical thorn seized the opportunity to strike. Yet, the green-haired lizard was remarkably swift. After expelling the sand, it immediately dove back into the earth, leaving the magical thorn to strike nothing but a chunk of yellow soil. Indeed, those who make it to the arena possess a certain level of skill. The moves employed by both contestants had been prearranged through discussions between the tamers and their beasts, and from this point onward, success would depend on their real-time command. Shinjingle was momentarily untroubled, for the green-haired lizard would find it challenging to reach the 4-meter-high magical thorn. However, akin to the battle against the six-eyed toad, the green-haired lizard's burrowing did not require significant energy expenditure. The magical thorns danced in the air, wielding 5 tendrils that consumed considerable energy, which was more than Shinjingle could afford. Striking the ground, he issued a command. The magical thorns unleashed a rotating tendril toward the earth, shattering the intact surface into fragments. The magical thorns targeted a specific direction, retreating and altering their course as the opposing beastmaster commanded. With renewed vigor, the magical thorns declared that no matter how the direction changed, every inch of the soil would be uprooted, leaving no doubt of finding the adversary. The current force of the magical thorns was such that a single strike could obliterate an area the size of a palm, yet the actual affected area was 5-fold. Therefore, the strikes were not in immediate succession. There was roughly half a meter between each. Before long, the green-haired lizard was compelled to reveal itself. The instant it emerged, it unleashed a torrent of sand, which quickly obscured its form in the wind. One could only surmise its presence in the dense sand, unable to discern its precise location. The magical thorns fervently spun like a propeller, generating a miniature whirlwind. The sand was swept up, along with the green-haired lizard. The swirling sand etched marks upon the lizard's tough and resilient hide, yet these scratches inflicted no real harm. The green-haired lizard struggled to stabilize itself amid the whirl, then expelled even more sand. The increased sand volume diminished the wind's velocity, causing the lizard to descend gradually. The magical thorns exerted all their might to expel it outward, but the effort became increasingly strenuous, always falling just short. Ultimately, as the sand accumulated, the mini whirlwind could no longer withstand the burden and came to a halt. The green-haired lizard also paused at the edge of the arena. As soon as it stopped, it burrowed back into the earth. In terms of offensive strength, the green-haired lizard was significantly weaker than the previously encountered six-eyed toad. Yet this sand was the bane of the magical thorn's mini whirlwind. In the recent exchange, the green-haired lizard had expended a considerable amount of energy, yet the magical thorns had consumed nearly twice that amount. Now, it had retreated underground. If Shinjingle attempted to coax it out in the same manner, the magical thorns would deplete even more energy. After a brief contemplation, Shinjingle realized that the current situation would likely necessitate an exchange of injuries. Little Qing, to the ground, he commanded. The magical thorns descended to the earth, extending a tendril into the hole just created by the green-haired lizard. Thus, The green-haired lizard dashed ahead while the magical thorns pursued closely behind. Although the lizard tunneled underground, the newly displaced earth quickly concealed the path. Nevertheless, the magical thorns could discern its trajectory through the varying firmness of the soil. The magical thorns developed roots, excavating through the loose earth in relentless pursuit of the green-haired lizard. Several times along the way, they nearly caught up to the lizard, only to have their tendrils severed by its sharp teeth. The magical thorn has once again sprouted vines from its severed end, relentlessly pursuing its target. It is common knowledge that wood-type beasts are not particularly swift, yet few are aware that those endowed with regenerative abilities exhibit remarkable growth rates. The growth speed of the magical thorn surpasses even that of typical regeneration skills possessed by adept beasts. This fact was unbeknownst to Shinjingle, whose experiences were limited. Given that the green-haired lizard moved considerably slower underground than on the surface, he believed it perfectly reasonable for the magical thorn to catch up. After several rounds of competition, the magical thorn ultimately triumphed. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a vine ensnared a shrieking green-haired lizard, pulling it from the earth. The green-haired lizard struggled desperately, yet the vine constricted tighter. Eventually, the lizard succumbed to unconsciousness due to asphyxiation. The magical thorn emerged victorious. It is hard to fathom that this was a contest between two one-star beasts. Indeed, it was more thrilling than many two-star matches. Does anyone else feel that the growth rate of the magical thorn is somewhat extraordinary? Not just somewhat, but exceedingly so. It was my first realization that the growth rate of wood-type beasts could rival the running speed of ground-type beasts. Not merely rival, but surpass. It is indeed quite exaggerated. Could this magical thorn be mutated? I recall it not being this formidable. I find myself eager for the next match. I shall bet on the magical thorn to win. So do I. In this match, after accounting for the payouts to winning bettors, a total of 9.54 million remains. After deducting the costs of 500,000, the remainder will be split between the casino and Shinjingle, who will receive 220,000 betting tokens, after omitting the zeros. During the 5-minute intermission, Shinjingle spent 30,000 betting tokens to acquire 3 one-star energy recovery potions for the magical thorn. The mildly injured magical thorn utilized 2 doses of pollen healing. Soon, the next match commenced. This time, the contender was a Mamba Bull, the 2-star form of the Mamba Cow. As a fighting-type beast, it possessed immense strength and formidable defense. Shinjingle held little confidence for this bout. The Mamba Bull was renowned for its power, making it a daunting task for the magical thorn to subdue it. Unlike other 2-star forms, the Mamba Bull had reached its ultimate evolution, rendering it incapable of further advancement. Many 2-star beasts, still refining their skills, often ascend to 3-star status once their energy levels are sufficient. The Mamba Bull, however, had maximized its skill attributes, making it a formidable opponent. Among the competitors, there were undoubtedly beasts weaker than the Mamba Bull, and it was clear that the opponent aimed to secure additional victories at this juncture. Surely, they would not lose so soon in the second match. Shinjingle pondered privately. Chapter 24, Energy Absorption. I bet 50,000 on the Mamba Bull. Were you not just saying that you intended to wager on the magical thorn this match? However, the next contender is the formidable MNBNI from Yangshan. You may not be aware, but its skills have been mastered to perfection. Really? Achieving perfection is the pinnacle for MNBNI. So I too shall place my bet on it. It must be MNBNI. The odds of the MNLNI evolving into MNBNI are exceedingly low, yet once it evolves, it truly becomes a powerful entity at the 2-star level. There is no room for further elevation. It merely occupies a contract slot, and with a long lifespan. I would never consider contracting such a beast. I shall bet on the magic thorn instead. If a contracted beast dies naturally, the contract is automatically dissolved, freeing up a contract slot for the beast master to bond with another creature. However, if a beast is forcibly released from the contract without natural death, both the soul of the beast master and the soul core of the beast will suffer damage. The soul core is the essence of the beast's spirit, the vessel for its energy and skills. It lacks a physical form, seemingly existing in another dimension. Some research suggests that the human soul's blueprint also resides within this dimension, which is one reason why humans can form contracts with beasts. As long as the soul core endures, the beast will not perish. Thus, regardless of how fierce the battle may be, the beast merely sustains injuries. Soon, the betting concluded. There were 28 million wagered on MNBNI, with odds of 12, while 45 million was placed on the Magic Thorn, with odds of 26. With a whistle, the match commenced. Upon entering the arena, MNBNI charged fiercely at the Magic Thorn, employing a technique known as recklessness. Recklessness, a mid-level combat skill, channels energy to the head, allowing it to sprint at great speed and ram into the opponent. Seeing the aggressive approach of MNBNI, the Magic Thorn hastily anchored its twin vines to the ground, elevating its body to evade. MNBNI missed its target, yet it remained undeterred. It glanced up at the Magic Thorn. At that moment, the Magic Thorn swung its two vines toward it. MNBNI swiftly turned to flee. The Magic Thorn raised its anchored vines and began to strike, its body descending toward the ground. It executed a spinning strike, sending its vines one after another towards MNBNI. Although MNBNI was fast, its large size made it more susceptible to the Magic Thorn's attacks compared to the six-eyed toad and the green-haired lizard. It was struck several times, feeling some pain, yet it was not significant due to its high defense. Each strike merely penetrated the surface of MNBNI's skin before it quickly broke free. This time, the Magic Thorn seized the opportunity. As it swung, it swiftly wrapped around MNBNI, driving its thorns deep into its flesh. MNBNI finally let out a cry of anguish. MNB, cleave, commanded the opponent's Beastmaster. MNBNI, initially unaware of being ensnared, only reacted upon receiving the command, realizing that the vines entangling it originated from the main body. Although its cleave skill could not strike the already wrapped parts, it could target the connecting sections. Without hesitation, it unleashed its skill. The cleave, a rudimentary skill in combat, allows one to concentrate energy in their limbs, executing swift strikes that emulate the effect of a blade. The tendrils of the magical thorn recoiled in pain, instinctively retracting, granting the rampaging bull an opportunity to escape. Reckless, the opponent's Beastmaster issued another command. Evade, Shin Jingle shouted in response. The rampaging bull, driven by the directive, swiftly pivoted its body, concentrating energy in its head as it charged toward the magical thorn. Still grappling with the agony of controlling its tendrils, the magical thorn snapped back to attention upon hearing the command. The propellers whirred to life, lifting the magical thorn into the air. Jump! The Beastmaster of the rampaging bull commanded once more. Shin Jingle's brows furrowed, and he followed suit with his own command, land. In the arena, the rampaging bull leapt, employing its reckless charge, soaring over 4 meters high. It angled itself towards the magical thorn, which, upon receiving Shin Jingle's directive, ceased its propeller motion and plummeted rapidly, narrowly avoiding collision with the rampaging bull. In an instant, their positions were reversed, with the magical thorn above and the rampaging bull below. The weight of the world bore down. The Beastmaster of the rampaging bull called out again. Retreat! Shin Jingle bellowed. The opposing Beastmaster demonstrated exceptional command, skillfully managing the rhythm and timing of the battle. Shin Jingle felt the pressure mount, his eyes widening as he steeled himself for the confrontation. The core of the magical thorn retreated swiftly, yet 2 thick tendrils remained ensnared beneath the rampaging bull. The tendrils were crushed into the ground, oozing sap. Magic! The magical thorn cried out in anguish. This pain far surpassed that inflicted by the flame cat's fire, which had merely singed the surface layers, leaving the core intact. The rampaging bull, however, had reduced its tendrils to mere mush. Sever! Entangle! Shin Jingle decisively commanded. The magical thorn, bearing the pain, severed its 2 tendrils with thorns, swiftly employing its regenerative abilities to ensnare the rampaging bull with newly sprouted tendrils. The rampaging bull, in distress, struggled fiercely, its immense strength dragging the magical thorn along as it bolted. The magical thorn found itself in a defensive position. Hold on, little Ching, you can do it, Shin Jingle shouted. The magical thorn, which had almost succumbed to despair, was reinvigorated by the unwavering trust in Shin Jingle's voice. He has not given up. Does he believe in me? The magical thorn recalled its first encounter with Shin Jingle, having clung to him in desperation. To its astonishment, he sought to form a bond with it at first sight, as if it were a tale of love at first sight. After their pact, the magical thorn realized the poverty of its new home, yet Shin Jingle endeavored to provide the best for it, bringing it fruits it had never tasted and spending lavishly on delectable energy meals. He had never spent so much on himself. It could not afford to lose. The magical thorn exerted every ounce of its strength, yet the results were minimal. It was on the verge of exhaustion. Energy, it desperately craved energy. With renewed determination, the thorns on its vines elongated further, fiercely penetrating the robust body of the brawny bull. The green spikes reached the veins, and the magical thorn experienced an epiphany. Absorb. Energy absorption. The brawny bull suddenly lost its balance, nearly toppling over. I absorb. I absorb. I absorb, absorb, absorb. The magical thorn sprouted 2 additional vines to ensnare the brawny bull, growing long, sharp spikes that pierced into its veins. The brawny bull, now unsteady, collapsed to the ground. Shin Jingle was momentarily stunned. Energy absorption. A super skill. The magical thorn effortlessly mastered a super skill. It was truly unexpected. Even if this battle was lost, it was worth it. Chapter 25. A rematch with Flame Cat training in a skill training facility for an advanced skill costs hundreds of thousands of interstellar coins, let alone a super skill. The brawny bull, drained of energy by the magical thorn, soon ceased its struggles, ultimately succumbing to its enchantment and fainting. Shin Jingle emerged victorious. What happened? Why did the brawny bull suddenly weaken? Indeed, who understands this? Could there be a hidden agenda? Did the brawny bull deliberately lose the match? Absolutely. It felt like a complete inside job. The earlier rounds had been exhilarating, yet this last segment seemed suspiciously lackluster, as if they were mocking our ignorance. I demand a refund. I concur. This is my first encounter with such a situation, and I too seek a refund. It is utterly absurd that the prestigious Yunding Casino would engage in underhanded dealings. I find it hard to believe. Yunding Casino is so large, it must have some credibility. Then please explain what just transpired. The brawny bull, clearly in a position of advantage, how did it suddenly collapse? There must be something amiss. Refund. Refund. The audience erupted in chaos. This match was undoubtedly thrilling, with the magical thorn awakening a new skill at the last moment, turning the tide with energy absorption. Let us congratulate Blind Scorpion. The casino announcer, witnessing the uncontrollable uproar, hastily shouted into the loudspeaker. What? Energy absorption? Is it the energy absorption I am familiar with? It actually is energy absorption, a super skill. In that case, the brawny bull's loss is not in vain. Thus, one should contract pets with potential. Huh. That's easy to say, but one must also be able to afford and sustain them. Even if one can afford and sustain them, it does not guarantee successful cultivation. I've never witnessed a one-star beast mastering a super skill. I am eager to inquire how Blind Scorpion raises his pets. Indeed, it feels as if he is playing on easy mode, a one-star beast winning 2 consecutive matches in the arena, which I did not anticipate. I too wish to contract a magical thorn. Look how much Blind Scorpion has earned in these 2 rounds. The last time the six-eyed toad triumphed in 3 consecutive matches. You also expressed your intention to contract it. Not everyone possesses the prowess to amass such wealth at the casino, so refrain from envy. In this match, the bet on the mighty bull amounts to 5.28 million, with odds standing at 12, while the wager on the magical thorn is 1.45 million, boasting odds of 26. In total, that sums up to 6.73 million. After redeeming players, shares totaling 3.77 million, a remainder of 2.96 million is left. Subtracting the cost of 500,000, the net profit stands at 2.46 million, of which Shun Jingle receives 1.23 million. It is quite remarkable that every calculation yields whole numbers, leaving no opportunity for the casino to pocket the change. This was Shun Jingle's immediate reaction. His second thought was that this match yielded considerable profits, being the most lucrative one in recent times. This amount has caught the attention of many beast tamers in the 2-star and 3-star categories, who are now envious. Although they frequently win matches, their odds are typically low, resulting in meager earnings. Only those like the Blind Scorpion, with higher odds and the ability to turn the tables, can hope to earn such significant sums. They had previously enjoyed similar benefits during the initial rounds at the casino, but after paying the entry fees, little remained. Shin Jingle felt a surge of joy, as a bit more earnings would allow him to purchase a property worth 3 or 4 million. However, more significant than the monetary gain is the acquisition of a new skill by the magical thorn. This was the greatest reward from the recent battle. The skill of energy absorption is not commonly possessed, yet it is not rare either. This ability allows a creature to siphon energy from its opponent for its own use. Currently, the magical thorn has just begun to master energy absorption, able to draw from its corresponding elemental type and the general categories of fighting and wind. Since energy absorption necessitates the assimilation of energy from related elemental types and easily convertible general types, as proficiency in the skill increases, it will be able to convert energies from other elemental types into its own, broadening the spectrum of absorbable energies. Absorbing from foes while rejuvenating oneself is indeed an extraordinary skill. Shin Jingle glanced at the magical thorn beside him and offered it a bottle of energy restoration potion. Although it had expended considerable energy in the recent match, it had absorbed some energy from the mighty bull, hence requiring minimal replenishment. The next match was imminent, and preparations were essential. Subsequently, the magical thorn achieved victory in 4 consecutive matches. These opponents were all of 2-star caliber, yet significantly weaker than the mighty bull, comparable to the earlier battle with the flame cat. Essentially, within a short span, they were dispatched by the magical thorn. In these 4 matches, the odds were not high, yielding Shun Jingle profits of 180,000, 230,000, 310,000, and 140,000 respectively. By the conclusion of the 4th, 5th, and 6th matches, he had purchased 3 bottles of energy restoration potions, totaling an expenditure of 90,000. Thus, after 6 rounds of the tournament, Shun Jingle had eliminated 6 contestants, leaving 7 yet to compete. After deducting expenses, his total winnings amounted to 18 million. He had indeed struck gold. Shun Jingle could hardly contain a smile that crept upon his lips. At this moment, the tournament was at its midpoint, with a 10-minute intermission. As Shun Jingle took the energy restoration potion and administered it to the magical thorn, he meticulously assessed the unfolding situation. Among the remaining 7 participants, 4 possessed 2-star beasts, while 3 had 3-star companions. The magical thorn stood little chance against a 3-star beast. Shun Jingle surmised that defeating 2 more 2-star beasts would be commendable. Soon, the match commenced, and this time the adversary was a flame cat. Unlike the previous flame cat he had encountered, this one exhibited exceptional skill proficiency and battle awareness. At the outset, the flame cat unleashed its fire tread ability, dashing across the arena. Its proficiency in the spark skill was remarkably advanced, enabling it to create sparks while running, rather than merely spitting fire as a novice would. Each spark that fell to the ground lingered for approximately half a minute, quickly saturating the arena with fiery remnants. While the magical thorn attempted several strikes during the flame cat's rapid movements, it only managed to land a single hit. As the number of sparks increased, the magical thorn found its ground mobility restricted and opted for a propeller takeoff. Ascending to the highest point, the flame cat pursued, leaping 2 meters and unleashing a torrent of fire, seamlessly executing its attack. The flames, extending over 2 meters, singed the magical thorn. Though the magical thorn lacked a posterior, Shun Jingle felt a visceral sense of urgency akin to being scorched. In pain, the magical thorn descended and struck out, ensnaring the flame cat just before it landed. 2 vines wrapped around the flame cat's back, encircling its abdomen and limbs. The flame cat emitted a cry and, bending its back, activated an even more potent fire tread ability. Flames surged from its limbs, spiraling toward its body, quickly engulfing it in a blaze. The vines constraining the flame cat were singed to a crisp. Regeneration. Chapter 26. The Light of Evolution. The charred outer layer flaked off, revealing vibrant green tendrils that burst forth to continue their entanglement, only to be burned again. And then, it regenerated once more. The flame cat landed, closely followed by the magical thorn. Upon touching the ground, the flame cat remained firmly bound by the magical thorn's grasp. In a desperate attempt, the flame cat expelled flames towards the vines, ensnaring it, successfully severing one. Swiftly, the magical thorn dispatched its remaining 3 vines to maintain a tight hold on the escaping flame cat. The flame cat, strong and relentless, continued to unleash fiery blasts at the surrounding vines. The magical thorn struggled to cope, regrettably unable to absorb fire energy. Seal its mouth, Shun Jingle commanded. The magical thorn swiftly dispatched a vine to ensnare the flame cat's mouth, tightening its grip. The flames that were about to be expelled were extinguished within its jaws. Constrict its neck, Shun Jingle ordered once more. Previously, he had noted the flame cat's neck was particularly vulnerable. Increase the firepower, shouted the opposing beastmaster. The flame cat found itself ensnared, its neck constricted to the point of suffocation, yet the flames enveloping its body continued to blaze fiercely, intensifying in their ferocity. The two adversaries engaged in a stalemate, each equally matched in their struggle. Main body, Shinjingle called out. In battles involving the thorn magic, it was rare for the main entity to be directly involved. Typically, it was the tendrils that engaged in combat. After all, any injury to the main body would inflict far greater damage on the thorn magic than harm to its branches. Upon receiving the command, the thorn magic unhesitatingly entwined its main body around the flame cat. As it endured the searing flames, the surface of the main body rapidly darkened. Yet the thorn magic showed no sign of yielding. The flame cat's struggle for breath intensified, its stamina waning, eyelids drooping as the flames upon its form diminished significantly. Lele, the opposing beastmaster, cried out desperately. The flame cat struggled to open its eyes. Lele, I will not concede. You shall not lose. With widened eyes, the flame cat strained against its bindings, seemingly attempting to break free from the grasp of the thorn magic through sheer physical force. The thorn magic sensed the strain. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped the flame cat, and in an instant, the thorn magic was thrust aside by this radiant luminescence. A new skill? Shinjingle's lips twitched. He never anticipated encountering another's pet awakening a new ability. Truly, fortune shifts like the tides. No, wait. It is the light of evolution. The flame cat has evolved. This was indeed more astonishing than merely awakening a new skill. Moments later, the brilliance dissipated, revealing a creature approximately 1 meter in height, adorned in a striking red and white coat, with a tuft of red fur upon its forehead and flames dancing upon its 4 limbs and tail. It was the blazing cat, the 3-star form of the flame cat. It stood tall and proud, confidently parting its lips as a swirling vortex of flames surged forth towards the nearby thorn magic. The flame vortex. Upon striking the thorn magic, the flames continued unabated, swiftly engulfing its entire form. The thorn magic was reduced to charred remains, its eyes blinking feebly before it collapsed. In this match, it had been defeated. Shinjingle's lips quivered in disbelief. He suspected the opponent had appropriated the protagonist's script. After receiving free treatment at the casino, the thorn magic regained consciousness, though its wounds remained severe. Continuing treatment would require an expenditure of 200,000 gambling tokens. Shinjingle decisively spent 30,000 tokens to purchase 3 vials of recovery potions for the thorn magic, allowing it to heal itself. He then watched the remainder of the evening's matches from the stands. The recently promoted 3-star flame cat proved inferior to the other 3 3-star beasts, ultimately being eliminated in the semifinals. In the end, it was a saber-toothed eagle that claimed first place. Its beastmaster received the Arena Champion's prize, amounting to 10 of the casino's profits for the evening, totaling over 1.2 million. As for Shinjingle, being the individual with the most consecutive victories that night, he received a share of the betting pool's winnings, amounting to 330,000, which combined with his previous earnings, brought his total to 251 million tokens. Upon exiting, Shinjingle exchanged his tokens for interstellar currency, incurring a 10 fee. And after rounding off the amount, he received 225 million. Shinjingle happily hailed a taxi to return home, his heart brimming with an exhilarating excitement born from newfound wealth. Although he had experienced affluence in his previous life, with sums reaching hundreds of millions bestowed upon him by his father, this was an entirely novel sensation earned through his own efforts. The sheer joy of this accomplishment was intoxicating. On the way, he delved into the soul map to examine the data of his magical thorn. Level, 1 star, 50, 255. 000. Attributes, wood, 70, wind, 30. Talents, regeneration, minor success, 23, 455, 000. Wind stabilization, entry 29, 500. Skills, entangling thorns, minor success, 35, 325, 000. Pollen healing, expert 13, 452, 000. Rotating cyclone, proficient 8, 091, 000. Energy absorption, entry 203, 500. Energy conversion, entry 2, 500. After several battles, the magical thorn had significantly enhanced its skills, with its energy level surpassing the 50,000 threshold required for a 1-star evolution. However, to Shinjingle's surprise, reaching this value did not trigger an evolution as he had anticipated. He had always believed that once the energy threshold was met, evolution would occur automatically. It seemed he would need to visit the library to research whether additional conditions were necessary. In addition to the newly acquired skill of energy absorption, he was delighted to discover that he had also mastered energy conversion, opening the possibility of absorbing energies from other attributes. Prior to his battle with the Flame Cat, the magical thorn had not possessed the energy conversion skill, and he was uncertain when exactly it had awakened. Shen Jingle speculated that it might have occurred during the opponent's evolution, as the situation bore similarities to the final contest between the magical thorn and the mighty bull. It was likely that this awakening took place then, though unfortunately, the Flame Cat had evolved before he could give it the opportunity to use its new skill. Nonetheless, this was but a minor regret. The evening's achievements were already substantial. To reward the magical thorn, Shen Jingle made a special trip to the pet food store, purchasing 2 wood milk fruits and a wind bell flower, both beneficial for wood and wind-type creatures, respectively. This expenditure cost him 80,000 interstellar coins, leaving him with a balance of 357 million. That night, he indulged himself at a restaurant, savoring a selection of exquisite dishes before leisurely returning home. Upon arriving, the first thing he did was summon the magical thorn. "Do you feel on the verge of evolution?" Shen Jingle inquired. The magical thorn tilted its head in contemplation and shook it, indicating no. Shen Jingle then produced a wood milk fruit. The moment it was revealed, it emitted a delightful aroma intermingled with the fragrances of fruit and milk, causing the magical thorn to widen its eyes in interest. This delicate, pale fruit surely surpassed the previous durian thorn fruit in taste. "I want to eat," it exclaimed eagerly. "This fruit is imbued with energy. Consuming it may require some time for digestion and absorption," Shen Jingle explained, tossing the wood milk fruit to the magical thorn. "Okay," it replied enthusiastically. The mystical thorn vine swiftly entwined around the wood milk fruit, drawing it close. Without hesitation, it affixed a delicate yellow flower upon the fruit, which vanished at an astonishing rate. Most notably, the yellow bloom of the thorn vine gradually transformed into a soft pink hue, and even its 2 round eyes seemed to emit pink bubbles. Shen Jingle, Chapter 27, Card Fusion. It must be said, the magical thorn vine is exceptionally suited for a girl's contract. Its appearance resembles that of a shy girl who has just mustered the courage to confess her feelings. The pink thorn vine gazed at Shen Jingle with innocent eyes, indicating its desire to be integrated into the soul chart for proper assimilation. Shen Jingle, feeling a bit embarrassed by its current demeanor, promptly returned it to the chart. The following day, at the break of dawn, Shen Jingle set out for the city library. Lacking a teacher's guidance, he had to rely on his own efforts to sift through the resources. The energy level of the magical thorn vine had reached the threshold necessary for a 2-star evolution, yet it had not undergone any transformation, suggesting that there must be additional conditions he was unaware of. The city library comprised 5 floors. The first floor served as a cultural exhibition hall, hosting various art displays, while the second to 4th floors housed the reading rooms. The 5th floor and rooftop were designated as training grounds. The reading rooms were open to the public free of charge, whereas access to the training grounds required a membership fee. Previously, due to financial constraints, Shen Jingle had paid little attention to the training grounds, but today, he decided to check the membership prices. There were options for single-use cards, monthly passes, quarterly subscriptions, and annual memberships. "Do you wish to obtain a single-use card?" a voice inquired beside him. Shen Jingle turned to see a chubby boy, taller than himself. "Do you want it?" Shen Jingle asked. The boy smiled shyly and nodded. "However, I don't have enough money. If you wish to get it, could we split the cost?" His face flushed as he spoke. Shen Jingle could see the boy's earnest desire to acquire the card, having summoned considerable courage to propose the idea. Looking at himself, Shen Jingle noted that he was not wearing his usual gambling attire, which was far too mature for everyday wear. Instead, he donned old clothes that made him resemble a child from a poor family. "How shall we split it?" Shen Jingle inquired. "Half each. I'll keep the card. And when you need it, you can find me," the boy replied, with a somewhat naive demeanor. Shen Jingle regarded him thoughtfully before agreeing. The single-use card cost 28,000 interstellar coins, allowing for 50 uses without an expiration date. The monthly pass was priced at 8,000 interstellar coins, the quarterly subscription at 20,000 interstellar coins, and the annual membership at 68,000 interstellar coins. For Shen Jingle, these prices were quite reasonable. His willingness to share a card with this boy, whom he had just met, stemmed from noticing the school uniform he wore, which belonged to Phantom High School. Additionally, this seemingly simple-minded giant reminded him of a loyal friend from his past life. "My name is Hao Liang, a first-year student at Phantom High School. And you?" The boy introduced himself enthusiastically. "Shin Jingle," he replied. "Should we use your ID card or mine?" "I'm fine with either," Hao Liang remarked as he approached the service counter. "Let's use yours," Shin Jingle replied, suddenly recalling that he had yet to obtain his Beastmaster ID card. Hao Liang retrieved his ID card and handed it to the staff, indicating that he wished to apply for a membership. He then turned to Shin Jingle and inquired, "How about we split the cost, 14,000 each?" "Sounds good," Shin Jingle said as he produced his bank card. Hao Liang thought to himself how refreshing it was to have such a straightforward friend. The two of them subsequently swiped their cards, and shortly thereafter, the staff presented them with their membership cards. "Your application is complete. Please keep it safe." Without hesitation, Hao Liang took the card and handed it to Shin Jingle. "You take care of it." Shin Jingle accepted it, holding it in his hands. "How often do you train?" Hao Liang asked. "During the summer, I can come every day. But once school starts, I'll only be free on weekends," Shin Jingle replied. "Same here. Which school do you attend? What grade are you in?" 11th middle school. "First year of junior high," Shin Jingle answered. "What?" Hao Liang was taken aback, incredulous. "You're in first year?" "Yes." "Then you shouldn't have gotten this card. I can't take advantage of you like this." Hao Liang was genuinely surprised to learn that Shin Jingle was only a first-year student. Initially, he had suspected that Shin Jingle appeared quite young. But after seeing him scrutinize the training fees for so long, he assumed that Shin Jingle was in a similar financial situation as himself, a high school student, leading him to suggest sharing the membership. "What do you mean by taking advantage?" Shin Jingle asked, fiddling with the membership card. "The card will primarily be for my use. Even if I share it with you, you might not find the opportunity to use it for a long time. There's really no need for you to pay this amount now." A first-year student, who had only recently awakened his abilities from the unified law array, would be considered a prodigy if he managed to expand his soul map to the size of a coin and become a one-star Beastmaster by the first semester of his second year, and contract his first pet before the start of the second semester. Even if Shin Jingle were a genius, he certainly didn't need a membership card at this stage. Realizing that Hao Liang simply wished to assist him, he felt somewhat guilty and asked, "Are you a student at 11th middle school?" That school was a bit far from the city library, making training inconvenient. Moreover, it seemed that the school had a mediocre reputation, with students of average aptitude. Perhaps this classmate Shin Jingle wouldn't be able to contract a pet until the third year. This thought made Hao Liang feel even more remorseful. Shin Jingle, unaware of Hao Liang's deductions, stated, "I plan to swipe the card just to enter today. Do you want to come?" "Sure," Hao Liang replied. Was this classmate merely getting a card to watch others train? He had indeed heard from teachers that many students would observe others training their pets to gain experience. In light of this, Hao Liang cast a peculiar glance at Shin Jingle. "So, you are a concealed tycoon, spending money to observe others training." The invisible tycoon Shin Jingle, after swiping his card, summoned his magical thorns. Hao Liang exclaimed, "A 2-star formation. A 1-star pet. You say you are just a first-year student?" The library's 5th floor caters to the training of 1- and 2-star pets, while the 6th floor accommodates 3- and 4-star pets, 4 5-star and above pets. One may upgrade their membership card to train at the adjacent city training center. The 5th floor comprises 2 arenas, one for 1-star training and another for 2-star training. Shin Jingle glanced around before stepping into the 1-star training ground. He had just perused the books to learn the criteria for advancing a pet from 1 star to 2 stars. The pet's energy value must meet the standard, and it must possess at least 1 skill at the major proficiency level. Shin Jingle delved into the soul map to examine the data for his magical thorns, oblivious to the fact that Hao Liang had been watching him with a mix of curiosity and admiration since he summoned them. Pet name, Magical Thorns. Level, 1 star, 502-55000. Attributes, Wood, 70, Wind, 30. Talent, Regeneration, Minor Proficiency, 234-55000. Wind Stabilization, Entry Level 29500. Skills, Entangling Thorns, Minor Proficiency 35-32500. Pollen Healing, Mastery 13452000. Rotating Hurricane, Proficient 809-1000. Energy Absorption, Entry Level 203-500. Energy Conversion, Entry Level 2500. The skill closest to achieving major proficiency was entangling thorns. Theoretically, practicing this skill would expedite his ascension to 2 stars. However, Shin Jingle had other plans. Chapter 28. A talent recognizes a talent. Shin Jingle aspired to elevate the skills of entangling thorns, pollen healing, and rotating hurricane to major proficiency before advancing from 1 star to 2 stars. As for the remaining skills, energy absorption and energy conversion, he hoped to cultivate them to minor proficiency as much as possible. Thus, Shin Jingle sought an open space and instructed his magical thorns, Little Ching, practice rotating hurricane here. Hao Liang watched in awe as the miniature rotating hurricane materialized, his jaw dropping once more. Where am I? Who am I? Surely, this cannot be a dream. A 1-star pet has already mastered an advanced skill. He struggled to shift his gaze from the magical thorns to Shin Jingle. Shun, are you truly just a first-year student? Shin Jingle calmly nodded. Hao Liang's eyes darted between Shin Jingle and the magical thorns, his mind racing with excitement. A genius. A prodigy among prodigies. Alive and here before him. You should come to our Illusion Academy. This time, it was Shin Jingle who was taken aback. Can one transfer to Illusion Academy? Not a transfer, but a special admission to the high school preparatory class, Hao Liang replied, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. A preparatory class? Isn't it only after graduating from junior high that one can participate in special recruitment? Shin Jingle was puzzled. Hao Liang wanted to roll his eyes at him, thinking, with your level of talent, does it really matter whether you are in junior high or not? However, he found it impossible to manipulate the muscles on his face to express such a gesture. With a sly grin, he remarked, with your abilities, you absolutely can. It's a joke. Even the most gifted students at their school, upon awakening their abilities, merely possess a soul map the size of a coin, allowing them to contract only low-level beasts. Those who can nurture a beast to reach the 1st star grade before graduating from junior high can directly enter the preparatory class for high school. The preparatory class only enrolls 30 students each year, of which about 5 or 6 are specially recruited, while the rest are admitted through the school's own entrance examinations, predominantly consisting of students with excellent grades who are on the verge of upgrading their beasts to the 1st star. He himself had gained admission to the preparatory class through the entrance exam. What are the requirements for special recruitment? Shin Jingle inquired. Star Beast Master and 1st Star Beast. You meet both. What about the special recruitment requirements for the preparatory classes of Longyuan High School and Lingyu High School? For that, you should come to Phantom Academy. It is not inferior to those 2 institutions, truly. The 3 best schools in Lon City are Longyuan 1st, Lingyu 2nd, and Phantom 3rd. Seeing the eager expression on Hao Liang's face, Shin Jingle calmly responded, I will consider it. However, internally, he was far from calm. Upon first seeing Hao Liang, he had thought that the other was a student of Phantom Academy, an excellent school worth befriending. He never expected that he would also have the opportunity to attend, and it seemed he could even choose among 3 top-tier institutions. This sensation was something Shin Jingle had never experienced before. In his previous life, although he was not a poor student, he was not far from it either. The original host had been relatively outstanding in his studies while in Feiqing. But ordinary individuals inherently lagged behind beast masters. No matter how good their grades were, they could hardly stand tall in a place like Feiqing. Upon arriving in Lon City, his grades could rival those of Shin Jingle in his past life. This was the first time he had truly tasted the feeling of being a top student, and it was rather exhilarating. Indeed, our school is truly remarkable, Hao Liang said, noticing Shin Jingle's indifferent expression, becoming anxious. The reason they ranked 3rd was merely due to their performance in the annual Beast Master League. They had not surpassed those 2 schools. In reality, their admission rates and the ratios of students entering prestigious institutions were on par with them, even exceeding Longyuan's in certain years. The reason they fell short in the league was simply because the top-ranked schools had more gifted talents with better qualifications, not due to any exceptional qualities of their own. You should come to Phantom Academy. With you here, we can definitely turn the tide, or rather, reclaim several victories. I will consider it, Shin Jingle replied with a smile. Seeing that he was not particularly swayed, Hao Liang thought to himself that he would contact Coach Gua as soon as he returned home to persuade the school to recruit him. Thus, Hao Liang said no more and moved aside to summon his beast. A majestic eagle, resplendent in silver, adorned his arm, and with a sudden flash, a silver star formation emerged upon the training ground, drawing the attention of all present who were engaged in the training of their magical beasts. The electric attribute. A rare sight indeed. Hao Liang, with a twitch of his lips, mused to himself about the genius beside him, wondering why everyone was fixated on him rather than the extraordinary talent standing nearby. The wood attribute was far too common. And since no one was particularly interested in the age of a wood attribute beastmaster, when Shin Jingle summoned his magical thorn, it failed to attract much notice. Little Ice Thunder, train with lightning strikes, Hao Liang instructed his magical beast. Shin Jingle's eyes sparkled with intrigue as Hao Liang summoned his creature. Before him was a Kalele Eagle, an electric-type beast. The sword-toothed eagle, the final evolution of the Kalele Eagle, had secured victory in the arena competition he attended the day prior. The Kalele Eagle before him was evidently well-bred, its feathers gleaming, its leg muscles robust, and its wings powerful and agile. Kalele. The Kalele Eagle called out with vigor, initiating its training. Why did you name it Little Ice Thunder? Shin Jingle inquired, curious about the name's icy connotation. Hao Liang grinned with pride, thoroughly pleased with Shin Jingle's reaction. After all, true talents appreciate one another. Shin Jingle was undeniably gifted. And while Hao Liang may not possess the same extraordinary abilities, he felt he could at least keep pace with the winds of talent that Shin Jingle had stirred. Thus, a friendship seemed plausible. The Kalele Eagle, in its 3-star form, possessed 2 possible evolutions: the standard sword-toothed eagle and the unique variant, the Luca Eagle, which combined electric and water attributes. Upon evolving to 4 stars, it could awaken an ice attribute as well. I intend to cultivate Little Ice Thunder along that path, Hao Liang declared. A magical beast with electric, water, and ice attributes would far surpass the capabilities of a wood and wind dual attribute magical thorn. Even without the awakening of the ice attribute, the fusion of electric and water alone would grant it superior offensive capabilities. Shin Jingle observed Hao Liang, his desire for camaraderie intensifying. He recognized that Hao Liang was no ordinary student at Phantom High School. He too was a genius. Ordinary individuals would lack the confidence to pursue such specialized breeding paths, as the investment of time and resources was substantial, and a single misstep could jeopardize the soul core of a magical beast, posing a risk to the beastmaster. Yet, Hao Liang exuded confidence as he spoke of his plans for specialized breeding, as though it were a mere triviality. The two engaged in conversation about their school life, growing more familiar with each exchange, allowing Shin Jingle to uncover much about the workings of Phantom High School. After more than an hour of training, the Kalele Eagle grew weary, prompting Hao Liang to return it to the spirit chart for recuperation. Meanwhile, Shin Jingle purchased 2 bottles of energy restorative potions for his magical thorn from the training grounds shop. After consuming the potions, the magical thorn resumed its training, causing Hao Liang to feel a twinge of envy, for each bottle of energy restorative cost a staggering 3,000 interstellar coins. Chapter 29. Battle with the Thunderhawk. The morning passed swiftly. The two had a bowl of noodles at a nearby eatery outside the library before returning to the training ground. Each training session required a deduction of time, with daytime slots available from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and evening slots from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Since they were training during the day, they did not need to deduct any further time. The formidable Thunderhawk was now fully recovered, and as it observed Shin Jingle's magical thorns, it eagerly suggested, "Shall we engage in a battle?" Absolutely. Shin Jingle, who had yet to face an electric-type beast, felt a surge of anticipation. The two found an open area and summoned their respective creatures. At that moment, Hao Liang noticed that when Shin Jingle summoned his beast, he did not see the magical thorn patterns flickering upon him. Where could this fellow's patterns be concealed? It struck him as odd, for everyone he knew seemed eager to display their patterns to flaunt their contracted beasts, yet Shin Jingle refrained. Magic, thunder. As the two creatures emerged, they positioned themselves opposite each other, instantly understanding the impending battle, and both let out a battle cry, filled with fervor. Hao Liang's thoughts were abruptly drawn back by the sound. His opponent was a prodigy, and his beast was exceptional. He needed to summon every ounce of focus to face this challenge. Even in defeat, he must ensure it is a graceful one. Ba. Why curse oneself with thoughts of losing before the battle even begins? Victory is imperative. At that moment, Shin Jingle's mind was occupied with information about the Thunderhawk. It was a 1-star electric flying beast, known for its incredible speed. Upon reaching 2 stars, it could utilize the power of lightning to teleport, with a body endowed with conductive abilities. The skills typically mastered by 1-star beasts included the Feather Strike, Feather Strike is a technique that most flying avian creatures can acquire. For electric-type beasts, this skill involves channeling the power of lightning into the longest feathers on their wings, then flapping to launch those feathers as projectiles. A one-star beast could generally launch around 16 feathers, depending on its proficiency. Both the mobility and attack speed of the Thunderhawk vastly surpassed those of the creatures Shun Jingle had fought previously. During the morning training session, Shun Jingle had observed that Hao Liang's Thunderhawk could launch 4 feathers at a time, indicating a moderate level of skill. Instantaneous skills like Feather Strike were rare among the beasts Shun Jingle had previously encountered. Only the six-eyed toad's venom arrow fell into this category. Do not underestimate the Thunderhawk's 4-feather launch. It was significantly more formidable than the six-eyed toad's single venom arrow. The venom arrow inflicted a wide but shallow wound, whereas the Feather Strike delivered both wide and deep damage. The beast Shun Jingle had faced before lacked aerial capabilities, relying on propellers for elevation, making them difficult targets. However, the Thunderhawk was inherently a flying creature, not only swifter in the air than the magical thorns, but also infinitely more agile. If the enchanted thorn were to ascend into the skies to confront its opponent, it would undoubtedly suffer considerable setbacks. Even if the spinning tempest it conjures in midair could impact the flight of the Thunderhawk, the same holds true. Therefore, it is advisable for the enchanted thorn to engage in battle on solid ground. The Thunderhawk unleashed its feathered projectiles, which, once launched, must be retrieved and recharged with lightning. This brief cooldown presents a prime opportunity for the enchanted thorn to strike. However, given its current rate of attack, seizing this chance proves to be quite challenging. As the contest commenced, the Thunderhawk soared into the air and promptly directed its feathers towards the enchanted thorn, with an impressive range of 6 to 7 meters. For feathers shot forth, aimed directly at the enchanted thorn. "Block it," commanded Shun Jingle. Upon hearing the directive, the enchanted thorn swiftly conjured a vine, forming a shield resembling a large pancake, which successfully intercepted all incoming feathers. With a series of soft thuds, the 4 feathers pierced the shield like arrows, scorching a 10-centimeter area into charred blackness where the lightning energy had penetrated. Sparks of electricity danced across the shield, coursing through the vines to the enchanted thorn's core. Momentarily paralyzed, the enchanted thorn stood still, stunned for several seconds. On the opposite side, Hao Liang was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that during the Thunderhawk's feather attack, Shun Jingle would not instruct the enchanted thorn to evade, but rather to confront the assault head-on, successfully absorbing all the projectiles. Considering the trajectory of the Thunderhawk's 4 feathers, had the enchanted thorn remained stationary, only 2 would have struck. Yet now, all 4 had hit their mark, a testament to the opponent's proactive strategy. Was this the hallmark of a genius's combat style? Hao Liang glanced at his own hawk, pondering that if he commanded it to take a hit, it would likely refuse and peck at him instead. What made the enchanted thorn so obedient? The allure of genius? The thought eluded him. At that moment, the feathers shot by the Thunderhawk seamlessly returned to its wings, rapidly recharging with lightning energy as it approached the enchanted thorn once more, executing another volley of feathers. This time, there was no need for Shun Jingle to issue a command, having just recovered from its paralysis. The enchanted thorn once again raised its pancake-shaped vine shield to intercept all 4 incoming feathers. The sound of impact echoed again, eliciting a wince from Hao Liang. Yet the enchanted thorn exhibited no hesitance whatsoever. Truly a curious spectacle. This time, the enchanted thorn's recovery from paralysis was swifter. And seizing the opportunity while the Thunderhawk retrieved its feathers, it extended a vine to strike at the airborne creature. The Thunderhawk deftly evaded to the left. At that moment, another vine swung in from the left towards the Thunderhawk, which soared upward to avoid the attack once again. Amidst the Thunderhawk's evasions, it continued to unleash feathered strikes towards the enchanted thorn's core, all of which were successfully absorbed by the vine shield. Did the enchanted thorn's vines not register pain? Hao Liang found himself intrigued. "Attack with the vine," he commanded. Upon receiving the command, the Thunder Eagle promptly redirected its attack towards the thrashing vines. 4 feathers were launched forth. With a swift whoosh, 2 of them struck a single, writhing vine, searing its fibers with electrifying force. With a crack, the vine snapped. From the break, a radiant green light burst forth, and a new vine sprouted forth. Regeneration. Hao Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. He truly felt no pain. How remarkable. Was this a mutated magical thorn? To be injured and yet regenerate was akin to suffering no injury at all. Did this mean his efforts were in vain? This could not continue. The Thunder Eagle's energy would be exhausted while the adversary appeared completely unharmed. There was no choice but to resort to that particular move. He realized that while the magical thorn, renowned for its healing properties, possessed a lackluster offensive capability, its regenerative prowess was indeed a source of frustration. It was imperative to strike at its core. That move would surely suffice. With a snap of his fingers, Hao Liang signaled to the Thunder Eagle. The little ice thunder understood immediately and continued to launch feathers at the magical thorn, which deftly intercepted them one by one. Chapter 30. All about money after 3 rounds. The Thunder Eagle's flight speed noticeably diminished, and its skill activation became increasingly sluggish. Not only that, but the electric power attached to its feathers also weakened. Now was the moment. Entangle. Shen Jingle seized the opportunity to issue the command. The magical thorn lashed out with 4 vines towards the Thunder Eagle. The first missed. The second grazed by. The third ensnared it. The fourth quickly followed suit. The first 2 vines joined in, binding the Thunder Eagle tightly. The Thunder Eagle struggled desperately, its body crackling with electric energy, yet the vines of the magical thorn, now shaped into a shield, wrapped around it. Paralysis coursed through every cell of the magical thorn. But it did not hinder its movements. Its core tightened around the Thunder Eagle, constricting it fiercely. The Thunder Eagle's struggles grew weaker as the magical thorn's grip tightened. Now, Hao Liang's eyes sparkled as he shouted, "Thunderbolt!" Just as the visibly drained Thunder Eagle seemed to falter, it suddenly regained its vigor. Opening its mouth to unleash an energy orb that had been brewing within, the Thunder Eagle expelled the energy orb towards the magical thorn. The release was devoid of grandeur. The orb did not launch forth, but rather tumbled out. Yet, with the magical thorn's core so close, there was no escape, and it struck true. A gaping hole pierced through the core, causing the magical thorn's yellow flowers to wilt instantaneously, its 2 eyes plopping down. Oh yes, Hao Liang silently cheered within. Victory! The Thunderbolt technique typically required a 2-star proficiency to master, yet through relentless training, he had enabled the little ice thunder to learn it at a 1-star level. Although it could not be launched, its potency remained formidable. He conferred with Xiaobing Lei to devise a tactical plan. At the snap of his fingers, Xiaobing Lei would feign defeat, thereby creating an opportunity for a close-range assault on their adversary. Once in proximity, seizing the opportune moment, he would unleash the Thunderbolt, turning the tide of battle. This singular maneuver caught the attention of Coach Guo from the school team, who regarded him with newfound respect, recognizing his innate talent. As the magical thorny vines loosened their grip, the Kaale Eagle seized the chance to break free and soar into the sky. 5 vines flopped limply to the ground, leaving only a fragment still entangled around the Kaale Eagle. The creature flapped its wings, attempting to extricate itself from the main body of the magical thorns. Suddenly, it faltered, its strength waning, and with a thud, it collapsed onto the ground. What transpired? Hao Liang and the Kaale Eagle were utterly bewildered. Could it be that it had expended too much energy? Surely it could not be grounded to such an extent. The Kaale Eagle felt an unprecedented fatigue wash over it, and as it struggled once more, summoning every ounce of strength to take flight again, it was met with an unexpected resurgence from the previously wilted yellow flowers of the magical thorns. With a sudden snap, one of the flowers latched onto the eagle's head. The Kaale Eagle squawked in pain, feeling as though a myriad of needles had pierced its very essence, draining its energy in an instant. With a roll of its eyes, it fainted upon the ground. A smirk crept onto Shun Jingle's lips. His gamble had paid off. Allowing the magical thorns to absorb the electric attack had indeed enabled its new skill of energy conversion, transforming electrical energy with greater potency. Shun Jingle gazed at the yellow flower firmly attached to the Kaale Eagle's head, marveling at the intensified energy absorption. Meanwhile, Hao Liang stood frozen, his emotions akin to a roller coaster ride, plummeting from exhilaration to despair. What was happening? Energy absorption? A truly extraordinary skill. It was already astounding for a 1-star beast to possess an advanced skill, yet this was a superlative ability? No, it was not merely energy absorption. Xiaobing Lei was an electric-type beast, while the magical thorns possessed dual attributes of wood and wind. This implied that their opponent was also capable of energy conversion, and with considerable proficiency. Otherwise, it would be impossible to transform electrical energy. Was this not utterly preposterous? He gazed at the magical thorns as they rejuvenated. their main body regenerating, and the pollen healing, revitalizing them to a state indistinguishable from when they were first summoned. In stark contrast, his own Xiaobing lay motionless on the ground, eyes tightly shut. Truly, comparisons could be disheartening. Beasts excelled beyond measure. Moreover, considering the thunderbolt, the ultimate technique Xiaobing Lei had unleashed in a last-ditch effort, which had previously rendered opponents helpless, it now seemed to have inflicted no lasting damage whatsoever. Frustration surged within him. Oh, how he despised beasts with healing abilities. After a fierce battle, it felt as though they had accomplished nothing at all. In this encounter, Shen Jingle emerged narrowly victorious. He sensed that although Hao Liang's Ka-Lei Eagle was merely 1 star, it possessed capabilities akin to that of a 2-star beast. After numerous displays of the Feather Strike, the final Thunderbolt was an exceedingly energy-draining skill. Remarkably, the arcane thorn was still able to extract a substantial amount of energy from within itself, using this energy to regenerate its severely injured body, and even had some surplus left. Its combat state, reaction speed, and the synergy with its Beastmaster were all impressive, making it a formidable opponent with considerable battle experience. This is the prodigious student of Phantom Academy, who would likely win a considerable sum at the casino as well. Shen Jingle smiled as he approached Hao Liang, who wore a dejected expression, and remarked, "Your Thunder Eagle is truly remarkable." However, Hao Liang found no solace in the compliment. Was he truly saddened by the loss of the match? No, he had anticipated the possibility of defeat from the outset, given the opponent's evident talent. Ultimately, he was quite satisfied with how fiercely he fought and how close he came to victory. He felt only a tinge of regret and was startled by the prowess of his adversary. His genuine sorrow stemmed from the fact that his Thunder Eagle was now devoid of energy and would have to retreat into the Soul Atlas to recuperate. His secondary card had been expended on this first encounter. With over 3 hours remaining in the afternoon, the Thunder Eagle could only slumber. Why must it be energy absorption? What it absorbed was not merely energy, it was money. Hao Liang gazed at the arcane thorn with tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Shen Jingle, mistaking Hao Liang's demeanor for lingering feelings of defeat, thought to himself that this fellow couldn't possibly be unable to handle a loss. He decided to let him process it on his own. Shen Jingle called the arcane thorn aside to continue training the whirling hurricane, as it had just replenished its energy and was brimming with vitality. While the arcane thorn trained, Shen Jingle closed his eyes and delved into the Soul Atlas to inspect the current attributes of the arcane thorn. Level: 1 star, 5103-5000. Element: Wood, 70, Wind, 30. Talent: Regeneration, minor proficiency 2580500. Wind stabilization, entry level 29500. Skills: Binding Thorn, low level, minor proficiency 3702-5000. Pollen Healing, intermediate, proficient 138-62000. Whirling Hurricane, advanced, proficient 1002-2000. Energy Absorption, super, entry level 283-500. Energy Conversion, super, entry level 96500. This battle significantly enhanced the proficiency of regeneration, energy absorption, and energy conversion. Simultaneously, after a morning of rigorous training, Whirling Hurricane advanced from proficiency to mastery. Excellent. Continue to strive for improvement. Upon opening his eyes, Shen Jingle intended to slowly review the recent battle, only to be met with Hao Liang's face, which was filled with resentment. Has he not yet processed it? He did not seem like someone who could not handle a loss. Shen Jingle instinctively searched for the Thunder Eagle's figure on the training field, only to realize that it was not present. Suddenly, he seemed to comprehend something. Is your Thunder Eagle injured? Summon forth. I beckoned the magical thorn to bestow its healing touch. Hao Liang's eyes brightened as he summoned the Thunder Hawk. The Thunder Hawk had regained consciousness, yet it appeared somewhat despondent, perhaps due to its recent defeat. The magical thorn glided towards it, invoking its pollen healing. The Thunder Hawk's injuries were superficial. The orange-yellow pollen sprinkled upon it, and in a short while, its wounds were fully healed. Shen Jinglu extended a vial of energy restorative to the magical thorn, gesturing for it to present it to the Thunder Hawk. One vine of the thorn coiled around the vial, while another deftly unscrewed the cap, promptly delivering the opened restorative to the Thunder Hawk. Thunder? For me? Magical. Yes, drink up, it will restore your strength. Thunder, no drink. The Thunder Hawk shook its head vigorously, wary of the precious contents. fearing its master might not afford such luxury later. No need. Thank you, Xinjing Lo. Hao Liang also declined from the side. Magical. Quickly drink. Let us battle again. Thunder. The Thunder Hawk's eyes sparkled with determination as it seized the vial and without hesitation consumed it. It was eager to vanquish the verdant adversary before it. Hao Liang resignedly retrieved his phone and transferred 3,000 interstellar coins to Xinjing Lo. A notification chimed on Xinjing Li's phone. Upon checking, he promptly returned the amount to Hao Liang. This one is on me. Do not be modest. Though Hao Liang initially intended to refuse, the carefree glimmer in Xinjing Li's eyes made him feel that further rejection would be petty. He silently vowed to remember this favor. After consuming the energy restorative, the Thunder Hawk felt invigorated. Its fighting spirit reignited as it gazed at the magical thorn. Thunder, let us battle. Magical, come. As the two small beings prepared to clash once more, Xinjing Li swiftly intervened. He had plans to take the magical thorn to the casino for battle that evening and did not wish to squander its vigor during the day. That night, Xinjing Lu appeared as usual at the Yunding Fengyun Casino, triumphing easily over a pippy shrimp in the preliminary match with a single strike. However, due to the low odds, he only received a consolation prize of 10,000 gambling coins. Xinjing Lu wished to continue in the arena, only to be informed that each individual could partake only once per week. Disheartened, he opened the casino to check for messages. Previously, when the magical thorn had triumphed over the 88th ranked contender, he had spent 100,000 to gain insight into the rankings, allowing him the opportunity to receive battle invitations. If he received 5 invitations, he could select one challenger to face. The notification indicated 11 unread messages, igniting a glimmer of hope within Xinjing Lu. Upon opening them, he found 1. The six-eyed toad of the beautiful girl ascends to 89th place in the wind ranking, welcoming all challengers. 2. Xiao Pijian, ranked 95th. Challenges you. Will you accept? 3. The armored dragon of the forward ranks 53rd in the cloud ranking, welcoming all challengers. 4. Emma, my friend. Your performance in the arena today was exceptional. Here's a chicken leg for you. The enchanting spirit of Musi has ascended to the 36th position on the Fengzi leaderboard, inviting all to accept the challenge. After perusing 11 messages, only 3 were challenges directed towards him. Xinjing, amused, opened a message that unexpectedly rewarded him with 50 gambling coins. He chuckled, pleasantly surprised by this feature. Noticing the time was still early, he decided to leave the casino and seek out a nearby internet CAF. He intended to investigate the specific requirements for the special admission programs of 3 high schools. Upon entering, he found the counter unattended, with only a loquacious parrot on duty. Please present your identity card to log in. Xinjing handed over his ordinary citizen identity card, suddenly recalling that he had yet to apply for the Beast Master identity card. Machine 33, 1 hour for 15 coins. The parrot returned his identity card along with an internet CAF card. As he accepted them, he resolved to obtain his Beast Master identity card the following day. At Machine 32, a curly-haired young man was engrossed in the increasingly popular game, King of Conquest, controlling a pet beast known as the Fire Blast Dragon. Just as he finished a match and prepared to message a friend to hurry over, a brash young lad occupied the adjacent seat at Machine 33. Hey, this seat is taken, the curly-haired boy said irritably. Xinjing ignored him entirely, swiping his card to log in and opening the web page. The CAF had assigned specific positions during the card issuance, and changing seats required consulting the staff. Xinjing had no intention of relinquishing his place without cause. Hey, brat. Are you deaf? I told you this seat is taken. The curly-haired boy slammed the table. Xinjing cast a cold glance in his direction, yet remained composed as he replied, Then go find the staff. This is the seat they just assigned to me. The curly-haired boy, disregarding him, insisted, I want this seat. Are you pretending not to understand, or are you genuinely clueless? Move aside. A mere child, likely just awakening, who lacked even a pet beast, dared to confront him. Xinjing continued to ignore him, typing in the name of Phantom Middle School to begin his inquiry. Just as the webpage loaded, the curly-haired boy abruptly seized Xinjing by the collar, lifting him off the ground. What the? Xinjing cursed internally, unwilling to indulge such behavior. He immediately summoned his magical thorns. Are we about to fight? Xinjing inquired. 2-star formation? Magical thorns? The curly-haired boy momentarily froze, only to find his hand pried open by the magical thorns. The magical thorns, protective of their master, instinctively prepared to retaliate against the curly-haired boy. Fortunately, Shinjingle intervened in time. In the city, it was strictly forbidden for contracted pets to attack humans, should such an incident occur. The Beast Master could face a brief confinement or, in severe cases, criminal charges. Thus, when conflicts arose, battles typically occurred between pets alone. At this juncture, the curly-haired boy found it difficult to back down. Strike if you will, but each participant may only summon one beast. The opponent, a 2-star Beast Master, had established the rules, while he himself was merely a 1-star Beast Master who had contracted a Pippy Shrimp. Despite its lackluster talent and brief lifespan, the Pippy Shrimp was still formidable among 1-star beasts. Let us proceed to the plaza, Shinjingle suggested. The two emerged from the internet CAF, followed by a few onlookers intrigued by the spectacle. In the plaza, a space quickly cleared as both parties took their positions. The curly-haired youth summoned his beast. Upon seeing the Pippy Shrimp, the magic thorn was instantly incensed. Another one of those flatulent creatures, how utterly detestable. Without waiting for the Pippy Shrimp to launch an attack, the magic thorn seized the initiative, ensnaring the Pippy Shrimp with its vines. Energy absorption. The Pippy Shrimp's nascent flatulence was abruptly silenced. Powerless, it collapsed onto the ground. The spectators gasped in shock. Was that it? The outcome seemed overwhelmingly one-sided. That young lad was surprisingly formidable, regardless of others' thoughts or the curly-haired youth's next move. Shinjingle was indifferent. He had the option to avoid confrontation by simply requesting a change of seat from the manager, but he was unwilling to indulge the curly-haired youth's arrogance. After all, the seat had been assigned to him by the manager, and it was unreasonable to yield to someone else's demands. He ordered a beverage and, under the envious or wary gazes of the onlookers, returned to seat number 33 to continue his research. His first stop was the official website of Illusion High School, where he found the information regarding this year's special enrollment. The requirements stated, local residents in the second year of junior high who have naturally awakened and become 1-star Beast Masters, with their contracted beasts having reached 1 star, may click the link below to register. Successful registrants must participate in battles at a designated time. The top 7 from these battles will be admitted. Shinjingle refrained from clicking the link, instead searching for the website of Spirit Domain High School. The special enrollment requirements for Spirit Domain High School were similar. Local residents in the second year of junior high who have naturally awakened and become 1-star Beast Masters, with their contracted beasts having reached 1 star, may click the link below to register. Successful registrants will participate in battles at a designated time, with scores awarded as follows. First place receives 200 points, second place 180 points, third place 160 points, and so forth for the top 10. The final battle scores will be combined with the second-year final exam results to rank and select the top 7. Shinjingle had not participated in the final exam. However, given his status as a 2-star Beast Master, he might be exempt from considering the exam results. Let me check Dragon Abyss High School next, Shinjingle mused. Typing the name into the search bar. Longyuan Middle School, for second-year students who naturally awaken without household registration restrictions, a 1-star Beast Master qualification is required. Upon achieving a 1-star pet, candidates may click the link below to register. Following successful registration, they must first participate in the school's autonomous enrollment preparatory class examination, then engage in pet battles. The battle scores are as follows. The first place earns 100 points, the second place 95, the third place 90, and so forth. Ultimately, the battle scores will be added to the autonomous enrollment examination results, and the top 7 will be selected based on the total scores. Shinjingle looked down to see that the registration link had turned gray, indicating that the enrollment for the autonomous examination had already concluded. Undeterred, Shinjingle returned to the homepage and discovered a recent announcement stating that the written examination for the preparatory class had successfully concluded, while the pet battles would take place on July 15th. Alas, it was already July 20th, meaning the pet battles had concluded. The special recruitment requirements revealed that the competition at Longyuan Middle School was more intense than at the other 2 schools, with a greater emphasis on academic performance. Given his own academic scores, even a 2-star qualification would likely prove insufficient for admission. Consequently, Shinjingle dismissed Longyuan Middle School and turned his attention to the special recruitment of Lingyu and Phantom schools. The special recruitment requirements for Phantom School closely aligned with what Haoyang had described, except that Haoyang had not mentioned the need for battles. However, battling posed no issue for Shinjingle at present. Most individuals awaken with relatively small soul maps, which can grow to the size of a coin over time, achieving the level of a 1-star Beastmaster. At this stage, the only pets available for contract are newly born 0-star juvenile beasts. By the time students graduate from second year, very few can cultivate a 0-star juvenile beast to a 1-star level, let alone possess substantial battle experience. In contrast, when Shun Jingle awakened, his nature type map was already the size of an egg. Without hesitation, he contracted a magical thorn that had already attained the 1-star level. Provided that Phantom School did not impose a strict requirement of second-year graduation, his admission was virtually guaranteed. Conversely, Lingyu School required scores from the second-year unified examination, a criterion he did not meet, thus necessitating an attempt to register. Shun Jingle, disregarding all else, clicked on the Lingyu School link. Upon entering, he was met with the first requirement, to fill in his Beastmaster identity card number. Shun Jingle, feeling disheartened, clicked on the Phantom School registration link again, only to encounter the same requirement. A grimace crossed his face as he realized his futile efforts. He would first need to obtain a Beastmaster identity card. Promptly, he settled his account and left the internet CAF. The following day, at dawn, Shun Jingle had breakfast and made his way directly to the Lawn City Beastmaster Comprehensive Service Center. This institution, established by the Beastmaster Association in Lawn City, serves as a crucial facility, primarily responsible for processing interstellar identity cards for Beastmasters, task center operations, posting tasks, professional Beastmaster level certifications, event hosting, and more. The Beast Tamer Association is a transstellar alliance dedicated to fostering the training and development of beast tamers, maintaining close ties with administrative departments across various regions. For instance, the personnel who previously visited the 11th Middle School to draw the Awakening Array were from the Beast Tamer Association. Their affiliated Beast Education Center was established and funded by the government of Lawn City, while the association provided personnel and technical support, creating a collaborative institution governed by both the association and the administrative body. Upon successfully awakening at school, students receive a temporary identity card issued by the Beast Education Center. Once they advance to a 1-star Beast Tamer and form a contract with a pet, they can visit the Comprehensive Service Center for Beast Tamers to upgrade their identity card to the globally recognized Beast Tamer card. As a 2-star Tamer, Shun Jingle is naturally entitled to directly obtain the global identity card. He took a number in the hall and proceeded to the waiting area. Please summon number 009 to window 3 for processing. Soon, the announcement called for Shun Jingle. Hello, I am here to apply for a Beast Tamer identity card. Having awakened naturally, Shun Jingle stated as he presented his ordinary identity card. The staff member glanced up at him, somewhat taken aback. Since the establishment of the Unified Awakening Array, those capable of natural awakening typically appeared before the Unified Awakening in the first year of middle school, predominantly during the first semester. It was the first time he had encountered someone applying for a card during the summer break. However, his surprise was fleeting, and he soon dismissed it. Please take this document to the adjacent testing room for verification, the staff member instructed, handing him a form. Before long, a commotion erupted from the testing room, prompting the staff member to glance curiously towards it. Yet he continued with his duties. Half an hour later, as the staff member had nearly forgotten about Shun Jingle, he presented the testing report at the window. Why did the testing take so long? The staff member murmured. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the report before him. Chapter 33, Purchasing a House. A 13-year-old 2-star Beast Tamer, naturally awakened. Specific attributes, unmeasured. 13 years old and already a 2-star? This must mean he achieved 2 stars upon awakening, the staff member thought, astonished. He had heard of prodigies reaching 1 or even 2 stars immediately upon awakening, yet such talent had never manifested in Lawn City. The notation of natural attributes, with specific types unmeasured, indicated something remarkable. Their center's detection instruments could identify a maximum of 3 attributes, suggesting that this young individual surpassed that threshold. The staff member stood agape, staring blankly at Shun Jingle, as if he were trying to discern a flower blooming on his face. Only when Shun Jingle, growing impatient, urged him to proceed did he reluctantly regain his composure and hastily process the card. No wonder the testing took so long. The 2 individuals in the testing room were likely just as astonished as he was. A few minutes later, the staff member respectfully handed the identity card to Shun Jingle. Upon exiting the service center, Shun Jingle appeared to have ample time before the day drew to a close, prompting him to seek out a nearby internet CAF to continue his enrollment. This time, he registered on the Phantom Academy website, swiftly receiving a text message. Congratulations, Shun Jingle. You have successfully enrolled in the special admission examination for the 3032 preparatory class at Phantom Academy. Please arrive at the school on July 29th at 9 a.m. sharp for the Beast Battle examination. However, his efforts with Lingyu Academy were not as seamless. He was required to provide his scores from the second semester of his second year, but he mistakenly submitted his first-year scores. To his dismay, the system requested his student ID for verification on the educational network, which, upon inquiry, indicated that his grades were non-existent, resulting in an unsuccessful registration. After a prolonged ordeal, he had only managed to successfully enroll at Phantom Academy. Consequently, Shun Jingle began to peruse properties near Phantom Academy online. The most affordable three-bedroom apartment within proximity was priced at over $6 million, an amount beyond his current financial reach. Yesterday, Tang Ying had sent him a message informing him that Shun Yu's school registration process was progressing smoothly. The transfer procedures from Feiqing had been completed, and now it was merely a matter of returning to Lancheng to finalize the acceptance procedures at a nearby elementary school. The acceptance of transfer students at the elementary schools in Lancheng must be completed by August 10th at the latest. Hence, Shun Jingle aspired to purchase a property before Tang Ying and the others returned, so he could relocate their household registration, facilitating Shun Yu's seamless entry into the elementary school adjacent to their new home. He continued his search for other elementary and secondary schools in the vicinity of Phantom Academy, identifying the affiliated elementary school of Phantom Academy, as well as the affiliated elementary school of Launching No. 3 Middle School and Launching No. 3 Middle School itself. The circumstances at No. 3 Middle School were comparable to those at No. 11 Middle School. However, due to its proximity to Phantom Academy, it attracted a higher caliber of students, and its educational quality surpassed that of No. 11. Given Shun Yu's aptitude, gaining admission to Phantom Academy seemed uncertain, while entry into No. 3 Middle School would be commendable. Without hesitation, Shun Jingle began to explore properties near No. 3 Middle School. With over 3 million available, he found a plethora of options. After 2 hours of exhaustive searching, he felt dizzy with information but ultimately selected 4 properties, intending to inspect them in person that afternoon. Guided by the real estate agent, Shun Jingle viewed all 4 apartments, during which the agent also recommended 2 additional options. After surveying the 6 properties, he noted that 2 were situated between Phantom Academy and No. 3 Middle School, priced just above $4 million. 2 others were adjacent to No. 3 Middle School, with prices ranging between $3,500,000 and $4 million. The final 2 were located to the southeast and directly east of No. 3 Middle School, each priced just over $3 million. After careful consideration, Shun Jingle ultimately decided on the property adjacent to No. 3 Middle School, listed at $3.68 million. Although the apartment was modest in size, a compact 3-bedroom unit with a property area of only 82 square meters, it featured a generously sized balcony in the living room, encompassing nearly 8 square meters. The community boasted a shared outdoor training facility exceeding 200 square meters, as well as a 3-story indoor training area, which greatly pleased Shun Jingle. With a total of $3.8 million in his account, he negotiated the price, and the owner ultimately agreed to sell it to him for $3.62 million. Drawing from Shun Jingle's previous experience of never haggling over prices, securing a deal for $60,000 was as exhilarating as earning $300,000 from a competition. He promptly settled the payment, and the agent, equally enthusiastic, pledged to finalize the transfer paperwork by the following day. The agent was elated. It is a rarity to encounter a client who pays in full on the very first viewing. Fortuitously, on this day, other colleagues had dismissed him, perceiving him as merely a child, and were reluctant to assist. Shun Jingle, having not closed a deal in several days, graciously welcomed this client. To his surprise, the client was exceptionally straightforward, settling on a property and paying in full on the first day. It was a delightful turn of events. Shun Jingle, however, was not fond of spending excessive time on purchases. Merely viewing properties for a day was enough to leave him feeling overwhelmed. If it weren't for the urgency of handling Shun Yu's school enrollment upon Tang Ying's return, he would have considered delegating the home buying process entirely to her. With only a small amount remaining on his card, He felt no psychological burden and returned to a previous shop to purchase an energy meal costing 100,000 coins, leaving him with a mere 80,000. He realized he needed to devise a swift method for generating passive income. Relying solely on casino competitions was proving to be a slow endeavor. Were the other competitors aware of his thoughts, many would surely be baffled, as not everyone could consistently achieve victories by surpassing their rank as he did. Shin Jingle chose to return to the small apartment that Tang Ying initially purchased. The task of moving to a new home could wait until Tang Ying and Shin Yu arrived. He had no inclination to clean or organize the new residence. Lying in bed, relishing a rare night of rest, he picked up his phone and opened a game he had neglected for several days. Just as he became engrossed, a call from Hao Liang interrupted him. "Jingle, are you free tomorrow? I mentioned your situation to our coach. He wants to meet you. I'm sending you a link for the enrollment of our preparatory class. Please register." It was a serendipitous moment, as he had just registered today. And now Hao Liang had arranged for him to meet a teacher from the school the very next day. Without hesitation, he agreed, and they decided to meet at the city library. The following day, before dawn, Hao Liang was roused by the persistent ringing of his phone. "Have you gotten up? Hurry. Take me to meet the genius you mentioned." The thunderous voice of Coach Guo boomed from the other end. Hao Liang's grogginess dissipated slightly at the sound. As he opened his bleary eyes, he was met with the darkness outside. The drowsiness returned momentarily. "Hao Liang, get up." The urgency in Guo's voice jolted him upright. "What time is it?" Hao Liang thought to himself, exasperated. Coach Guo, known for his booming voice and fiery temperament, was affectionately nicknamed Guo Cannon among the team. Hao Liang picked up his phone, feeling quite disgruntled. "Coach, what time is it now?" "A genius will not flee. Young rascal, stop your incessant chatter and hurry up. I can hardly contain my impatience. I dread the thought of that prodigy being snatched away by someone else." Chapter 34. The meeting. When Hao Liang was dropped off at the city library by Coach Guo, the sky was just beginning to lighten, leaving an hour and a half until the library opened. Coach Guo guided him to a breakfast stall, ordering 2 baskets of steamed buns. As the steaming buns were placed before him, Hao Liang's first thought was that they looked delightfully snug and content. The enticing aroma wafted toward him, causing his eyelids to grow heavy. After devouring half a basket in a matter of moments, Coach Guo noticed Hao Liang barely touching his food and chuckled, swiftly finishing the remaining buns and unceremoniously taking Hao Liang's share. When Hao Liang jolted awake with a thud on the table, he found the buns had vanished, and even Coach Guo was nowhere to be seen. A glance around revealed Coach Guo pacing anxiously at the library entrance. Checking the time, Hao Liang realized they still had over 40 minutes until the doors opened, prompting him to order another breakfast. This time, the buns appeared irresistibly glistening and aromatic, each one more tempting than the last. At 8:30, the library opened its doors promptly, and the two made their way to the 5th floor to await Shin Jingle. Their meeting scheduled for 9 o'clock. Coach Guo was visibly anxious. Hao Liang had contacted him the previous day after returning home from the library, sharing the news. Unfortunately, he had been engaged in a mandatory training session and couldn't check his phone until the previous night, which left him astounded. Such a talent must be recruited into the Phantom at all costs. Seeing the message dated a day prior caused him to worry about potential complications, prompting him to urge Hao Liang to arrange a meeting with Shin Jingle that very evening. However, Hao Liang felt it was too late at night, opting instead to schedule for the following morning. Coach Guo was restless, feeling as if a genius wandering the streets was akin to a prized cabbage lost among pigs. Every pig would desire to snatch it home. He feared being too late and losing the opportunity to others. The night was spent in a flurry of reports to the year group leader and seeking favors from the principal, leaving him sleepless. Now, he was on the verge of urging Hao Liang every minute, though he held back out of politeness. He silently resolved that if Shin Jingle had not arrived by 9 o'clock, he would have Hao Liang call to inquire. Fortunately, Shin Jingle was known for his punctuality, arriving 10 minutes early to demonstrate his sincerity. Upon arrival, he noticed Hao Liang waiting, accompanied by a robust adult man with deep-set features and a wild mane of hair, who was gazing at him intently. Coach Guo remarked, "This young student possesses a strikingly refined appearance." Shin Jingle replied, "This teacher has a remarkably full head of hair." "Jingle, you've arrived. Allow me to introduce our school's first-year team coach, Coach Guo Da." "Coach Guo, this is the student I mentioned to you, Shin Jingle." Hao Liang enthusiastically introduced. "Greetings, Shin student," Coach Guo said warmly, extending his hand to shake Shin Jingle's. Hello, Coach Gua. Shun Jingle responded politely, noting the coach's firm grip. I just received word from the admissions office that you registered for our preparatory class exam yesterday morning. I am truly delighted that you have chosen our school. Coach Gua beamed with a hint of flattery. Beside him, Hao Liang appeared somewhat taken aback. Was this really the same Coach Gua who often yelled at them like they were his grandchildren and had a penchant for scolding? If the team members saw him smiling like this, they would be utterly astonished. All thanks to Hao Liang's suggestion, Shin Jingle expressed gratefully, casting a glance at Hao Liang. Coach Gua also looked at Hao Liang appreciatively, finding this usually unruly child particularly agreeable today. At that moment, he heard Shin Jingle continue. If it weren't for Hao Liang's reminder, I wouldn't have known that first-year students could apply for the preparatory class. I looked into the preparatory classes of Longyuan, Lingyu, and Huanying yesterday. Coach Gua's smile faltered, a wave of concern washing over him. No, he couldn't have applied to those two schools, could he? He shot Hao Liang a reproachful glance, questioning why he had to mention the other two institutions to a genius. Coach Gua, while those two schools rank above Huanying, we at Huanying are certainly no less capable, Hao Liang defended. That's what Hao Liang said too, Shin Jingle added. Coach Gua cast a reassuring glance at Hao Liang. If you come to our school, not only will your tuition be entirely waived, but you will also receive a weekly allowance of 500 coins. Furthermore, the resources needed for nurturing your pet will be provided by the school. Shin Jingle's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such wonderful opportunities awaited him. Noticing his interest, Coach Gua continued. Moreover, once you enter the preparatory class, you will be granted special permission to join the first-year team directly, allowing you to start training with the team next month. Shin Jingle's eyes lit up once more. I was the first to register for Huanying because it was the simplest application process. Coach Gua's eyes brightened in response. Rest assured, if you come to our school, you will not regret it. A genius like you is undoubtedly drawn to Huanying, making things much easier. Shin Jingle remarked. You are the only teacher who has come to meet me among the three schools. The other two had no one to connect with me. They didn't even know who I was. Coach Gua replied. The moment Hao Liang spoke of your talents, I couldn't resist coming to see you in person. After all these years of teaching, you are the most gifted student I have encountered. My sincerity is unmatched by anyone else. With that, he threw another appreciative glance at Hao Liang. If not for Hao Liang's acquaintance with you, how could we have had this fortunate encounter? Hao Liang mused. What has gotten into Coach Gua today? He keeps casting me appreciative glances. Does he not realize that a burly man like him throwing flirtatious looks can be quite intimidating? Coach Gua, may I take a look at your pet? Shin Jingle. Of course, no problem. Shin Jingle immediately channeled his soul power, and a green figure materialized within a two-star formation, revealing the magical thorn. Indeed, as Hao Liang had asserted, this one-star beast was a rare genius. But why did it seem on the verge of evolution? Coach Gua, is your magical thorn about to evolve? Shin Jingle, yes, the energy value is sufficient, yet the skills have not yet reached full mastery. Coach Gua, what is its most proficient skill at present? Shin Jingle, the skill it employs most frequently is the entangling thorn. Coach Gua, have you conducted a measurement? What is the latest data? Shin Jingle, not yet. He wished to conceal his ability to directly perceive the data of his pet. Coach Gua, let us go and measure it now. Chapter 35, Measurement Moments Later. At the Beastmaster Comprehensive Service Center in Lon City, Coach Gua led Shin Jingle to queue for the data assessment of the magical thorn. Hao Liang stood behind them, utterly dazed. Could Shin Jingle's magical thorn truly be on the brink of advancing to 2 stars? Just a moment ago, while conversing with Shin Jingle in the library, a singular thought plagued Hao Liang's mind. Who am I? Where am I? He was in the first year of junior high. He was in the first year of high school. His pet was not far behind his own, and he could just barely accept that. But now, the impending 2-star evolution felt excessive. How long had it been since he contracted the magical thorn, and it was already about to become 2 stars? Hao Liang glanced at Shin Jingle, who was a head shorter than him, and resigned himself to the fact that Shin Jingle was already a 2-star Beastmaster, having long since transcended their level. Yet, why did his heart feel so sour? He recalled how Shin Jingle had generously provided Little Ice Thunder with energy restoration potions, and he suppressed that sourness within him. No longer feeling bitter, he thought, from now on, he would be the older brother, and Shin Jingle would be the younger brother. Let others feel envious instead. The detection data for the magical thorn had already been revealed, and Hao Liang hurriedly squeezed forward to take a look. Pet name, magical thorn, element, wood, primary, wind, secondary. Level 1 star 515-25000. Talent Regeneration, Minor Mastery 258-35000. Wind Stabilization, Entry 89500. Skills Entangling Thorn, Minor Mastery 378-55000. Pollen Healing, Proficient 1417200. Rotating Gale, Proficient 1231200. Energy Absorption, Entry 28450. Energy Conversion, Entry 97500. Coach Gua, the energy has indeed reached the threshold for 2 stars. Hao Liang, why is the most skilled ability still over 1,000 short of mastery, yet the energy value has already reached the 2-star level? My Little Ice Thunder's feather skill has also reached minor mastery, but its energy value is still far from 2 stars. Why is there such a vast disparity? Hao Liang looked questioningly at Coach Gua. Coach Gua turned his gaze to the skill list. 5 skills. Advanced Skill, Spiraling Hurricane. Super Skill, Energy Absorption, Energy Conversion. Coach Gu's mouth twitched slightly as he inhaled deeply, feigning calmness. He remarked, it must be related to the abundance and high levels of its skills. A 1-star beast possesses 5 skills, including 1 advanced and 2 super skills. This is simply extraordinary. The aptitude of beast tamers is remarkable, and so is the quality of their beasts. They have struck gold this time at their school. Coach Gu took another deep breath. Hao Liang, looking dazed, exclaimed, I see now. Coach Gu cast a reproachful glance at Hao Liang. You didn't mention this over the phone, which nearly caused me to lose my composure just now. Hao Liang feigned innocence, but you didn't ask either. Upon hearing that a first-year student was already a 2-star beast tamer, you were startled enough to shout, really? And when you learned that a 1-star beast had been contracted and had even defeated me, you couldn't wait to set up a meeting and teach me how to entice students to enroll in our school. Coach Gu playfully smacked the back of Hao Liang's head, prompting him to fall silent. Coach Gu continued, the proficiency of energy conversion has already reached 97. Once it approaches around 150, it should be able to convert energies of 2 different attributes. Hao Liang could not help but interject, it can already convert electric energy. It was precisely this ability that allowed my Little Ice Thunder to defeat me last time. Coach Gu, can a proficiency of over 90 really convert such a unique attribute as electric energy? Is it because this skill is a super skill that makes it so powerful? Coach Gu smacked Hao Liang's head again. How could you not inform me of such crucial information? Hao Liang was taken aback. Do I have asking for a beating written on my face today? At this moment, Coach Gu's mind was in turmoil. This magical thorn was simply abnormal. It is a dual attribute beast of wood and wind. Upon awakening its energy absorption ability, it automatically absorbed energies from the wood, wind, and fighting attributes. Initially, energy conversion could only change into 1 attribute, typically one of the 4 elements: wood, earth, water, or fire. Attributes like electric, psychic, or fairy energies are exceedingly challenging to convert, usually requiring proficiency to reach mastery. Coach Gu composed himself and asked Shinjingle, which attribute energies can the magical thorn convert now? Shinjingle replied, fire and electric. Thankfully, it was only 2, not exceedingly extraordinary. Yet, proficiency in the 90s to convert electric energy. How could that not be extraordinary? Coach Gu was astounded. Then you should focus on training the skill Thorny Entanglement. Once perfected, it can evolve to 2 stars. It still requires over 1,000 proficiency points, which should provide ample training time. As Hao Liang contemplated this, he suddenly realized that Shinjingle might not be as extraordinary as he initially thought. Shinjingle, no? I plan to focus on honing the skills of Pollen Cure and Rotating Hurricane next, striving to achieve a proficiency level comparable to that of the Thorned Entanglement. Once I master all 3 skills to perfection, I will then upgrade to 2 stars. Coach Gua Hao Liang. Coach Gua can no longer maintain his composure. Why? Shinjingle. I simply wish to see what differences this approach will yield. Coach Gua Hao Liang. A genius's notion, one that we admittedly cannot comprehend. Hao Liang suddenly broke into a smile. This means that Shinjingle will undoubtedly require a longer training period, and by then, my Little Ice Thunder may have already evolved, while his magical thorn remains at 1 star. This thought brought a sense of balance to his mind. As Coach Gua recalled the time it took for his pet to master a skill from proficient to perfected, he frowned and advised, once a pet's level increases, the proficiency of skills will rise more swiftly. There is no need to expend too much time at the 1-star level. Shinjingle remained unconcerned, saying, it's fine. I'll give it a try. Coach Guo contemplated offering further counsel, but then remembered Shin Jingle's exceptional talent. Considering he was not yet his pupil, he feared that if he displeased him, Shin Jingle might transfer to another school, leaving him with no avenue for lamentation. Thus, he resigned. Very well, you are a genius. You decide. Having grasped the general situation regarding Shin Jingle and the magical thorn, and after establishing a sense of presence with Shin Jingle, Coach Guo felt quite satisfied. He treated Shin Jingle and Hao Yang to lunch before preparing to depart. Before leaving, he summoned his pet, Nainike, before Shin Jingle's eyes. A golden star array illuminated in front of Coach Guo, forming a hexagram, with a hexagon at its center. A rank Beastmaster. The rank Beastmaster star array featured a hexagram, lacking the central hexagon present in the higher rank. This was Shin Jingle's first encounter with a rank Beastmaster in reality, bringing him closest to a super rank Beastmaster. Previously, during the school's collapse, it was rumored that 2 rank Beastmasters had appeared, but he had never glimpsed even a shadow of them, so it did not count. Within the Golden Star Array, a creature composed of spheres of various sizes and colors, resembling a spaceship and measuring approximately 3 meters in length, materialized before Shin Jingle and Hao Yang. Chapter 36. Impolite and Uncivilized Nainike, a 5-star pet with dual attributes of psychic and spatial abilities. Every aspect of it exuded one word: expensive. Shin Jingle's eyes sparkled, unable to suppress an exclamation. Both psychic and spatial attributes are exceedingly rare, and to possess both in one creature is indeed a remarkable luxury. Coach Guo was quite pleased with Shin Jingle's reaction, for this was a deliberate display of his prowess. Calmly, he addressed Nainike, saying, "Bring out the box I gave you this morning." Nainike. Suddenly, a blue sphere on Nainike's body opened a seam, from which white light emanated. In the next moment, a box over a meter tall was gently placed before Shin Jingle under Nainike's telekinetic control. "This is the energy meal specially prepared by the school's nurturing teacher for your magical thorns, a gift to mark our first meeting. I hope you will not decline it." Shin Jingle. Is it delivered by the box? Hao Yang. Why does he not receive such treatment? Even a single packet would suffice. Coach Guo did not give Shin Jingle the chance to refuse. "All right, I shall take my leave. I look forward to seeing you at school on the 25th. The last 2 words were directed at Nainai. In the next moment, a red orb emitted a beam of light, enveloping Coach Guo, and then both man and beast vanished before Shin Jingle. A spatial transfer, a super skill of the space system. How impressive. Shin Jingle felt fortunate to be associated with this teacher, believing that a bright future awaited him. Hao Liang, oh my. Coach Guo's flamboyant demeanor resembles that of a peacock showing off. It's utterly hilarious. Isn't it? Shin Jingle secretly mused that he must contract a space-type beast in the future. Truly, it is simply too cool. Once Coach Guo departed, the atmosphere between Hao Liang and Shin Jingle relaxed. Suddenly, Hao Liang displayed a look of realization. No wonder during training at the library, you only practiced the skill of spinning hurricane. It seems you intended to master it completely. With an entire day dedicated to one skill, how much could its proficiency increase? Shin Jingle, it's all right. How much do you usually improve in a day? Hao Liang, who on earth checks data after a day of practice? Do you burn money? At that moment, Hao Liang's phone suddenly chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Coach Guo, asking him to find out whether Shin Jingle had enrolled in Lingyu and Longyuan. Hao Liang's eyes gleamed as he wrapped an arm around Shin Jingle's neck. I didn't expect you to have applied to our school yesterday morning. From now on, we shall be teammates. I look forward to your guidance. Shin Jingle, I intended to apply the day before yesterday, but was delayed due to not having the Beastmaster identity card. I only registered after obtaining it yesterday. Hao Liang, you haven't yet acquired your identity card? All high school applications require it. How could you endure such a situation? If it were me, I would have rushed to obtain it the very first day of my natural awakening. Hao Liang's gaze towards Shin Jingle shifted, sensing that aside from his superior talent, the latter possessed some rare qualities. Shin Jingle, I simply hadn't thought of it. If not for the necessity, I might have only remembered to apply for it upon starting school. Fortunately, Phantom only requires the identity card, while Lingyu High School also demands the submission of standardized exam scores, which must be verified through the education network. Hao Liang's eyes sparkled as he was about to inquire further, but he quickly interrupted, asking, You also applied to Lingyu High School? Shin Jingle, I was unable to apply successfully. They require the end-of-term scores from the second year of junior high, which I do not possess. I also looked into Longyuan High School, but their preparatory class enrollment examination has already concluded. Thus, I can only pin my hopes on Phantom. Thank you, Hao Liang, for directly recommending me to Coach Gua, allowing my hopes to materialize ahead of time. Given your extraordinary talents, do you truly believe that your end-of-term grades from the second year are of greater significance? Does it matter that the admissions examinations have concluded? You merely need to inquire at the schools, and both Long Yuan and Ling Yu would eagerly welcome you. Hao Liang reflected on Coach Gua's attentiveness from the previous day until now, opening his mouth but refraining from voicing his true thoughts. Shen Jingle, I have considered it. Perhaps I should make a special trip to Long Yuan and Ling Yu to inquire, as there may be opportunities for admission. Hao Liang, indeed. Shen Jingle. However, I find it rather bothersome, as the three schools are not significantly different from one another. Hao Liang exhaled a breath he had been holding. Precisely. Huanying is no less distinguished than those two schools. Shen Jingle. Indeed, the coach is quite exceptional and rather amusing. Hao Liang. Exceptional he may be, but which of your eyes perceived Coach Gua as amusing? Never mind. You are the senior, and I am the junior. Your word is law. What do you plan to do this afternoon? Hao Liang inquired. I intend to visit the community hospital in the West District to inquire about part-time positions for healing practitioners. Hao Liang's expression shifted to one of realization and envy. Your magical thorns possess healing abilities. It is perfectly suited for earning extra income at a hospital. If only I had a healing pet as well, I could easily find a position at any hospital without worrying about finances. Shen Jingle. The key is that this allows me to practice the pollen healing skill, as proficiency in this skill can only be enhanced through its application on subjects in need. Hao Liang. Jingle. Have you truly not considered the time cost of mastering all three skills? Shen Jingle. It matters not. I am still only in the first year of junior high. At the inquiry desk of the West District Community Hospital, Shen Jingle politely asked whether they were hiring part-time healing pets. The nurse at the inquiry desk brightened at the mention and promptly escorted Shen Jingle to the director's office. Upon hearing the purpose of the visit, the director readily agreed. The variety of healing pets is quite limited, predominantly found in larger hospitals, and their community hospital is equipped only with a shallow water species. This species employs a licking technique for healing, relying on the saliva it secretes, which many find repulsive. When confronted with ailments requiring extraordinary treatment, patients prefer to spend more at larger hospitals. If a pet capable of pollen healing were to work at their facility, their business would undoubtedly flourish. The director intended to persuade Shen Jingle to sign a formal agreement, allowing the magical thorns to serve at their hospital on a long-term basis. But Shen Jingle, considering his transient stay, declined politely. The director did not press the matter further, and they agreed on a fee split of 60-40, with Shen Jingle receiving 40 and the hospital 60. Thus, the magical thorns commenced their afternoon duties. Magic. The magical thorns gazed at the nameplate affixed to its small yellow flower, clearly uncomfortable with the adornment. Before it could protest further, its body was adorned with a white ribbon. This is the uniform of hospital doctors. You cannot remove it, a young nurse cheerfully informed the magical thorns. Removing it would be akin to running about in the nude, which is neither civilized nor polite. The magical thorns, bewildered, nodded in agreement. After the nurse departed, it turned its puzzled gaze toward Shen Jingle. Magic? I've never worn clothes before. Does that count as running around naked? Shen Jingle responded, Magic. When you return today, please buy me 2 sets of clothing. Chapter 37. Benefits Mom. It hurts. In the treatment room, a small boy tugged at his mother's sleeve, tears streaming down his face. A large burn covered his right arm, and the doctor was carefully removing bits of fabric stuck to the wound. How could you be so careless? The pain caused by the fiery shrimp was excruciating, especially since a child's sensitivity to pain surpasses that of an adult. We were just camping and barbecuing. While his father was busy grilling the shrimp, he didn't notice the child. Please be more careful next time. This injury can only be treated with extraordinary skills. Ordinary medicine, 1 tea suffice. Very well. We have a shallow water spirit here, with a treatment cost of 6,000 interstellar coins. Do you wish to proceed with the treatment here? A shallow water spirit? Is there nothing else? The child's mother displayed a conflicted expression. Just as the doctor was about to respond, a nurse knocked and entered, whispering something in the doctor's ear. The doctor's brow relaxed. We also have a magic thorn available, with a treatment fee of 10,000 interstellar coins. Would you consider that? A magic thorn? Oh, that is perfectly fine. Please arrange it. The child's mother appeared delighted. She hadn't anticipated encountering a magic thorn at a community hospital. Such therapeutic beasts were typically found only in second-tier hospitals in the city, and their treatment costs were rarely this reasonable. Before long, Shun Jingle entered the treatment room, guided by the nurse. The mother, noticing Shun Jingle following closely behind the nurse, furrowed her brow in displeasure. Before the nurse could speak, she addressed Shun Jingle. "Young child, please wait outside for a moment. My son has not yet completed his treatment." She mistook Shun Jingle for another patient awaiting care. The nurse momentarily froze before quickly introducing Shun Jingle to the child's mother. "This is the beast master of the magic thorn." Without waiting for the mother's reaction, the doctor turned directly to Shun Jingle. "We can begin." Shun Jingle promptly summoned the magic thorn. Within the verdant two-star array, a splash of green emerged. The child's mother, feeling embarrassed about her earlier demeanor, was taken aback by the sight of the two-star array. It was astonishing that such a young child had a contracted beast capable of receiving treatment at a hospital. And she was even more astonished to discover he was a two-star beast master. The mother completely retracted her earlier dismissive attitude. Meanwhile, the child, still sobbing, extended his arm. The magic thorn gently swayed its yellow flower, and in an instant, a flurry of pollen cascaded down upon the child. The yellow pollen landed on the injured area, shimmering briefly before vanishing. The child felt a warm sensation spreading through his arm, and before long, it was as if his arm had returned to its pristine state, leaving him with a light and buoyant feeling. After the treatment concluded, the child's radiant smile brought immense satisfaction to the mother. The doctor, witnessing the smooth progress of the treatment, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Throughout the afternoon, the magical thorn treated a total of 5 patients, with consultation fees varying based on the severity of their conditions. Shun Jingle calculated that he would receive a share of 260,000 coins. Quite a pleasant outcome. The magical thorn could indeed sustain itself through the healing of others. Dinner consisted of the hospital's staff meal, complemented by a complimentary energy meal for the magical thorn. With no other engagements that evening, Shun Jingle chose to remain at the hospital, treating an additional 4 patients and earning a further 190,000 coins. As he departed, the hospital graciously gifted him a wood milk fruit, leaving Shun Jingle utterly astonished. He recalled having purchased one for 40,000 coins previously. How could the hospital afford to give it away? The attending physician smiled and remarked, "It's a benefit of working here. We have these every day." Shun Jingle understood. Indeed, working in a public institution came with its perks. On his way home, he tossed the wood milk fruit to the magical thorn, which transformed into a plump and rosy form yet again. It was quite an unsightly sight. He recalled having previously purchased a bellflower and wondered where he had carelessly tossed it. Upon returning home, Shun Jingle rummaged through his belongings and ultimately discovered the bellflower nestled within the kitchen cabinet. Food items in the kitchen? That seemed reasonable, but he distinctly remembered placing it in his room. Perhaps he had inadvertently put it in the kitchen instead? Regardless, the details eluded him. Every time the magical thorn indulged in a delectable treat, it would take on a pink hue. Both the wood milk fruit and the bellflower were classified as level 1 treasures, providing minimal benefits to the magical thorn, merely being tastier and more energizing than the standard energy meals. Consequently, after his initial purchase, Shun Jingle refrained from acquiring these treats again. He would have to wait until he was financially secure to grant the magical thorn the freedom of indulgence. In the following 2 days, Shun Jingle spent his mornings at the library, while his afternoons and evenings were dedicated to the hospital. Whenever patients required treatment, he would attend to them during lulls. He immersed himself in his studies. After all, should he successfully enroll in Phantom Middle School, he would be joining a cohort of second-year students. As a self-proclaimed underachiever, the prospect of skipping a grade was daunting, leaving him concerned about his academic performance. Before long, Sunday arrived. Shun Jingle checked the gambling den, discovering 12 unread messages. 1. The Flame Dragon of the Iron Warrior ranks 63rd on the win list, inviting everyone to take on the challenge. 2. The Gentle Lily, ranked 76th on the win list, issues you a challenge. Will you accept? 3. Newcomers on the Stormy list, including the previous challenges. He had received a total of 6 invitations, with the highest ranking being the second one, from the Gentle Lily at 76th place. The name suggested a feminine presence, exuding a gentle aura. Yet, something about her style seemed out of place in the gambling arena. Shun Jingle clicked to accept the challenge. Soon, a new notification arrived. You have accepted the challenge of the gentle Lily, and your match is scheduled for tonight. May I ask if you are available to participate? He chose yes. Both parties have opted to participate tonight. The match has been locked in as the 8th battle of the Stormy Arena. Shin Jingle returned to the homepage, located the Wind rank number 1, and scrolled down to 76. Gentle Lily, Charming Shadow Fox. The Charming Shadow Fox, a 1-star fairy-type pet beast, is said to have the potential to ascend to the king level. Its primary skills are likely transformation and allure. Fairy-type pets are generally scarce, and one capable of reaching the king level must be quite valuable. The opponent is presumably not short on funds, and their presence at the casino is likely for training purposes. What, then, is her reason for choosing to battle with the magical thorn? After all, challenges are typically arranged sequentially, and it is hard to believe that Shun Jingle would challenge in reverse without any ulterior motive. In the most bustling shopping mall of Lawn City, Milo, who was dining with her cousin, lightly tapped her fingers on the casino screen to confirm. She then looked up at her cousin, Milo, and said, "Tonight, I will take you to the casino. Are you in?" Milo's eyes lit up. Absolutely. Chapter 38. Charming Shadow Fox Milo, Milo's cousin, is the prodigy of their family, having attended Lonyuan High School. Just before graduating from her senior year, she ascended to a 3-star Beast Master and achieved high scores in her cultural subjects, which led to her admission into the prestigious Blue Star International Beastmaster University. The Charming Shadow Fox is the pet beast Milo has recently contracted. With the summer vacation at hand and her family loosening restrictions due to her academic success, she decided to take her Charming Shadow Fox for battles at the casino. A few days prior, she heard that a 1-star magical thorn had awakened an energy absorption skill, which intrigued her greatly. After requesting the battle video from the casino, she discovered that this magical thorn was indeed extraordinary. Renowned for its healing capabilities, it displayed a surprisingly strong fighting instinct. What delighted her most was that the magical thorn is a genderless pet beast. Her Charming Shadow Fox is a female variant, and typically, its allure skills would only affect male beasts. However, when it transforms, it can even change its gender, allowing its allure skills to affect females as well. Thus, regardless of whether its opponent is a 1-star or 2-star beast, a single glance from it leaves the opponent dazed and compliant, leading them to step outside the battle arena. Each victory was achieved through this tactic, which did little to enhance its own combat skills, particularly in developing its fighting awareness. Milo was quite distressed by this, so after watching the battle video of the magical thorn, she did not hesitate to issue a challenge. At 7 p.m., at the Cloud Summit Storm Casino, Milo took her cousin Milo, who was visiting such a venue for the first time, to the spectator seats. Milo was brimming with excitement at the new experiences she encountered. "Sister Luo, you are my idol. I admire you so much." Milo smiled faintly and replied, "If I can having may top the Wind rank number 1 this summer, then you can admire me all you wish." The admiration in Lele's gaze intensified. A mere summer holiday had elevated her newly contracted 1-star pet beast to the pinnacle of rankings. How astonishing. It was beyond her wildest dreams. However, Luo regarded this achievement with disdain, remarking that it was merely a trivial ranking from a small-town casino, lacking in true talent. "Set your sights higher. Focus on the major tournaments," she urged. "Dear sister, I too aspire to lofty ambitions, yet alas, my abilities do not permit such aspirations," Lele replied. In jest, Luo playfully tapped Lele on the head, suggesting even the middle school beast taming competitions could serve as a suitable target for her ambitions. Lele paused, pondering the disparity in caliber between middle school competitions and the adult rivalries in casinos. She found it perplexing that her cousin, who clearly looked down upon the casino competitors, deemed the middle school events more worthy of her attention. Middle schoolers are your peers. The lessons learned from contemporaries are far more beneficial. Moreover, the adults competing in the casino are, at best, mediocre, victorious only due to their pet's superior energy levels. In terms of nurturing and training beasts for battle, the exceptional talents among middle schoolers far surpass them, Luo articulated. Lele nodded thoughtfully, just as a server approached Luo, presenting her with a mask bearing the number 15. On the arena, competitors numbered 1 and 2 were about to commence their duel, instantly capturing Lele's attention. The spectacle of combat and the audacious bets of the audience was a scene she had never witnessed before. She was utterly captivated, oblivious to Luo's departure to the preparation room. Upon discovering that his opponent's pet beast was a bewitching fox, Shen Jingle had conferred with his magical thorn on their battle strategy. The primary skill of the bewitching fox was its ability to charm, which hinged entirely on gender. Females could charm males, and vice versa. At the 1-star level, this charm was predominantly executed through flirtatious glances, easily countered by simply closing one's eyes. The transformation skill was largely unnecessary in combat. He had previously encountered numerous complaints on forums about bewitching foxes transforming into their owners and exposing their secrets during class. Thus, this battle hinged on successfully defending against the charm. Shen Jingle was uncertain of the gender of his magical thorn, so he inquired. To his surprise, the magical thorn replied, "What is gender?" Shen Jingle sighed. "Never mind, I'll just go in with my eyes closed and strike randomly." To enhance his chances of hitting the target, he devised a new technique with the magical thorn, inspired by a previously seen rolled-up shield. This time, he instructed the magical thorn to curl the end into a sphere. The plan was to unleash a flurry of strikes. Surely, they would land a blow on the bewitching fox, renowned for its frailty. He speculated that a single punch would suffice to bring it down. Wearing the number 16 mask, Shen Jingle reviewed their strategy one last time in the waiting area. Remember, under no circumstances should you open your eyes. Just follow my commands. When I say to strike, you strike. Magical thorn. No problem. Soon enough, the host called their group to the arena. Next, we invite the 8th group of contestants from the Fengyun Battle Tournament. The Gentle Lily, ranked 76th from our Fengzi No. 1 leaderboard, and the Blind Scorpion, ranked 88th. The Gentle Lily's companion beast is a charming shadow fox, which has impressively ascended to 76th place after 3 battles, each concluded with a single decisive strike. The Blind Scorpion's companion beast is a magical thorn, renowned for its healing capabilities, yet it possesses formidable combat prowess. Having awakened the super skill energy absorption at the 1-star level, who will emerge victorious in this contest? Let us place our bets. A fervent discussion erupted in the audience. Surely, the charming shadow fox is the one to back. You do not realize that this fox is a mutated version, appealing to both genders, someone exclaimed. Indeed, I have witnessed its previous matches. Its allure skills are remarkable, effortlessly ensnaring 1- and 2-star beasts with a single glance, leading them to obediently exit the arena. Regardless of whether the magical thorn is male or female, defeat is inevitable. This match is utterly predictable, devoid of suspense, as long as I profit, haha. You underestimate the magical thorn. At the 1-star level, it has already mastered the advanced skill Whirling Hurricane and the super skill Energy Absorption, countered another. Exactly. I have observed the magical thorn's previous matches. It possesses considerable strength, and I shall place my bet on it. A bunch of fools. No matter how powerful the skills, one must have the opportunity to execute them. The charming shadow fox merely needs to cast a seductive glance, and the magical thorn will be rendered dazed. Exclaiming east and west. Where is the room for skill execution? The charming shadow fox only knows how to throw seductive glances. If the magical thorn closes its eyes, it will be safe, won't it? Do you think only your magical thorn can close its eyes? I have seen previous matches where a contestant's beast entered the arena with its eyes closed. Yet within 3 seconds, it was compelled to open them by the charming shadow fox. Supporters of both the charming shadow fox and the magical thorn engaged in heated debate. But ultimately, those wagering on the charming shadow fox far outnumbered those betting on the magical thorn. Malil placed all her pocket money on the charming shadow fox. Shouting towards Milo, "Lolo, go for it." She glanced at the masked blind scorpion at the other end, frowning slightly. There was something about this figure that felt oddly familiar. Chapter 39. Who is the winner on the battlefield? Shen Jingle and Milo simultaneously summoned their companion beasts. Shen Jingle was taken aback to see the pink 3-star formation on the opposite side. This was his first encounter with a 3-star beastmaster at a gambling venue, and the opponent appeared youthful in both stature and attire. In Lancheng, 3-star beastmasters belonged to a relatively prosperous echelon. Milo, on her side, observed the summoned magical thorn with a glint of cunning in her eye. She had deliberately refrained from briefing her charming shadow fox beforehand, anticipating that the magical thorn could temper its temperament. Thus, her face was alight with the expectation of witnessing the charming shadow fox's bewilderment. On the battlefield, as the enchanting shadow fox made its entrance, it first struck a graceful pose, its hind legs crouched, front paws closely aligned and standing upright. Head tilted 45 degrees to the left, slightly raised to reveal a collar of fluffy, snow-white fur adorning its neck. its eyes gently peering forward, surveying the magical thorn with an air of superiority, as if a regal queen surveying her subjects beneath her gown. The magical thorn, bewildered by the fox's display, was nonetheless profoundly awed. Such enchantment! How exquisite! It mused, recognizing this as the most beautiful beast it had ever encountered in battle. At that moment, the competition whistle blew. The magical thorn recalled its beast master's admonitions and promptly closed its eyes. The enchanting shadow fox, feeling a sense of pride upon hearing the compliment, cast a flirtatious glance towards its opponent, only to discover that the magical thorn had already shut its eyes. TCH, yet another one closing its eyes. Can anyone come up with something novel? They're all so feeble, it thought, oblivious to the fact that the magical thorn had already summoned 5 tendrils, each curling into a ball at their tips. Taking a deep breath, the fox gently closed its eyes, preparing to unleash the energy brewing within its core. Meanwhile, the magical thorn had begun to swing its fists. Just as the enchanting shadow fox was about to release the pent-up energy, a fierce gust of wind swept towards it from the side. Startled, it opened its eyes to see a ball larger than its head whizzing past its ear, followed by a thunderous crash as the ground behind it shattered. How terrifying! Shadow Sister, flee! It heard its beast master's voice for the first time during the battle, commanding it to escape. Stifling the breath it had been about to release, it darted to the right. However, in the next moment, the opponent, still with eyes closed, seemed to sense its movement and launched a powerful punch directly at it. The fox, trembling with fear, collapsed to the ground just in time to evade the blow, causing the breath it had been holding to be forcibly drawn back into its abdomen, only to be expelled from its rear as it hit the ground. Puffed. The enchanting shadow fox released a fragrant puff of air. Meanwhile, the magical thorn, having swung several punches without making contact, suddenly caught a whiff of an odd scent. It was pleasant yet somewhat acrid, with a hint of foulness. Is that a fart? It was utterly astonished that such a beautiful creature would dare to pass gas in its direction. The magical thorn, unable to tolerate such an affront, especially from something so charming, furiously opened its eyes. What it beheld was the enchanting shadow fox, its paws covering its face, its large tail draped over its head, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, adorably soft and endearing. Humph, even if it's cute, it still dared to fart at me. Attack, commanded Shinjingle, signaling the magical thorn to raise its fists and strike. However, could such a soft and adorable creature withstand a beating? The magical thorn, feeling a twinge of compassion, extended a vine and gently ensnared the charming shadow fox. It merely wrapped it up without exerting any force. Not even a thorn was formed. Shinjingle, in disbelief, thought, "This is it. I cannot believe I am showing such tenderness," utterly enchanted. The ensnared, charming shadow fox desperately covered its face with its paws, feeling utterly embarrassed to face anyone. Shadow Sister battle. At that moment, it heard the voice of its beast Tamer. Indeed, it was engaged in battle. It must suppress any unnecessary feelings of shame. The charming shadow fox retracted its paws, revealing a pair of delicate, rosy eyes. Then, it noticed its opponent glaring furiously at it, while it was being dragged toward this foe. What an excellent opportunity! Seizing the moment, the charming shadow fox cast a flirtatious glance at the magical thorn, only to regretfully observe that the magical thorn blinked but showed no reaction. Hastily, the charming shadow fox channeled its energy and transformed into its male form. Its originally graceful figure became distinctly muscular, and 2 black eyeliner streaks appeared beneath its eyes, bestowing it with an aura that was both sharp and inexplicably regal. The magical thorn was left in a state of astonishment. What was this transformation? It didn't comprehend, yet it was greatly impressed. Seeing the magical thorn gazing at it with rapt attention, the charming shadow fox mischievously smiled and threw another flirtatious glance. Unfortunately, the magical thorn remained unresponsive, continuing to wrap it up. The charming shadow fox was flabbergasted. What was happening? Had its allure utterly failed? On the sidelines, Shinjingle wore a frown, realizing that her magical thorn had been quite captivated. It seemed she would need to train its abilities in that regard. Strike! Shinjingle called out, not yet disheartened. The magical thorn, upon hearing her, looked at the handsome but now less adorable creature before it, and found it within itself to strike. It extended another vine, coiling it into a ball. Bang! A sphere, larger than the head of the charming shadow fox, landed squarely on its forehead. The charming shadow fox's eyes rolled back, and it fainted reverting to its original form. The magical thorn glanced at its unconscious, soft opponent, thinking to itself that this was far better. It appeared adorably innocent and, crucially, would not cause any disturbances while unconscious. Perfect. Milo, witnessing the charming shadow fox receiving a solid punch, couldn't help but cheer with a clenched fist. This display left Shun Jingle bewildered. Had her creature just won the match? What was there to celebrate? A whistle blew, signaling the end of the battle. The audience erupted in a clamor. Losing all of her pocket money, Malil looked at Milo, who had cheered, and finally recalled that before entering the gambling den. Milo had mentioned that when it was the charming shadow fox's turn, she could bet all her pocket money on the opposing side. Bet on the opposing side? Damn it. She had only remembered to take out all her pocket money. What had happened? Had the charming shadow fox actually lost? How did the magical thorn withstand the allure of the enchanting fox? It seems to have been somewhat affected. I perceive a gentler demeanor towards the enchanting fox's feminine form. Gentle, you say? I fail to see it. It appears to have acquired new techniques, and those fists look truly impressive. There's an oddity to the style of this magical thorn. It almost seems to adopt a martial arts aesthetic. Such is the nature of beast tamers. Their companions reflect their essence. In the 40th chapter, titled Crushing from the Academic Elite, is this magical thorn devoid of gender? Are pets typically without gender? My ignorance is evident. The wind and cloud battles operate on a betting system, with a wager of 5.82 million on the enchanting fox and 2.16 million on the magical thorn. The casino deducts 500,000, leaving 7.18 million. After accounting for the winning player's stake of 2.16 million, Shun Jingle receives 15.06 million after 30 deduction, resulting in 1.4 million gambling tokens. No wonder so many are willing to spend 100,000 to access the wind and cloud leaderboard. The rewards for a victorious match are substantial. It's little surprise that contenders are clamoring to ascend the ranks. Thus, it seems prudent to participate in the arena battles once a week and the wind and cloud contests on another day. As Shun Jingle contemplated this, he noticed a girl adorned with the 15th mask approaching him. The very beast tamer he had just faced, the tamer of the enchanting fox. Hello, she greeted, extending her hand. Shun Jingle politely reciprocated, greetings. May I have your contact information? I hope to challenge you privately in the future, Milo asked courteously. Of course, let us connect. Shun Jingle replied. Excellent, Milo said, efficiently retrieving her phone. Do you have any plans soon? If convenient, shall we share a late-night meal? None at all. It would be an honor, Shun Jingle responded, intrigued by this competitor who remained cheerful despite her recent defeat. My cousin is still in the audience. I will fetch her, she said. All right, I will proceed to the settlement area and await your return at the entrance, he affirmed. A short while later, Shun Jingle received 1.26 million interstellar coins after the house is cut. To earn such a sum from a single match is remarkable. Holding the 16th mask, he stood quietly at the exit. Soon, he spotted the girl with the 15th mask emerging. She was exceptionally tall, with delicate features and a flawlessly radiant face, exuding an air of elegance and refinement. Indeed, she did not appear to be in need of funds. Shun Jingle, what a surprise to see you. A resounding voice called from behind her. Turning his gaze, Shun Jingle was astonished to find his desk mate, Mi Lele. What a coincidence. He smiled. Milo's eyes brightened. Do you know each other? Mi Lele nearly leaped in excitement. He is my desk mate, Sister Luo Luo. Your desk mate? Milo questioned incredulously, pointing at Shun Jingle, the two-star beast tamer. Mi Lele recalled the green two-star formation encountered during their earlier battle. She let out a startled cry and enveloped Shun Jingle in a bear hug. Ah, Shun Jingle, you are incredible. You've actually become a two-star beast tamer? Goodness, am I dreaming? Shun Jingle furrowed his brow and disdainfully pulled her off him. It's just 2 stars. Your cousin is already at 3 stars. Mi Lele tugged at his sleeve, shaking it vigorously. True, she's at 3 stars, but she's in her senior year. You're only in the first year of junior high, first year. Oh my gosh, I'm definitely going to follow you from now on. You can't refuse. Mi Lele's exuberance left Mi Luo, who was nearby, in a state of amused disbelief. However, the fact that a beast tamer of the magical thorn was only in the first year of junior high, and from number 11 middle school at that, was indeed surprising to her. Such a prodigy had never graced their Long Yuan. Mi Luo planned to send a message to her former coach when she had a moment to spare. The 3 of them hailed a taxi in front of the casino and headed to a trendy barbecue restaurant. Jingle, when did you awaken your powers? Mi Lele inquired. stuffing a skewer of grilled meat into her mouth. Before the final exams, Shin Jingle replied. Mi Lele's eyes widened. This might be a bit forward, but I can't help but ask. Did you awaken as a 2-star right off the bat? Yes, Shin Jingle said leisurely, enjoying the skewers before him. Wow. I declare you my second idol. On the other side, Mi Luo smiled, listening to Mi Lele's relentless questioning of Shin Jingle while elegantly savoring her barbecue. She ate not too quickly, but with a natural grace that was both refined and pleasing to the eye. Such a distinguished background, Shin Jingle remarked. Have you contracted your second beast yet? Mi Luo, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Not yet, Shin Jingle replied. What do you wish to contract? Mi Luo asked. I haven't decided yet, Shin Jingle admitted. Not decided? Or is it that you lack the funds? Mi Lele, her cheeks stuffed like a chipmunk, interjected. Right. Cousin, Jingle's family is quite poor. They came from Bo City. Mi Luo pondered the value of Shin Jingle's magical thorn, which exceeded 500,000, and tentatively probed. So, you come to the casino to earn money for your beast? Shin Jingle answered calmly. Yes, most people come to the casino to earn money, but you are the exception. Mi Luo chuckled. Indeed, I merely wish to train my shadow sister. Shin Jingle followed up. Then why did you choose the magical thorn? Because your magical thorn is genderless and completely unaffected by the allure of the shadow sister. Previously, the shadow sister relied on charm in battles, and very few 1- or 2-star beasts can withstand that, Mi Luo explained. No wonder, Shin Jingle remarked. How do you know the magical thorn is genderless? Milo, I have heard that your magical thorn awakened the energy absorption skill at just 1 star. Out of curiosity, I watched your last battle video and was surprised to discover that it is genderless. I have been raising it for so long without realizing this. Shin Jingle humbly inquired. How did you discern that? Milo, its petals. If the petals of a magical thorn are even in number, it is female. If odd, it is male. A genderless individual, however, will possess a combination of normal-sized petals, either odd or even, and 1 narrower petal. Your magical thorn has 9 normal-sized petals, with the 10th being significantly narrower. Shin Jingle was enlightened and promptly summoned the magical thorn to examine it closely. Malil, Sister Luo, according to your explanation, if it had 8 normal petals and the 9th was narrower, would it still be genderless? What are the differences between these 2 scenarios? Milo, the total count varies. Although both are genderless, if the total is even, there is a higher probability that it will choose to be female when determining its gender. Conversely, if the total is odd, it is more likely to choose male. Malil and Shin Jingle. I see. The brilliance of a scholar is indeed formidable. Malil, what does gender selection entail? Milo, in every species of pet, there exists a certain probability for genderless individuals to arise. These unique beings will determine their gender under specific circumstances, necessitating a special opportunity. Each pet is different, so it is best to let things unfold naturally. Chapter 41. Soul Tree. Thus, during a barbecue, with Malil's delightful commentary, Shin Jingle effortlessly absorbed a wealth of intriguing knowledge, gaining insight into Milo's background as well. She is the daughter of the chairman of a technology company, a prodigy from a young age, who naturally awakened her abilities and became a 1-star beast master in less than 10 days. Her family's wealth is evident, as the chat application they frequently use was developed by Milo's father's company, with the profits attributed to her name, hence the software bears her name, Luo Luo. Milo also gleaned aspects of Shin Jingle's life, including details about his experiences with bullying at school, which Malil had shared. Yet, Milo did not look down upon Shin Jingle due to his less fortunate upbringing, nor did she pity him. Instead, she joyfully befriended him, encouraging Malil to call him Jingle and inviting him to call her sister Luo. Upon exiting the barbecue establishment, the 3 had grown quite familiar with one another. Milo proposed another battle with Shin Jingle the following day, choosing the location herself. Once home, Shin Jingle received a message from Milo shortly after. Tomorrow, we will battle at this location. Afterward, I will take you somewhere. Where is that? A place for gambling on eggs. Don't you still need a second pet? Would you like to take a look? Sure. However, considering your current finances, acquiring another pet may not be feasible. I noticed your magical thorn appears to be in average condition, with inadequate nutrition. His magical thorn had already acquired 5 skills at 1 star. How could it possibly be poorly cared for? He pouted and continued typing. Are you knowledgeable about pet cultivation? I know a little. I have one I want to sell to you. Perhaps you could appraise it, and then I might be able to afford a second pet. Shin Jingle. You wouldn't be thinking of living off me, would you? Please, you are not my type. Do I look like someone who would live off others? Don't flatter yourself. You aren't my type either. Really? Then do tell. Currently, it's merely a social networking app, but it has a large user base and a solid fan foundation. I suggest you integrate some mini programs into the app. What kind of mini programs? Games, convenience services, anything really. My father's R&D department probably lacks the resources to develop too many programs. Even a few would be too singular and unnecessary. You don't need to develop everything in-house. Become a platform for mini programs. Open the interfaces and let others publish their programs on your platform. You can simply take a commission from their transaction volumes. Milo, who had been casually chatting while reclining on the bed after a shower, suddenly sat up with a start. What a brilliant idea. The existing fan base is there. We just need to create a shared platform technologically and acquire a few servers. You truly are a genius, Jingle. Rest assured, I want to take advantage of you. I'll consult my father for an appraisal. I await good news. Shin Jingle put down his phone with satisfaction. Unconcerned that Milo might exploit him, his magical thorn was a hard-fought partner for battles. She was unlikely to sever ties with him in the short term. It was merely a matter of how much money was involved. However, if this idea were adopted, he could develop a few programs himself to generate income, finally freeing himself from the confines of the gambling path. The next day, Shin Jingle arrived early at the location Milo had sent him, a bustling market filled with various stalls. Milo approached cheerfully, accompanied by me Lele. We want to be battling today. My shadow sister hasn't fully recovered. Let us schedule a match in a few days, Milo stated upon their meeting. Shin Jingle was puzzled. The injuries from yesterday should not have been severe. Should I have my magical thorn treat her? Milo found it hard to express. She's fine. She simply doesn't wish to see the magical thorn. Why? Shin Jingle inquired. Milo replied. The alluring fragrance of my shadow sister was originally emitted through her mouth, but yesterday's battle caused it to escape from her rear. This rather ungraceful act made her feel incredibly embarrassed. Her spirit has been wounded. Ah, Shin Jingle responded. Milo then said, come. I'll take you to the egg gambling area. Before long, Shin Jingle and me Lele were led by Milo through winding paths to a secluded shop, where a crowd had gathered outside. Yesterday, eggs were just brought out from the secret realm, from the Blue Wood Soul Tree, priced at 100,000 each. Pick whichever you fancy. The shopkeeper, warmly greeting customers, caught sight of Milo and approached him with a sly grin, rubbing his hands together. Miss, are you interested in some eggs? A special price of 200,000 each. Milo shot him a glare, explaining that he had merely brought his friends to witness the spectacle. He beckoned Milo and Shin Jingle to come closer, whispering to Shin Jingle, these are merely the pet eggs from the Blue Wood Soul Trees. Enjoy the show for now. Once the crowd disperses, I shall ask him to present a few purple wood ones for you to choose from. Purple Wood Soul Trees? Blue Wood Soul Trees? What on earth are those? Shin Jingle was utterly perplexed, yet maintained a composed demeanor as he nodded. Milo, overhearing her cousin's words, mimicked Milo and quietly inquired, Sister Luoluo, what exactly is a soul tree? What distinguishes purple wood from blue wood? Milo playfully tapped her on the head. Do you only ever study from textbooks? Have you never sought to broaden your knowledge beyond that? Milo retorted, you're overthinking it. I can hardly keep up with my textbook studies. Milo continued, don't glare at me. Just listen. Jingle surely knows nothing of this. He attended elementary school in Feiching and lagged behind even me. Shin Jingle nodded without a care. Only then did Milo proceed to enlighten the two, explaining that all extraordinary creatures, namely the pets we can contract, are birthed from soul trees. Isn't it the case that two pets marry and produce offspring? Milo interjected. My mother once mentioned wanting her flame sparrow to have a baby for me to contract. Milo clarified. You see, every pet possesses its own soul core. As long as the soul core remains intact, the pet will not perish. Shin Jingle and Milo nodded in understanding. Milo elaborated. When two pets mate, they actually give rise to an embryo of a soul core. This embryo must find a soul tree and attach itself to its branches. Only through the nurturing of the soul tree can it mature into a viable pet egg. Shin Jingle and Milo nodded again, visibly astonished. Milo continued, during the incubation period, the pet egg is enveloped in a thick shell of wood. Once it matures, the shell bursts open and the pet egg drops to the ground. Won't it break? Milo asked. Milo chuckled, not even if you smashed it with a hammer. Under Milo's patient explanation, the two struggling students grasped a considerable amount of basic knowledge about soul trees. Soul trees are classified into levels. Each level possesses distinct limits in the talent and growth potential of the soul cores they nurture. The first level is the greenwood soul tree, which is the most prevalent, found with a certain probability in the wilds of various cities, nurturing pets with a growth limit of 3 stars. The second level is the bluewood soul tree, yielding pets with a growth limit of 5 stars, rarely encountered in the wild, but more frequently found in secret realms. The third level is the purplewood soul tree, which can nurture pets with a growth limit of gold tier, yet is seldom seen even in secret realms. Predominantly controlled by the city's pet breeding bases and prominent families. The fourth level spirit tree is the silverwood soul tree, which nurtures pets with a growth limit of the emperor rank. Each city can harbor no more than 3 of these trees, and they are exceedingly rare in the secret realms. The fifth level tree is the goldenwood soul tree, nurturing pets with a growth limit of the divine rank, which is extraordinarily scarce. The Dragon Kingdom possesses only 2, and there have been no reports of anyone encountering them in the secret realms. Due to the rarity of these high-level soul trees, many soul cores with growth limits surpassing those of the soul trees are bred on lower-level trees, leaving the ultimate growth level of such pets uncertain. Under artificial management, resources are utilized efficiently, with soul cores ideally paired with trees of the same level. However, in the secret realms, chaos ensues, leading to the phenomenon of gambling on eggs. While 3 individuals were conversing, for bluewood pet eggs had already been purchased from the shop. Shin Jingle was eager and took a couple of steps forward, feeling a peculiar connection to one of the eggs, as if a faint resonance existed between them. Milo observed Shin Jingle's prolonged gaze on an egg that was noticeably smaller than the others and requested the shopkeeper to retrieve it for Shin Jingle to examine. Upon holding the egg, the subtle connection seemed to intensify. The egg was larger at the bottom and smaller at the top, adorned with blue patterns akin to the other eggs, save for its reduced size. "I shall purchase this one," Shin Jingle declared. Milo furrowed his brow, noting that this egg was merely from a bluewood soul tree. Even if it housed a fine pet, it wouldn't be significantly superior. "I suggest you consider selecting a purplewood egg instead. Purplewood is rare, with fierce competition. Even a low-tier pet from it wouldn't be too disappointing," he advised. Shin Jingle remained resolute. "It's fine. I want this one." Milo glanced once more at the egg in Shin Jingle's hand, where the label indicated it was of a common type and indeed contractable. "As you mentioned yesterday, I have communicated with the technical department of the company. It is indeed feasible. My father has approved the development of this platform. If all goes well, I will be able to provide you with a substantial reward within 2 days, so you need not worry about financial matters," Milo continued to persuade. Shin Jingle smiled, replying, "It's not a matter of money. I'm merely curious." Milo chuckled and ceased to dissuade him, reasoning that 100,000 was not exorbitant. If the egg turned out to be of poor quality, it could always be sold back to the shop. Milo led Shin Jingle to join the others who had also purchased eggs, waiting for the shopkeeper to scan the egg's interior with a device. The first purchaser carefully placed his egg into the device's slot. The scanner slowly passed over the egg, projecting the scanned image onto a computer screen. "It has wings, a sharp beak, and a long tufted tail. Is the tip fan-shaped or triangular? It's hard to discern." "Triangular. It's a flame sparrow." "Absolutely a flame sparrow. We've hit the jackpot," the owner exclaimed jubilantly. Gambling on eggs is all about exceeding expectations. The flame sparrow is a fire-type pet creature, capable of reaching a maximum growth level of bronze. It can be acquired from a bluewood soul tree egg, which is of the highest 5-star quality, presenting an unexpected delight. With diligent nurturing, this flame sparrow can at least evolve into a 5-star pet and possesses a certain probability of attaining the upper limit of its species. A normally cultivated flame sparrow egg in the pet creature base is priced around 200,000. The second individual, however, was not as fortunate. Their scan revealed a marsh-spotted catfish, a water-type pet with only a 3-star growth level. Furthermore, it has an unpleasant odor and is relatively inexpensive among its peers, with a market value of approximately 10,000. Ultimately, this person sold it to the shopkeeper for 5,000, who promptly placed the egg on another shelf with a new label, marsh-spotted catfish, price 10,000. The third individual scanned to reveal a flame eagle, a fire-type pet boasting a 5-star growth level, with a usual price around 80,000. Although they incurred a slight loss, their luck was not too dismal. The fourth person encountered misfortune once more, as their egg contained a prawn, a fire-type pet, with only a 2-star growth level and a short lifespan. Valued at just over 10,000. They too sold it to the shopkeeper for 5,000. When it was Shun Jingle's turn, Mi Lele dashed forward, more excited than Shun Jingle himself. As the scan image materialized, Mi Lele squinted in disbelief. Was that a worm? Or perhaps a snake? Snakes should be larger, so it must be a worm. Mi Luo scrutinized it as well, noting it resembled a silkworm, though the number of legs was incorrect, suggesting it was not. Was it a sucking bug? It seemed akin to one, but the shape of the antennae was wrong. Ultimately, Mi Luo conceded they could not identify it, deciding it was best to let the shopkeeper recycle it. The shopkeeper, grinning, prepared to transfer 2,000 to Shun Jingle for the purchase, but Shun Jingle declined. It's fine. If I can't contract it, I'll just keep it for fun, he remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, creatures like silkworms, prawns, and sucking bugs, along with other low-level growth pets, are often acquired by families. Although they do not grow as quickly as contracted pets, they can bring substantial economic value once they reach 1-star status, provided there is space for their care. Mi Lele's grandmother runs a silkworm breeding farm. However, for someone like Shun Jingle, who only intended to keep one, it truly was just for amusement. At worst, it can serve as a toy for the magical thorn, he stated casually, yet inwardly he felt a twinge of doubt. This egg had consistently emitted a faint resonance with him, suggesting it should not belong to a pet of such low growth level. Shortly thereafter, 2 more individuals procured eggs, revealing a bronze-level fire cat and a 5-star electric-type pet, the lily crow. The excitement escalated, as both pets were valued at over 200,000. The onlookers multiplied, and soon enough, the betting shelf was entirely emptied. As the crowd dispersed, the shopkeeper closed the door and ascended the stairs with Mi Luo and the others. He was aware that Miss Milo had brought friends today to purchase the purplewood spirit tree eggs. Chapter 43, A Closer Look. On the second floor of the shop, the proprietor opened a cabinet, revealing 3 eggs adorned with purple patterns. Previously, 5 had been acquired, of which 2 had been purchased by the young master and his companions. The shopkeeper respectfully addressed Milo. What elemental attributes do these 3 possess? Milo inquired as she stepped closer to examine them. Each egg bore a label. One indicated a general attribute of 100, another a fire attribute of 70, and the last a wood attribute of 65. When testing the elemental attributes of spirit beast eggs, only a rough estimate could be obtained. The energy similarity of the general attribute was too high to determine specific subattributes. However, the natural attribute could discern the primary subattributes. The numbers on the labels represented the detected percentages. A smile graced Milo's lips. The quality was exceptional. It was evident that the 2 with natural attributes were at least dual attribute spirit beasts. How do you know, Sister Lolo? Asked Melee. Milo pointed at the fire attribute egg marked 70 and explained, look at this one. It shows that the fire energy accounts for 70, meaning 30 of the energy is not fire-related. Can't we determine what the remaining 30 is? Melee questioned. Not at this moment, Jingle. Both the general and wood attribute eggs are suitable for you. The wood one is the safer option. The wood egg can be confirmed to at least possess dual attributes. What is the price for this one? Shun Jingle inquired of the shopkeeper. 700,000. That is already a discounted price. It would typically sell for 1,000,000. At 700,000, a dual attribute spirit beast would have a growth ceiling of at least silver level, and with good fortune, it could potentially reach gold level, a truly advantageous price. Normally, dual attribute spirit beasts start at 400,000. For instance, the magical thorn, possessing both wood and wind attributes, has a growth level of silver. Both attributes are quite common. Thus its price is set at 400,000. However, due to its healing skills, which are in high demand within society and not commonly found among spirit beasts, its price rises to 500,000. And this one? Shun Jingle pointed to the general attribute egg. 1,000,000. The shopkeeper replied. Shun Jingle raised an eyebrow, finding it somewhat expensive. Among general attributes, single attribute beasts such as wind and fighting types typically range from 200,000 to 400,000, with growth levels spanning bronze to gold. However, rare types such as psychic, spatial, and fairy attributes start at 800,000. 5 eggs plucked from a single tree, and the other 4 are at least dual attribute, the shopkeeper added. This implied that the general attribute egg was likely also dual attribute, even if it were not. It might possess a rare attribute or a high-growth variety. Betting on an egg is essentially wagering on that slim probability. Can't we directly scan to see what type of spirit beast it is? Melee asked curiously. Milo chuckled. The shell of the purple wood egg is thick, and the egg liquid is murky with clumps, making it impossible to scan. We can only make an educated guess. May I examine these eggs individually? Shin Jingle asked while holding the general attribute egg. Of course, that is no problem. The shopkeeper and Milo retreated outside, patiently awaiting. The shopkeeper found no offense in Shin Jingle's request. After all, if a superlative beastmaster were to purchase eggs, they would likely directly open their spiritual domain for perception. Inside the room, with his back to the entrance, Shin Jingle placed his left hand in his pocket and quietly formed seals to open his spiritual domain. Meticulously sensing the 3 eggs before him, there was no discernible difference. He released a delicate thread of soul power from the white soul chart, allowing it to gently flow within the spiritual domain. At that moment, the wood-type egg, 65, and the fire-type egg, 70, exhibited slight tremors. Shin Jingle could perceive 2 distinctly different energy vibrations within each. Indeed, both were dual attribute, and judging by the amplitude of the vibrations, they appeared to be of the natural type. Shin Jingle then released a thread of soul power from the dark green soul chart. And this time the energy fluctuations from the wood-type and fire-type eggs became more pronounced. The ordinary-type egg also began to tremble faintly. Upon closer inspection, he detected 2 different energies within it, one strong and one weak. As expected, it too was dual attribute. A smile crept onto Shin Jingle's lips as he turned to open the door. I choose that ordinary-type egg. The 3 outside were slightly taken aback, but refrained from further discussion. Shin Jingle made the payment, and the shopkeeper packaged the item. Soon, the trio exited the shop. Let's call it a day. We'll each handle our own lunch. I need to visit my father's company to finalize your remuneration, Milo said, waving at Shin Jingle as he led Lele to their chauffeur's car. Thank you, Sister Luo. Goodbye. Shin Jingle realized that Milo was indeed a good friend. Aware that he would soon contract a new egg and face financial issues, Milo promptly returned to expedite the matter. A true friend often understands your needs without you having to articulate them. Uncertain of the price Milo's company would offer, Shin Jingle researched Mi's Technology Corporation, estimating they would likely provide a sum between 3 million and 10 million. After all, if it were his father from his previous life, he would probably settle for around 5 million. However, given Milo's enthusiasm, he would likely negotiate for a better offer. Contemplating the 2 eggs he held, Shin Jingle did not hesitate to hail a taxi. With an hour and a half until lunch, he could first return home to initiate the contract. Once in the vehicle, Shin Jingle pulled out his phone to search for instructions on how to contract an unknown pet egg. For a standard pet contracting, one typically sketches a simple outline of the creature on the soul chart and then channels soul power along the outline to complete the first step of the contract. This applies whether the pet is hatched or still within the egg, provided one knows its species. However, Shin Jingle was at a loss for how to proceed with contracting an egg of an unknown species, once again feeling the weight of his theoretical inadequacies. Milo, who can effortlessly converse on any topic, elicited a sigh of admiration from Shin Jingle. Truly, without comparison, there can be no appreciation. On the forum, Shin Jingle swiftly located the post he sought and eagerly delved into its contents. It turned out that the process for contracting an unknown species egg required several additional steps. First, one must draw a circle within the soul chart, allowing the soul power to circulate along the circumference. Subsequently, a star formation would manifest above the pet egg, sweeping from top to bottom, provided the creature within the egg did not resist. Typically, as long as the elemental attributes aligned with the contract conditions, the creature would remain compliant. Making it rather easy to deceive, the Beastmaster would successfully discern the species of the creature. At this juncture, the Beastmaster would retrace the previously drawn circle with the correct shape and guide the soul power to flow along this new outline. Another star formation would then sweep over the pet egg, causing the initial circle in the soul chart to vanish, thereafter proceeding as with any standard contract. In truth, this method of contracting was universal, merely omitting the initial step when the species was already known. Upon returning home, Shin Jingle promptly retrieved 2 eggs. On the table lay a blue-patterned egg, larger at the base and tapering towards the top, appearing only slightly larger than a goose egg he had seen in a past life, which made the adjacent purple-patterned egg resembling the size of a pomelo, seemed quite grand. Shin Jingle's interest was piqued more by the blue-patterned egg. With an understanding of the procedure for contracting an unknown species pet egg, he devised a plan. Should the species prove inferior, he would refrain from drawing a new shape in the soul chart after the initial sweep of the star formation, thereby terminating the contract. This operation was merely a basic strategy he had recently discovered online, devoid of significant risk. Summoning the magical thorns, Shin Jingle instructed them to quietly guard the purple egg in the living room while he cradled the blue egg and retreated to his bedroom. Once the door was closed, he placed the blue egg upon the bed and closed his eyes, channeling the soul power within the veins of his soul chart. He severed the existing figure-8 soul vein and redirected the soul power to form a unique vein within the dark blue chart. He intended to contract this egg within the abyssal chart, for its elusive sensation stemmed from there. As the soul vein took shape, he traced a circle within it, then guided the soul power to circulate along the circumference. Suddenly, a dark blue hexagram star formation appeared above the blue pet egg, slowly sweeping over it. Shin Jingle closed his eyes to perceive it more acutely. A sphere? Hadn't it been a worm when he scanned it in the store? Then, he sensed the sphere transforming into a worm, resembling more of a noodle. What was happening? The next moment, as the star formation reached its lowest point, the information about the pet creature surfaced in Shin Jingle's mind, a hauntingly ethereal specter, a ghost-type creature. No wonder there was a resonance with his abyssal series of diagrams. It turned out to be a ghost-type beast. The aptitude of creatures from this lineage is seldom subpar, with even the lowest growth level boasting 5 stars. Moreover, the enigmatic and troublesome nature of ghost-type beasts allows a 5-star ghost to contend with a typical bronze-level entity. Without hesitation, Shin Jingle decided to contract it immediately. However, a dilemma soon arose. The form of this creature was constantly shifting. What shape should he inscribe within the circle? At that moment, the hauntingly whimsical entity morphed from a strand of noodle into a sphere. Shin Jingle, undeterred, drew yet another circle within the confines of the circle. The obsidian 6-pointed star array swept over the azure beast egg, and with a flash of brilliance, the blue egg vanished from sight. The star array diminished, transforming into a dark circular shape. Shin Jingle guided the circle to rest beneath his left armpit. The contract was complete. This marked his first abyssal beast. Ecstatic, Shin Jingle flung open the door, eager to delve into the second blind box. "Master, I am famished. Can I eat this egg?" inquired the entity, its voice laced with urgency. Shin Jingle retrieved an energy meal provided by Coach Gua, popping it open and placing it before the creature. He then retreated into his room, not uttering a single word. The creature, in a swift motion, bent down and began to devour the meal, recently captivated by this flavor, finding it far more delectable than the previous offerings, completely forgetting the enticing egg that had just been before it. Inside the room, Shin Jingle meticulously redrew the soul vein of the white soul diagram, then replicated the process, inscribing a circle within the white diagram. The white 2-star array swept over the purple beast egg, and information regarding the creature manifested in his mind. Zhi Ling, a dual-type creature of psychic and spatial lineage. Astounding. A combination of 2 rare types. How splendid. Shin Jingle swiftly sketched a simplistic outline of Zhi Ling within the soul diagram. It possessed a round, large head with 2 antennae topped with spherical ends, and its body bore a resemblance to that of a bat. The soul artist, Shin Jingle, illustrated a trapezoidal-bodied kite within his soul diagram, then channeled his soul energy. The purple beast egg vanished from its position. The star array contracted into the shape of a kite, and Shin Jingle directed it to rest beneath his right foot. The contract was complete. Eager to examine the data of his newly contracted beasts, Shin Jingle was met with a blank space at the intersection of the 2 soul diagrams. After a moment of contemplation, he focused his thoughts on the whimsical entity, and the data displayed successfully. Name, hauntingly whimsical. Level, 0 star, 683500. Type, Ghost, 100. Talent, Transformation, Skill, none at negative level value? What could this possibly mean? Suppressing his doubts, Shin Jingle directed his thoughts toward Zhi Ling. Name, Zhi Ling. Level, Sparse, 3500. Type, Psychic, 60. Spatial, 40. Talent, Levitation. Skills, none. The attributes of this egg appear rather typical, and it seems that the haunting spirit is underdeveloped. The Bluewood Soul Tree can nurture creatures to a maximum growth level of 5 stars. Shin Jingle understood something and opened his phone to validate his suspicions. Indeed, when the growth ceiling of a creature's species exceeds the nurturing limit of the soul tree, the creature may suffer from malnutrition, resulting in negative values. In some rare cases, it may even lead to stillbirth, becoming a dead egg. Ziji, Master. Suddenly, the voice of Ziji Ling resonated in his mind, clear and ethereal, akin to that of a 3-year-old child. Shin Jingle was startled, not expecting Ziji Ling to be able to speak while still in the egg. Creatures mostly sleep within the soul map. Like the magic thorn, they often fall into deep slumber upon entry. Shin Jingle pondered for a moment, unsure of what to say to an egg. Ziji, Master. The voice echoed once more, prompting Shin Jingle to stammer out, Good. Ziji, I am very good. Shin Jingle, at a loss for words, it felt akin to glancing at a pregnant woman and hearing the baby within address you as big brother. What could one possibly respond? After some contemplation, he suggested, Do you want to come out? There's a big green brother, or perhaps a big sister outside to play with you. Ziji, is it the big green vine that just accompanied me? Ziji, no, I feel it wants to eat me. Ziji, moreover, it's very comfortable staying within the master's soul map. I do not wish to come out. Shin Jingle, all right then, sleep. Ziji, I have already slept today. I am not sleepy at all now. Shin Jingle, then I shall play some music for you. Ziji, okay. Shin Jingle wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Calming a child was quite arduous, especially one that had yet to be born and was still undergoing prenatal education. He suddenly felt that the magic thorn, being less talkative, was far easier to manage. The haunting spirit within the abyssal map spun around, thinking to itself, The master struggles even to soothe such a foolish child as Ziji Ling. How pathetic. Chapter 45. The foolish woman picking up his phone. Shin Jingle randomly selected a lullaby to play and opened a search engine, typing in haunting spirit. He then clicked search. There were not many discussions online regarding the haunting spirit. All female lingerie stolen from apartment 242. Suspect identified as the haunting spirit. A 1-year-old girl fell from the 32nd floor, but suffered no harm. It is said she was saved by a haunting spirit. If you encounter a haunting spirit, make sure to admit you are a fool. What do you know about the haunting spirit? How I wish to contract a haunting spirit. Does anyone know where to find one for sale? Ghostly pets, spectral mischief makers. How can one lure out the ghostly entity that transforms into jelly, consumed by children? Shin Jingle's brow furrowed, remaining tense as he scrolled back to the thread titled, What do you know about ghostly entities? And clicked in. A new trainer from the Abyssal system mentioned that in the next class, his ghostly pet would join the training session. What do we know about this creature? Seeking enlightenment. Much appreciated. 1. Ghostly entities can become invisible. 2. Do take care of your undergarments. 3. Avoid being overly clever. It is advisable to feign ignorance throughout. 4. Ghostly entities, belonging to the spectral category, possess the ability to shapeshift and become invisible from the very beginning. They exhibit exceptional learning capabilities, mastering most spectral skills. With a growth limit at the king level, their market price hovers around 2 million. This cunning creature must be contracted while still in egg form. Once hatched, it becomes elusive. Consequently, 2 to 3 ghostly entities mysteriously vanish each year, blending into urban legends. Each entity boasts unique preferences, and seasoned trainers refrain from revealing the existence of undergarments to them initially. After sifting through over 50 posts, Shin Jingle finally discovered the desired information. Clicking on the profile of a respondent named Research Lab Couch Potato, he noted the depth of knowledge in their answers and decided to follow them. To think that a creature purchased for 100,000 coins turned out to be a rare species with a king-level growth limit. It was no wonder its values were negative. It was astonishing that Lan Mu could nurture it properly, and one could only wonder about the mindset of its parents for leaving it in Lan Mu's care. At the very least, it should have been entrusted to someone of a higher caliber, like Zimu. Returning to the homepage, he clicked on I really want to contract a ghostly entity. Does anyone know where to procure one? 1. What audacity. Do you think a ghostly entity is something you can just acquire? 2. I suggest attempting to purchase one in the United States, particularly in Yuzhou, where spectral pets are more abundant. It's quite challenging to find one in our country. 3. How amusing. Do they truly believe the poster can contract a spectral entity? 4. Haha. Everyone, I too wish to contract a dark gray entity. Does anyone know where to find one? 5. Oh dear, it seems we're all leaning towards the abyssal system. 6. I genuinely belong to the abyssal system. Shedding tears as I pass by, I lack the funds to purchase an abyssal pet, so I must settle for a more common entity. Finding little of substance, Shinjingle returned to the homepage, casually browsing through several threads. He realized the educational aspect concerning ghostly entities was of paramount importance. A moment's negligence could transform them into garment predators. Nevertheless, it was premature to fret, for it was still but an egg, and there was no need for such concern at this stage. Shinjingle was once again grappling with the perplexing situation of negative values in pet eggs. But after an extensive search, he found nothing but nonsense, devoid of any useful information. At that moment, a new message popped up in the group chat with Milo and Melee. Legwar, 100 pounds. Jingle, have you made the contract? What lies within the purple egg? 100 pounds. It's a Gigi spirit. Lolo, incredible. It's a Gigi spirit. You've struck gold. This is a dual-type pet of both psychic and spatial attributes. Its racial growth ceiling is at the king level, fetching over 4 million in the market. If you encounter someone speculating, you might even snag it for 500,000. As a general-type pet capable of contracting any attribute, it has always been in high demand, while psychic and spatial types are considered rare. Even a single attribute of such rarity would be fought over, let alone this extraordinary dual type. Milo couldn't help but admire Shinjingle's fortune. Even she, a paragon of talent, felt a tinge of envy. Her family had gone to great lengths to procure her a shadow sister. On the other hand, Shinjingle's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily began typing. He suddenly realized that Milo was far more effective than any search engine. Just as he was crafting his message, Milo sent another. Lolo, Gigi spirits possess a high intelligence, are quite clingy, gentle in nature, enjoy being adorable, and are somewhat loquacious. They make for excellent companions. Legwar, I declare that the Gigi spirit is my dream pet. I must possess one in the future. Charming, playful, and a great conversationalist. Coupled with such splendid attributes, where could one find a pet like this? Melee silently vowed to swiftly ascend to a 1-star Beast Master rank, with her first contract being a Gigi spirit. 100 pounds. Lolo, do you know what to do if the energy value of a pet egg is negative? Lolo, have you already conducted a value assessment with the Gigi spirit? How proactive of you. Thumbs up. Lolo, logically, it shouldn't be negative. Although the purple wood can nurture only up to the golden level, that egg appears large and robust, clearly nourished well on the boughs of the purple wood soul tree. The golden level is just a notch below the king level. In such a case, the value should merely be somewhat low, perhaps in the single digits. Shinjingle cast a glance at the single-digit value of the Gigi spirit. The prowess of a scholar is indeed formidable. 100 pounds. It's not negative by much. Lolo, well, it could be influenced by some unknown factors. If it's not significantly negative, there is no need for concern. During times of stress in the soul tree at the pet base, higher-level pet eggs may be placed on lower-level soul trees for nurturing. You simply need to allow it to linger in your soul map, and its energy value will gradually be nurtured. Once it surpasses 100, it will hatch. 100 pounds. What if it's negative by several hundred? Lolo, in that case, it would certainly be a dead egg. Not only would it be impossible to sustain, but even contracting it would prove exceedingly difficult. Luo, if the negative score is within 100, there is still a chance for nurturing. If it is within 200, the talent will surely be diminished. Exceeding 200 guarantees demise, unless it is a creature of the abyss. Shinjingle's gaze sharpened, a sense of dread washing over her, as though she were under the dominion of a scholarly elite. Legwar, why are you asking so many pointless questions? Hurry up and bring my dream companion over, so I can take a look. 100 Jean, I am merely curious. Luogia, if a creature of the abyss has a negative score in the hundreds, can it be nurtured back using the soul blueprint? Luo, as long as it isn't dead. Some nurturing can be achieved, but the innate talent will undoubtedly be compromised, far from that of a normal individual. The ghostly figure within the dark green soul blueprint circled once more. Humph, foolish human woman. Chapter 46. The easygoing baby. Upon receiving the message from Milo, Shinjinglu realized that the ghostly companion she had just contracted was inherently flawed. No matter, even if it doesn't grow to the king level, reaching the golden or silver rank would still be commendable. Shinjinglu bore no disdain and continued to engage in casual conversation with Milo and the others. After a while, the ghostly figure within the abyssal soul blueprint circled again, feeling a sense of disquiet. Why did the master's soul blueprint feel so different from what it had sensed in the store? It seemed no different from an ordinary abyssal creature. If it had known this would be the case, it would not have attempted to entice him. In the secret realm of its birth, there existed a purple wood soul tree, but a demon guarded that tree daily, feasting on the nearly ripened abyssal creature eggs. For its safety, its parents had suspended it on a blue wood soul tree, daring not to visit during its nurturing period to avoid detection. It was only when it was close to maturity that its father came to see it. He taught it the method of becoming invisible and floating out from the egg, instructing it to wait until it had fully matured before floating out and hanging itself on the blue wood tree for another round of nurturing. The self-important human woman had mentioned something about a dead egg, but the ghostly figure knew that they would never have a dead egg. Such a term merely referred to an empty shell devoid of life. That day, it had reached 99% maturity when a human plucked it from the tree. It had intended to nurture itself once more before exiting the secret realm, but fate had other plans, and the opportunity to leave came first. It did not resist as it was enclosed within a box by the human. The eggs from the same batch were gathered together for sale, being the smallest. It was overlooked until the end, at which point the shopkeeper took it in. Over a month later, another batch of eggs from the blue wood soul tree arrived, and the shopkeeper brought it out to sell alongside this new batch. Thus, it was purchased by Shen Jinglo. During its month-long stay in the shop, it floated around, wandering through a nearby elementary school for a few days, browsing a bookstore for a few days, and loitering in a cinema for a few days, during which it learned most of the human written language. A couple of days ago, it discerned the direction of the city pet breeding base and decided to retreat into its egg for a couple of days of rest before drifting off to find a tree to hang itself upon. Unexpectedly, when the shopkeeper displayed it for sale, it encountered Shen Jingle. The peculiar fluctuations of this human's soul map resonated with it, providing a sense of comfort surpassing that of residing in the soul tree. Intrigued, it decided to experiment, causing the energy within itself to tremble, thus capturing Shen Jingle's attention. Yet now, lying within this soul map, it felt an inexplicable discomfort. The ghostly entity, troubled by thoughts, increasingly felt that its beastly existence was hopeless. At that moment, after finishing a conversation, Shen Jingle set down his phone and summoned Zhizhi Ling and the ghostly entity in succession. He then severed his two soul veins once more, restoring them to a spiral H shape. Zhizhi, master, Zhizhi Ling chimed, its voice crisp and ethereal. Shen Jingle gently tapped its eggshell. Good. He then turned his gaze toward the ghostly entity. Hello, little one. Uncertain if the ghostly entity could hear him, he waited in silence for a response. The ghostly entity pondered. The underwear mentioned in the recent post must refer to that triangular item upon the master's behind. What makes it so special that so many of my kin admire it? What, pray tell, is underwear? Why do humans wear such garments? The fabric is so scant, offering little warmth. Worn beneath clothing, it bears no aesthetic significance. What difference does it make whether one wears it or not? Thus, why the necessity of such attire? Should I procure a piece to experience the sensation for myself? At that moment, Magical Thorn, having finished its energy meal, entered through the door. Magic? Are these two eggs meant for me to consume? Zhizhi, greetings. Magical Thorn exclaimed. Shen Jingle, unaware that Magical Thorn had just saved his underwear, hurriedly introduced the two new companions, explaining that they would now live together, grow together, teach evildoers a lesson, and vanquish foes. Magical Thorn, elated, transformed into a shade of pink, cheerfully greeted Zhizhi Ling, and cautiously brushed its vines against the still silent ghostly entity. The ghostly entity, feigning death, remained still. Remembering Milo's advice, Shen Jingle channeled his soul energy, retracting Zhizhi Ling and the ghostly entity back into the soul map. Upon re-entry, the ghostly entity exclaimed, "What is happening? Why has the master's soul map changed again? This sensation, indeed, it is far more comfortable than residing in the soul tree." Meanwhile, Zhizhi Ling also sensed the transformation but gave it little thought. Zhizhi, master, I adore being here. Good. Zhizhi, master, I wish to listen to music. Very well. Zhizhi, master, I desire something more cheerful. Understood. Ghostly entity, how noisy. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, Shen Jingle's stomach growled, reminding him that he had yet to have lunch, despite it already being 3 in the afternoon. After retracting the magical thorn back to his soul map, he ventured out to eat before preparing to return to the community hospital for his part-time job. Upon arriving at the hospital, he received a message from Milo. The payment has been confirmed. Let us have dinner tonight and discuss. All right. That evening, Shun Jingle entered the private room reserved by Milo, accompanied by the magical Thorn, which was currently nibbling on a wood milk fruit. After consuming the fruit daily for several days, the magical Thorn no longer changed color when eating it. As Shun Jingle sat down to dine, his head still buzzed from the afternoon's chatter. Master, does getting an injection hurt? A bit. Why did that little boy cry so loudly just now? He was scared. Why was he scared? Because he feared the pain. Why does he fear pain? Shun Jingle continued. Master, that nurse's legs were so fair. Indeed, they are. Did you see? No. Then how do you know she is fair? I trust you. Hee hee. Remember to look later. All right. Look, Master, that nurse just now. Hurry and look. Not up there. You can't see it from above. Look below quickly. Shun Jingle remarked. He no longer believes there is a baby in the egg. The ghostly presence was far more comforting, quietly resting inside, without causing any disturbance. Quickly, summon my dream beast. I want to take a glance. Milo, seated across from Shun Jingle, eagerly urged him. With a stoic expression, Shun Jingle released the Gigi spirit. Gigi. Hello, beautiful lady. You are truly stunning. Milo exclaimed. Wow, a talking egg. What did it just say? Shun Jingle's lips twitched slightly. It greeted you and complimented your beauty. Indeed, it is my dream beast. It has captured my heart. Milo, smiling, handed Shun Jingle a document, a contract. Take a look. Are you satisfied with the compensation? Chapter 47. Just to secure 2 liang of meat. Shun Jingle accepted the contract from Milo and began to read. The compensation amounted to 30 million. He looked up in surprise. Milo explained. Your suggestions will lead to a complete transformation and may even become the cornerstone of the Mi family business. To be honest, I initially intended to offer you shares, but I lack that authority, so I aimed for a higher compensation instead. Milo continued with a smile. 30 million is still less, but beyond that, I cannot provide any more. However, I promise you a personal favor. Feel free to ask within my capabilities. Shun Jingle solemnly thanked Milo and signed his name. What Milo did not disclose was that her father had initially intended to offer a mere 5 million. She had negotiated for 10 million, but after persuasion, her father was only willing to grant 8 million, until she mentioned Shun Jingle's talent to her father, who pondered for a moment before directly raising the reward to 30 million, clearly indicating his intention for her to cultivate connections. Milo, by the way, Jingle, have you considered attending the preparatory class at Longyuan after graduating from junior high? I spoke to my former coach about you a few days ago. He wishes to arrange a meeting with you. Shun Jingle, is there hope for this year's preparatory class? Milo, this year? Skipping grades may be detrimental to your academic studies. Jingle, I sincerely advise you to prioritize your cultural subjects. Shun Jingle recalled the weight of cultural subject scores at Longyuan. Sister Luo, does Longyuan place great emphasis on cultural studies? Milo nodded vigorously, of course. If anyone scores below 100 in any subject, they will be ridiculed by the entire class for dragging everyone down. As she spoke, Milo seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, shivering slightly. Shun Jingle felt a chill and resolved to keep his distance from Longyuan. Well then, I've already decided to enroll in this year's Phantom preparatory class. Milo, Phantom is not as good as Longyuan. Jingle, I still suggest you focus on your studies and join Longyuan next year. Shun Jingle, I have no intention of standing out among the crowd. Milo chuckled, ha ha. Shun Jingle, well said. You have a clear understanding of yourself. I'm telling you, Longyuan is truly terrifying. Milo observed the two. One chattered incessantly while the other nodded like a little chick, and she couldn't help but smile helplessly. Shun Jingle's talent is indeed remarkable, but given his performance in cultural subjects, attending Longyuan may not be a wise choice. It's not that he wouldn't be admitted. It's just that once inside, his academic scores would be overshadowed by his peers. In terms of beast battles, however, he would excel, leading to a stark contrast in experiences. Milo, thus, attending Phantom is indeed a commendable option. Shun Jingle, oh? I thought you would suggest I go to Lingyu instead. Milo, as for Lingyu Academy, let's pass on that. It is rather mediocre in various aspects. Shun Jingle and Milo. Milo, it's truly mediocre, every year. They always come in second place in any competition. At least Phantom manages to secure first place in 1 or 2 categories annually. Milo's bewilderment deepened. Is second place not good? Shun Jingle understood then. The doctrine of moderation, seeking stability without ambition, was indeed not suited for him. The haunting spirit within the soul map gently turned, emitting a profound, silent sigh. The master is an unambitious slacker. Zhi Ling is a chatty nuisance. And the thorny magic is a worryingly inferior breed. How could this household function without it? The haunting spirit, noticing Shun Jingle had summoned Zhi Ling, desired to take a breath of fresh air. In the afternoon, it found Zhi Ling too noisy, so it shielded its senses and went into a deep slumber. Now, feeling rejuvenated, it longed to float outside, prompting it to shake its egg slightly. Shun Jingle sensed some commotion from the haunting spirit within the soul map and excused himself to the restroom. Entering the single room, he locked the door and summoned the haunting spirit forth. At that moment, he was astonished to discover that the summoned star array was not the deep blue six-pointed star formation, but rather a deep blue two-star array. Shun Jingle, what is happening? His abyssal soul diagram had already reached the standard level. It should normally manifest as a six-pointed star array. He recalled that during the contract, he had severed the 8-shaped soul veins, allowing each soul diagram to possess an independent soul vein. At that time, the haunted spirit had displayed the six-pointed star formation. A fleeting suspicion arose in his mind. He would verify it when he returned home tonight. Just moments ago, he was concerned about revealing the six-pointed star array in front of Milo and the others, which was why he had stealthily slipped away to the restroom. However, having already contracted the magical thorns and the intelligent spirit, he found it difficult to explain the fact that he could still contract another egg. Shun Jingle gazed at the motionless egg before him, contemplating that it was indeed prudent for the haunted spirit to remain concealed. The haunted spirit, hidden before Shun Jingle, was filled with doubt. Why did the master sneak away to summon me in the restroom? Is it because I am unworthy of being seen? Or perhaps he simply needed to relieve himself. In the next instant, it felt as if a blur passed before its eyes, and it was once again drawn back into the soul diagram along with the beast and the egg. Shun Jingle twisted the doorknob and stepped out, washed his hands, and returned to his seat. The haunted spirit within the soul diagram mused. He didn't even take the time to relieve himself. He truly came to the restroom solely to summon me, believing I am unworthy of being seen. Grievance value 1. As Shun Jingle took a bite of his food, he sensed that the haunted spirit within the soul diagram was stirring once more. He restrained himself from intervening, yet the spirit continued to be restless. Reluctantly, he once again excused himself to the restroom. Moments later, the haunted spirit was summoned forth once more. Shun Jingle stared at the egg before him and asked, "Little one, can you speak?" The haunted spirit, having drifted to his forehead, silently chuckled and thought, "It would be strange if I could." In truth, due to their contract, if Shun Jingle focused closely, he could sense the location of the hidden spirit. However, he had never considered that the haunted spirit might emerge from the egg. His attention was solely on the egg, believing it to be an underdeveloped baby. Shun Jingle continued to gaze at the egg, attempting various greetings and waiting for a response. But the egg remained utterly still. Meanwhile, the haunted spirit had already floated into the adjacent women's restroom. While it had become familiar with the appearance of male underwear, it was still unaware of what female garments looked like. Just then, a voluptuous young woman squatting down felt a sudden emptiness in her chest. She reached out to touch. How could it be that the clasp, which had been secure, suddenly came undone? Confused, she struggled to fasten the button while squatting. However, shortly after fastening it, it popped open with a snap once more. What is going on? Is it not fastening properly? The haunted spirit thought. So this is what a bra is called. It reached out and unfastened it again. Hee. Each time it unfastens, the two round orbs of the human woman bounce down, jiggling delightfully. It is simply too amusing. Originally, humans wore undergarments to contain excess flesh. This reminded him of Shun Jingle's briefs. Evidently, the owner was also concerned about unsteady flesh, hence the necessity of a pouch. Chapter 48. Shun Jingle continued to greet the egg before him. Meanwhile, a lady in the adjacent restroom, after repeatedly fastening and unfastening her clothing, finally realized something was amiss. With a piercing scream, she dashed out of the restroom. There's a ghost-type pet. The commotion in the hall quickly escalated, prompting the hotel security personnel to summon their own pets. The lady's companions hurried over to inquire about her distress. Milele tightly embraced the Gigi spirit left on the table by Shun Jingle, fearing that the unknown ghost-type pet might steal it away. Hearing the uproar outside, Shun Jingle hurriedly withdrew the motionless egg into his soul map. What happened? He inquired of Milele, observing her protective grasp on her egg. Mi Lele urged Shin Jingle to return the Gigi spirit to the soul map. A ghost-type pet has appeared in the hotel. Quickly, put away the Gigi spirit to prevent it from being stolen. Obediently, Shin Jingle complied and returned the spirit, while Milo briefly explained the situation. There's no need to be overly concerned. This ghost-type pet merely unfastened some buttons. It likely belongs to a weaker class, a more formidable entity. Like the haunt known as Yuyo, would undoubtedly steal directly from afar rather than leisurely unfastening things. Milo reassured them. Upon hearing the name Yuyo, Shin Jingle's expression darkened. Moments later, he excused himself to the restroom and stood up. Jingle, did something you ate upset your stomach today? Should we head to the hospital? Milo asked. Shin Jingle quickly waved his hands. No, just using the restroom. Mi Lele added. Jingle, you're not too young to have kidney issues, are you? With a stagger, Shin Jingle forced himself into the restroom. He summoned Yuyo again. That incident earlier, was it your doing? The egg remained still. Yuyo, invisible nearby, replied. I want to tell you, especially since you think I'm unpresentable, humph. It pondered. That human girl named Mi Lele has little to no flesh. Why does she wear them? It's truly perplexing, and I'm quite curious. At that moment, seeing Shin Jingle undo his pants, the sound of water soon echoed from the cubicle. Yuyo mused. Indeed, a pouch is necessary, perhaps not just for two tails. Yet, women seem to lack such pouches. Why do they wear briefs? Its curiosity piqued. Having relieved his discomfort, Shin Jingle gazed at the unmoving egg, contemplating that it could not possibly be Yuyo causing trouble. Its development was too poor to even speak. It could only lightly tremble when within the soul map. How could it engage in mischief? He ought not to doubt his own pet. He felt a deep sense of remorse as he reached out to the ethereal specter, drawing it into the tapestry of his soul. Mi Lele remained on edge, yet the atmosphere behind them remained tranquil. Not only did the ghostly companion refrain from mischief, but even Shin Jingle had ceased her frequent trips to the restroom. During the gathering, Shin Jingle inquired about the Zhang and Ruan families from Mi Luo and Mi Lele. From their discourse, she learned that both families were esteemed beast tamers, possessing a wealth of rare resources, exotic creatures, and the precious materials necessary for the evolution of their beasts. The Ruan family even boasted a violet-wood soul tree, while the Zhang family, though lacking this particular treasure, had several blue wood trees and 2 mines dedicated to the extraction of metals for crafting mechanical beasts. The 2 families were nearly equal in prowess, and it was rumored that they contemplated a union. Mi Luo whispered, in comparison to the Ruan and Zhang families, although my uncle, Mi Luo's father, has achieved considerable success in the technology and business sectors, and may even surpass them in capital, our humble origins as newcomers in white attire render us vastly inferior in terms of heritage. Thus, we naturally refrain from offending them. Shin Jingle replied, I understand. Rest assured, I will not ask you to confront Zhang Huiyang on my behalf. I merely sought information, for you undoubtedly possess more knowledge than I. Mi Luo responded. If you simply require detailed information about the 2 families, I would gladly assist you without charge and compile all the data I can gather. Shin Jingle raised her cup in gratitude. The trio then engaged in light-hearted conversation, indulging in food and drink until they departed in high spirits. Upon returning home, Shin Jingle eagerly set out to confirm her earlier suspicions. She summoned her 3 companions and severed the 8-fold soul pulse, isolating the soul pulses of the 2 soul tapestries. After retracting the ethereal specter, she released it once more. In a 6-pointed star formation, Shin Jingle restored the 8-fold soul pulse, then retracted and summoned the specter again, this time forming a 2-star array. Indeed, the ethereal specter exclaimed, what is going on? Are the 3 of us sitting in a row to eat fruit? Whoosh. Why did you bring me in alone? Oh, not this troublesome soul tapestry again. Whoosh. Why release me again? Whoosh. Once more, I'm drawn in. This time it's correct. Whoosh. Released again. What in the world is wrong with you? After venting its frustration, the specter suddenly realized that its master was conducting an experiment and meticulously retraced the process in its mind. Finally, it discerned the difference. So that's it. No wonder it sensed something unique about its soul tapestry. It turned out that not only was it dual tapestry, but the 2 tapestries could also connect. Within the soul pulse of the abyssal soul tapestry flowed the essence of the natural realm. This is the essence of feeling comfortable, the true reason. Although I may not excel academically, my prowess is undeniable. My discernment is commendable. Alas, my master possesses rather poor judgment, believing it to be unpresentable. What a perception! Having clarified the doubts in his heart, Shen Jingle withdrew the spirit of Zhiji Ling and the ghostly Yuyo back into the soul map, and then retrieved an energy meal for the magical thorn. He then reclined on his bed, intending to send a message to Li Yongqian. Several days had passed, and he was convinced that Li Yongqian had made some progress. 100 pounds. How has your contact with Zhang Huiyang been lately? Have you figured out how he can reawaken the soul map? However, Li Yongqian did not respond to his message. Shen Jingle thought little of it and proceeded to take a shower. Upon returning from his bath, he still found no message from Li Yongqian. Dismissing the concern, he fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, the first thing he did upon waking was to check for messages from Li Yongqian, only to find none. Instead, Hao Liang had sent a message. Liangzi, are you training at the library today? Your exam is tomorrow. Shen Jingle glanced at the date, July 28th. The special recruitment battle examination at Illusion High School was scheduled for July 29th, the very next day. In the city library's one-star battle arena, Hao Liang's eyes sparkled upon seeing the purple pet egg summoned by Shen Jingle. My goodness, this is Zhiji Ling, a pet that rivals Gua Gangpao's Nana. Envy consumed him. You see, Gua Gangpao had to wait for 2 years, leveraging connections to obtain that Nana. Yet you stumble upon this egg. I can only imagine how distorted Gua Gangpao's expression would be upon hearing this. Haha, I will be at school tomorrow to share this news with him. I can hardly wait to see his reaction. Anticipating the battle examination, Shen Jingle quietly took the magical thorn to train, leaving Zhiji Ling in Hao Liang's care. Zhiji, are you good friends with your master? Wow, Jingle, it can even talk while still an egg. That's incredible. Hao Liang turned to see Shen Jingle had already gone into the distance, so he summoned his Ka Ling to translate what Zhiji Ling was saying. Thus, the entire morning passed with Shen Jingle diligently training, addressing the shortcomings in the magical thorns techniques, while Hao Liang engaged in conversation with Zhiji Ling, who had an insatiable curiosity, even uncovering Hao Liang's childhood bedwetting incident. The sweet-tongued Zhiji Ling chimed, "You are the best friend of my master. I wish to know more about you." The phrase best friend thoroughly captivated Hao Liang. During lunch, Shen Jingle noticed Hao Liang was particularly attentive towards him. Shen Jingle pondered, why am I utterly exhausted after conversing with Zhiji Ling, while you appear invigorated? Have you been overly sycophantic? At that moment, Zhiji Ling's voice resonated in his mind. Zhiji, Master, do you see how well I have befriended your companion Zhiji? Master, you must praise me. Shen Jingle conveyed telepathically to Zhiji, you are amazing, you are exceptional, you are the best. In the afternoon, Shen Jingle continued to practice the swirling cyclone with the magical thorn, while Hao Liang's curiosity about Zhiji was satisfied, leading him to focus on training the Thunder Eagle elsewhere. Hao Liang anticipated that before the commencement of school, he would teach the Thunder Eagle to launch thunderbolts, and then he would challenge Shen Jingle to a duel. The next day, at dawn, Shen Jingle swiftly rose, had a quick breakfast with the magical thorn, and stepped outside. Today, he opted for a flying mount, as there was no flying ban in Lawn City, allowing many beast tamers who had contracted flying beasts to offer rides for profit. However, one needed to make a reservation in advance. Otherwise, waiting for a flying beast to land nearby could be quite time-consuming. Suddenly, Shen Jingle realized he had the opportunity to create a flying platform, responsible for dispatching orders promptly. Reflecting on the numerous existing platforms from his previous life, Shen Jingle discovered his advantage as a time traveler for the first time. Not long after waiting at the entrance, a dove alighted before him. It sported a coat of grayish-white feathers and was relatively large. This was Shen Jingle's first encounter with this breed, resembling an oversized pigeon. Its owner stood upon its back, verified Shen Jingle's information, and then helped him aboard. The fare for a flight from the east side of the city to the west was 250 coins. Shen Jingle found this amount somewhat unappealing and negotiated with the dove's tamer, managing to reduce it by 2 coins. The tamer appeared somewhat perplexed. Are you heading to Phantom Academy for the preparatory class examination? The robust man piloting the dove inquired as it flew steadily through the air. Shen Jingle, comfortably nestled in the thick feathers, nodded slightly, feeling drowsy. My brother has also taken a job to Phantom Academy today, flying from the south side of the city. Have both of you contracted flying beasts? He continued. Yes, my brother's is also a dove. Although it lacks combat prowess, it is large, with thick feathers, making for an excellent flying experience, especially for carrying passengers. Is business thriving then? Shen Jingle asked. Indeed, with this I managed to mortgage a house in the north of the city and marry a wife. The real estate prices in Lawn City ranked the south side as the most expensive, followed by the west, the north third, and the east being the most affordable. That sounds quite promising, Shin Jingle remarked, pulling out his phone. Allow me to save your contact information. I will reach out directly when needed. Sure, the man readily agreed, interpreting Shin Jingle's request as an indication that he would call on him for future flights. However, Shin Jingle envisioned promoting his forthcoming platform through this driver once it was developed. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The dove landed steadily at the entrance of Phantom Academy. Shin Jingle retrieved his identity card and walked towards the gate. On the playground of Phantom Academy, 8 or 9 children were already waiting. Have you heard? This time, the enrollment for the preparatory class included a prodigy from the first year of junior high. A first-year student? That seems implausible. Whom did you hear that from? My cousin is on the high school team, and he mentioned it from a teammate who supposedly introduced this genius to the school. No matter how talented he is, there is still a year's difference between us. I cannot believe that his contracted beast has already reached the first star. However, it is not entirely impossible. My cousin, who attends Lonyuan Middle School, has a classmate who naturally awakened in the first semester of the first year and quickly advanced to the first star. Later, his contracted beast was cultivated exceptionally well, and by the time he entered the second year, it was already at the first star level. Why would such a prodigy choose to attend our Phantom School instead of Lonyuan? I still find the news unreliable. You must be joking. You should first get into Phantom before making such claims. Haha. In my opinion, let us not waste time discussing trivial matters. If a first-year student truly does arrive, we can simply defeat him. Exactly. Let him leave in disgrace. Otherwise, where do we, the second-year students, place our pride? While 3 or 5 people debated passionately, a few others stood silently to the side, not uttering a word. When Shin Jingle entered, he observed this scene, remaining silent as he awaited his turn. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, several teachers continued their fervent debate. Teacher Lin, you must understand that those who are specially recruited into the preparatory class are meant for the school team. They do not require such pampering. Teacher Gua, our focus is on recruiting gifted individuals. If their combat mentality is negatively affected and we miss out on a talented child, that would be our loss. If seeing others excel causes them to crumble, what does that signify about their talent? Is that even a hint of excellence? A first-year student who is already a second-star Beastmaster would certainly cause any child to lose their composure upon witnessing his second-star formation. I still insist on having them summon their beasts in advance, rather than during combat. We are here to select gifted children. We will cultivate their mindset gradually once they are admitted. The principal tapped on the table. All right, Guidelin and Xia, cease your arguments. We will proceed according to Teacher Lin's suggestion. Chapter 50, 7 arenas on the other side. 14 figures quickly gathered on the playground, representing the students specially recruited for the preparatory class at Phantom Middle School. Based on previous year's quotas, they were to enroll 7 students, with a probability of 50. This year seems rather unfortunate. Last year, only 11 students applied. What is this? I recall a year when 18 students applied. Everyone was clad in their respective school uniforms. Shin Jingle discreetly surveyed the scene, noting that 9 individuals wore the Phantom Junior High uniform. Apart from himself, 2 boys and 2 girls donned uniforms from different schools. They were all lone sprouts, unfamiliar with one another, thus remaining silent, attentively listening to the conversations among the Phantom Junior High students. Shin Jingle glanced at the time. There was still half an hour until 9 o'clock. Bored, he lowered his gaze to count the ants. Suddenly, 2 ants before him were crushed underfoot. He looked up to see a boy from Phantom Middle School. Greetings, classmate. Which secondary school do you attend? I have yet to see your school uniform. Without waiting for Shin Jingle to respond, the boy began to examine the badge on his chest. Lawn City number 11 High School. I haven't heard much about it. Is it impressive? He turned to his companion with a question. Shin Jingle took back his clothing, stating, not particularly impressive. We rank 3rd in the city. A girl from Phantom Junior High, aware of the number 11 high school, interjected, in fact, we are ranked 3rd from the bottom. Huh? How can you even say that? Another chimed in, exactly. We at Phantom don't boast about being 3rd. Shin Jingle silently scoffed, realizing that such pride in being first often left others embarrassed to admit they were 3rd. After all, heroes are not defined by their origins. How noble of you to say that heroes are beyond their beginnings. Yet you come to us at Phantom to seek validation, remarked a tall boy with a buzz cut. Shin Jingle maintained his composure, refusing to give the boy the satisfaction of eye contact, as it would require looking up, which diminishes his stature. With a casual remark, he rendered his opponent speechless. If I am but rubble gilded in gold, I remain merely one insignificant stone among the multitude of prestigious institutions. If I am a pearl, the renowned school shall shine brightly because of me. Well said, applauded Principal Deng Ming of Phantom High School as he approached, adding, rather than hearing that someone is from Phantom School, I yearn to hear that Phantom School has produced someone exceptional. Upon hearing the principal's magnetic voice, Shun Jingle turned to see the diminutive figure of Principal Deng, with Coach was smiling and nodding at him from behind. Lin teacher is hurrying us along, students. Follow me to fill out your pet information and undergo pet value assessments. Instantly, the group shifted to a state of alertness, trailing behind teacher Lin toward an academic building. Hello, I'm Li Bu from 3rd Secondary School, greeted a slender boy of medium height. I'm Hua Xiaomei from Lon City Girls School, added a lively girl with a round face who squeezed in beside him. Shin Jingle nodded with a smile, but remained silent. Before long, the group entered an office with teacher Lin. He had assigned 3 assistant teachers to distribute the information forms. I'll be in the adjacent office. Once you've completed your forms, please hand them to the assistant teachers. Then wait at the door of the next office for your names to be called, one at a time. In no time, the 14 students who had filled out their information lined up at the door. First up, Yi Chuan, announced teacher Lin. The previously speaking tall boy entered the room. And 5 minutes later, he emerged with a look of slight confusion on his face. Why can't we retract our summoned pets today? Typically, during battles, summoning is done on-site to prevent beast tamers from substituting their pets with others. However, I suppose there shouldn't be any issues at school. It just feels somewhat redundant. Before long, Shin Jingle's name was called. Teacher Lin merely verified the information and then instructed him to summon the magical thorns, allowing the assistant teacher nearby to take it for testing the pet's attributes. He then asked Shin Jingle to wait outside. Once everyone had finished, the group was led to the school's pet training arena. The principal, Coach Gua, and 3 other teachers were already awaiting them at the judges' table. Without any introductory remarks, an assistant teacher presented a box for them to draw lots, grouping those with matching numbers together. Shin Jingle drew number 5, and as the drawing concluded, teacher Lin arrived. Driving with their pets. Yi Chuan remarked, indeed, this seems unnecessary. Wouldn't it be more efficient to summon directly? I hope that once I join the school team, it won't be this scatterbrained female teacher guiding me. There were 14 students, paired into groups of 2, and it was presumed that everyone had received their respective numbers. Students with identical numbers were to form one group, and there were a total of 7 arenas set up. The principal stood and addressed them. Now, everyone, please go to teacher Lin to claim your pets, and then find the arena corresponding to your number. Gazing at the more than 100 meters distance, Shin Jingle resisted the urge to summon the magical thorns immediately and walked obediently towards teacher Lin. Among the 14 pets, he glanced at them, unable to name most, indicating their rarity and value. He recognized that Yi Chuan's pet was the fire-type flame armored dragon, and Li Bu's pet was the flame sparrow. The pet of Hua Xiaomei, who had greeted him earlier, resembled a rose, though Shin Jingle did not know its name. After the 14 students claimed their pets, they lined up in front of teacher Lin. Next, I will quickly brief you on the information regarding the pets in the arena. Please listen carefully and try to remember. Step forward when your name is called, teacher Lin announced, holding a stack of documents. As the audience consisted of middle school students with little combat experience, if they were to engage blindly, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. This was merely an additional layer of protection for these fledgling trainers. Yi Chuan, Phantom Middle School. Pet, Fire-type Flame Armored Dragon. Lin Shiyu, Phantom Middle School. Pet, Fairy-type Illusory Spirit. Zhang Tsong, Phantom Middle School. Pet, Demon-type Grimash. Shin Jingle was somewhat surprised and looked up to see a previously quiet male student, whose pallor suggested a sickly disposition. This was Shin Jingle's first encounter with the Abyss-type Beastmaster. Min Changxi, Phantom Middle School. Pet, Water and Ice Dual-type Green Spotted Python. Fu Xiaoxiao, Phantom Middle School. Pet, Electric-type Thunder Mouse. Qin Yalan, Phantom Middle School. Pet, Psychic-type Wonder Umbrella. Kai Chen, Phantom Middle School. Pet, Psychic-type Marvelous Spirit. Huang Yuan, Phantom Middle School. Pet, Fighting and Fire Dual-type Toad Lion. Luo Hao, Phantom Middle School. Pet, Wind and Fire Dual-type Wind Crane. Li Bu, 3rd Middle School. Pet, Fire-type Flame Sparrow. Zhu Tong Tong, 7th Middle School. Pet, Wood and Fire Dual-Type Spicy Seed. Shun Jingle, from the 11th Secondary School, possesses a dual-element pet, a thorn of magical energy with affinities for wood and wind. Hua Xiaomei, from the Launching Girls School, commands a fiery rose of flames, a dual-element pet combining wood and fire. Wang Fei, from the Launching Boys School, has a water and earth-type pet, the short-tailed blue crocodile. In Chapter 51, the first match reveals a gathering of prodigies, each pet exhibiting remarkable prowess. Indeed, none of these creatures are inferior specimens, Hua Xiaomei murmurs beside Shun Jingle. Noticing Shun's gaze upon her, she continues, even the least gifted flame sparrow has a growth ceiling at the bronze level. Do these individuals even deserve to continue living? The flame sparrow belongs to Li Bu, a student from the 3rd Secondary School. After the instructor, Mr. Lin, has finished his remarks, the 14 participants lead their pets towards the arena. The thorn of magical energy, however, moves sluggishly, becoming entangled around Shun Jingle's leg. Similarly, Hua Xiaomei's rose of flames and Zhu Tongtong's spicy seed find themselves in a comparable predicament. When Li Bu draws number 3 and sees Yi Chuan standing confidently on that platform, his complexion pales. To his dismay, he realizes his first challenge is against Yi Chuan's flame-armored dragon. Although a 1-star pet, dragons are notoriously powerful in energy and defense, leaving Li Bu at risk of being swiftly defeated. Yi Chuan catches sight of Li Bu standing beside him and scoffs derisively. On Platform 5, Shun Jingle faces Huang Yiwen from Illusion Middle School, whose pet is a dual-element creature of fighting and fire types. Huang Yiwen, spotting Shun Jingle, feels a surge of confidence. His pet, primarily fighting type, boasts formidable explosive power. He is determined to reduce Shun Jingle's verdant vine to mere pulp. The first match features pairs battling against one another, with victors becoming the defenders while the 7 losers may choose to challenge the winners again. After 3 hours, the remaining champions on the platform will be declared the final victors, announces Coach Guo with his booming voice. Each arena is equipped with energy restoration agents for participants to utilize, and a medical team is present in the rest area to provide free treatment for any injured pets. Now, everyone, take your positions on the stage and prepare. 1, 2, 3, begin. The arena erupts into chaos as commands fly about haphazardly. Coach Guo, upon hearing Li Bu's lengthy 15-word instruction, wears a look of exasperation, thinking, by the time you finish that sentence, your pet will have already been knocked out. As Huang Yuan's toad lion enters the fray, it envelopes its fists in flames, ready to strike. The opposing thorn of magical energy extends 5 tendrils, swinging them with fervor. Huang Yuan interprets this as a clear indication that his opponent wishes to maintain distance. Pondering how physical attacks could ever thwart a creature renowned for its strength, he fixates on the swinging tendrils of the thorn of magical energy, searching for an opening. Advance and strike it, Huang Yuan commands, spotting a gap as he directs Toad Lion to close in. The Toad Lion lunges forward, delivering a powerful punch. Lift off, Shun Jingle instructs. Huang Yuan watches in astonishment as the thorn of magical energy takes to the air. Incredible! A mere plant can actually fly. Huang Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression growing solemn. On the ground, the Toad Lion gazed upwards at the magical thorny vines soaring overhead, momentarily dazed, until it heard the command from its beastmaster. Jump! The Toad Lion took a few steps back, gathering its strength before charging towards the magical thorns. With a powerful leap, it swung its fist at the vines. The fiery fist, enveloped in flames, cut through the air, distorting it momentarily. Yet it fell short. Strike it, Shun Jingle said. The magical thorn released a vine, curling its tip into a ball, and swung it towards the descending Toad Lion. Guard your chest. Burn it, Huang Yuan shouted immediately. Why did this magical thorn's fighting style resemble that of a martial artist? The Toad Lion crossed its fists in front of its chest, bracing for the impact. Bang! A sound like the breaking of air echoed as the Toad Lion felt a momentary numbness in its fists. In response to the blow, it channeled its fire energy, directing the flames towards the magical thorns. The ball at the end of the vine was ignited in an instant. This time, Shun Jingle did not need to prompt. The magical thorn dragged the flaming ball and swung it fiercely at the Toad Lion. At a critical moment, it severed the fireball, which exploded against its chest. The size of the Toad Lion's head, the Toad Lion collapsed to the ground, unable to react. The magical thorn's vine quickly regenerated, curling into a ball, and swung towards the Toad Lion's head. Bang! It struck directly between the eyes, causing the Todd Lion to faint. Huang Yuan's face darkened. After all, his companion was a martial-type beast brought down by a wood-type beast. Who would believe such a tale? Reluctantly, he led the Todd Lion off the stage. Meanwhile, Shinjingle, observing the effortlessly won match, realized the situation. Although these students' beasts were of exceptional breeds, their battle awareness and skills remained quite immature. Given their recent ascension to one-star status, he approached the edge of the arena with the magical thorn for energy replenishment. Soon, Coach Guo blew the whistle to signal the end. The first round of Group 7 had concluded. In the first match, Lin Shiyu's Illusion Spirit faced Meng Changshi's Green Spotted Python, with Illusion Spirit emerging victorious. In the second match, Fu Xiaoxiao's Thunder Mouse battled Luo Hao's Wind Crane, with Wind Crane winning. The third matchup saw Yichuan's Flame Armored Dragon against Li Bu's Flame Sparrow, with Flame Armored Dragon victorious. In the fourth match, Kai Yichen's Miao Lingzi faced Zhu Tongtong's Spicy Seed, with Miao Lingzi winning. In the fifth match, Shen Jingle's Magical Thorn defeated Huang Yuan's Todd Lion. Yichuan, who had initially been smirking, looked towards the fifth arena in surprise. Huang Yuan had actually lost. In the sixth match, Zhang Tsung's Dark Gray faced Hua Xiaomei's Fiery Rose, with Dark Gray winning. The seventh match featured Chen Yilon's Chili Umbrella against Wang Fei's Short-Tailed Blue Crocodile, with Chili Umbrella victorious. Among the 7 victorious contestants, only Shen Jingle was not from the Phantom Middle School, a testament to the school's formidable strength. Next, you will have a 10-minute respite. After this interval, the 7 individuals who have just faced defeat may challenge anyone present in a bid to reclaim the platform. Huang Yuan, what is the matter with you? Unable to secure a victory even against someone from the 11th Middle School? The members of Phantom Junior High gathered together, and Huang Yuan's expression was rather grim. In a moment, I shall step in and teach him a lesson, remarked Meng Changxi, another participant who had lost the match. Her companion, a green-spotted python, possesses dual attributes of water and ice, and is inherently toxic. Recently, she faced off against Lin Shiyu from Phantom, whose companion, a fairy-type creature known as Illusory Spirit, enchanted her green-spotted python the moment it entered the arena. Unfortunately, the Illusory Spirit is male, while her green-spotted python is female, leaving it vulnerable to enchantment. Despite this, she felt a surge of indignation, believing her python had yet to fully showcase its prowess. Changxi, do exercise caution. That magical thorn appears rather sinister, Huang Yuan advised kindly. He had previously battled a green-spotted python, which had not triumphed against his Toad Lion. Thus he held little hope for Meng Changxi's creature. Do not underestimate me. My green-spotted python has recently acquired a new skill. In a rematch, you may not be my equal. 10 minutes later, Meng Changxi stood before Shen Jingle, accompanied by her python. Huang Yuan, with his Toad Lion, encouraged her from the sidelines, alongside a dark-skinned girl with short hair. Another student from Phantom Junior High named Fu Xiaoxiao. She too had faced defeat in the previous round, having contracted an electric-type Thunder Mouse, whose opponent, Luo Hao, was also a student from Phantom. Luo Hao's companion, a flying creature with dual attributes of wind and fire known as Wind Crane, posed a significant challenge. Although electric-type attacks are notoriously powerful, the Wind Crane's ability to fly rendered Fu Xiaoxiao's Thunder Mouse ineffective, unable to even approach its opponent. Moreover, the diminutive and lightweight Thunder Mouse was easily blown out of the arena by a few flaps of Wind Crane's wings, leading to a particularly frustrating defeat. Now, she stood guard at platform number 5, her eyes fixed in irritation at Shen Jingle and Meng Changxi, determined to enter the fray in the next round, regardless of who emerged victorious. On the stage, the green-spotted python flicked its tail, unleashing a torrent of water toward the magical thorn. Observing this display, Shen Jingle quickly called out, "Freeze." The magical thorn's roots anchored firmly into the ground, and in an instant, the water cascaded down. The magical thorn reveled in the experience, exclaiming internally, "Ah, how delightful. It has been far too long since I enjoyed such a refreshing bath." The cool, abundant water is a blessing in this sweltering summer. Its eyes sparkled with anticipation as it fixated on the opposing green-spotted python, radiating eagerness and tranquility, pleading for another deluge. Sensing the magical thorn's exuberance, Shen Jingle felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing the unexpected nature of its character. The green-spotted python did not disappoint the magical thorn. With a swift motion of its tail, An even greater surge of water cascaded from above, drenching the magical thorn from head to toe. The enchanting thorn vine gracefully stretched its leaves, and even Huang Yuan in the audience noticed its evident enjoyment. He had long since informed Meng Changxi that her green-spotted python's move was merely for show, visually impressive yet devoid of real power. Although it seemed powerful, each encounter felt like his Tory lion was merely indulging in a bath. She remained unconvinced, attributing the lack of impact to the Tory lion's robust hide. Now, witnessing the vine's languid response, Huang Yuan could only shake his head. As the magical thorn vine continued to treat the battle like a leisurely sauna, Shen Jingle spoke softly. Pollen healing. Pollen healing? Meng Changxi, who had been engulfed in self-doubt, suddenly brightened at Shen Jingle's command. The magical thorn vine was injured. The green-spotted python's attack had indeed been effective. This was her moment. Advance, freeze it, she commanded. Her green-spotted python had recently awakened ice abilities, capable of local freezing. If she could immobilize the thorn vine's main body, victory would be hers. However, before a smile could fully form on her lips, she watched in horror as her green-spotted python writhed in agony, drenched in its own blood amidst the scattered pollen. For a toxic beast, pollen healing was a lethal strike. Although such superficial injuries were painful, they did not render the creature completely incapacitated. Yet, witnessing her companion in such distress left Meng Changxi momentarily paralyzed with fear, prompting her to rush onto the stage to tend to her python. Thus, the magical thorn vine emerged victorious. Is that it? Wasn't this supposed to be a battle? It merely enjoyed a couple of baths, it seemed to lament. Below, Huang Yuan remarked, I felt I fared better, at least I managed a few exchanges. Just then, he noticed Fu Xiaoxiao stepping onto the stage with her electric flying mouse. Xiaoxiao, you can do it. The electric mouse ranked second in attack power among their Group S creatures, just behind the flame-armored dragon, a classic example of small stature coupled with great strength. However, in the previous match, it had struggled against the flying wind crane, unable to engage. Suddenly, Huang Yuan recalled that the magical thorn vine could also take to the skies. Xiaoxiao, danger, he thought, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. As anticipated, the magical thorn vine soared into the air. If it could fly, landing a hit on the electric mouse would prove challenging. Conversely, the thorn vine would also find it difficult to strike the elusive mouse, which was small, agile, and incredibly swift. Thus, the electric mouse merely needed to wait for the thorn vine to exhaust its energy and lose the ability to sustain flight for an opportunity to strike. Huang Yuan's lost confidence began to return. On stage, Fu Xiaoxiao shared similar thoughts. Then, they both witnessed the magical thorn vine's vines whip faster and faster, forming a small whirlwind. The petite form of the electric mouse was swept off the stage. Fu Xiaoxiao and Huang Yuan exchanged glances, feeling as though they had lost rather hastily. Afterward, no one dared to challenge Shen Jingle. Fu Xiaoxiao subsequently attempted to challenge Lin Shuyu. Lin Shuyu's illusory spirit was male, effortlessly casting alluring glances at female beasts, yet Fu Xiaoxiao's thunder mouse, also male, struck first with a jolt of electricity, rendering the illusory spirit unconscious. Defeated, Lin Shuyu refrained from seeking further challengers. She recognized her limitations. Reliant solely on charm against females ensured her victory, but against males, she found herself utterly incapable, as the fairy type was notoriously fragile. She was not yet suited for the school team and resolved to wait until she attained a 2-star rank and contracted a female fairy-type beast to compete in the 22 match, at which point she would strive to bring glory to the school. Her presence at today's special recruitment was solely to see Yi Chuan. In a separate bout, Hua Xiaomei from Launching Girls High School challenged Luo Hao at the second arena. Her beast, the Flame Rose, boasted both wood and fire attributes. In her previous match against Zhang Tsong from Phantom Junior High, Zhang's beast, the demon-type Ashen Gray, had left her bewildered when the Flame Rose, seemingly entranced by something outside the arena, stubbornly wandered away despite her frantic calls. After a perplexing loss, she knew the Abyss type was inherently peculiar and chose not to complain, retreating with the Flame Rose in disappointment. In this match against Luo Hao, his beast was a wind and fire hybrid, the Wind Crane. Capitalizing on its ability to fly, it soared above the Flame Rose, unleashing flames upon it. However, the Flame Rose ensnared it with a vine that shot skyward, tightening its grip until a resounding thud echoed as the Wind Crane collapsed, unconscious. Had Shen Jingle been present, he would surely have cheered for Hua Xiaomei. The flame rose's vine extended over 6 meters high, while the magical thorny vine typically reached a mere 5 meters. This was the flame rose's unique talent, known as ascending vine, which could only attack directly upwards. It was indeed peculiar that Luo Hao was so ill-informed about the flame rose. Otherwise, he would have taken precautions against such a move and avoided presenting himself as a target. Other arenas witnessed numerous challenges as well, for aside from Lin Shuyu, the attendees were all aspiring to join the school team, unwilling to concede until the very last moment. However, after 3 hours, aside from Fu Xiaoxiao and Hua Xiaomei returning to the arena, none of the others succeeded. Congratulations to the 7 students on stage. You have successfully entered the preparatory class of Phantom High School. Next, we will determine the top 3 among you, who will receive additional rewards from the school. The principal announced with a hint of mischief. The first place will receive 1 million interstellar coins along with 3 years of advanced training. The second place will receive 800,000 interstellar coins and 2 years of advanced training. The third place will receive 500,000 interstellar coins and 1 year of advanced training. For the 6 others aside from Shun Jingle, the interstellar coins seemed trivial. It was the promise of advanced training that truly enticed them. In the realm of advanced nurturing, one cannot overlook the necessity of skilled nurturers, a privilege not simply attainable through wealth. Shin Jingle expressed, advanced nurturing is but an illusion. The true allure lies in interstellar currency. Regardless, Coach Gua had previously articulated that upon his arrival at Phantom, the resources required for nurturing beast companions would be provided by the institution. Subsequently, the 7 of you will draw lots. The individual who draws number 0 will have a bye, while the remaining 6 will pair off, with the victors advancing alongside the one who received the bye to the semifinals. Coach Gua gestured for the 7 to follow him to the first arena. Those who lose, follow me, instructed Teacher Lin. Among you, one may be revived. This year, there are 8 special recruitment slots available. The 7, previously disheartened, instantly brimmed with renewed vigor. Following Teacher Lin to the 7th arena, no one pondered why an additional slot had emerged this year. Each grade's team comprises 12 members. And during the special recruitment for the preparatory class, 7 individuals are selected. The remaining 5 slots will be determined at the commencement of the first year, where those from the original 7 could also face elimination. Hao Liang had once secured his place on the team by defeating an existing member. Meanwhile, Coach Gua's group swiftly completed their draws. Shin Jingle opened his slip to find 0. Hua Xiaomei, noticing Zhang Tsong, who also held number 1, wore an expression of disbelief. Was this truly the fabled bond of misfortune? Once again, she found herself facing Zhang Kong students who drew number 1. Please step forward. With a resigned heart, Hua Xiaomei advanced with her flaming rose. Zhang Tsong, having previously triumphed easily, was not lulled into complacency by his prior victory. His awakened demon-type companion, the first to be contracted, resonated with his innate affinity. Demon-type beasts are rarely inexpensive. Often, wealth alone cannot secure them. Many abyssal beast tamers initially resort to contracting more common types of beasts. Being a direct descendant of the Zhang family, endowed with exceptional talent, he benefited from the family's resources, allowing him to successfully contract with the shade, Dark Ash. Currently, Dark Ash had awakened but one skill, to evoke desire. It incites the desires within the opponent's beast, projecting their yearnings into the external arena. Under the influence of desire, the opposing beast forgets the battle and strides towards the periphery. This tactic does not rely on illusions set outside to bewilder the eyes, but rather operates on a psychological level, inducing hallucinations that manifest the desires in a spectral form. The flaw of this maneuver is that upon its first execution, the opponent will develop a degree of resistance. Of course, anyone who has been deceived once will harbor a sense of caution thereafter. Yet Zhang Tsong observed that the flaming rose exhibited no such awareness. It continued resolutely, without hesitation, toward the outer edge. My Dark Ash is limited to this singular technique, and her flaming rose is utterly susceptible to it. Could this indeed be the legendary bond of misfortune? Thus, Zhang Tsong and Hua Xiaomei approached Coach Gua, one bewildered by victory and the other numb from defeat, both wearing expressions akin to that of the undead. Coach Gua called out, "Students who drew number 2. Please step forward." This time, it was Yi Chuan against Fu Xiaoxiao. Upon realizing she would be facing Yi Chuan, Fu Xiaoxiao knew defeat was inevitable. After all, Yi Chuan was the pride of their generation, the first to naturally awaken and the earliest one-star Beastmaster. He had captivated countless girls and strong women, and Fu Xiaoxiao herself was among those enchanted. Currently, her flying thunder mouse possessed the skill of electric shock, which could strike an opponent within half a meter of its range. However, Yi Chuan's flame armor dragon could unleash fire breath with an impressive reach of 1.5 meters, enhanced by the dragon's innate talent, resulting in an extraordinarily high temperature. There was no chance for her flying thunder mouse to confront him directly. Indeed, within less than a minute, the flying thunder mouse was transformed into a roasted delicacy, perfectly charred on the outside and tender within. Students who drew number 3, please step forward. The icy-faced Chen Yilan and the dimpled Kai Yichen advanced simultaneously. Yi Chuan calmly moved to stand beside Shen Jingle. Consider yourself fortunate. Your luck will not hold much longer, he remarked. Shen Jingle, unperturbed and lacking the habit of looking up, replied leisurely, luck is merely a form of strength. I hope your abilities are as formidable as your words. Yi Chuan scoffed, then I shall graciously accept your challenge. Chen Yilan's cheeky umbrella and Kai Yichen's Myelingzi were both psychic-type beasts, with skills centered around telekinesis at the 1-star level. In previous matches, both had utilized their beasts to control their opponents with telekinetic force, pushing them outside the arena. Now, the two beasts faced off, as if engaged in an invisible tug-of-war, each striving to exert greater telekinetic strength. They had to control their opponents while simultaneously ensuring they did not themselves get pushed out of bounds. Before long, both beasts were sweating profusely. Eventually, Chen Yilan's cheeky umbrella succumbed first, granting victory to Kai Yichen's Myelingzi. Very well, we shall now draw lots for the semifinals. Number 1, Shen Jingle and Zhang Kong. Number 2, Yi Chuan and Kai Yichen. Shen Jingle's eyes lit up. This was his first encounter with an abyss type. He had just heard from Hua Xiaomei about the battle between the Flame Rose and the Gray Shadow, knowing that the opponent had been lured out of the arena. Demonic beasts typically possess skills targeting thoughts and intentions, with 1-star skills often related to desires. Thus, he communicated in advance with the magical thorn. Remember, no matter what you see outside, wait until the match is over before leaving the arena. If you obey, I shall reward you tonight with the bellflower I previously withheld. The magical thorn nodded eagerly, having long coveted that bellflower. Shen Jingle smiled apologetically. After discovering it in the kitchen last time, he had casually returned it. Soon, Shen Jingle and Zhang Tsong stood on the stage. Shen Jingle meticulously scrutinized Ming Hui, who resembled an oversized tadpole, cloaked in shades of black and gray, with a round, bulbous head adorned with 2 glossy, dark eyes, and a slender, elongated body. Ming Hui gazed intently at its opponent on stage, striving to discern its desires. Eventually envisioning the form of a bellflower, the magic thorn, fixated on Ming Hui, pondered how to strike this diminutive, airborne adversary, and noticed a bellflower outside the arena. Could it be that the master is about to fulfill their promise? The bellflower has been summoned. The master had mentioned that once the battle concluded, they could feast. Focus on the battle. The magic thorn redirected its attention to the opponent before it, contemplating whether to simply blow it away. As its small stature and ability to float made it a challenging target, the magic thorn began to swing its vines. Chapter 54. Hasty decisions. Seeing that the magic thorn remained unfazed, Ming Hui grew anxious. At that moment, it heard its Beastmaster say, "Switch it up." The Beastmaster had previously advised against relying on a single lure too long, particularly against an opponent that had already been faced. Although this was their first encounter, it seemed that the desire recently invoked had not been particularly effective. Ming Hui once again channeled the energy within, sharpening its senses. Meanwhile, the airborne magic thorn spotted several large, freshwood milk fruits outside the arena. Slurp. No, I'm drooling. Swift resolution is necessary. A gust of wind whisked up the still struggling Ming Hui. A whirlwind ensued, and soon Ming Hui found itself at its Beastmaster's feet. Zhang Tsong mused. Does the magic thorn lack desires? He cast a curious glance at Shen Jingle. How had he cultivated it? His curiosity was piqued. On another front, the duel between Yi Chuan and Kai Yichen was reaching a fever pitch. Kai Yichen's psychic creature floated effortlessly in the air, wielding telekinesis to control its opponent. However, Yi Chuan's flame armored dragon was too hefty. It could only be nudged slightly, and only if the flame armored dragon offered no resistance. Attempting to force it out of the arena was utterly impossible, though the flame armored dragon, being a dragon type, possessed flight capabilities. It lacked the agility of the diminutive spirit that maneuvered through the air with finesse via telekinesis. Thus, a tug-of-war ensued. The flame-armored dragon pursued the spirit in the air, darting up and down while occasionally unleashing a burst of flames. The spirit could not entirely control the flame-armored dragon, but managed to manipulate one of its wings or tail intermittently, disrupting its balance and causing its attacks to miss. The back and forth was nothing short of riveting. It wasn't until the revival matches of the other 7 participants concluded that the spirit finally showed signs of fatigue, struck by the flames of the flame-armored dragon, and plummeted from the sky. In this match, Yichuan emerged victorious. Excellent. Everyone take a moment to regroup. In 10 minutes, Shen Jingle will face Yichuan for the first and second place, while Kai Yichin and Zhang Tsong will compete for third. The individuals who had just lost to Shen Jingle gathered around Yichuan. Brother Chuan, the reputation of our phantom team rests upon your shoulders. We cannot allow a student from another school to seize the first position, Fu Xiaoxiao declared to Yichuan. Huang Yuan added, remember to ensure that your flame-armored dragon guards its head. Its magical thorns will attack vertically from above. The Torii lion you employed was solely focused on defending from lateral and frontal assaults, which ultimately left its head unprotected. It was only after the recent match that he became aware of the Torii lion's vulnerabilities. He had initially participated in the resurrection match, but after losing to Luo Hao in the first round, he decided to come here to see if Shen Jingle was being overwhelmed. Fu Xiaoxiao remarked. It also possesses the advanced skill, Rotating Hurricane. I suspect this is its most formidable technique. While it may be challenging to blow the flame-armored dragon out of the arena, this move will certainly affect its flight, so exercise caution. After they spoke, both turned their gazes toward Meng Changxi, hoping she would impart some wisdom to Yichuan. Meng Changxi replied, can I say that I lost simply because I had never encountered such a situation before, while tending to her green-spotted python? She realized her creature was hardly injured at all. The instructor overseeing the treatment lamented, dear student, your pet could easily endure several more rounds. The injuries are merely superficial, and its energy reserves remain plentiful. Reflecting on this, Meng Changxi felt a surge of frustration. Upon hearing this, the others looked at Zhang Tsong, who asked, do you want my experience pack too? After some consideration, they all shook their heads in unison. What use would demon-type experience be? They thought, and once again turned their attention to Yichuan. Brother Chuan, rise to the occasion. We are counting on you. Initially, Yichuan remained on high alert, but after listening to the discussions of his peers, he began to relax. It wasn't surprising that the students from other schools were winning. His own team members were simply too weak. Unable to restrain himself, he began to admonish them. Huang Yuan, couldn't your Torii lion wait on the ground for a moment? You are a fighting and fire type. Why not let it exhaust itself before you seize the opportunity to pull it down and unleash a flurry of attacks? Must you leap around like a gorilla? Huang Yuan nodded, realization dawning upon him. Right, why didn't I think of that? Fu Xiaoxiao chimed in. Have you forgotten that your flying thunder mouse can dig, hide in a burrow, and when it approaches, strike it with a lightning bolt? Isn't that a better tactic? Fu Xiaoxiao responded, I apologize. Ever since I contracted the flying thunder mouse, I've grown accustomed to cuddling with it while it sleeps. And I've discouraged it from digging, forming a habit. After all, it gets filthy after digging, and it dislikes bathing. Meng Changxi sighed, forget it. You who have yet to experience the world, I'm too weary to even scold you. Just take care of your snake. Meng Changxi retorted, you're scolding me? How dare you? Yichuan, feeling impatient, turned his head and spotted Zhang Tsong. How did you lose? Zhang Tsong shrugged, I wish I knew. Forget it. No comments, let us move on. Soon, it was time for Yichuan to face Shen Jingle. He had already devised a strategy. The magical thorns would create a swirling tempest, capable of disrupting the flight of the flame-armored dragon. While it might not be able to completely toss the dragon out of the arena, it could definitely flip it over. Ideally, the flame-armored dragon would be seeking opportunities to attack from the ground. Your magical thorns can fly, right? Then I shall remain as still as a statue, firmly planted in place. When you take to the skies, I shall patiently await your energy depletion. If you extend your tendrils to strike at me, for every one you send, I shall burn it. After all, the flame-armored dragon possesses ample energy to withstand this. Once the magical thorns exhausted its power, the flame-armored dragon would certainly seize the opportunity for a decisive victory. As the match commenced, the magical thorns observed its opponent standing dazed and motionless. It pondered. In most battles, I seem to be the one on the defensive, rarely initiating an attack. This time, however, my opponent's stance is rather commendable. Not attacking feels somewhat awkward. It extended a tendril forward, but just as it reached within a meter of the flame-armored dragon, the beast Tamer on the opposite side spoke up. Breathe fire. Instantly, the tendril curled into a ball, incinerated to ashes. Indeed, quite weak, Yichuan remarked. Yet, in the next moment, he witnessed the severed tendril sprouting anew, reaching towards the flame-armored dragon and ensnaring its neck. Yichuan scoffed, recognizing his opponent's intent to strangle or topple the flame-armored dragon. Given its robust and resilient nature, he was unfazed. However, he could use this to lure the opponent closer, allowing the flame-armored dragon to turn the tamer into charcoal. Remain still, he commanded the dragon. The flame-armored dragon, poised to strike, heard its tamer's command and, despite the slight itch at its neck, steadfastly held its ground. Moments later, its legs weakened, and it collapsed onto the ground. What? Energy absorption? A super skill for energy absorption? No, my beast is of the fire element. So it also undergoes energy conversion? Huang Yuan, Fu Xiaoxiao, Meng Changxi, and Zhang Tsong exchanged complex glances, astonished that the illustrious Phantom's Prodigy had lost so hastily. On the sidelines, Coach Guo wore a face of disbelief, unable to comprehend Yichuan's command to remain still when the magical thorns ensnared its target. He had never encountered such a lack of clarity before. Just as he prepared to reprimand, he observed the towering Yichuan descending from the arena, weeping uncontrollably. He said to himself, "These children must not be coddled. Look at how they've turned out. It is merely a game. It is not that serious. Boys must cultivate a stronger spirit within themselves," Coach Guo offered feebly. Lin Shuyu retorted, "Is it merely a game he lost? He has lost his honor, Coach Guo. You failed to comprehend." With that, tears streamed down her cheeks as she embraced Yichuan's arm. He was her idealized deity, and it was the first time she witnessed him weep. Meng Changxi interjected, "Has he lost his honor? He has sacrificed a year of advanced training and 200,000 interstellar coins, an entire year of elite cultivation. You do not understand him at all." She too cried, pushing Lin Shuyu aside and seizing Yichuan's arm. Fu Xiaoxiao approached, gripping Meng Changxi's collar and pulling her down, then directly enveloped Yichuan in a bear hug, whisking him away. "Stop complicating matters. Brother Chuan is clearly crying over his own foolishness. You know nothing." The moment she uttered those words, Yichuan's sobs intensified. Huang Yuan remarked, "The girls are so considerate, as if this has nothing to do with them." Moments later, Shen Jingle observed Huang Yuan and Zhang Tsong, who were gazing at him with starry-eyed admiration. "How did I inadvertently acquire two sycophantic lackeys? What should I do? I'm quite anxious." Huang Yuan inquired, "Jinggu, your magical thorn only has 1 star. Why is its energy so potent?" Shen Jingle replied, "It's nearing 2 stars. Huang Yuan exclaimed, "What?" Zhang Tsong asked, "Jinggu, how does your magical thorn resist the seductive desires of Yin Huihui?" Shen Jingle mused, "Perhaps this tactic is ineffective against it?" Zhang Tsong probed further, "How did you cultivate it? Do you have any secrets to suppress the desires of your pet?" Shen Jingle responded, "One must satisfy their needs when due." Hua Xiaomei slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Now I understand why the blazing rose was lured by Yin Huihui so swiftly the second time." Zhang Tsong's eyes lit up as he turned to her. "Why?" To which Hua Xiaomei explained, "The blazing rose had its eye on a beautiful bow accessory. I never bought it for her, promising that if she performed well in the competition, I would. Had I known, I should have purchased it earlier." She recalled a time when she longed for a limited edition ice cream. Her parents had promised her that if she excelled in her exams, they would buy it for her. However, during the exam, she daydreamed about the ice cream and missed crucial questions on the back. Indeed, fulfilling a child's wishes sooner rather than later is preferable. "Zhang Tsong, Kai Chen, it is your turn now," Coach Guo's voice rang out. Zhang Tsong suddenly remembered he still needed to compete against Kai Chen for 3rd place. "Jinggu, I am off," he waved to Shen Jingle. Shen Jingle nodded politely in acknowledgement. Kai Chen, a mere specter, had only observed Shen Jingle's match from a distance and had not approached. His relationship with Yichuan was rather mediocre, occasionally strained due to their competitive nature. Seeing Yichuan's recent loss brought him a modicum of satisfaction. On stage, Kai Chen and Zhang Tsong took their respective positions. Ming Huaihui scrutinized her opponent intently, searching for any hint of desire. Meanwhile, Miao Lingzi exerted her mental energy. Aware that Ming Huaihui possessed a unique talent known as devouring, which at her current stage allowed her to consume simple thoughts. Mental energy, being a form of thought itself, was particularly susceptible to Ming Huaihui's abilities, evoking a sensation akin to being drawn into a black hole. Fortunately, Ming Huaihui's capacity for absorption was limited, permitting Miao Lingzi to exert a modicum of control over her. Just as Miao Lingzi managed to stabilize Ming Huaihui's movements, she noticed a set of red lace lingerie hanging in the arena. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was an odd item her master had forbidden her from examining. In an instant, she darted outside the arena, only to discover that the space where the red lingerie had been was now utterly vacant. Meanwhile, the ghostly entity curled up within the soul chart continued to slumber. Weakling, it muttered, rolling over to resume its nap. While it could afford to sleep, Zhi Ling found it increasingly difficult to do so, as their master had emphasized the significance of today's match, urging silence. After enduring much of the day, Zhi finally called out, "Master, the match has concluded. May I come out to play?" With a mix of exasperation and affection, Shun Jingle summoned Zhi Ling. Just as Zhang Tsong, the sycophant who had recently emerged victorious, stumbled off the stage, he was taken aback by the sight of the two-star formation. Luo Hao, who had just revived after being eliminated, stood frozen in place, brimming with vitality. Nearby, Teacher Lin remarked, "It seems we underestimated him. We only prevented him from summoning magical thorns, not from calling forth other beasts. Fortunately, the match has ended, so the impact is minimal. Has he really contracted a second beast? Does that mean the energy of the magical thorns is nearing 2 stars? Typically, when a beast is at the 0 or 1 star early to mid-stage, one cannot contract a new beast, otherwise. The fluctuations during the new contract's formation could easily damage the existing beast's contract mark, thereby harming its soul core and the Beastmaster's soul chart." "You are a 2-star Beastmaster?" Hua Xiaomei's voice interrupted Teacher Lin's musings. Yi Chuan, who had been sobbing heartbrokenly, looked up in astonishment, momentarily forgetting his tears. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he joined Zhang Tsong and Huang Yuan around Shin Jingle. "So you are the one from the first year. So this egg contains Zhi Ling. Who would have thought the betting egg could yield such fortune?" Shin Jingle was engulfed by a cacophony of voices. Teacher Lin observed, "It appears her concerns this morning were unfounded." The principal stepped forward to quell the uproar, once again announcing the rewards for the first 3 places. Then continued with a smile, "The remaining 5 students who successfully advanced will also receive 300,000 interstellar coins and 6 months of advanced training. That concludes today's events. Everyone may disperse." The students erupted in cheers, and Shin Jingle rarely displayed a smile. He appreciated the principal's succinct demeanor. Coach Guo approached Shin Jingle with a jovial air, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "Welcome to the ranks of illusion. Come, let us have lunch together, along with Hao Liang." At this moment, Shin Jingle noticed a figure sprinting towards them in the distance. It was Hao Liang, who had been observing their competition from the rooftop, as he was prohibited from entering. Shin Jingle, keen to foster a connection with them, did not decline the invitation. Moreover, he was genuinely hungry. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon, and the teachers had not permitted any break for lunch. Just then, his phone rang. It was Milo calling. "I've sent you an email containing the information about the Zhang and Ruan families. Once I finish, I'll come find you. Goodbye." After hanging up, Shin Jingle checked his inbox and indeed found an unread email. He swiped to the chat with Li Yongqian, only to discover that there had been no response from him yet. Chapter 56. Unbeknownst to them, the calm and composed Shin Jingle, having secured first place, was dining with Coach Guo and Hao Liang, while a few students from Illusionary Shadow Academy huddled together for their meal. Huang Yuan, intent on becoming Shin Jingle's subordinate, seized the opportunity to post on the Illusionary Shadow Academy forum while waiting for their food. This year's special admission has revealed a dark horse, a second-tier Beastmaster in 1st grade, with proof and pictures. He selected several impressive photos of the magical thorny vines and subtly included a distant shot of Shun Jingle's profile alongside a close-up of his face. Meanwhile, Kai Chen, who had missed out on the top 3, was walking with Luo Hao while also posting on his phone. The top special admission has been snatched away by an external school. The Prodigy of Illusionary Shadow is weeping inconsolably. High-definition images available, no thanks necessary. A grid of Yichuan's tearful expressions appeared, one of which featured a bubble emerging from his nose. By the time Shin Jingle returned home, It was past 5 in the afternoon. Rather than taking a flight, he opted for the bus, which took him a full 3 hours. Resisting the urge to collapse into bed, he opened the laptop he had just purchased for 20,000 interstellar coins at the mall, a model the previous owner had long desired but never acquired. He logged into his email and opened the message sent by Milo. The current head of the Zhang family was named Zhang Xiqian, a top-tier beastmaster. He had 3 sons, 5 grandsons, and 3 granddaughters. Shen Jingle's gaze landed on the name Zhang Tsong among the grandsons, raising his eyebrows in interest. Zhang Huiyang's grandfather was a cousin of Zhang Xiqian, making their familial ties relatively close. Yet due to Zhang Huiyang's father's lackluster aptitude, merely a second-tier beastmaster at over 50, Zhang Huiyang remained an inconspicuous figure among his peers. The Zhang family owned 2 mines that produced metals suitable for crafting mechanical pets, both of which were controlled by the direct lineage. However, collateral branches could also secure positions within, earning modest dividends annually. The Zhang family possessed 6 bluewood soul trees, all situated at the ancestral home, a place where collateral branches were not allowed entry, let alone outsiders. The head of the Ruan family was named Ruan Xingyun, a top-tier female beastmaster. She had 2 sons and 1 daughter, the latter of whom was married into the family. Among the grandchildren, there were 4 grandsons and 1 granddaughter, Ruan Yuntong, the aforementioned granddaughter. The Ruan family operates 3 pet accessory stores, which were once quite prosperous. However, over the past century, the advancements in mechanical pet technology have led some traditional factories to incorporate mechanical pets as their cognitive core, enabling the mass production of items that previously required handcrafting. This development has significantly impacted the Ruan family's business, resulting in a decline in their fortunes. Nevertheless, their status remains largely unshaken due to the presence of a Zimu soul tree at their ancestral home. After reviewing the information, Shen Jingle realized that these were indeed entities beyond his reach. As a level beastmaster, he could contract 7 pets, allowing him to traverse this city, where 2nd and 3rd tier beastmasters abound, with relative ease. Moreover, being a beastmaster is not solely about the number of pets. The soul diagram of a level beastmaster and their nurturing of pets far surpasses that of 2nd or 3rd tier beastmasters. For instance, if a pet of equal potential, such as a Gigi spirit, were contracted by a level beastmaster, it would undoubtedly reach its racial limit at the king level. In contrast, if contracted by a 2nd tier beastmaster, it might only ascend to the bronze level, regardless of their longevity in the role. Thus, the superiority of high-level beastmasters over their lower-tier counterparts is not merely quantitative, but also qualitative. Shen Jingle shut down his computer and lay on his bed, deep in thought. He was uncertain when he would be able to seek vengeance for the original owner's grievances. If he intended to act in the immediate future, he would have to leverage other strengths. However, why would anyone lend their strength to him? He decided to set aside those considerations for now and conduct his own investigations. He did not need to topple the Zhang or Ruan families entirely. His real adversaries were merely Zhang Huiyang and Ruan Yuntong. As for the few lackeys who bullied him alongside Zhang Huiyang, he could handle them with ease. The next morning, after breakfast, Shen Jingle visited Li Yongqian's residence. He knocked a few times on the door of the old residential building, which soon creaked open. A somewhat weary middle-aged woman greeted him. "Hello, Auntie. I am Li Yongqian's classmate, here to see him." The woman called into the house. "Xiaoyong, your classmate is here." "Hey, Mom, who is it?" Li Yongqian emerged from the room, and upon seeing Shen Jingle, his expression instantly tightened. Noticing her son's unusual demeanor, his mother hesitated, asking, "Is he your classmate? What's his name?" Li Yongqian forced a smile, adjusting his expression as he replied to his mother, "Yes, he is a classmate, Mom. I'll step out for a moment and be back shortly." Without waiting for her to respond, he swiftly moved in front of Shen Jingle and closed the door behind him. Shen Jingle followed him down the stairs, and they headed directly to a secluded park, remaining silent during the walk. Observing Li Yongqian closely, Shen Jingle noted that he had lost considerable weight and appeared darker than before. "Why haven't you responded to my messages?" Shen Jingle inquired once they reached a deserted area. Li Yongqian hung his head, lips pressed together in silence. Then, Shen Jingle noticed him casually flicking a whip, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that it was not a whip at all. It is the magical thorn of the contract beast of Shen Jingle. It spikes glowing emerald under the sun's rays. Typically, beast tamers refrain from allowing their creatures to harm humans, even amidst personal feuds, preferring instead to let their beasts engage in battle for the sake of venting frustration. After all, we reside in a new era characterized by civility, harmony, and affection. However, Li Yongqian surveyed the uninhabited surroundings and recalled the unsettling events of the past few days. He believed that Shen Jingle might indeed act unscrupulously, commanding his beast to inflict harm upon him. I dare not speak of it. I am terrified. Do you know? Many have perished, countless lives lost, including Zhang Huiyang, who has vanished, and I can no longer reach him. Upon uttering these words, Li Yongqian felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground in a state of despondency. He had harbored these thoughts for several days, too afraid to voice them until this moment when the tension within him finally shattered. Shen Jingle commanded the magical thorns to administer a healing pollen treatment to him. This skill possessed a modicum of calming effect on the spirit. As Li Yongqian regained his composure, he divulged all of his recent experiences and knowledge to Shen Jingle, no longer daring to keep secrets. That day, after Shen Jingle instructed him to contact Zhang Huiyang, it wasn't long before Zhang invited him, claiming he would impart the method to awaken the soul map free of charge. At that moment, Li Yongqian resolved to keep this from Shen Jingle, envisioning a future where both he and Zhang Huiyang would awaken anew, enabling Zhang to gain prestige within his family, thereby allowing him to wield the Zhang family's power over Shen Jingle, a mere two-star beast Tamer, who would then be rendered powerless against them. Little did he know, after eagerly consuming the potion Zhang Huiyang provided, he was led to a mine, where he witnessed a horrifying scene. Humanity could scarcely be recognized in such a state. Within a cage of approximately 10 square meters, dozens of individuals were confined. Their bodies were bare, smeared with excrement. As the so-called caretaker poured a mixture of decayed leaves, spoiled fruits, and semi-cooked potato mash from above, the caged individuals clamored for the food, raising their hands desperately. One individual was drenched in the mixture, and those nearby greedily clawed at him, snatching the food from his body, regardless of the filth it carried. Another, fortunate enough to be trampled beneath others, managed to grasp a morsel that fell, shoving it into his mouth, mixed with the unspeakable refuse cascading from above. Yet another person, perhaps having gone several meals without a scrap, finally succeeded in seizing a piece, only to inadvertently bite off his own pinky in the process. Li Yongqian could bear no more. There were dozens of such cages, he dared not count them, standing at the mouth of the cavern. With steel cables suspending the cages swaying gently, Zhang Huiyang stood beside him, exuberantly pointing to the cages and proclaiming, "As long as you contribute diligently, one awakened beast from this batch of slaves shall be yours." He trembled as he inquired, "What is a beast human? What is a beast human?" It is the transformation of a human into a beast by extracting the soul core of a lowly pet beast and concocting it into a potion through arcane methods, allowing a person to ingest it in increments. Those who endure the process acquire extraordinary powers akin to those of a pet beast. They can then be contracted by humans and become beast humans. He wished to flee along the path he had come, for he did not want to become a beast human, yet was seized firmly by Zhang Huiyang. "You and I are different," Zhang Huiyang asserted. "We are inherently beast tamers, destined to become beast humans capable of commanding beasts." No. He forcefully pushed Zhang Huiyang aside and sprinted down the secret passageway that had led him there. Upon returning home, he locked himself in his room, cocooning himself beneath his blankets, tormented by nightmares for several days without respite. At times, he dreamt he was a caretaker, drenched in sweat as he struggled to carry 2 buckets of food, pouring it out only for the hungry masses below to remain unsatiated, their hands reaching out toward him. Other times, he envisioned himself as a beast human, bound by a contract to Zhang Huiyang, who summoned him to battle against Shen Jingle. He was told that should he lose, his energy rations would be exchanged for excrement. He wandered through a haze of confusion, too fearful to venture outside. His parents presumed he was merely mired in the disappointment of his unawakened potential, oblivious to his distress. "This is akin to raising a person like a pig," Shen Jingle remarked gravely after hearing the tale. "Even pigs are not treated in such a manner. In my previous life, I visited pig farms where each pig had its own space, bathed and cleaned daily. The mines, perhaps they are among the 2 owned by the Zhang family," he mused. After a moment, Shen Jingle asked, "What contribution did Zhang Huiyang require of you?" Li Yongqian replied, "He wanted me to work as a caretaker there for a month. But I cannot bring myself to perform such acts. The most outrageous thing I have ever done in my life was to you. You need not mention this." Shen Jingle shot him a glare. All right, I apologize. I shall not bring it up again," Li Yongqian quickly knelt and offered his contrition. And then, Shen Jingle pressed. After I returned, I lived in fear of Zhang Huiyang coming to capture me, but he never did. Only then did I attempt to reach out to him. Yet I could not get in touch. You have been back for quite some time. Did you not consider reporting this to the authorities? Shen Jingle queried. I dared not. I was terrified. I recall Zhang Huiyang mentioning that the Zhang family has connections above. I understand, Shen Jingle interjected. Li Yongqian was not foolish. The Zhang family's actions were undoubtedly backed by formidable connections. Otherwise, they would not be so audacious. It is possible that their allies were the ones instigating such behavior. Shen Jingle recalled the last time he reported the Villa No. 9, which had ultimately led to nothing. Seeing that he could not extract any further information from Li Yongqian, Shen Jingle prepared to depart. Before leaving, he collected some pollen from the yellow flowers of the magical thorns and instructed Li Yongqian to consume it. The therapeutic effect is evident, and primarily, it is said that the magical thorn can mark an individual for 3 days, allowing their precise location to be sensed within a 10-kilometer radius. Once the skill of pollen marking truly awakens, the process will become significantly less cumbersome. One merely needs to perform the skill and be touched by the pollen. Upon returning home, it was already midday, yet Shen Jingle felt no appetite whatsoever. He recalled that the potion Tang Ying had consumed was likely this very one. He took out his phone and dialed Tang Ying's number. Hello, Jingle. I was just about to call you. Your cousin's transfer procedures have been completed here. We only need to handle the acceptance paperwork on your end. We will be setting off in a couple of days. Tang Ying's voice conveyed a hint of excitement over the line. Shen Jingle took a couple of breaths before responding. Yes, that's good. Just transfer the household registration, and there shouldn't be any issues with enrollment. He had already inquired at the affiliated primary school of the third middle school. Having a household registration was sufficient. Aunt, how have you been? Shen Jingle tried to maintain a calm tone. I'm doing well, very well. There's no need for you to worry, Tang Ying replied robustly. Brother, I've brought you something nice, Shen Yu's voice chimed in on the phone. All right. I've prepared a surprise for you as well, Shen Jingle responded with a fond smile. He knew he had to tread carefully in the quagmire that was the Zhang family. For both him and the original owner of this life, it was paramount to live well in the present. After a brief chat, the siblings ended the call. At that moment, Shen Jingle felt inclined to have some lunch. Unbeknownst to them, the forum of Phantom Middle School had exploded with activity. This year's special admission has produced a dark horse, a first-year, 2-star Beastmaster, with evidence. 999 comments. The first place in special admissions has been snatched away by an external school. The pride of Phantom is in tears. High-definition images available. 999 comments. Misiki had just returned from her sister's room after borrowing the notes from the first semester of the third year, eager to share on the forum. Notes from the top student, Miluo, in the first semester of the third year. Interested parties, please follow me. She snapped photos of the first 2 pages and sent them off. Upon returning to the homepage, she habitually browsed the trending posts, only to come to a halt. The first place in this year's special admissions had indeed been taken by an external school. That guy, Yi Chuan, did not secure the top position. She quickly clicked to delve deeper and saw the magical thorn. It was certainly not Yi Chuan's beast. His was the flame armor dragon. Wasn't he that the one lying in front of the magical thorn? Heavens above, earth below, she had wagered a week's allowance against her deskmate on this. Yi Chuan, you owe me. Chapter 58. The clever ones. Upon returning home, Miluo heard his sister wailing like a banshee and frowned as he entered her room, which was wide open. Misiki was cursing Yi Chuan into her phone. Who is Yi Chuan? He inquired, uninterested, and turned to leave. Just then, his sister enveloped him in a bear hug from behind. Sister, did you know? This year, the preparatory special admission at our school was actually clinched by someone from an external institution. Milo raised an eyebrow, recalling that Shen Jingle was heading to Phantom. Milo, what is the name? Misiki. I don't know. Let me check. Shen Jingle, number 11 middle school. Is it really from number 11 middle school? When did they become so formidable? Milo, please forward the post to me. Misiki, huh? Since when did my scholarly sister show interest in such matters? Misiki then remembered that the post mentioned Shen Jingle was a 2-star Beastmaster. It seemed her sister had not reached such prowess at that age. Oh, surely. Her sister sensed a looming crisis. With enthusiasm, she forwarded the post to Milo. As Milo ascended the stairs, she clicked to open it. 1 Yi Chuan, Chuan Go. Please clarify, I don't believe it. 2 Ha ha ha. Is the person upstairs a hater? Is this intentional? 3 Chuan Ji's 9 square grid. For I beseech for Shun Jingle's 9 square grid. I have decided to support you. Young sir, please take care of me in the future. 5 He is only in the first year of junior high. He is a younger brother. 6 Younger brothers are even cuter, aren't they? 7 Could the girls of Phantom kindly exercise some restraint? 23 Rumors rely solely on words. May I ask how much this student named Shin Jingle paid the poster? Where is your bottom line? Where is your conscience? What is your address and phone number? After slumbering through the afternoon, Shin Jingle came across the post forwarded by Milo. As he clicked to view it, an inexplicable sense of disconnection enveloped him. On one side were a group of naive children, while on the other were individuals trapped in cages, worse off than swine. Shin Jingle suddenly felt a headache. Something was amiss. He sensed that today was not right. Li Yongqian's words were evidently flawed, and under duress. How could he have returned home unscathed? He had foolishly believed him without a shred of doubt. Even when contemplating contacting the authorities, he had been effortlessly misled by Li Yongqian's insinuations to abandon that thought. Upon returning home, he realized that despite not engaging in any strenuous activities today, he had slept for an entire afternoon. With this thought in mind, Shin Jingle swiftly rose, donned his clothes, and hurriedly set off for Li Yongqian's residence once more. He needed to change buses midway, so he purchased a complete outfit and a cap from a nearby clothing store at the bus stop. After changing into his new attire, he boarded the next bus. The magical thorns coiled around his arm, subtly circulating energy as he attuned himself to the location of his pollen. With 3 stops remaining to Li Yongqian's house, the magical thorns sensed nothing. 2 stops left, then 1. Upon arrival, Shin Jingle chose not to disembark, watching as the bus doors closed, continuing onward. The magical thorns had detected no pollen, indicating either that another beast had eradicated it with extraordinary skills or that Li Yongqian was no longer home. Either scenario suggested that he had inadvertently raised alarms today. After 3 more stops, Shin Jingle finally alighted from the bus. Currently, there is insufficient preliminary information, and he requires the assistance of an experienced individual to analyze the situation. Recalling a potential ally, Shin Jingle dialed Milo's number. Shin Jingle, Sister Luo, are you free this evening? I need to discuss something with you over dinner. Milo, amused yet exasperated, replied, Look at the time. I've already finished dinner. Let us do it tomorrow. Shin Jingle, it's urgent. Let us meet. Milo, all right, come over. I'll send you the location. When Shin Jingle arrived by taxi, Milo was waiting outside a noodle shop. Knowing he had not yet eaten, she promptly shared the location of her favorite nearby noodle house. At this hour, the establishment was relatively empty, and they chose a quiet corner to sit down. What happened? You don't look well, Milo inquired as they settled in. Shin Jingle, it seems I've been targeted with some extraordinary technique today. My mind felt sluggish and unalert this morning, and I've only just returned to normal after sleeping through the afternoon. Milo, could you elaborate? Shin Jingle then quietly recounted the events of the morning, omitting specific details regarding Li Yong's actions, and provided a concise overview. It sounds as if you've been hypnotized, and the creature that hypnotized you must possess considerable power, Milo remarked, recognizing that discussing such serious matters was inappropriate in a public setting, thus understanding Shin Jingle's reluctance to divulge everything. Finish your meal quickly. We should head to my house, she urged. Shin Jingle nodded. Is your father home? Yes. Do you wish to speak with him? Yes. I would like to hear his advice. After a moment's contemplation, Milo deemed it acceptable. After finishing their meal, they proceeded to Milo's home, where she led Shin Jingle directly to her father, Mi Buoqing's study. Father, this is Shin Jingle, the classmate I mentioned earlier. Jingle, this is my father. The strikingly handsome Mi Buoqing appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a recent university graduate rather than a parent of a college student. Hello, Jingle, he greeted with a warm smile. This isn't an ideal time for a visit. Speak plainly if you have something to discuss. Seeing his straightforwardness, Shin Jingle felt encouraged and shared the entire story without reservation. As he recounted the details concerning the individuals confined in cages, Milo gasped in shock, and Mi Buoqing furrowed his brow. When Shin Jingle finished, a heavy silence enveloped the study. After a while, Mi Buoqing tapped his index finger on the desk. Why do you trust me enough to share all this? Aren't you afraid I might sell you to the Zhang family? Shin Jingle replied, Your family, the Mi family, while a rising star, has no conflicting interests with the Zhang family, nor any dealings. Selling me would yield little profit. I am not of high value in their eyes. What Shin Jingle did not mention was that should Mi Buoqing betray him, it would indicate that the Mi family had uncovered the Zhang family's secret. effectively inviting trouble upon themselves. Mi Buqing was undoubtedly aware of this implication. He recognized that Shun Jingle understood this reality, and equally, he knew that Shun Jingle was aware of his awareness. Wise individuals seldom expose the truth. However, what compels me to assist you? I could simply pretend that I heard nothing tonight. Mi Buqing remains unfazed. You have invested 30 million in me, although it may be a trifling sum for you. As a businessman, you undoubtedly wish to safeguard your investment. What Shun Jingle did not mention is that the 30 million is merely the beginning of Mi Buqing's investment. As the head of the Mi Group, he must consider the long-term implications. His presence here today signifies that he wishes Mi Buqing to recognize his worthiness of continued investment. Astute. Mi Buqing finally smiled, not just intelligent, but also exceptionally gifted. Thus, I shall commence by clarifying today's events for you. Chapter 59, The Rank of Pets. Firstly, I must inform you that Li Yongqian's claim regarding the individuals confined within the cages is far from the truth. Shun Jingle was taken aback. He had anticipated that Mi Buqing would question the validity of Li Yongqian's statements, such as how Zhang Huiyang could ensure his safe return or why he did not alert the authorities. However, he never expected Mi Buqing to first refute that inhumane reality. Shun Jingle inquired why. Mi Buqing responded, "We have long since moved past the Dark Ages. The entire beast-taming civilization has entered a new era for a full millennium. No one would engage in such acts. This is not merely a reflection of our moral standards, but rather the vast disparity between the risks involved and the potential gains, rendering such actions imprudent. To put it simply, who among us lacks sustenance nowadays? Even those with no employment can rely on government assistance to meet their basic needs. For a large family, even conducting experiments on a few hundred individuals each month would amount to a negligible expense." Noticing Shun Jingle's lingering skepticism, Mi Buqing continued, "Consider this. Would poorly nourished and unrest subjects yield favorable experimental results?" Shun Jingle countered, "But what if the experiment necessitates tormenting individuals beforehand to achieve effective results?" Mi Buqing replied, "In that case, submerging individuals in glass tanks or confining them in solitary rooms while subjecting them to various potions and electric shocks might be more appropriate." Shun Jingle comprehended, as the persistent sense of incongruity finally found its explanation. The narrative presented by Li Yongqian resembled events from a dark age of slavery, whereas the cruelty of the new era appeared more akin to a biopunk nightmare. Milo, too, nodded in sudden realization, having felt a similar oddity moments earlier. Shun Jingle asked, "So, what Li Yongqian witnessed was an illusion?" Mi Buqing affirmed, "Indeed, that is precisely why Zhang Huiyang dared to release him, because what he perceived was a fabrication. But then, what constitutes reality?" Shun Jingle pondered for a moment before an epiphany struck him. The sole truth throughout this ordeal was the existence of the contracted beast spoken of by Zhang Huiyang. He looked at Mi Buqing, who appreciatively nodded. This young man's intellect surpassed his expectations, adeptly aligning with his line of reasoning. Thus, the situation became abundantly clear. Zhang Huiyang sought to recruit Li Yongqian, and to test his loyalty, he created an illusion for him, imparting a blend of truth and falsehood regarding the matters of humans and beasts. To prevent any disclosure of the reality, he presented a facade by hinting that the Zhang family had influential connections. He aimed to dissuade Li Yongqian from alerting the authorities. Yet, did they not fear that even the mere mention of human and beast by Li Yongqian could provoke an investigation? Mi Buqing remarked that this was unlikely. The illusions Li Yongqian witnessed had indeed transpired during a dark era. The Zhang family's collateral had a modest film company, and as long as the police did not conduct a thorough inquiry, a mere public outcry could be dismissed under the pretext of filmmaking. Understanding dawned on Shun Jingle. Mi Luo inquired if he ever watched television or films. Shun Jingle replied that the original family could not afford a television or movies. Blaming himself was unwarranted. However, since he began earning money at the casino, he could afford such luxuries, though he had little time to indulge in leisure activities. How could he afford to be idle when he was striving to amass wealth? Mi Luo observed Shun Jingle's expression and refrained from asking how he had learned history. At this moment, Shun Jingle was indeed diligently studying, albeit primarily focusing on beast mastery-related literature, with a smattering of geography. History? That term seemed foreign to him. Following this, the discussion turned to his recent hypnosis, who had executed it, when, and whether he was still being followed. Shun Jingle's eyes sparkled as he nodded eagerly. Mi Luo's father was remarkably astute. Suddenly, a magnificent golden hexagram array appeared before Shinjingle, revealing a hexagon within a circle, which contained a beast silhouette, indicative of a level beastmaster. Intrigued by the beast form within the star array, Shinjingle recalled that beastmasters were categorized into star level and superstar level. Star level beastmasters were divided into 3 ranks, represented by 1, 2, or 3 nested pentagrams, capable of contracting 1, 2, or 3 companion beasts, respectively. In contrast, the hallmark of a superstar-level beastmaster's array was the hexagram, with the progression of ranks denoted by the 6-pointed star. The array of a level beastmaster consisted solely of the hexagram, while that of a higher-level beastmaster incorporated a hexagon within it, and the array of a super-level beastmaster featured a circle encased within the hexagon. Within Mi Boqing's array, the circle also contained a beast shape, reminiscent of the contract emblem during a beast bonding. Shinjingle's gaze fixated on the beast figure, his eyes glimmering, entirely oblivious to the extraordinary beast that had emerged from the star array. "Uncle Mi, what is this figure in your star array?" Mi Boqing smiled wryly, realizing that the child's grasp of knowledge was rather limited, as he glanced towards Mi Luo. "Milo, upon reaching a certain level, beast masters can forge a pact with their destined soul beast, which shares a symbiotic existence with them, living and dying in unison. During combat, the beast master can merge with their soul beast, achieving a harmonious fusion of human and beast for battle." Shinjingle smiled sheepishly, realizing she had posed an imprudent question, and suppressed her curiosity to continue questioning Milo. She then lifted her gaze to the creature before her. Encased within a transparent sphere, it was quite diminutive, measuring approximately 20 centimeters in height. Its head bore a resemblance to that of a fox, albeit with disproportionately larger ears, while its body resembled that of a hamster, crowned with a cloud-shaped tail. "Milo, this is the star spirit, the golden level form of the Meow spirit. For this species, higher ranks correspond with smaller sizes. Its skill, temporal sensation, allows it to perceive events that transpired within the last 24 hours, and through another ability, sensory projection, it can project these images. How remarkable! This is indeed a golden level psychic beast." Beasts are categorized into star level and superstar level, with star level ranging from 1 to 5, while superstar level begins at bronze, followed by silver, gold, king, emperor, and divine levels. It is said that divine beasts possess the power to reshape mountains and devastate the earth, only appearing in ancient times. "Now, relax your mind and allow the star spirit to connect with your senses," instructed Mi Boqing. Shinjingle complied, taking 2 steps forward and inhaling deeply to relax. The star spirit floated before her, gently extending a claw from the transparent sphere to rest upon her forehead. Mi Boqing, starting from 8 a.m., Little Spirit. Chapter 60. Bait. The star spirit lightly touched the area around Shinjingle's claw, sending rippling waves through the air. Suddenly, the transparent sphere projected a light shadow to the right, which rapidly coalesced into clarity, revealing the scene of Shinjingle departing her home. 10 times speed, first-person perspective. Mi Boqing commanded once more. Shinjingle then experienced her morning's events as if fast-forwarding through a film, failing to discern anything amiss. Rewinding to 5 minutes before they entered the park, Mi Boqing instructed again, at normal speed. This time, Shinjingle noticed something suspicious. Approaching the park, the imagery paused for nearly 2 minutes, indicating she had stood motionless during that interval. Yet, in her memory, she and Li Yong had not halted even for a moment. Proceeding directly into the park. "Milo, it is highly likely that an invisible ghost-type beast was inducing hypnosis, capable of casting such a targeted skill while cloaked. Suggesting this ghost-type beast is at least silver level." Mi Boqing, Little Spirit, third-person view, panoramic. The scene shifted to a third-person perspective centered around Shinjingle. Now, she observed with greater clarity, witnessing her own dazed form standing still, her gaze vacant. The star spirit's abilities were indeed impressive, enabling rapid playback and perspective shifts. As Shinjingle pondered this, she noticed the scene revolving around her as the focal point. Is this a view of the 360-degree panorama? In the upper left corner, the image is magnified. Mi Boqing suddenly spoke up. Within the enlarged frame, a man clad in a black trench coat and wearing sunglasses was lurking behind a tree, his gaze fixed upon Shinjingle. "Mark him," Mi Boqing commanded. Xing Lingzi extended another claw, sending a small bubble towards the image, which floated over and encircled the man. As the footage played at an accelerated speed, It revealed the marked man trailing Shin Jingle and his companions into the park, where he concealed himself at a distance. After Shin Jingle separated from Li Yongqian, the man followed him to the bus station, causing Shin Jingle to break into a cold sweat. He must be a ghost-type beast master, using his pet to induce hypnosis on you, Mi Buoqing remarked. Furthermore, the illusion that Li Yongqian previously witnessed was likely orchestrated by this beast master, as ghost-type masters are rare, making it highly improbable for one individual to manage two such occurrences. Shin Jingle recalled Zhang Tsung's spirit beast, saying, "Can demon-type beasts also create illusions?" Mi Luo replied, "To be precise, demon-type beasts induce hallucinations in their targets, affecting only the individual they focus on at a mental level. In contrast, ghost types create illusions by influencing the real environment with their supernatural powers, misleading intruders' auditory and visual perceptions. Any creature entering an illusion will be affected. Illusions must align with the real environment to some degree. I suspect that the mountain path Zhang Huiyang took with Li Yongqian indeed exists." Shin Jingle nodded, acknowledging, "My lackluster academic prowess limits my intellect." Mi Buoqing inquired, "May I ask why you sought out Li Yongqian to inquire about Zhang Huiyang? It seems you have intentions against him." Shin Jingle then recounted his experiences of being bullied at school, the incident involving Tang Ing testing drugs at Villa No. 9 in Hehe Garden, and his reporting to the authorities after witnessing Zhang Huiyang that night. Regarding the matter of the shattered soul patterns of Zhang Huiyang and Li Yongqian, he had initially informed them as per Li Yongqian's account, and to this day, he had not disclosed his involvement to anyone. After listening, Mi Buoqing regarded Shin Jingle with a knowing look, sensing that the fractured soul patterns of Zhang and Li were intricately linked to Shin Jingle. However, he could not ascertain how Shin Jingle had sought the aid of a star-level beastmaster. Yet, everyone harbors their secrets, and he chose not to pry further. Mi Buoqing could hardly fathom that the young man standing before him possessed dual soul patterns, allowing him to contract a number of beasts comparable to his own. "I must have startled them today," Shin Jingle asserted, aware that, given Zhang Huiyang's character, he would likely take preemptive action against him. "I would like to hear your advice on how they might confront me, as well as how I can protect myself." Shin Jingle earnestly sought Mi Buoqing's counsel, which was, in truth, a plea for assistance. "If it were up to me, I would directly employ a psychic beast to erase your memories, thereby neutralizing any threat you pose to me. However, given Zhang Huiyang's disdain for you, upon discovering that you are a two-star beast master, he would undoubtedly be envious and likely seek assistance from a higher-ranked beast master to deal with you, perhaps even resorting to the extermination of your familiar, leading to damage to your soul map." Upon hearing this, Milo grew anxious. "Jingle, why don't you come stay at my place? During the day, we can head to the company together to discuss the platform development. Typically, in battles, if a beast is knocked down and unable to rise, or if it faints and is moved outside the arena, the match concludes without any severe repercussions. However, in secret realms or the wild, when vying for precious resources, it is possible to defeat an opponent's familiar to the point of it becoming a soul core, at which point one would usually withdraw. On one hand, destroying a soul core is incredibly time-consuming and labor-intensive. On the other, such an action would foster a deep-seated enmity. Shin Jingle understood that Zhang Huiyang would certainly resort to such measures, which meant he was in for some unrest. From a safety perspective, Milo's suggestion was the most prudent. Yet, Shin Jingle was reluctant to procrastinate. The issue had to be addressed sooner or later. Moreover, in a few days, his aunt and Shun Yu would be arriving, and Shin Jingle hoped to resolve this matter before their return. Now was the perfect opportunity, as his adversaries perceived him as weak and would likely refrain from sending formidable challengers. He looked up at Mi Buoqing and said, "If I were to act as bait to lure out Zhang Huiyang, might I borrow some assistance from Uncle to help confront him?" "Excellent, you possess courage. Milo will accompany you, and I shall provide you with another ally, who will remain hidden in the shadows." "Very well, thank you, Uncle." Shin Jingle was overjoyed and turned to Milo, saying, "I would like you to accompany me tomorrow to Li Yongqian's residence to search for him once more, and then we shall explore the periphery of the Zhang family's mine." Although Milo was the daughter of the Mi family patriarch, she had not publicly revealed her identity, and the old-fashioned families showed little interest in the newly affluent merchants. Thus, she felt no concern about Zhang's family discovering the Mi family's involvement in this matter. Furthermore, she knew her cunning father would have contingencies in place for any subsequent developments. Upon exiting Mi Buoqing's study, Shin Jingle could not resist inquiring of Milo. Is the matter of human-beast relationships well known from the Dark Century? Milo replied, indeed, the Dark Century was a protracted era, lasting several 100,000 years. Prior to the Dark Century, there was an age devoid of beast masters, a time when there were no extraordinary beings or spatial rifts on Blue Star. One fateful day, certain celestial bodies imbued with unique energies exploded, and dozens of meteors bearing extraordinary powers struck Blue Star, obliterating human civilization, with only a scant few humans surviving. As humanity endeavored to rebuild, a myriad of extraordinary creatures emerged, and a small fraction of humans awakened to become beastmasters, capable of forging contracts with these beings to become formidable combatants, though their numbers were exceedingly limited. In order to fend off the assaults of extraordinary beings, humanity has forged a formidable army of hybrids, utilizing the soul cores of the hunted creatures to concoct a special elixir for consumption, with the hope of harnessing extraordinary powers. At this moment, Shin Jingle's phone emitted a notification, prompting him to instinctively glance at it. A business remittance of 30,000 interstellar coins from Me Corporation has been credited to your account. Milo inadvertently caught a glimpse and twitched his lips slightly. Indeed, a cursory look at history reveals that hybrids have existed, albeit only in the early Dark Ages, a time long past. It raises questions about the intentions of the Zhang family in pursuing such matters now. My father's remittance this time is rather prompt. Under normal circumstances, a transfer within a month is considered swift. Milo escorted Shin Jingle to the entrance, where they fortuitously encountered Misiki, returning home from a movie with her classmates. Sister, I'm back. Oh, who is this? Seems somewhat familiar. Hello, I am Shin Jingle. He introduced himself, extending his hand. Misiki hastily transferred the popcorn from her right hand to her left, which held a glowing stick, lollipop, rose skewer, and gently shook Shin Jingle's hand. Hello, I'm Misiki. Are you a friend of my sister? Shin Jingle replied, yes, perhaps we can dine together sometime. Misiki responded eagerly, yes, that sounds great. Once Shin Jingle had walked away, Misiki inquired, sister, who is this Shin Jingle? Milo, exasperated, pulled out her phone, opening a post her younger sister had shared, revealing a profile picture of Shin Jingle, and held it before Misiki. What? Oh my goodness. So he's my new fan's little brother? She exclaimed. Wait. Don't leave yet. In her haste, popcorn, glowing stick, lollipop, rose skewer, and other items scattered across the ground as Misiki dashed out, only to reach Shin Jingle just as he closed the car door. Adjusting her skewed rabbit ear headband, she hurried back to her sister. Sister, how do you know Shin Jingle? Can you arrange to meet him again tomorrow? Why didn't you tell me earlier? With a resounding thud, Milo's bedroom door slammed shut, narrowly missing Misiki's nose. The insistence of her sister echoed with twists and turns. Ask Milo. I have matters to attend to. Milo. Oh right, she is studying at No. 11 Middle School, isn't she? Misiki dialed Li's number, bounding down the stairs. Moments later, a startled scream pierced through Milo's ears. Oh my goodness. You're desk partners. And you even have a group chat? Add me. Milo shook her head in resignation, her thoughts drifting back to the Zhang family. Half an hour later, she knocked once more on her father's study door. Xiao Luo, is there something else? He inquired. Tomorrow. I will arrange for Uncle Chung to protect you discreetly. Milo replied, Father, I can't shake the feeling that this hybrid affair doesn't align with the Zhang family's usual conduct, so I wish to discuss it further. Mibo regarded Milo with a look of paternal pride. Oh, please, elaborate on your thoughts regarding this matter. Milo, the Zhang family has traditionally relied on mineral production. Although the extraction volume has declined in recent years, the rising popularity of mechanical pet beasts has led to an increase in corresponding metal prices, which should not significantly impact their income. Mibwa nodded in agreement as Milo continued, encouraged by his gaze. The head of their family does not adhere to outdated practices. In recent years, they have encouraged their branches to venture into other industries. For instance, Zhang Yuan's film company is one such enterprise. And I know Zhang Yuan's brother is also making strides in the pet food industry. Therefore, Milo stated emphatically, there is no necessity for them to engage in such high-risk dealings with humans. Mibwa nodded, affirming, indeed, you have truly matured. What you've said resonates with my own thoughts. I harbor a suspicion and have already dispatched someone to verify it. I will update you tomorrow morning. Milo's eyes sparkled with understanding, and after sharing a brief embrace with Mibwa, he retreated to his room to sleep. Upon returning home, Shin Jingle was unable to fall asleep for quite some time. Eventually, he forced himself to recite in his mind. 1 corn sprouted, 2 corns sprouted, 3 corns. By the time he counted over 300, he finally drifted off. The ghostly entity within the soul map stirred slowly and awakened. Oddly, it pondered why it had slept for such an extended period. Upon sensing, it discovered that Ji Ling was still asleep, which seemed peculiar. Why was this chatterbox so quiet today? The next moment, it heard Ji Ling mumbling drowsily. 321 corns fell asleep. 322 corns turned into popcorn. 323 corns were eaten by mice. The ghostly entity exclaimed, "For goodness sake, shut your mouth." Realizing its master was already asleep, the ghostly entity had no choice but to join the corn-counting brigade, forcing itself to slumber once more. It silently recited, 1 kilogram of corn fried, 2 kilograms of corn bathed, 3 kilograms of corn sat in a row eating snacks, 4 kilograms of corn lounged under umbrellas. The following day, as Shin Jingle awoke, he received a call from Milo. "Jingle, my father has obtained some new information, which I have sent to your email." Shin Jingle sprang up in surprise, unleashing magical thorns and providing them with an energy meal while brushing his teeth and opening his computer. He received more detailed information regarding the Zhang family's mines. The Zhang family operates 2 mines, Zhangjia Mountain and Zhanggan Mountain, both of which produce purple gold ore. This ore can be refined into 2 types of metals suitable for mechanical pet beasts, one known as floating gold and the other as tungsten. Zhangjia Mountain was mined earlier and has limited resources left, with many tunnels now abandoned. Zhanggan Mountain has only recently begun extraction, and each tunnel is bustling with activity. A point of concern arises from the western side of Zhangjia Mountain, where previously vacant tunnels now show signs of activity, and faint lights can be seen emanating from them at night. Regrettably, having been hypnotized yesterday, he was not quick to react. Otherwise, he would have certainly inquired of Li Yongqian which mine Zhang Huiyang had taken him to. Nonetheless, he and Milo would visit today, and perhaps Zhang Huiyang would use Li Yongqian as bait to lure him in. Shin Jingle thought to himself. Meanwhile, in the basement of a villa, Zhang Huiyang patted Li Yongqian on the back. "It's settled then. No backing down. You will act as bait to lure Shin Jingle in, while I and Uncle will be at the mine to assist you. If successful, there will be rewards for you." Chapter 62, Persuasion in Mi Buoqing's Study. Mi Luo stood opposite him. Mi Luo. "So, you suspected last night that the Ruan family is conducting beast-human experiments at Zhang's mine?" Mi Buoqing. "Indeed. As you analyzed, it is unlikely that the Zhang family would involve themselves directly in such murky waters. They wouldn't even dare to touch it. The fact that they are tempted to intervene indicates that the matter of beast-human hybrids is far from simple." Mi Luo. "What led you to consider the Ruan family?" Mi Buoqing. "There have been persistent rumors of a potential marriage alliance between the Zhang and Ruan families. To my knowledge, the initiative for the alliance rests with the Ruan family. However, compared to the Ruan family, which is on a decline, the Zhang family possesses significantly greater strength." Mi Luo nodded. "Thus, the Zhang family is currying favor with the Ruan family while allowing them to utilize their abandoned mine. Should the endeavor prove successful, they could share in the spoils. If it fails, they could simply claim they were merely renting out the mine and disavow any responsibility." Mi Luo. "So, our true target this time is the Ruan family?" Mi Buoqing nodded. Mi Luo. "Father, aside from assisting Shin Jingle, do you have any other plans?" Mi Buoqing smiled. "I have long coveted the few soul trees of the Ruan family." Mi Luo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Mi family lacked the heritage of soul trees that old aristocratic families possessed. Mi Luo. "I understand, father. I will work with Jingle to amplify our actions." "Indeed. Remember not to rush. Timing is crucial. Today, you should gather intelligence, and we will ascertain the specifics later." Mi Luo nodded earnestly. Mi Luo arranged to meet Shin Jingle at his residence. She took a taxi directly to Shin Jingle's home and shared her father's suspicions regarding the Ruan family. Shin Jingle nodded in understanding. Indeed, some matters could not be perceived without standing at the appropriate height. Mi Luo. "To facilitate our actions, let us share our backgrounds. Currently, I am a 3-star beastmaster. Besides the charming shadow fox you have seen, I have 2 other pets, a 4-star fire and wind elemental, the blazing bird, and a 3-star electric beast, the thunder beast." Shin Jingle's eyes widened slightly. "You awakened both fire and electric dual attributes?" Mi Luo nodded. "What about you?" Shin Jingle. You know my pets, a magical thorn and an intelligent spirit. Mi Luo, I meant your awakened attributes. I sense you must possess at least dual attributes. Shen Jingle, I am unaware of my attributes. They have not been tested. Mi Luo, what? Not tested? That means you must possess at least 4 attributes. Could you be a full elemental naturalist? Shen Jingle, a full elemental? He had not considered that possibility. Mi Luo, you should go to Port City for testing. Their equipment is advanced and it's close to Lan City. Shen Jingle nodded. Indeed, Zhi Ling is about to hatch. With that, he reached into his pocket and produced the Zhi Ling pet egg. The creature wobbled, exclaiming, Zhi, hello, beautiful lady. It then floated gracefully from Shen Jingle's hands to stand before Milo. Milo chuckled mischievously. How did you manage to tuck it away in your pocket? Shen Jingle replied. Since this morning, it has been restless, eager to emerge, unwilling to remain in the soul map. Milo observed, it is indeed ready to hatch. It can already utilize its superpower to float. Congratulations, you will gain an additional ally. Shen Jingle secretly smiled, realizing that Milo was likely trying to alleviate his nerves. After all, what assistance could a newly hatched 1-star pet, even with superpowers, truly provide? Milo continued, come, I will accompany you to find Li Yongqian. With that, she promptly summoned her crimson flame bird, leaping onto its back and beckoning Shen Jingle to follow. Let us make a grand entrance. Shen Jingle gazed at the magnificent bird, its feathers of vibrant red, resembling flames. Its long neck and small head were adorned with a plume of fiery crest, while its sleek, black beak was firmly poised. The bird crouched slightly, awaiting Shen Jingle's ascent, its head held high, exuding an air of pride and nobility. Without hesitation, Shen Jingle climbed aboard, settling behind Milo, while Zhi Ling floated gently into his embrace. With a resounding cry, the crimson flame bird soared into the sky. Soon, they reached the vicinity of Li Yongqian's home. Milo asked playfully, do you think we will be able to meet Li Yongqian smoothly? While in the air, Shen Jingle summoned his magic thorn to detect the location of pollen, and it quickly sensed the presence from afar. Thus, he confidently asserted, we will be able to meet him. It was evident that the other party had the means to dispel the magic thorn pollen, but chose not to, clearly intending to lure him in. Shen Jingle remarked, your father mentioned yesterday that he would send someone to meet us. Why haven't I seen anyone today? Milo replied with a hint of pride, he is behind us. Shen Jingle glanced back, seeing nothing. It seemed he was indeed a significant figure. Milo commanded the crimson flame bird to descend, and as they dismounted amidst the awestruck gazes of onlookers, a passerby exclaimed, wow, what kind of pet is that? So impressive. Another passerby added, I've never seen anyone ride a crimson flame bird before. A third remarked, I wish I could touch it. In the next moment, the onlookers were startled to see the crimson flame bird vanish into thin air, only then realizing that the two were beast masters of the remarkable creature. At such a young age, possessing such a magnificent pet, they must be either affluent or noble. Shen Jingle approached Li Yongqian's door, knocking resoundingly. Jingle, you've come. I was just about to look for you, Li Yongqian said, momentarily taken aback before revealing a look of delight upon seeing Shen Jingle. At this moment, Li Yongqian noticed Milo behind him. Who is this? He inquired. Shen Jingle's expression remained impassive. My friend, Milo, a 3-star beast master. As Zhang Huiyang had anticipated, Shen Jingle sought assistance. It was surprising that she had only brought along a 3-star beast master. This was likely the strongest ally she could muster. The young lady, despite being a 3-star master, probably possessed a pet of modest caliber. Li Yongqian then appeared somewhat embarrassed and confessed, Jingle, I deceived you yesterday. Shen Jingle continued to wear her cold, aloof demeanor. Let us talk outside. They returned to the riverside park from the previous day. Li Yongqian wore a broad smile. It was all my fault for previously ignoring Zhang Huiyang and showing him disdain. To vent his frustration, he took me to his uncle's film set to frighten me. I was so startled at the time that I didn't pay close attention. Shen Jingle frowned, her disbelief evident. I recall you mentioning that many people had perished. Li Yongqian replied, that was also a lie. They acted so convincingly that I didn't scrutinize it closely. In this day and age, if people had truly died, they would surely bear the consequences. Shen Jingle still appeared skeptical. But you mentioned that there were influential figures behind the Zhang family. Li Yongqian countered. Other families have influential connections too. The Zhang family cannot monopolize power. Listening to the conversation, it was clear that these were not mere words that Li Yongqian could have conjured. Shin Jingle finally displayed a hint of being persuaded. Chapter 63. Everything goes smoothly, Shin Jingle asked. So, how did you come to learn the truth after failing to contact Zhang Huiyang? Li Yongqian responded. He deliberately ignored me. In reality, Zhang Huiyang had taken his second dose of medication and suffered severe side effects, rendering him unconscious for several days. Shin Jingle furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment as if to finalize her confirmation. Then how did you uncover the truth? Li Yongqian explained. After our conversation yesterday, I felt increasingly uneasy, sensing something was amiss. I asked my uncle to take me back, and it turned out the Zhang family was filming there. When I confronted Zhang Huiyang, the truth became apparent. I was just about to tell you about this when you arrived. Shin Jingle inquired. Did you meet Zhang Huiyang yesterday? Yes, Jingle. You might not be aware, but Zhang Huiyang is in quite a dire situation now. He has no standing within his family. His soul map has shattered, and they have relegated him to menial tasks at a film company. What do you think about us teaching him a lesson together? Shin Jingle raised an eyebrow at Li Yongqian, her silence suggesting a challenge. Do you dare? Li Yongqian insisted. I truly cannot tolerate how he has bullied me. Haven't you always wanted to teach him a lesson? Why not join forces? Shin Jingle shook her head. I cannot afford to provoke the Zhang family. Li Yongqian pressed on. So you've been asking me about Zhang Huiyang all this time. Was it not with the intention to confront him? Li Yongqian continued. We could discreetly deal with Zhang Huiyang without offending the Zhang family. You must understand, he truly has lost his standing now. Shin Jingle, since that is the case, you can handle it yourself. There is no need to involve me. Shin Jingle's expression remained indifferent. I do not trust you. Who knows if you have betrayed me to Zhang Huiyang and are conspiring with him to deal with me. After all, this is not the first time you have acted in such a manner. Li Yongqian, this is bad. The performance cannot continue like this. What should I say now? Milo, how foolish. I can hardly bear to watch. In the distance, a man clad in a black trench coat wore a tense expression, inwardly cursing Li Yongqian for his foolishness. He barely restrained himself from rushing over. Had it not been for the presence of the city, he could have easily dealt with the two youngsters in a moment. Within the urban area of Lan City, detection devices were installed everywhere, capable of triggering alarms and directly identifying the assailant under two circumstances. 1. During a pet battle, if one party defeated the other's pet, reducing it to a spirit core. And 2. If a pet attacked a human, resulting in injury. Both scenarios would lead to law enforcement penalties. Beast tamers often engaged in fights, and penalties were simply part of the deal. However, the trench-coated man, who was originally concealed in the shadows, knew that any punishment would expose him. Thus, during the previous encounter, he had only hypnotized Shin Jingle without attacking him. Shin Jingle was initially enjoying the performance, but Li Yongqian's failure to respond left him momentarily in a difficult position. It would be inappropriate to simply walk away, as doing so would thwart his intentions for the day. Milo, unable to watch any longer, approached under the pretense of being impatient with Shin Jingle, actually aiding Li Yongqian in continuing the conversation. Milo, alas, what is going on with you two? After such a lengthy discussion, you still cannot resolve this. Can't a real man be more decisive? Jingle, you came today not only to reconfirm matters regarding the mine, but also to win Li Yongqian over to your side. Did you not? Why maintain such a facade? If this drags on any longer, I shall lose interest. Shin Jingle feigned embarrassment and said to Milo, it is merely that I do not feel at ease with him. After all, he once conspired with Zhang Huiyang to bully me. Li Yongqian, now grasping his thoughts. Jingle, trust me this time. Truly, my enmity with Zhang Huiyang is irreconcilable. If my soul map had not been shattered due to his interference, it would not have fractured. Recalling the despair of witnessing his soul map shatter, the hatred in his eyes became more palpable. Shin Jingle decided not to feign ignorance any longer. In that case, let us devise a plan. You will lure him away from the mine, and we shall find a place to incapacitate him. His words still carried a hint of distrust towards Li Yongqian, implying that he would lead the charge. Li Yongqian quickly nodded, indicating his agreement. Shin Jingle leaned in close to his ear and whispered instructions. After a brief moment, Shin Jingle bid farewell to Li Yongqian. Shin Jingle, I have rarely secured Sister Milo's assistance today. We will scout the vicinity of the mine. Once we select an appropriate location, I shall message you, and you will follow my lead without question. Li Yongqian, understood, Jingle. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost. Milo summoned the phoenix in front of Li Yongqian and soared away with Shin Jingle. Shortly after their departure, a man in a trench coat approached Li Yongqian. Li Yongqian hurriedly bowed and conveyed the entirety of their previous conversation to the man. However, the man was already aware. His ghostly pet, the Ghost King, had been cloaked nearby, attentively listening to their dialogue and relaying the information to him in real time through a communication technique. Irritated, he interrupted Li Yongqian, saying, "Enough. If it weren't for my master's need for Zhang Huiyang, I wouldn't bother with your trivial matters. Just follow Xin Jingle's instructions, and I shall assist you in capturing him along with the girl he has with him today." As he uttered the last sentence, a lewd expression crossed his face. The mine was situated outside the city, devoid of those ridiculous detection devices. A 3-star beast master, when placed among children, is a formidable opponent, possessing no resistance before him. When the time comes, after he confines her and wipes her memory clean, there would be no risk involved. He was quite experienced in this area, even considering it a reward for resolving Zhang Huiyang's predicament. Reflecting on the girl's delicate skin and striking features, he smacked his lips, feeling that the frustrations of the past few days had finally borne fruit. After briefly instructing Li Yongqian, the man departed. Once he left, the branches of a very still banyan tree stirred slightly, then returned to tranquility. Li Yongqian felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed, dismissing it casually as he dialed Zhang Huiyang's number. "Huiyang, everything is proceeding smoothly. Xin Jingle has taken the bait. He still harbors some distrust towards me, insisting that I lure you out. 2 days from now, he plans to feign a visit to the mine with the 3-star beast master beside him. He has asked me to relay this to you so that you may prepare to capture him." Meanwhile, as Li Yongqian conversed with Zhang Huiyang, Milo and Xin Jingle had already arrived at Xin Jingle's residence. Upon entering, they encountered a handsome man who had arrived ahead of them. Milo joyfully approached, greeting Uncle Cheng. The handsome man smiled in response. "All is well. Jingle, this is Uncle Cheng, a close friend of my father, currently employed at the Mi family." Milo introduced to Xin Jingle. "Miss Milo is too kind. I am merely a homeless old man fortunate enough to receive a meal from the gentleman," Uncle Cheng replied modestly. Xin Jingle respectfully bowed, saying, "Hello, Uncle Cheng. Thank you for coming to protect us." Xin Jingle understood that this individual was likely the one who had been following them earlier, though he had not seen him. Milo continued, "Uncle Cheng is a ghost-type beast master, and his most notable characteristic is that each of his contracted pets belongs solely to the ghost category, with no dual attributes. This means that even if he encounters ghost-type pets with dual attributes or higher, he would refuse them, only seeking pure ghost-type beasts." Xin Jingle's curiosity was piqued. What unique advantages does such a contract offer? Chengyu, there is not much to say, but if I must, it is that the growth rate of my summoned beasts and their compatibility with me are considerably higher than normal. Is that not remarkable? This alone is enough to evoke envy from most beast tamers. Xin Jingle pondered. Could it be that the more concentrated and pure a particular elemental affinity is, the better? Milo nudged him. "What are you thinking about?" Xin Jingle. "Nothing much. It was just when I heard you speculate that I might possess all elemental affinities. I considered the possibility of contracting beasts from every elemental category." Milo. "So, here we have one with obsessive-compulsive tendencies and another with a collecting obsession." Chengyu smiled, steering the conversation back. "Before you both returned, I had already scouted a suitable location near the mine. After we finish our meal, you can fly directly to this spot, and I will be there to meet you." With that, he sent Milo a location pin. Milo and Xin Jingle understood. After the meal, Chengyu summoned his Daoyu Mingming. Xin Jingle was initially taken aback, another level 6 beast tamer. Then his eyes sparkled. Daoyu Mingming, in its ghostly golden form, was truly impressive. As Daoyu Mingming emerged, it initially assumed a large spherical shape, with several smaller spheres floating above it. In an instant, the large sphere transformed into a cube, expanding rapidly until it formed a black portal before Chengyu. The Daoyu Mingming within Xin Jingle's soul map stirred gently, keenly sensing the formidable presence before its master. The 2 circular openings at the top of the black portal opened like eyes, glancing towards Xin Jingle. Instantly, Daoyu Mingming became docile. At this moment, Chengyu waved at the 2, stepping through the portal, which immediately shrank into a tiny black dot before vanishing. Milo, observing Xin Jingle's awestruck expression, couldn't help but chuckle. This technique is called ghostly passage, allowing one to instantly traverse from one location to another, akin to spatial transfer in superpower abilities. You need not feel envious. If you cultivate your own Zhi Ling properly, you will achieve the same. Come, in the blink of an eye. Uncle Chung has certainly already arrived. Shun Jingle nodded, his anticipation for Dao Yu Mingming intensifying. The two continued their journey atop Milo's Crimson Flame Bird, heading straight for Zhangzhou Mountain after exiting the city. Meanwhile, Zhang Huiyang, elated after hearing Li Yongqian's report, instructed him to proceed to the mine on his own. He then dialed Wan Yuntong's number. "Hello, Tong Tong. It's me." Zhang Huiyang spoke cautiously over the phone. Wan Yuntong, irritable, retorted, "Zhang Huiyang, don't think that just because the Zhang family has tasked you with liaising with us, you can harass me at your leisure." Zhang Huiyang hastily explained, "I'm not. Tong Tong, I have something important to tell you. Spit it out quickly. If you're deceiving me, you'll regret it," Wan Yuntong replied, still impatient. Zhang Huiyang, not wanting to withhold any longer, revealed, "You are coming to the mine today, and I will bring Shun Jingle to you." Wan Yuntong, "What have you done to him? I do not appreciate coercion. She has a penchant for obedient and compliant individuals." Zhang Huiyang continued to persuade, "Have you forgotten? We now have a ghost-type beastmaster who can assist with hypnosis." However, Wan Yuntong remained hesitant, but ultimately, it wouldn't be voluntary, and that lacks meaning. Zhang Huiyang was at a loss for words. "If you don't want him, after tonight, you'll only be able to see him in the laboratory." Wan Yuntong thought of Shun Jingle's handsome face and, unable to resist, conceded, "Fine, take him to my room, but keep it a secret." Zhang Huiyang rejoiced, "All right, Tong Tong. Once it's done, you'll be well rewarded." Wan Yuntong abruptly hung up, humming a little tune, greeted her mother, and then left. After the call, Zhang Huiyang stood at the entrance of the mine, waiting for Brother Yang to return. This Brother Yang was the man in a trench coat, who had rushed back to the mine after parting ways with Li Yongqian. Shun Jingle had instructed Li Yongqian to meet Zhang Huiyang in 2 days and informed him that today he would scout the area with Milo. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Huiyang understood that today was the opportune moment to make a move. While Shun Jingle and the others were scouting, they would seize them. Before long, Brother Yang in the trench coat returned. "Brother Yang, you must act swiftly and send out your beasts to see where Shun Jingle and the others are headed nearby. No need to be anxious. That girl's firebird is quite conspicuous." Even so, he promptly dispatched his 4 beasts. Zhang Huiyang gazed enviously at the hexagram formation before him. As a level beastmaster, he once aspired to awaken successfully and surpass the threshold of a star beastmaster, becoming a professional beastmaster. Alas, everything ended before it even began. His soul map shattered, and he didn't even know who was responsible. Living such a miserable life. He was taken aback to hear Li Yongqian declare that Shun Jingle, whom they had bullied relentlessly, was actually a 2-star beastmaster. Li Yongqian, inexperienced, speculated that Shun Jingle must have awakened long ago. Zhang Huiyang knew better. Shun Jingle had undoubtedly awakened as a 2-star beastmaster from the onset. If he had awakened earlier, how could he have allowed them to bully him? This talent was several times more formidable than that of their own Zhang Kong. Why was it that he did not possess such gifts? If he had been endowed with such talent, how could he possibly be so inconsequential within the Zhang family? Perhaps he could even contend for the position of family head in the future. However, he must thank Shun Jingle. Had Shun Jingle not sought out Li Yongqian and given him a nudge, Li Yongqian might not have found the courage to approach him. If Li Yongqian had not come that day, they had already resolved to erase his memories. But Shun Jingle's visit changed everything. Li Yongqian, in a state of confusion, divulged everything to Shun Jingle. Once he had finished, he regretted it. He couldn't afford to offend either side, and thus chose the more powerful one. And so, Li Yongqian returned to seek out Zhang Huiyang once more. Here, the two of them are indeed rare individuals subjected to the fractured soul mapping experiment. An experimental subject? Zhang Huiyang scoffed at himself, unwilling to accept his fate. Chapter 65. A miscalculation. As Shun Jingle and Milo arrived at the location designated by Chung Yu, they were quickly discovered by Yang Gu, the man in the trench coat, and his pet beast. "Yang Gu, let me join you. I possess the strength to fight now." Zhang Huiyang urged Yang Gu. Yang Gu nodded. "The young girl is mine, and the lad is yours." Zhang Huiyang agreed. "No problem at all." Having consumed 2 doses of a potent elixir, Zhang Huiyang's concentration was significantly higher than that of an ordinary individual. He was now stronger than the average 1-star beast. As soon as Milo and Shun Jingle touched down, they retrieved 2 vials from their bags, handing one to Shun Jingle. It was a level 5 anti-hypnosis potion, capable of warding off hypnosis from silver-tier ghost-type beasts for a duration of 8 hours. Milo had already conducted thorough research on Yonggo, revealing him to be a fugitive and a silver-tier beast master with 2 ghost-type pets, the most formidable of which was the silver-level soul-sucking king. Just as they finished drinking, Cheng Yu's voice echoed in their ears, prompting them to quickly enter a state of readiness. Milo surveyed their surroundings, remarking, "This place seems quite suitable and discreet." Shen Jingle, with a flattering expression, suggested, "Sister Luo, when Li Yongqian brings Zhang Huiyang here the day after tomorrow, you should hide. I will pretend to be captured by Zhang Huiyang and Li Yongqian, and you can seize the opportunity to command your beast to bind Zhang Huiyang." At that moment, Zhang Huiyang, who had just flown over with Yonggo, overheard Shen Jingle plotting to ensnare him. He provocatively challenged, "Are you planning to tie me up? Come on. I'm here, so bind me if you dare." "Oh, my apologies, I seem to have arrived 2 days early." He reveled in the astonished look on Shen Jingle's face, while the girl beside her instantly became alert, summoning her other beast, an electric-type thunder beast. Yonggu raised an eyebrow, noting the girl's commendable talent. Perhaps after he grew bored, he could send her for experimentation to yield significant results. The two descended from a wind-type bird and stood not far from Shen Jingle and her companion. In a flurry, Shen Jingle summoned her magical thorns. However, before she could react, Milo's flame bird and the thunder beast clashed. Meanwhile, Zhang Huiyang launched a punch towards the magical thorns. "Entangling thorns!" Shen Jingle shouted. Zhang Huiyang scoffed, knowing that the 1-star magical thorns could only execute this move. His fist, engulfed in flames, struck the magical thorns with a speed beyond the naked eye's perception. The moment of contact ignited a surge of flames, engulfing the magical thorns entirely. Shen Jingle gasped in horror. You have transformed into a monster." Before her, Zhang Huiyang was covered in a shell resembling that of a shrimp. "Focus on yourself," he retorted, stepping back as the flames dissipated, leaving the magical thorns charred and unconscious on the ground. Zhang Huiyang stepped forward once more, grasping a peculiar triangular dagger, which he plunged into the magical thorns. Its blade filled with a silvery liquid. "What are you doing?" Shen Jingle panicked and rushed to stop Zhang Huiyang, only to be roughly pushed aside, landing heavily on the ground. By the time he managed to rise, the silvery liquid had entirely infused the magical thorns, which instantaneously transformed into a vibrant green soul core. "Lo, quick, assist me." Shen Jingle hurriedly sought help from Milo, only to turn and see the man in the trench coat had already placed the unconscious Milo onto the back of the wind sparrow. Meanwhile, the crimson flame bird and thunder beast had also morphed into soul cores. "Lo, release her. What are you planning to do?" Shen Jingle's eyes blazed with fury as he prepared to pursue, but suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he fell into a slumber. As Zhang Huiyang picked up the green soul core, he scoffed. "Too weak. We dispatched you with ease. Brother Yang can hardly wait," he urged. The two boarded the wind sparrow and soon returned to the mine. Moments later, Milo, placed onto a bed, squinted at the lecherous man in the trench coat reaching toward her. "This is unexpected. Shouldn't I have been captured and taken to the laboratory?" she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, before delivering a swift kick to the man's abdomen. The man winced in pain, initially startled, but soon his expression became vacant. After a brief moment, clarity returned to his eyes. He hastily procured some rope and bound Milo tightly before escorting her to the laboratory. The thoughts of playing with this girl that had once filled his mind were now completely stripped away, leaving only the intent to use her for experimentation. The precise theft of thoughts was an exclusive technique of the elusive Now Yuming, known as thought absorption. Concealed in the shadows, Now Yuming wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. The sheer volume of thoughts to pilfer was nearly overwhelming. Meanwhile, Zhang Huiyang had thrown Shen Jingle into a pastel-hued room, where he extracted a vial of pungent liquid and held it to Shen Jingle's nose. The pretense of unconsciousness was shattered as Shen Jingle's eyes fluttered open, revealing the garish pink surroundings, leaving him utterly bewildered. What is happening? Is this what their laboratory looks like? Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Huiyang stepped out, Shen Jingle discreetly summoned the magical thorns, concealing them within the leg of his trousers. His magical thorns, along with Milo's 2 pet beasts, remained unscathed. During the earlier confrontation with Zhang Huiyang, the thorns had feigned unconsciousness before he summoned them back. The thorns visible on the ground were merely an illusion crafted by Now Yuming, and the same held true for Milo's situation. After obediently lingering in the room for a while, the door suddenly swung open, revealing Ruan Yuntong. Upon seeing Shin Jingle, her heart leaped with joy. Jingle, congratulations. You are about to become my 45th boyfriend. Shin Jingle, equally elated at her arrival, pondered how he could ensnare this young lady into his plans, only to find that she had come to him of her own accord. Wasn't it the 36th last time? Shin Jingle inquired. Oh, who told you not to cherish the opportunity? Someone else got ahead of you. Ruan Yuntong settled in front of Shin Jingle, her cheeks flushed, resembling a bashful girl experiencing the stirrings of first love, gazing at him shyly. Jingle, embrace me. If you treat me well, I shall take you out. She cautiously edged closer to Shin Jingle, her shyness palpable. Outside, Zhang Huiyang reflected on Ruan Yuntong's talents. Although they were still young, they understood much of life's nuances. Many experienced the throes of youth, yet remained restrained. Ruan Yuntong, however, was unreserved, cycling through boyfriends, engaging in innocent romances filled with sweet nothings, hand-holding, hugging, and kissing, only for it to fade away. TSK, if I had her resources, I would. Zhang Huiyang shook his head, dispelling frivolous thoughts. If I possessed her resources, I would undoubtedly invest entirely in enhancing my own capabilities. With that thought, he turned and walked outside, dialing Li Yongqian as he went. Have you arrived yet? Doctor Hua is already waiting for you. Chapter 66. Nor's, Lachi Ling brother Yang directed his combat-type pet, the iron-armed gorilla, to carry Milo as they arrived at the laboratory marked with a 1 and pushed the door open. How many times must I say it? Knock first. An irate old man with grizzled hair exclaimed from his chair. The new experimental subject, Old Hua, is a 3-star beastmaster. Both of his contracted pets have already transformed into soul cores. Here you go. The old man sprang to his feet, accepting the soul cores. Has the upper management approved our capture of beastmasters for experimentation? Brother Yang shot him a glance. Stop waiting for approval from above. Young Ruan's sentiment is clear. Given Zhang Huiyang's example, we should be bold, act first, and report later. Let's start by bringing in a couple of beastmasters to test the waters. The old man's eyes gleamed with excitement. As long as young Ruan covers for us, I have no reservations. You should confine her. I need to ensure Li Yongqian receives his second dose tonight. The old man's name was Hua Qixi, a former professor at a university's pet cultivation college. However, he was dismissed and had his breeding license revoked due to his penchant for conducting peculiar experiments on pets with bizarre concoctions. His own talent in beast mastery was mediocre, merely a wood element beastmaster. He harbored a delusional belief that he could unravel the barriers between humanity and extraordinary capabilities, enabling humans to attain such power independently of contracted pets. Of the 4 pets he had contracted, 2 had succumbed to his experimental substances, as he aimed to extract their skills for himself, a venture that ultimately failed. Undeterred, he recalled the ancient human-beast legions and thus commenced his current experiment. Strapped for cash and resources, he fortuitously encountered Ruan Yongsong, who not only appreciated his vision but also provided funding, resources, and manpower. Ostensibly under the guise of researching awakening methods for array formations, thereby aiding him in establishing his laboratory. He had previously relied on ordinary individuals as experimental subjects. Yet the probability of success in transforming them into hybrid beings was dismally low. Furthermore, the concentration of the reagents could not be raised too high due to the excessively high mortality rate, which far exceeded the permissible limits established by the state. It was not until he encountered Zhang Huiyang as an experimental subject that he glimpsed an alternative direction, utilizing beast masters as his subjects. After consuming the high-concentration Pippy Shrimp Soul Core reagent merely twice, Zhang Huiyang was able to successfully unleash a flame skill comparable to that of a 1-star Pippy Shrimp. If he were to concoct a potion from the soul core of the contracted beasts belonging to the Beast Master and administer it back to the Beast Master himself, could it potentially yield the desired results? He cautiously preserved the soul core. After confining Milo, Yang Gu departed from the laboratory. Once he had distanced himself, Cheng Yu stealthily followed Yang Gu into the laboratory, commanding one of his ghost-type pets to use a miniature camera to capture several images of the confined Milo, and then discreetly took photographs throughout the lab. Confined within the experimental chamber, Milo removed her mechanical wristwatch, which fell to the ground and swiftly transformed into a mechanical beast with 6 probing limbs and a single eye, known as Noth, her father's mechanical pet. After scanning the chamber with its solitary eye, Noth quietly slipped through a crevice and made its way toward Dr. Hua's computer. Thanks to the illusion created by the ghost-type pet, Dr. Hu remained oblivious to its presence. Meanwhile, after finishing a call with Li Yongqian, Zhang Huiyang noticed an unsettling silence emanating from Ruan Yuntong's room. He knocked on the door, intending to inquire, when it suddenly swung open. Before he could react, green vines ensnared him, their emerald thorns piercing his flesh. Magical thorns? Impossible. Hadn't they transformed into soul cores? Zhang Huiyang swiftly summoned his energy, igniting flames to incinerate the magical thorns. However, he felt the energy within him rapidly depleting. Alarmed, he opened his mouth to shout a warning, only for a vine to swiftly cover his lips, leaving him to emit only muffled sounds. In no time, he collapsed uncontrollably onto the ground. Energy absorption? Were the magical thorns siphoning off my fire energy? How could this happen? Shen Jingle seized Zhang Huiyang, binding him tightly and stuffing his own socks into his mouth. When Zhang Huiyang was tossed beneath the bed by Shen Jingle, he noticed that Ruan Yuntong was also bound and unconscious nearby. Shen Jingle retrieved Zhang Huiyang's phone, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and sent a message to Li Yongqian. Make sure to bring Wang Chengxian, Li Mingho, and Chai Tao along. After we finish dealing with Shen Jingle, let us have them undergo experimentation too. Approaching the city limits, Li Yongqian glanced at the message, furrowing his brow in annoyance. Yet, upon reflection, he considered it unfair that he alone accompanied Zhang Huiyang for the experiments. After all, they had previously agreed to share both fortune and misfortune as close friends. My dear friend, the journey must be undertaken together. Without hesitation, he contacted a few individuals and instructed the driver to turn back. Upon hearing that Zhang Huiyang was inviting them for an outing, they eagerly agreed without a second thought. Throughout this holiday, they had approached Zhang Huiyang several times, only to be met with refusal, leading them to believe that this young master of the Zhang family was becoming estranged from them. Li Yongxian swiftly picked up the others and headed towards the Zhang family mine. After sending a message, Shen Jingle shouted into the surrounding air, "Is anyone there?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a diminutive beast materialized before him. Its body was a blend of gray and white, with a round head adorned with a canopy-like structure and a rotund body supported by short legs. This was the Lachi spirit, a silver-tier phantom-type creature left with Shen Jingle by Chengyu. The Lachi let out a gentle sound. Although Shen Jingle could not comprehend its speech, he could surmise that it was merely responding to him. Go outside and see if anyone is there, Shen Jingle instructed the Lachi spirit. The creature vanished from sight, only to reappear shortly thereafter. There are 3 individuals, all beast tamers, at the elevator entrance, it reported. The magic thorn swiftly translated the Lachi spirit's words for Shen Jingle. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Jingle cautiously opened the window to peer outside, realizing that his immediate priority was to rendezvous with Milo. He was situated on the 3rd floor of the mine's residential building, and there were people in the corridor outside. Stepping out would undoubtedly lead to an encounter. Although he could compel the Lachi spirit to induce sleep in those individuals, they had initially agreed to minimize direct confrontations and avoid excessive reliance on the abilities of phantom-type beasts to reduce exposure risks. Thus, Shen Jingle resolved to climb out the window. The magic thorn ensnared the window with a vine while another vine coiled around Shen Jingle, gently lowering him to the ground. Shen Jingle crouched low, stealthily maneuvering around to the side of the apartment. At that moment, he caught a whiff of a delicious aroma wafting through the air, which sparked an idea. Shortly thereafter, Shen Jingle strode confidently into the cafeteria and addressed the woman serving the dishes. "Annie, hello, I am a classmate of Zhang Huiyang. He asked me to come here to assist." The woman immediately grasped the situation. "Ah, the young Master Zhang is up to his tricks again," she thought, and without hesitation, she began to assign tasks to Shen Jingle. Chapter 67. The luminous moment of the charming shadow fox. Shen Jingle discovered that the cafeteria's meals were divided into 2 categories. The woman had arranged for him to pack simple lunchboxes, which consisted of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2 individuals were preparing exquisite and plentiful meals. Shen Jingle silently counted. There were over 200 lunchboxes and 36 elaborate meals. Feigning a meek and innocent appearance, he blended into the delivery team. His partner was a tall young man. "We are to deliver meals to mine number 33, the young man said, looking down at Shen Jingle. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Jingle quietly pushed the meal cart alongside the young man as they made their way to the mine entrance. Once inside the mine and walking along the tunnel, Shin Jingle realized that this mine truly held hidden wonders within. The walls of the mine are compacted and smooth, with a lamp illuminating every few meters on either side. The ground is spacious enough to accommodate large trucks. The mining tunnels connect various numbered caverns, with distances between them varying. They traversed from tunnel number 1 to tunnel number 33. The young man guided him into tunnel number 33. Upon entering, Shin Jingle realized why he had managed to gain entry so effortlessly. This location was indeed engaged in mining, and a group of miners awaited their meal delivery. It was no wonder he was met with such lack of suspicion and was permitted to accompany the meal service. Nonetheless, his objective had been achieved. He had infiltrated the area. "Brother, I need to relieve myself. Where's the restroom?" Shin Jingle inquired of the young man distributing meals. The young man scoffed. "In a mine, who needs a restroom? Just find a spot in this cave." Shin Jingle felt momentarily bewildered, but ultimately, with a hint of embarrassment, sought a corner. Turning his back to the meal distribution area to unfasten his pants. "Please discreetly locate Milo's position, then guide me there," he whispered to the air. A faint sound responded from the atmosphere. "Lachi." Shortly thereafter, Shin Jingle's phone rang, the screen displaying Zhang Huiyang calling. He deliberately allowed the young man to see and then answered on speakerphone. "Hello, Jingle, where are you? Hurry over to my location. I'm at Dr. Hua's office in tunnel number 16. All right. Shin Jingle replied, hanging up and bidding farewell to the young man before departing. The young man remarked, "I fear you might be taken for an experimental subject." With his mind emptied of thoughts but physical desires left unquenched, Brother Yang returned to his quarters, fell asleep, and upon waking, sensed something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, confronted by the clamoring of his body, he belatedly realized the trap he had fallen into. "I've been deceived. There's a high-level beast tamer present. There are ghost-type creatures involved." He promptly dialed Huaqi's number. In laboratory number 1. Huaqi was engrossed in the data on his computer when the phone rang. He answered promptly. "Hello, old man Hua. Is that girl still there?" Huaqi glanced at the experimental chamber in the distance and noticed the girl still lying there unharmed. "Yes, she is still here. What is the matter? Administer a level 6 stimulant to yourself and take another look. A ghost-type creature has infiltrated. But then again, it's possible that what you administered was also a sham. Stay put. I'm coming to your location." He swiftly opened the safe, injected himself with a level 6 stimulant, discarded the needle, and rushed out the door. Laboratory No. 1 is situated in tunnel number 16, while Brother Yang's quarters are in tunnel number 2. As he dashed out, he encountered the personnel delivering his meal. Brother Yang paused, realization dawning upon him. He took out his walkie-talkie. "Guards, seal off the mine tunnel exits. No personnel are permitted to leave, including meal delivery staff." With that, he quickened his pace toward laboratory number 1. After receiving a call from Yanggu, Huaqi swiftly summoned his 4 pet beasts, adopting a vigilant demeanor. He harbored a particular disdain for ghost-type pets, which could render themselves invisible, making them exceedingly difficult to anticipate. Suddenly, the door swung open as Yanggu strode in confidently. He first administered a stimulant to Huaqi before both approached the experimental chamber containing Milo. Within, the girl lay with her eyes tightly shut, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows upon her fair complexion, her slightly parted lips betraying her slumber. Yanggu, feeling uneasy, opened the chamber and gently pressed on the girl's chest. To his relief, it was no illusion. A thought suddenly struck him regarding the 2 soul cores. "What about the soul cores I gave you?" Huaqi hastily retrieved them and checked them with the analyzer. One was a 4-star Crimson Flamebird, while the other was a 3-star Thunder Beast. Yanggu furrowed his brow, contemplating, "There's no issue here. Could it be that I misjudged the situation? Perhaps no ghost-type Beastmaster infiltrated? No, that seemed implausible. He had certainly been affected. Could it be that the intruder was not affiliated with the girl, merely having rescued her in passing? This notion began to clarify the situation. The girl could be set aside for now. He needed to remain alert and conduct an external patrol. With that, Yanggu turned and left. Unbeknownst to them, the Milo resting within the chamber was actually a transformation of the charming Shadow Fox, while the real Milo had already reunited with Shin Jingle. They were only on guard against the illusions of ghost-type beasts, oblivious to the possibility of a beast's transformation, regardless of its 1-star status. Although Milo was a 3-star Beastmaster, she had only summoned 2 beasts in Yangji's presence, leading him to subconsciously believe that she had yet to contract a third, a common scenario among Beastmasters. This allowed her to easily deceive them using the charming Shadow Fox's transformation. As for the two soul cores, it would be simple for the Milo family to acquire them, as the black market frequently had beast masters selling the soul cores of wild, extraordinary creatures. However, they were not the Crimson Flame Bird and Thunder Beast. They merely coincidentally matched one fire type and one electric type. The inaccuracy in detection stemmed from the fact that all electronic devices in Huaqixi's laboratory had been commandeered by Milo's father's mechanical beast, Nuasi. The call that Xin Jingle had just received from Zhang Huiyang had also been simulated by Nuasi. Upon emerging from mine number 33 and approaching mine number 30, Xin Jingle was abruptly pulled inside by Milo and Chengyu. Nuasi had reverted to its mechanical watch form, now adorning Milo's wrist. All necessary data and photographs have been collected, Chengyu pointed out inside the cave. Contained within are all ordinary individuals. I have just conducted a preliminary assessment. One mine houses 12 experimental chambers, each containing one person. In total, there are 16 mines holding captives, spanning from number 17 to number 32. Each mine is rigged with explosives. Our current objective is to secure the site as much as possible before the arrival of the authorities. Milo, Father has already brought the official personnel along the way. Xin Jingle, then let us split into two groups. Uncle Chang, could you please go and incapacitate Dr. Hua? Chapter 68. Let Zhang Huiyang drink a potion. The term incapacitate actually refers to inducing a trance. Cheng Yu's most formidable companion beast is the Phantom, a royal form of the ghostly flower of shadows, whose pollen possesses hallucinogenic and enchanting properties. The Phantom is bound by a life contract to Cheng Yu, serving as his destined companion beast, and at this moment, they are one in spirit and body, allowing Cheng Yu to wield all the Phantom's abilities in full. This state is precisely what Huaqici desires. However, Cheng Yu himself has little hope of ascending to the rank of a beast master, and furthermore, a beast master of that rank can only employ a single companion beast as their sole beast, which is a significant limitation. Cheng Yu stealthily approached Huaqici's door, disguising himself as Brother Yang before entering. Before Huaqici could react, Cheng Yu snapped his fingers, releasing a cloud of dark blue pollen that drifted into Huaqici's nostrils. In an instant, Huaqici was ensnared in a hallucination. A mere level 6 antidote was utterly ineffective before the might of a royal ghostly companion beast. After bringing the charming Shadow Fox back to Milo's side, Cheng Yu swiftly commanded the mischievous Phantom to execute the shadowy transference. A black portal materialized before them, and Cheng Yu, along with Milo and Xin Jingle, stepped through the luminous threshold. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the apartment room where Ruan Yuntong resided. Cheng Yu instructed the mischievous Phantom to memorize the transference route just traversed, then left it with the two, turning to press forward with his hand, creating another black portal centered on himself, through which he stepped and vanished in an instant. Cheng Yu intended to return to the mine, remaining concealed as he preserved crucial evidence while Yang Gu and the others prepared to obliterate the scene. Within the mine, there was another level fire beastmaster who had contracted 2 fire-type companion beasts. Cheng Yu stayed hidden, avoiding direct confrontation with them. Meanwhile, Xin Jingle dragged the 2 unconscious individuals from beneath the bed. Ruan Yuntong had been subdued by him, while Zhang Huiyang had been rendered unconscious after Xin Jingle instructed the magic thorn to absorb once more, directly incapacitating him. Xin Jingle retrieved Zhang Huiyang's phone and dialed Li Yongqian. Where are you? I've arrived at the foot of the mountain, Huiyang. I'll come to meet you at the entrance. Okay. Moments later, the charming Shadow Fox transformed into Zhang Huiyang's likeness, striding confidently out of the apartment alongside the disguised Nuasi, who resembled a wristwatch. While the charming Shadow Fox could change its form, the voice relied on Nuasi's simulation. At the mine's entrance, Li Yong brought Wang Qingxian, Li Mingho, and Chai Tao down from their vehicle, soon spotting Zhang Huiyang approaching from within. Huiyang, what is the situation? Li Yongqian inquired eagerly as he stepped forward. Everything went smoothly, Zhang Huiyang replied. After speaking, he intended to lead Li Yongqian and the others inside. However, the bodyguard from the Ruan family stationed at the entrance raised his hand to stop them, saying, Young Master Zhang, Brother Yang just called and mentioned there has been a problem. It would be best not to bring anyone inside at this moment. Zhang Huiyang displayed a look of confusion and asked, What problem has arisen? The bodyguard, displaying an expression of impatience, remarked, In any case, it would be wise for you to obey. Just because you are called young master on occasion, Do you fancy yourself of any importance? Observe when a genuine matter arises. Even Brother Yang does not recall someone of your ilk. Zhang Huiyang frowned, gesturing towards Li Yongqian and the others, stating, they have an appointment with Dr. Hua. I shall not escort them into the mine. They are to await me at the apartment. At this, the bodyguard nodded and allowed them passage. Li Yongqian and the others, having no suspicions, remained silent and followed Zhang Huiyang quietly after the recent incident. Inside the room, Shun Jingle took out a bottle of energy recovery solution, pouring a small cup and administering it to the real Zhang Huiyang. After a few minutes, Zhang Huiyang gradually regained consciousness, yet still felt an overwhelming weakness. Just then, the door swung open, revealing another version of himself accompanied by Li Yongqian and the others. The atmosphere was tense as Li Yongqian and his companions entered. Witnessing Shun Jingle bound tightly on the ground, his mouth stuffed with foul socks, the Zhang Huiyang beside them pointed at the restrained Shun Jingle and proclaimed, you all better perform well. The one with the most creativity will earn a reward of 10,000 in pocket money. Instantly, excitement surged among them, particularly for Li Yongqian, who relished the sight of the two-star Shun Jingle helplessly restrained. What did it matter that he was of two-star rank? He was merely a pest unable to escape Zhang Huiyang's grasp. With fists clenched, they approached the subdued Shun Jingle. Milo, often perceived as a mere ornament, furrowed her brow. Observing their intent, she could easily imagine the torment Shun Jingle endured prior to awakening. She glanced at Shun Jingle, confirming that his expression was far from pleasant. At that moment, Shun Jingle felt a twisted sense of satisfaction, yet the memories of this body, long subjected to oppression, lingered. Witnessing Zhang Huiyang, now battered and unrecognizable, stirred painful recollections within him, reminiscent of the blows he had once endured. However, the pain he felt now was different. It surged outward, a cathartic release from his past torment. After today, certain dark memories would ultimately fade into oblivion. As he observed the others preparing to unfasten their trousers, Milo, with an impassive demeanor, exited the room. Zhang Huiyang, drenched in a torrent of warmth, finally managed to expel the foul socks from his mouth. Who the hell do you think you are? He exclaimed. At his words, Naum quickly ceased his actions. It was only then that Li Yongqian and the others recognized the urine-soaked figure on the ground was indeed Zhang Huiyang. Li Yongqian exclaimed, Who am I? Wang Chengxian. Li Mingho and Chai Tao echoed, Where am I? What am I doing? At that moment, Milo received a message from Chengyu. With her eyes slightly closed, she lowered her head as she entered the room, turning her back to them and stating, Jingle, it is time for us to leave. Understood. Shun Jingle promptly commanded the magical thorns to carry them away. The magical thorns extended their tendrils, initially ensnaring Li Yong and his companions, silencing their protests with thoughtful restraint. When it was Zhang Huiyang's turn, the tendrils swirled around him twice before inexplicably refraining from action, subsequently veering off to ensnare Wan Yuntong, who had just been tossed beneath the bed again. I can only manage these few, stated Shun Jingle. If you have a cleanliness obsession, just say so. He summoned the Ji Ling, which, though still in its egg form, now bore cracks upon its shell. Take it with you. Shun Jingle instructed Ji Ling understood. Came the reply. Milo was astonished to see Ji Ling employing telekinesis to levitate Zhang Huiyang. Is this real? Isn't this Ji Ling still a baby? Why are Shun Jingle's pets so extraordinary? With lingering curiosity, Milo stepped through the black portal that signaled the opening of the eerie realm. The magical thorns followed closely, along with Ji Ling and Zhang Huiyang, while Shun Jingle brought up the rear. Moments later, the group and their pets materialized in Dr. Hoyt's laboratory. Chapter 69. Revenge fulfilled. The night had completely descended, and 4 official rescue personnel, along with 3 bodyguards from the Mi family, were scouring the vicinity of Zhangjiashan under the direct leadership of Mi Buoqing. Yu Cheng was the leader among the official personnel, a rank A Beastmaster, accompanied by another rank A Beastmaster and 2 rank C Beastmasters. Yu Cheng was at a loss. The Mi family already had several Beastmasters at their disposal, and Mi Buoqing was a rank A himself. With his daughter missing during an outing, the Mi family could have managed the search independently. Was it really necessary to involve them officially? Typically, for missing persons, they would deploy only 2 or 3 rank C Beastmasters for preliminary investigations. However, since Mi Buoqing personally reported the case, the Bureau, mindful of his status, dispatched additional personnel. Yet, merely increasing the numbers was insufficient. Mi Buoqing insisted on the involvement of at least 2 rank A beast masters, thus singling out Yu Cheng for the task. The group of 8, mounted on flying beasts, meticulously searched for half an hour, yet yielded no results. As they approached Zhang Jiashan, an unsettling premonition surged within Yu Cheng. In laboratory number 1, Huaqisi had succumbed to an illusion, spiraling into madness as he extracted soul nuclei one by one to concoct potions. Just as Shen Jingle and his companions emerged, they discovered Huaqisi's table brimming with potions. Shen Jingle felt a surge of elation. Indeed, Uncle Cheng was reliable, for this was precisely what he sought. After directing the magical thorns and Ji Ling to confine the group in separate experimental chambers, Shen Jingle personally seized a potion from the table. Zhang Huiyang and Li Yang's expressions shifted to sheer terror upon witnessing the unadulterated, higher-grade soul nucleus potion. Jingle, I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you that way. I beg you, spare me. Please, I implore you. Zhang Huiyang was the first to capitulate. He had just consumed the second dose not long ago, and now he could hardly bear the thought of a third. Moreover, the nature of the potion in Shen Jingle's hand remained a mystery. If it were to conflict with the previous substance, his demise would be inevitable. Shen Jingle, however, paid no heed to his protests and approached with an inscrutable expression, clutching the vial. No, Jingle, I was wrong. Please, don't do this. It's not my fault. Blame Ruan Yuntong. She urged us to bully you. Zhang Huiyang trembled in desperation. Meanwhile, Ruan Yuntong, having been pricked by the magical thorns, had regained consciousness. Upon hearing Zhang Huiyang's words, she shouted vehemently, I didn't. Jingle. I merely asked them to persuade you. I never told them to bully you. I swear. Let me go, Jingle. I'll give you all my pocket money. I'll break up with everyone else, and you'll be the only one for me. Milo interjected, my tolerance for foolishness is wearing thin. Shen Jingle, visibly uninterested in their incessant chatter, approached Zhang Huiyang without a word. He commanded the magical thorns to silence Zhang Huiyang, preparing to administer the potion. Such a delicate maneuver was beyond Ji Ling's capabilities. The magical thorns had no choice but to wrap a tendril around a plastic bag near Dr. Hua, using it to pry open Zhang Huiyang's mouth. Shen Jingle poured the entire vial into his mouth, and the magical thorns swiftly sealed it, giving a firm tap before releasing him. As the potion coursed through his body, Zhang Huiyang's skin erupted in a shell-like exoskeleton, which cracked open, oozing flames and blood. He screamed in agony, prompting Ruan Yuntong to shriek in terror. Li Yong and the others were utterly dumbfounded, all kneeling in surrender. Jingle, it was all Zhang Huiyang's orders. We had no choice. We beg you to spare us. From now on, you shall be our leader. We will do whatever you command. Please, show us mercy. Shen Jingle remained impassive, casually selecting several vials and instructing the magical thorns to pry open their mouths. Ji Ling was tasked with administering the potions, with each person receiving 2 doses. Soon, apart from Ruan Yuntong, those who had tormented Shen Jingle were writhing in excruciating pain. Some had their skin rotting and oozing pus. Others found their flesh turning into liquid, while some had their skin splitting open, spilling forth sand. Ruan Yuntong's screams grew more frantic. Jingle, you will let me go, right? You won't harm me, will you? If you release me, I will treat you well, very well. My grandmother is a master beast tamer. You know that, don't you? You cannot harm me. She will not spare you. At that moment, Milo spoke up. Do not give her the potion. Huaqisi would never use the granddaughter of the Ruan family for experimentation. Shen Jingle replied, I understand. Then let us send her to the mine. After all, it was laden with explosives. Now Yuming sensed the location of their beast tamer and reopened the dark portal. Shen Jingle and Milo escorted Ruan Yuntong through the gate. They soon found themselves in mine number 24, where Cheng Yu was preparing for their arrival. He floated in the air with his eyes tightly shut, surrounded by swirling dark blue energy, a faint yet luminous flower-like pattern flickering at his brow. Sensing the approach of Milo and the others, he opened his eyes. Are we all set? Milo and Shen Jingle nodded in affirmation. Cheng Yu declared, then let us commence. The black energy thickened, transforming the mine into a shadowy realm, where spectral black apparitions floated like torn veils in the air. Such scenes unfolded in numerous mines, engulfing various experimental pods and swallowing up Hodge's laboratory. Meanwhile, Yang, having split from the esteemed Beastmaster Lin to conduct a search, finally emerged from an interminable tunnel. The moment he stepped out, he jolted awake, realizing he had fallen victim to the ghostly path of a royal-level ghost-type pet. Just then, Lin burst forth from another mine. They exchanged a glance and immediately produced their controllers to initiate the self-destruct sequence of the mine. Boom, boom. The interior of the mountain erupted, sending colossal flames skyward. The ominous premonition in Yu Cheng's heart materialized. Mi Buocheng, in a state of agitation, shouted, "Lolo, are you there?" Without a second thought, he commanded his pet to fly towards the source of the explosion, with the others hastily following suit. Soon, they arrived at the scene, coincidentally encountering Yang and Lin, who had just escaped the mine. What transpired? Yu Cheng inquired, stepping forward. Yang replied, "There was an accident in the laboratory. It exploded." "What brings you here?" Mi Buocheng seized the opportunity, not allowing Yu Cheng to continue his idle chatter. "I suspect you are conducting illegal experiments. My daughter went missing near your location today, and I believe it is connected to your experiments." Yang asked, "And who might this be?" Yu Cheng replied, "This is Mr. Mi from the Mi Group." "Mr. Mi? Milo. Goodness." Yang's countenance darkened instantly, though he feigned composure, saying, "Mr. Mi, we must adhere to the principle of evidence, mustn't we? The evidence lies within." Came Chungyu's voice from the tunnel. "Hurry, come in, I have found the young lady." Mi Buocheng forcefully pushed Yang aside and rushed in with his bodyguards. Yu Cheng furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation, and followed closely behind with official personnel. Chapter 70. Exhausted to death as the group entered the tunnel, they beheld several mines belching thick smoke and raging flames, accompanied by the ominous sound of tumbling rocks. Lin, feeling uneasy, accompanied them inside. Upon seeing the devastation, he felt a slight relief. Meanwhile, sensing the precariousness of the situation, Yang seized the opportunity to slip away. He understood that if the truth came to light, his fate would be sealed. Despite the explosion momentarily obscuring their inhumane experiments, he was already a wanted man in Yucheng, and Milo was someone he had captured today. On the other side, Mi Buocheng, relieved to know his family was unharmed, anxiously called out for Milo while summoning an iron-armored dragon. The iron-armored dragon, a silver-tier earth-type creature, emerged with a low growl, its impressive 6-meter-long body nearly filling the mine tunnel. Mi Buocheng issued a command, "Stabilize the mine." The iron-armored dragon immediately exerted its strength, diminishing the sounds of collapse within the cavern. Two officials, who had also contracted earth-type creatures, followed suit and summoned theirs, with the iron-armored dragon anchoring the situation while their pets filled the gaps. Among Mi Buocheng's bodyguards were two water-type creatures that rushed into the recently stabilized mine to extinguish the flames. Lin Ji's expression darkened. The officials had arrived too early, leaving him uncertain whether the contents within had been completely consumed by fire. Soon, the 16th mine was secured, and the flames were extinguished. Mi Buocheng tugged at Yu Cheng and entered first. As the white smoke dissipated, it revealed a dark, eerie scene below, with faint glimmers of light and ghostly shadows floating. Yu Cheng remarked, "Is this the magical shadow from a self-contained space?" A figure shrouded in a black aura, Chungyu, appeared. "Sir, you instructed me to search for the lady's whereabouts. I just located her and intended to rescue her when the explosion occurred. I had no choice but to use the magical shadow to protect this area." Upon noticing the faint black flower on Chungyu's forehead, Yu Cheng momentarily faltered before realizing he was dealing with a high-ranking beastmaster. At that moment, another official rushed in to report on the situation in the recently stabilized 17th mine. It was still the magical shadow, Chungyu stated, from the 17th to the 32nd. Many ordinary people were trapped inside, so I safeguarded them all. Yu Cheng replied, "To protect so many mines during the explosion, your sole beast must be of royal rank. As a high-ranking beastmaster accompanied by a royal spectre-type creature, you had time to protect your lady and these ordinary people during the explosion. Yet you lacked the time to rescue them directly?" Yu Cheng's lips twitched in a sardonic smile. He understood the gravity of the situation and reluctantly took out his phone. Scrolling to the vice director's number, he hesitated for a moment before switching to the director's number and dialing. The vice director was his mentor, who had previously advised him to ease up on the Zhang family and provide them some cover. If he continued to act as a shield now, he would be a fool. Lin Gu was stunned upon witnessing the scene, and when he heard Yu Cheng report the need for additional police forces, he panicked and quickly took out his phone to update the Ruan family on the latest developments, only to find that the message failed to send. Realizing the situation was amiss, Yu Chung preemptively used his remote control device to disable the nearby civilian signal towers. Observing Lin Ji's actions, Yu Chung approached and placed a magical restraint handcuff on him. Lin Gu did not resist. Defiance at this moment would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Unbeknownst to them, prior to Yang Gu and his associates discovering the anomaly that afternoon, all electronic devices of the mine's personnel had already been infiltrated by Noth, with all outward communications manipulated to report safety. On the other side, just as Brother Yang had stealthily exited the mine, he encountered another group from the Mi family, leading to a fierce confrontation. Outnumbered and clearly at a disadvantage, Brother Yang was captured. Yu Chung urged Chung Yu to withdraw the magical shadow from cave number 16, but his request was met with refusal. Chung Yu emphasized the gravity of the situation, insisting they should wait for the arrival of important officials before retreating. Yu Chung remarked, "Your young lady is still inside, isn't she?" Mi Buoqing responded, "My daughter has endured much suffering. She is not lacking in this regard." He appeared determined to secure the scene, ensuring that the culprits would face the consequences of their actions. Yu Chung conceded, "Indeed, when one is weak, one has no voice." He then turned and departed for another cave, leaving behind a skilled beast master who had accompanied him at cave number 16. The official reinforcements arrived swiftly. Within half an hour, when Chung Yu finally withdrew the magical shadow, the grim reality within the cave was revealed to all. Inside cave number 16, Hua Qixi lay unconscious on the ground, surrounded by several experimental pods containing young people, their lives extinguished. Mi Tong was locked in a pod at the entrance, already in a state of unconsciousness. Nearby, another pod contained Shinjingle. When I arrived, that old man was about to administer a vial of potion to the young lady, but I managed to incapacitate him, Chung Yu recounted. Mi Buoqing turned to the newly arrived Director Yao and said, "Director Yao, we may need to send someone to swiftly apprehend individuals from the Zhang and Ruan families." Director Yao's expression tightened. Both families had high-ranking beast masters stationed there, while the authorities had only one. "Do you think high-ranking beast masters are as plentiful as cabbages?" He responded, maintaining a facade of calm. "Rest assured, Mr. Mi, we shall show no mercy to the criminals, but we must first ascertain the situation at the scene." A moment later, the entirety of Director Yao's visage darkened. The capture of ordinary individuals for inhumane experimentation under the guise of researching awakening methodologies, with such a high mortality rate, continued unabated. They had even targeted beast masters and had the audacity to seize a daughter from the Mi family. Were they brazen to the point of folly? It was impossible for this to end well. After years of tranquility in Lan City, a storm was undoubtedly on the horizon. He felt somewhat embarrassed as he addressed Mi Buoqing. Both the Zhang and Ruan families have high-ranking beast masters in their midst. Currently, Mi Buoqing interrupted. "You need not worry about that. Professor Lan from Yuqing and his esteemed student, Huang Yi, are currently guests of the Mi family. I can summon them for assistance. Both are high-ranking beast masters." Director Yao regarded Mi Buoqing with a discerning gaze. He would not believe that this man had no ulterior motives. Thoughts of the soul trees belonging to the Zhang and Ruan families crossed his mind, and understanding dawned upon him. The Zhang and Ruan families had captured the Mi family's daughter, and as the aggrieved party, the Mi family would naturally seek compensation. If they played a significant role in the apprehension of the Zhang and Ruan families, their share of the spoils would likely be considerable. However, with the situation being as it was, swift action was imperative. He nodded in agreement to Mi Buoqing's proposal. Before long, a fierce battle erupted in the old residence of the Ruan family. Meanwhile, the head of the Zhang family, claiming ignorance, cooperated fully with the investigation without any resistance. These matters belonged to those above. The seemingly feeble Shinjingle and Milo were assisted out of the mine, the moment they were exposed to the light of day. The ghostly entity within the soul map let out a long sigh of relief. It was utterly exhausted. In Chapter 71, the necessity to learn from the beast master named Chung Yu and his cherished beast became apparent, as the latter was finally distanced from his master. Previously, the master had deliberately concealed himself in the restroom to summon it. At first, it bore some resentment, but gradually it discerned from the master's words and actions that he wished to keep his abyssal soul map hidden. The master's abyssal soul map had reached a level capable of contracting for beasts, yet he had only formed a contract with this one. Before the contract was established, its soul power was somewhat dispersed, and the peculiar soul vein it possessed granted this scattered energy a unique allure. Ghostly beasts are inherently sensitive to soul power, which is why it had sensed the presence from a distance on the shelf. After the contract was formed, the dissipation of soul power became negligible. However, it was certain that Cheng Yu's royal-grade ghostly beast could not be deceived. Thus, throughout the day, the ghostly entity tirelessly absorbed energy from the soul map, leaving it utterly worn out. It realized it must grow swiftly to absorb more, ensuring its master's safety. It truly was a considerate little darling. Oblivious to the plight of the ghostly entity, Shun Jingle went to the police station to provide a statement. After bidding farewell to Milo, he returned home, utterly exhausted from the day's events, and collapsed onto his bed. The spirit within him was restless, prompting Shun Jingle to release it under the watchful gaze of the magical thorns. As he stared at the ceiling above, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. The knife that had pierced his heart was now gone. Shun Jingle, rest in peace. I have avenged you, he silently communicated to the original owner of the body. He recalled the moment on the way to the police station when Milo had asked him, "Aren't you afraid I might consider you cruel? They were wrong to bully you. Yet you took their lives." To which Shun Jingle had responded with a calm expression, "Would you?" Upon seeing his lack of remorse, Milo laughed heartily. "Not at all. I was worried you might carry a psychological burden. Others were not the victims of the bullying. No one is entitled to demand your forgiveness. Jingle, you are doing splendidly, neither forgiving nor deeply entrenched in hatred. The past has been turned over, and the future looks promising." The future looks promising. Unbeknownst to Milo, those individuals had owed the original owner their lives. Had it not been for the fortuitous presence of nearby workers when he arrived, he might not have endured for long. That night, Shun Jingle slept deeply, and in his dreams, he seemed to return to his original world, racing in the car he had longed for, speeding down the track. As he took a turn at excessive speed, he veered off the track and tumbled down the cliff. "Big brother, mom and dad, do not grieve. I have embarked on a new life," murmured Shun Jingle, lost in a haze of drowsiness. The following day, at the break of dawn, he was roused by the playful magic thorn and the spirited Ji Ling. The magic thorn tickled him with its tendrils, while Ji Ling playfully covered his nose with its paw. Upon opening his eyes, Shun Jingle was met with a pair of large, round purple eyes. Ji Ling, it has hatched. Seeing its master awake, Ji Ling immediately floated before him, excitedly calling out, "Ji, urging Shun Jingle to look at it. With its large purple eyes, Ji Ling's body was a gentle shade of green, featuring a round head, large pointed ears with deep green short fur along the edges, a petite frame, and an impressively fluffy tail. Its tiny paws bore purple pads. Atop its head, a golden glimmering pentagram mark signified its bond through the contract with Shun Jingle. This symbol, known as the contract mark, is a distinguishing feature indicating that a pet has been successfully contracted by a beast master. Ji Ling twirled excitedly in front of Shun Jingle, chattering nonstop about how the magic thorn had assisted in peeling its shell, giving it a bath, and grooming its fur. The considerate magic thorn, having cared for Ji Ling throughout the night, had even wrung out Shun Jingle's clothes and prepared his toothpaste and water. This entire scene evoked a sense of astonishment in Shun Jingle. He lamented, "What a loss. Why did I not let the magic thorn stay outside more often? After every energy meal, I would simply put it away for sleep. What a monumental oversight." At that moment, the haunting spirit remained in a deep slumber within the soul map, completely unaware that its position had been usurped by Ji Ling. After a hurried breakfast, Shun Jingle took Ji Ling's eggshell and arranged to meet Hao Liang and Coach Gua at the library. He was not seeking Coach Gua for energy meals for Ji Ling. Rather, he wished to inquire about the nurturing of the newly hatched Ji Ling. On his way to the library, he noticed an abundance of security personnel flanking both sides of the road, with some pathways even cordoned off. He surmised that this must be related to the events of the previous night. He wondered if Uncle Mi and the others were progressing smoothly. Surely, it was too soon for any results. The subsequent developments were beyond his involvement. He resolved to focus on his own matters and await news. At the entrance of the library CAF, Coach Gua gazed at the freshly hatched Ji Ling with eyes aglow. This Ji Ling has grown splendidly, though it tends to chatter excessively. Nonetheless, this exuberance is commendable. It possesses a lively and amiable disposition, remarked the bespectacled instructor beside him. This individual, named Yu Ji, was a senior breeder brought in specifically by Coach Gua, serving as the head of the breeding team at Phantom High School. He was the one who concocted the energy meal for the magical thorn last time. Upon recognizing you as a breeder, Zhi Ling instinctively understood the need to cling to him for support. The prospect of securing complimentary, delectable meals hinged upon this very person. It floated over to you, calling out affectionately, then nestled in the palm of his hand, wide eyes sparkling as it gazed up at him. Moments later, it floated to Yu's chest, nuzzling against him affectionately. The interaction continued until you announced, "I will prepare a suitable energy meal for it once I return." In response, Zhi Ling planted a kiss on Yu's cheek, leaving the seasoned instructor blushing despite his age. Hao Liang, observing this scene, was left utterly astonished, contemplating the necessity for his own Kaylee Eagle to join in and learn from this experience. Indeed, it was imperative. Chapter 72. The beautiful sister's affection with Zhi Ling newly hatched. For the first 3 months, training is unnecessary. Premature training could hinder its development. Furthermore, newly born creatures tend to be quite lethargic. During its slumber, summon the soul map. If it prefers to sleep outside, allow it to rest within its eggshell. You patiently imparted his wisdom. I will take half of this eggshell to prepare its energy meal for the first 3 months. The other half remains intact. You should create a soft little nest. Newly hatched cubs find solace in sleeping within their eggshells. In addition to the energy meals, cubs under 1 year should consume ample fruits and spiritual herbs, ensuring they are of lower levels. Level 1 suffices. At this age, creatures exhibit heightened curiosity, necessitating patient guidance to instill a proper value system. Jingle diligently took notes, finally embracing a sense of responsibility as a caretaker. After discussing Zhi Ling, you instructed Jingle to summon the magical thorn for an inspection. Your magical thorn is thriving. Did it enjoy the energy meal I prepared last time? Before Jingle could respond, the magical thorn nodded affirmatively. It appears your magical thorn surpasses the typical first-level ones, you remarked as he conducted his assessment. Coach Gu mused. The energy level has reached a second-tier standard. How could it be compared to a mere first tier? You continued, I will adjust its energy meal. Once it finishes the current one, you may provide it with a new one. Jingle replied, understood, eager to return and prepare the energy meal for Zhi Ling. You concluded his examination of the magical thorn and called for Coach Gu to summon Nai for their departure. Meanwhile, Hao Liang and Jingle proceeded into the library for training. Jingle checked the current data of the magical thorn. Level, 1 star, 55, 425, 000. Attributes, wood, 70, wind, 30. Talents, regeneration, minor accomplishment 39, 545, 000. Wind stabilization, beginner 2, 315, 00. Skills, binding thorn, low level, minor accomplishment 45, 615, 000. Pollen healing, intermediate, proficient 19, 522, 000. Rotating hurricane, advanced, proficient 16, 272, 000. Energy absorption, superb, skilled 5, 021, 000. Energy conversion, superb, beginner 344, 500. The binding thorn was approaching major accomplishment, but pollen healing and rotating hurricane lagged significantly behind. Jingle resolved to practice rotating hurricane at the library every morning and continue honing pollen healing at the community hospital in the afternoons, aiming to achieve major accomplishment in both skills before the school term began, thereby upgrading the magical thorn to 2 stars. Today was already August 1st, and the preparatory class commenced on August 30th, leaving him with a full month. Jingle silently encouraged himself. He now possessed 30 million star coins transferred by Mi Boching, along with the remaining balance, totaling 30,031,000 star coins. The Zhi Ling and the magical thorn could be sustained by Phantom High School, leaving him primarily concerned with nurturing the haunted Yu. With increased income and reduced expenses, Jingle found himself devoid of the motivation to gamble for profit. Focusing solely on how to nurture his 3 magical beasts, Jingle shifted his thoughts to Zhi Ling, and the soul map transfer revealed the latest data. Name, Zhi Ling. Level, 0 star, 105, 500. Attributes, psychic, 60, space, 40. Talents, levitation, beginner 367, 500. Skills, telekinetic control, intermediate, beginner 124, 500. The level data exceeding 100 confirmed what Milo had previously mentioned. Surpassing this threshold would lead to hatching. The telekinetic control skill astonishingly had a proficiency of 124. Shen Jingle recalled that it could utilize this ability even while still in the egg, suggesting that proficiency had been accumulated during that time. However, while in the egg, the data was incomplete and the skill bar displayed none. With this thought, Shen Jingle directed his focus to the slumbering Haunted Yu. Name, Haunted Yu. Level, 0 star, 321, 500. Attributes, Ghost, 100. Talents, Transformation. Skills, none. Its level had risen from an initial negative of over 680 to a current negative of 321, particularly increasing significantly in the past 2 days. The nurturing of Zhi Ling and the magical thorn could still benefit from external guidance, but the cultivation of Haunted Yu relied solely on his own efforts. Shen Jingle considered revealing his dual-soul blueprint, yet he feared being categorized as an outlier, which could potentially attract calamity. Uncertain of his safety, he resolved to conceal this aspect from everyone for the time being. Consequently, in the eerie realm of ghostly cultivation, he found himself reliant solely upon his own efforts. Leaving the magical thorn for training on the field, Shen Jingle ventured downstairs in search of literature pertaining to ghost-type beasts. Zhi Ling, visiting the training ground for the first time, was filled with curiosity about the various beasts in training. Shen Jingle decided to leave it in place, asking Hao Liang to keep an eye on it. However, once Shen Jingle departed, Zhi Ling floated about, exploring this corner and that, narrowly escaping several attacks from skills unleashed by other beasts, which caused Hao Liang considerable anxiety. Ultimately, Hao Liang opted to have Ka Ling unleash lightning to entertain Zhi Ling. At noon, as Shen Jingle and Hao Liang prepared to have lunch, Coach Gua and Teacher Yu arrived once more. A blue sphere from Nai split open, emitting a radiant glow, revealing a box over half a meter tall and another standing a meter high before Shen Jingle. Teacher Yu remarked, "This is the energy meal I just prepared for Zhi Ling and the magical thorn. It should last about a month. Midway through the month, I will return for a health check on Zhi Ling. Additionally, once the energy meal is depleted, feel free to reach out to me. Let us exchange contact information." Shen Jingle bowed in gratitude to Teacher Yu, and they exchanged phone numbers, becoming friends. The two teachers did not linger long, having conveyed their message. After lunch, Shen Jingle went to the community hospital while Hao Liang continued practicing in the library. Upon entering the community hospital with the magical thorn and Zhi Ling, Shen Jingle encountered the nurse he had previously met, who had a notably fair complexion. Forgetting their prior interaction, he greeted her casually, only to see Zhi Ling float forward. "Zhi, beautiful nurse, you are truly lovely." "Shen Jingle, this is your pet, Jingle? How adorable. What does it say?" "Shen Jingle, it's greeting you." Zhi Ling nodded. "Zhi, pretty sister, let us cuddle." With that, it floated closer, its small face nuzzling against the nurse's cheek. "Ha ha ha, it's really so cute." "Zhi, pretty sister, you are exceptionally fair." "Shen Jingle, what did it say now?" "Shen Jingle, it says you're very cute too." The nurse chuckled. "Ha ha ha, what a sweet little mouth you have." Chapter 73. Tang Ying returns after awkwardly exchanging pleasantries. Shen Jingle swiftly departed with Zhi Ling. Should this nurse summon her own pet, she would be able to comprehend Zhi Ling's words through her beast's translation, leading to an exceedingly awkward situation for him. Shen Jingle commenced the afternoon's treatment with the magical thorn, thus balancing his day between training at the library in the morning and part-time work at the community hospital in the afternoon. Thus, on August 5th, in a state of tranquility, Tang Ying and Shun Yu returned. Early in the morning, Shen Jingle hurried to the launching bus station after having breakfast, as Tang Ying and her daughter were expected to arrive at 9:20. Feicheng lacked an airport, thus necessitating several bus transfers from launching, traversing an expansive desert area, which would take several days one way. When Shen Jingle greeted the weary Tang Ying and her daughter at the bus station, he was momentarily taken aback. He had envisioned a gentle aunt and a soft cousin, but was met instead with a sand-covered matron and a rustic village girl. It was not disdain. Rather, he seemed to have been afflicted by a peculiar sense of cleanliness. Retracting his hand that was reaching for their luggage, he directed his newly contracted pet, Zhi Ling, to assist in carrying the bags telekinetically. The little creature struggled mightily, managing to levitate several large bags just a few inches off the ground. Shen Yu's eyes sparkled upon seeing Zhi Ling. She had intended to rush forward for a bear hug upon seeing her cousin, but upon taking just a couple of steps, She became entranced by the adorable little creature floating before her, momentarily forgetting her brother. Tang Ying was equally astonished. She recalled that when she left, Shun Jingle had contracted a magical thorn creature. "Jingle, is this your contracted pet? Here to greet us?" she asked, wiping the dust off her daughter's face with a wet wipe. "There's no need for such extravagance. Your magical thorn could have easily assisted with the luggage," she added. The magical thorn, nestled within Shun Jingle's sleeve, shrank back at her words. "Aunt, this is my new contracted pet," he replied. "What?" Tang Ying exclaimed in disbelief. "It's Ji Ling, a psychic and spatial-type creature." Tang Ying felt a rush of wonder. "Jingle, I need to speak with you about something once we get home." Exiting the bus station, Shun Jingle hailed a taxi, taking Tang Ying and Shun Yu directly back to their modest one-bedroom apartment. Shun Yu, unable to endure the sand any longer, dashed straight to the bathroom upon arriving home. After a brief freshening up, Tang Ying began organizing their belongings, with the magical thorn dutifully assisting nearby. Ji Ling, ever clever, helped to gather small items while playfully charming Tang Ying, soon overshadowing the more industrious magical thorn in terms of presence. The ghostly presence of the soul map observed Ji Ling's prominence and pondered deeply. Although it had been the first to be contracted by its master, Ji Ling had hatched first. It mused that recruiting Ji Ling as a subordinate would likely be an uncomplicated task. Once Shun Yu emerged from her shower, Shun Jingle's gaze fell upon her. Though her eyes were not particularly large, they naturally curved with a slight arch, lending her an air of cheerfulness, complemented by two tiny dimples on her palm-sized face. She finally transformed into Shun Jingle's vision of a soft little cousin, becoming much more agreeable to his eyes. The next moment, she asked, "Cousin, what is the name of this pet? It's so adorable. Can I cuddle it to sleep tonight?" Shun Jingle replied, "All right. I suppose I am still quite unaccustomed to dealing with a soft girl. It is called Ji Ling. If you wish to embrace it, kindly inquire whether it consents." Suddenly, the living room erupted into a cacophony of chatter. "May I hold you while I sleep tonight, Gigi? Please consider." "What did you say? I cannot comprehend. Is that a yes or a no?" "No. If you agree, shake your head. If you disagree, nod." "Nod, disagree. You consented. It is settled then, hee." Before long, Tang Ying emerged from her bath, looking polished, and summoned Shun Jingle and Shun Yu to her side. "Jingle, there are matters I have yet to disclose to you. Now that you are a two-star beast tamer, having contracted two beasts, it is time to share." When the conversation turned serious, Shun Yu became composed, sitting upright before Tang Ying. "It concerns your mother. You are aware that she was pregnant out of wedlock." Through Tang Ying's narration, Shun Jingle gleaned the circumstances surrounding his mother, Shun Dongxue. The Shun family lacked a son, and Shun Dongxue was 8 years older than Tang Ying. Due to her parents' frail health, she assumed responsibility at a young age. An astute individual, she later ventured into business, flourishing to the point of traversing between Lan City and Fei City. Shun Jingle's father was someone Shun Dongxue met in Lan City. They fell in love. Yet her family never met him, not even knowing his name. When Shun Dongxue became pregnant, her family pressed her for answers, to which she claimed the man had died. They urged her to terminate the pregnancy, but she refused. Tragically, during childbirth, complications arose, and mere hours after Shun Jingle's arrival, she breathed her last. "Did that man truly perish?" Shun Jingle inquired. "Unknown. Your mother never revealed a word about him before her death," Tang Ying replied. "That irresponsible father. Whether he is genuinely dead or not, we shall consider him as such," Shun Yu remarked. Shun Jingle chuckled. "You are correct. In his previous life, Shun Jingle had enjoyed the warmth of a loving family, with devoted parents, a kind elder brother, and caring grandparents. He had never felt the void of paternal presence. Thus, he was oblivious to the feelings the original owner harbored for a father who had never graced his life. Given his disposition, he held no sentiment for such a negligent figure. By the way, Jingle, there is one more item to present to you. Your mother instructed that this be given to you upon your awakening as a beast tamer, and I have brought it with me." Tang Ying retrieved a document pouch from her luggage. Shun Jingle received it and opened it, discovering an identity card named Alihor. Though the details of age and gender were left blank, it was a chip-embedded identity card. Shun Jingle compared it with his recently acquired Beast Tamer identity card, realizing that Alihor's card was of a higher grade, universally recognized across the stars. Issued by the headquarters of the Beast Taming Service Center in the Crimson Star bonus state. Crimson Star? On another planet where humanity resides, renowned for its advanced beast-taming civilization. Every individual is a beastmaster. A letter contained but a single, succinct phrase, the blank identity card of the Chi-Star Hall family, valid for activation for 15 years. Shen Jingle's identity card, universally recognized, is currently active, with a faint green light flickering from its chip. He reminisces about the day he obtained the card, when the staff at the Beastmaster Center instructed him to channel a thread of soul energy to activate it. At that moment, he summoned the soul energy from the white soul blueprint, and as it entered the card, the chip illuminated. Chapter 74. The second identity. As he picked up Eli Hall's identity card, Shen Jingle fell into deep contemplation. Was this the identity card left by his benevolent father for the original owner? A validity of 15 years implies that within this time frame, one must successfully awaken, otherwise, the son would be disavowed. What a melodramatic beginning. Nevertheless, this identity card appears to be quite useful for him. Currently, he publicly holds the status of a 2-star natural-type Beastmaster, and this card could grant his abyssal self a legitimate identity. Identity cards for Beastmasters are embedded with their unique soul energy, ensuring that each Beastmaster's essence is singularly marked. Shen Jingle tucked the identity card away, realizing that his abyssal persona would no longer be an undocumented entity. I shall keep this. It may prove beneficial in the future. By the way, dear aunt, I have purchased a house near the affiliated elementary school of 3rd Middle School. I will transfer some funds to you. Please take Xiaoyu and handle the household registration and school enrollment, and then prepare the house with some new furniture. You bought a new house? Did you use the money you earned last time to purchase it? Tang Ying expressed her astonishment. Shen Yu gazed at her brother with admiration, surprised by his remarkable progress over the past year. Is it really necessary? We could continue living in our current place, Tang Ying remarked, slightly pained at the thought of the expenditure. The school over there is superior. If Xiaoyu excels, he can qualify for Phantom Middle School. The house is also conveniently located near it, and even if his grades are average, attending 3rd Middle School would still be commendable. Upon hearing that Shen Jingle had bought a house to provide Shen Yu with a better elementary education, Tang Ying felt deeply touched, yet simultaneously guilty. What about you? Once school starts, you'll be living here alone. I cannot help but worry. Moreover, that money should be reserved for your own beast cultivation. I will reside there as well. I have already been accepted into the preparatory class of Phantom Middle School, and I will directly attend classes there. Before Shen Jingle could finish, Tang Ying exclaimed in disbelief. Phantom Middle School? You mean you were accepted into the 3rd best school in the city? That's Phantom Middle School. Just a year ago, she had never dared to dream of such a possibility, not only due to the financial burden, but also because of the school's stringent admission criteria. Zhi Ling, drawn by the excitement, floated over and playfully posed, only to be embraced tightly by Shen Yu. As Tang Ying beheld Zhi Ling, she finally recalled that Shen Jingle had already become a 2-star Beastmaster. Such a talent, one might say, could not only captivate the likes of phantoms, but even Dragon's Abyss. The urge to scream is overwhelming. No, I must maintain my composure. After all, I am an elder and must exhibit poise and dignity. Turning her head, Tang Ying cast a disapproving glance at the bewildered Shen Yu, whose expression was rather foolish. Shen Yu, why are you glaring at me? Tang Ying, aren't you going to scream at all? Shen Yu, in a state of confusion, why would I scream? Tang Ying gestured towards the enchanting Zhi Ling and then pointed at Shen Jinglu. Your brother, a 2-star Beastmaster, has even encountered phantoms. Zhi Ling is simply too adorable. I long to possess one. At the mention of Zhi Ling, Shen Yu could no longer contain her excitement and let out a scream that drowned out Tang Ying's words, forcing Tang Ying to swallow her subsequent comments. Zhi Ling found itself being fondled in Shen Yu's arms, and even the previously quiet magic thorn could not resist the temptation, extending a vine to playfully caress Zhi Ling. It is worth noting that when Zhi Ling first hatched, it had been thoroughly embraced by every vine. Zhi Ling, stop tugging. If you continue, I shall become bald. Shen Jinglu, exasperated. It is already noon. Let us venture out for a meal, and afterward, we can tour our new residence. Tang Ying and Shen Yu wholeheartedly agreed. Who could resist the joy of viewing a new home? The three of them exited in high spirits, while Magic Thorn continued to coil around Shen Jingli's arm, and Zhi Ling opted to float beside him instead of entering the Soul Atlas. Their neighborhood consisted mainly of low-income families, with Beastmasters' contracted companions typically being of the more mundane variety, brute force bulls, green silkworms, and shrimp. The sudden appearance of a Zhi Ling immediately drew the attention of passers-by. Many were unfamiliar with this extraordinary creature, which only heightened the allure of its rarity and value. Otherwise, how could they be unaware? On her first day in Lan City, the village girl Xinyu basked in the envious glances bestowed upon her, courtesy of Shun Jinglu. Feeling quite bashful, she resolved to strive harder. Determined not to bring shame to her cousin, Zhi Ling reveled in the spotlight, gliding with an air of indifference, its tail swaying in a flamboyant dance. Meanwhile, the haunting spirit within the soul atlas observed the conspicuous Zhi Ling and closed its eyes in disdain. How foolish, a sight unworthy of viewing. The trio soon found a somewhat decent restaurant nearby. Shen Jinglu ordered an extravagant array of dishes to graciously welcome Tang Ying and Shen Yu. The chef was remarkably swift, and before long, the table was laden with food. Shen Jinglu poured drinks for Tang Ying and Shen Yu. To my dear aunt and little fish, you've worked hard on the journey. Let us raise a glass. Shen Jinglu proclaimed. The three clinked their glasses and drank. Shen Yu filled their glasses once more, raising her own. To our new life, dear mother and brother. Tang Ying joyfully lifted her glass in agreement. Indeed, how true it is. After enduring hardships, a new life awaits them. Shen Jingle pulled over a taxi and informed the driver of their destination. Having just arrived from the bus station, laden with numerous bags, she felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of taking a cab again. However, upon reflection, she realized her child had grown, and thus refrained from voicing her concerns. She could not impose her financial perspectives onto her child. Her own frugality was her affair. She hoped for her children to embrace different paths in life, and she intended to exercise similar restraint with Xunyu in the future. The journey from the eastern part of the city to the west took nearly 2 hours, considerably slower than flying, yet still faster than taking the bus. "Aunt, we've arrived. This is the community," Shun Jingle announced as she opened the car door and assisted Tang Ying out. Upon stepping outside, Tang Ying was struck by the grandeur of the community entrance. While it may not be classified as a luxury estate, it certainly ranked as a mid-tier development in Lan City. Even for a modest unit, it was likely valued over $1 million. Once everything was settled here, they could sell their previous home, though regrettably, it was only worth around $200,000. Maintaining the magical thorns and the clever spirits would likely prove insufficient. Wow, this community is stunning. Shen Yu gazed in awe at the ornate characters spelling out Jinxiu Nianhua above the entrance, curious about how her cousin had achieved such success. Despite being only 2 years her senior, he seemed to surpass even the adults in prowess. Filled with anticipation, Shen Yu grasped Tang Ying's hand and followed Shen Jingle towards the entrance. Upon entering the apartment, Tang Ying was astonished to discover it was a 3-bedroom unit. "How much did this place cost, Jingle?" she inquired, feeling as though she were in a dream. They, ordinary people from Feiqing, had somehow acquired a respectable home in Lan City. $62 million. I earned it through competitions at the casino, Shun Jingle replied with delight. Is it truly that expensive? At that moment, Shen Yu finally grasped the cost of living in Lan City. They had not been impoverished in Feiqing. The Shen family owned a self-built villa and several properties. Her mother had sold her business and 3 apartments to bring her cousin to Lan City, gathering over 20 million Fei coins, which only converted to a mere 20-some thousand interstellar coins. That sum of over 20 million Fei coins represented 2/3 of the accumulated wealth from her grandparents and her aunt's years of hard work. Her cousin had independently earned over 3 million interstellar coins through competitions to purchase this residence in Lan City. The disparity between ordinary individuals and beast masters was starkly evident before Shen Yu once more. This was precisely why her mother insisted on bringing them out to experience the broader world. Although the furniture was somewhat dated, the house itself was in decent condition and required minimal renovations. "Aunt, I will transfer some money to you shortly. After you sort out Shen Yu's school registration, please take the time to clear out the old furniture and repaint the walls. We can then buy some new furnishings. And I will arrange for the magical thorns to assist you," Shen Jingle offered. Tang Ying expressed her desire to convey that there was no need to replace the furniture. However, upon noticing Shen Jingle's disdainful expression directed at the rusted cabinet handle, she refrained and inquired, "Are you financially strained at present?" The nurturing of pet beasts incurs expenses too. Shen Jingle, contemplating the over 30 million quietly resting in his account, casually replied, "Money is of no concern. I have ample funds here." If only he had possessed this 30 million earlier, he would have purchased the 3rd apartment, which was more elegantly decorated between the two, thus sparing the trouble of changing furniture. With 3 bedrooms available, each of the 3 of us could occupy one, with the master bedroom being slightly larger for my aunt, while I and Xiaoyu could reside in the secondary bedroom. The 2 secondary bedrooms were nearly identical in size. One had a bay window while the other lacked it, but featured a small balcony connected to the kitchen. No, Jingle, the master bedroom is quite spacious. Xiaoyu and I shall take it. You can have one of the secondary bedrooms, and the other can serve as a training room for the pet beasts. If Xiaoyu awakens in the future, she too can make use of it. Indeed, that seems preferable. I haven't slept beside my mother in quite some time. Xinyu chimed in, embracing Tang Ying in agreement. This arrangement seemed feasible, and Shun Jingle nodded in approval. The trio then engaged in extensive discussions about the layout of the house, the type of furniture to purchase, and other details, and before long, the afternoon had slipped away. That evening, they returned to their previous small dwelling, with Shun Jingle in his room, while Tang Ying and Xinyu settled in the living room. After several days of travel, Tang Ying and Xinyu were utterly exhausted and promptly fell asleep after dinner. Alone in his room, Shun Jingle retrieved the identification card Tang Ying had given him earlier that day. Eli Hall. It seemed to be the name bestowed upon the original owner by his rather unremarkable father. As Shun Jingle examined himself in the mirror, he pondered how he did not appear to be of mixed heritage, questioning the origin of his foreign name. Nonetheless, the original owner's facial features were distinctly more pronounced than the average person, undeniably handsome. The Hall family sounded as though they held considerable prestige. With a TSK, Shun Jingle channeled his abyssal soul power towards the identification card. The chip within the card soon illuminated with a green glow, signifying successful activation. From this day forth, there existed a level 1 abyssal beast master named Eli Hall. A little disguise would suffice, and he could begin honing his skills under a different identity. Level 2 for the main account, and level 1 for the alternate. Are you serious, big brother? Shun Jingle mused, employing a familiar rhetorical style from his past life to humor himself. Subsequently, he summoned the haunting little creature, which had been unusually quiet for several days. If not for the visible statistics still reflecting its presence, he might have suspected it had ceased to exist. Hello, little one. Shun Jingle waved at the blue pet beast egg. Yet, no response came. The haunting creature had already turned invisible and floated out of the egg the moment it was released. It stifled a giggle behind Shun Jingle's head before stealthily drifting into the living room. It first tugged at the toy bear in Shun Yu's arms, attempting to poke at its eyes, but was unsuccessful. Then it drifted into the wardrobe, extending its claws towards the young girl's lingerie. Grasping a few delicate pieces, it rummaged through Tang Ying's collection with a spectral curiosity. It meticulously compared the 2 sizes, from dimensions to materials, and scrutinized the styles. Ultimately, it held them up against Tang Ying and Xinyu to gauge the fit. With a sigh, it pondered the enigma of why humans adorn themselves in such garments. Even if it were merely to conceal excess flesh, was it truly necessary to create so many variations? It found itself utterly baffled. After some contemplation, it selected a pink piece and dressed a toy bear in it. It actually looked quite stylish. Just then, it sensed Shun Jingle summoning it back, and hurriedly stuffed the array of lingerie back into the wardrobe. No sooner had it closed the door than it, along with the beast and the egg, was pulled back into the soul chart. Shun Jingle, who had been attempting to communicate with the elusive entity for some time, wore a troubled expression. This particular haunting spirit was inherently underdeveloped, leaving him uncertain about when it might hatch or whether it would be healthy upon emergence. He recalled having read a few days prior in the library that nether crystals were beneficial for underdeveloped spectral creatures. Yet, he was uncertain where to procure such crystals. Perhaps he should inquire at various pet supply stores in the city the following day. Resolute in his decision, the next day, Tang Ying took Xinyu to attend to household registration and schooling matters, while Shun Jingle entrusted the training of the magic thorn to Hao Liang before embarking on a shopping excursion with Ji Ling. Hao Liang was enviously aware of Shun Jingle's fortune. His magic thorn was remarkably obedient. A few bottles of energy restoration potions were all it took for it to train diligently, neither slacking off nor veering off task, and when its energy depleted, it simply consumed another potion and resumed its training. In contrast, his own Ka-Le Eagle only showed enthusiasm during battles. During training, it required constant motivation, coaxing, and occasional reprimands. As Shun Jingle strolled through the shops with Ji Ling, he found himself yearning for the well-mannered magic thorn. The creature was so well-behaved that it felt as if it were non-existent during outings. Unlike Gigi Ling, which chattered incessantly and insisted on exploring every shop that piqued its interest, often demanding to purchase something. Had it not been able to levitate objects with telekinesis, Shen Jinglu would have surely vented his frustrations. Eventually, they arrived at a specialty pet supply store. Shen Jinglu stepped inside. The shop was a veritable cornucopia of wares: pet energy meals, restoration potions, edible treasures infused with energy, and an array of pet accessories, clothing, hats, and toys. Although the selection was vast, the items were rather commonplace. Upon inquiring about nether crystals, the shopkeeper regarded him as though he were a peculiar creature. Shen Jingle allowed Gigi Ling to select 2 toys, and upon settling the payment, he inquired with the shopkeeper about where to procure the elusive nether crystals. Such items are typically pre-ordered, rendering it nearly impossible for small shops like this to stock them, unless one possesses a special channel. It would be prudent to explore the task hall at the Beastmaster Comprehensive Service Center. Shen Jingle's eyes sparkled with possibility. After completing the transaction, he and Gigi Ling made their way to the Beastmaster Comprehensive Service Center in Lon City. Upon arriving at the task hall, Shen Jingle approached a self-service terminal to begin his search. He entered Nether Crystal and clicked on the query option. Among the listings, he discovered a task offering a reward of 50 nether crystals in exchange for 200 flame crystals. Lamentably, Shen Jingle possessed no flame crystals, and he was uncertain if 50 would suffice. Scrolling further, he noticed 3 or 4 requests for the purchase of nether crystals, with one listing a starting price of 200,000 for 50. Returning to the homepage, Shen Jingle opted to post a task, retrieving his identity card from Alayahor for verification. Once authenticated, he accessed the posting page, seeking to purchase 200 nether crystals, offering a reward of 1 million. After finalizing the details, he clicked Submit. Next, he input Flame Crystal into the search bar. This time, fortune favored him as he stumbled upon a promising task: Team Exploration of the 26th Secret Realm in Huangqi County, requiring a healing pet of at least 2 stars, with the Beastmaster preferably at level 2 or above, possessing some self-defense capabilities. Next to the task, a brief description of the 26th Secret Realm indicated the presence of flame crystals, which explained why this task appeared in his search results. The 26th Secret Realm is renowned in Lon City for its abundance of fire-type creatures and rare treasures. Having been developed over many years, the major dangers have been eradicated, making it suitable for lower-level beast masters to explore. Shen Jingle presented his identity card for verification, and upon completion, he chose to accept the task. After providing his contact information, he continued to browse, but found nothing else suitable. He wondered how Milo was faring. Regrettably, he could not ascertain whether the dual soul diagram would be deemed an anomaly. Thus, it was prudent to maintain confidentiality regarding that matter. Otherwise, he could have directly inquired with Milo about where to acquire nether crystals. Before long, Shen Jingle received a phone call from the task issuer. Upon learning that his pet, the magical thorn, was only a 1-star and lacked advanced healing skills, the caller politely declined his participation, expressing regret before hanging up. Shen Jingle understood the reasoning behind this. After all, venturing into the unknown realms posed significant risks, and the other party's caution was entirely reasonable. Subsequently, he wandered through other shops in the city, but as expected, he found nothing. As evening approached, he returned to the library to pick up the magical thorn and bid farewell to Hao Liang before heading home. Upon reaching the ground floor, he coincidentally encountered Tang Ying and Xin Yu, who had just returned. Exhausted from a long day, the three decided to dine out before returning home. The household registration and student registration processes went remarkably smoothly. Jingla, the house you purchased is truly an exquisite choice. The community has an agreement with the 3rd middle school, allowing for direct enrollment. Tang Ying exclaimed with excitement while eating. At the time of purchasing the house, Xin Jinglu had not considered these aspects, which turned out to be a fortunate oversight. Tang Ying now appeared vibrant and full of life, a stark contrast to the somber demeanor she had upon arriving. Beside them, Xin Yu also wore a face full of anticipation for her new school and life. Shen Jinglu felt quite at ease, as everything she had aimed to accomplish was progressively unfolding in a positive direction. After the trio swiftly finished their meal, they returned home. Shen Jinglu habitually took her clothes and headed for a shower first, after bathing. She remained in her room to allow the 2 women in the living room to use the bathroom. However, shortly after she entered her room, she heard Tang Ying exclaiming, Little you messy one. Look at how chaotic your wardrobe is. Shin Yu's voice emerged, tinged with grievance. I didn't do anything. Tang Ying retorted. You claim you didn't? Just look at yourself. You've even dressed the teddy bear. How old are you? Isn't that childish? Her tone resonated with deep exasperation. How could this happen? I didn't do it. Shin Yu responded, visibly flustered. Unable to contain her curiosity, Shun Jinglu opened the door slightly to inquire. What is going on? Tang Ying immediately turned around, concealing what she held in her hands. It's nothing, Jinglu. Shun Jinglu felt a sudden wave of embarrassment and awkwardly closed the door. She decided to let the girls handle their affairs without prying further. In the living room, Shin Yu quietly approached Tang Ying and whispered, Mom, it truly wasn't me. I'm not that childish. Do you think that while we were out during the day, someone might have broken into our home? Tang Ying responded. When we woke up this morning, was everything in order? Shin Yu nodded firmly. Yes. I slept with the teddy bear. I would know if anything was amiss. This morning was definitely not like this. As she spoke, she recalled the hurried atmosphere of the morning, realizing she hadn't paid much attention to her surroundings. Surely, there had been no abnormalities then? The teddy bear absolutely wasn't dressed in undergarments. Definitely not. It seemed this place was not entirely safe, and Tang Ying resolved. We must arrange to move into the new house tomorrow, aiming for an early relocation. After speaking, she meticulously checked the more valuable items, confirming that nothing was missing. Tang Ying then knocked on Shin Jinglu's door again. Jinglu, our wardrobe is in disarray, as if someone has intruded. Please check if anything is amiss on your end. Shin Jinglu responded. With this meager existence, who would dare to steal? She surveyed her room, which contained only books, clothes, pet food, and a few simple pieces of furniture, concluding that there was truly nothing of value to lose. Finally, under Tang Ying's intensely oppressive gaze, she rose to inspect the magical thorns and the energy snacks of Zhi Ling. Nothing was missing. With a hint of suspicion, Tang Ying closed the door to Shin Jingli's room, pondering whether only the undergarments had been tampered with. Was it possible that a pervert had intruded? A chill ran down her spine as she glanced at her delicate daughter, vowing to remain close to her until they relocated to their new home. In Shun Jingli's room, Zhi Ling excitedly rummaged through 2 toys purchased that day. One was a prank box, a square container that, when opened, sprang forth a clown figure that emitted a mechanical voice saying, "Give me a kiss." Zhi Ling had played with it for quite some time during the day and had now lost interest. The other was a cat puppet that could be worn on the hand. Zhi Ling eagerly picked it up, eager to have Shun Jinglu wear it. With an affectionate expression, Shun Jinglu obediently extended her right hand. Once donned, she moved her fingers to make the puppet's mouth open and close, pretending to give it a voice. "Hello, Zhi Ling. I am Doraemon, and I have a plan to save the world. Are you interested?" "Zhi, I'm interested. I'm interested." However, after less than 10 minutes, Shun Jinglu grew impatient and dramatically laid down on the bed as if lifeless. "Zhi, come on, come on. Be good, go out and play with the little fish." Shun Jinglu removed the puppet glove. Excitedly, Zhi Ling took the puppet glove and went out to find Shin Yu. Soon, the living room was filled with the harmonious yet nonsensical banter between Zhi Ling and Shin Yu. "Hello, I am Little Fish, your good friend." "Zhi, don't call me Little Fish, call me Doraemon. You think my name sounds nice? Well, that shows you have good taste. This name is Zhi. Doraemon sounds better. Next, let Little Fish take you to explore the mysteries of the universe." "Zhi, yes, Doraemon." Shin Jinglu mused aloud, by the way. We should give Zhi Ling a name. How about Little Ling? She vaguely recalled that Uncle Mi's star spirit was also named Little Ling. Indeed, great minds think alike. Speaking of which, she realized she had yet to become accustomed to calling the magical thorns by their name. She needed to get used to it and not always refer to them as magical thorns. The following day, Tang Ying and Shin Yu, accompanied by Xiaoqing, went to clear out the old furniture from their new home, while Shun Jinglu continued to search for the nether crystal with Little Ling. With Xiaoqing's assistance, they cleared the old furniture in just half a day, selling it to a second-hand dealer for a total of 568 interstellar coins. Shun Jinglu transferred 500,000 to Tang Ying, instructing her to use it for home renovations. Tang Ying was taken aback by Shun Jingli's generosity. Witnessing her nephew transfer such a sum without batting an eye, she swallowed the words of caution that had risen in her throat. 500,000 is more than enough, she thought. After transferring money to Tang Ying, Shen Jingle continued his search for the nether crystal, while Shaoqing persistently enlisted Hao Liang's assistance with training. On August 9th, having found nothing during his shopping expedition, Shen Jingle contemplated a change in strategy when he received a call from the task publisher. "Hello. May I inquire if you are available between August 10th and 12th? Are you still interested in accepting the previous task?" The other party inquired politely. Through the conversation, Shen Jingle learned that the publisher had originally scheduled an agreement with a beastmaster possessing healing creatures, but unexpectedly, that individual could not attend. Their planned exploration was set for August 10th, and with only 1 day remaining, finding another beastmaster with healing abilities and a rank of at least 2 stars was impractical. Thus, they recalled Shen Jingle and extended an invitation to him. Without hesitation, he agreed and met with them early, bringing along his magical thorn. There were 3 individuals present: Chen Ku, a 3-star beastmaster, Yang Li, and Guo Wanwan, both 2-star beastmasters. Chen Ku, in his 40s, had a 5-star flame cat, a 3-star flame eagle, and a 2-star flame shrimp, all fire-type creatures. The primary objective of their expedition into the secret realm was to seek the flame crystals necessary for upgrading the flame eagle. Yang Li, just over 30, had a 1-star dove and a 5-star iron arm ape. He was accompanying his girlfriend, Guo Wanwan, on this venture. Guo Wanwan, age 26, owned a 3-star flame eagle and hoped to capture a wild creature to form a contract, having recently achieved 2-star status herself. Despite the relatively low danger level of the secret realm on the 26th, it was essential to have a creature with healing abilities during their exploration, otherwise, minor threats could escalate into significant hazards. The group convened at a CAF near the Beastmaster Service Center. Before Shen Jingle arrived, a dispute had already erupted among the 3. Chen Ku, being the strongest among them, initially believed that with his capabilities, he could venture into the realm with just 1 additional beastmaster skilled in healing. His willingness to include Guo Wanwan and Yang Li was motivated by the potential for additional profit. They had previously agreed that Chen Ku would ensure the safety of Guo Wanwan and Yang Li during their expedition, while in exchange, all spoils, except for the creature Guo Wanwan intended to contract, would belong to Chen Ku. Furthermore, the remuneration for finding a beastmaster with healing abilities would be covered by Chen Ku. Originally, the agreed-upon compensation for the beastmaster was to receive 1/3 of the profits from Yang Li and Guo Wanwan's findings. However, with Shen Jingle now involved, Chen Ku deemed him too weak and felt he would require protection, viewing him as of little use beyond that role. Consequently, Chen Ku was reluctant to offer Shen Jingle any additional remuneration. Yang Li and Guo Wanwan also believed that Shen Jingle's remuneration was unreasonable. However, since Chen Ku no longer required additional payment for the physician, they thought they could reduce their share to him, not to mention saving 1/3. At least 1/4 should suffice. Naturally, Chen Ku was reluctant, as he had to protect another individual, after all, just as both parties were at an impasse. Shen Jingle arrived. Based on the description provided, he quickly identified the 3 individuals by the window and approached them with a calm demeanor, greeting them politely. "Hello. You must be Chen Ku. I am Shen Jingle." Upon seeing him, Chen Ku's expression darkened. He was taken aback by the youthfulness of the newcomer and casually responded with a nonchalant sound before turning to Yang Li and Guo Wanwan, saying, "See, this is the physician. Do you still think you should pay less?" Yang Li and Guo Wanwan exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the impracticality of their initial stance. Could this mere child possess the ability to protect himself? He appeared to be no more than a high school freshman, with a pet that had just achieved the 1st star, utterly lacking in combat prowess. Would he truly not be a liability? Guo Wanwan could not help but envision a scenario where her pet was gravely injured in battle, and she would be shouting at Shen Jingle, "Physician, use your skill." Meanwhile, Shen Jingle would be ensnared, raising his hand in desperation, exclaiming, "You need to rescue me first," and then he would collapse. The thought sent a shiver down Guo Wanwan's spine. Yang Li, too, was filled with skepticism towards Shen Jingle and directly questioned Chen Ku. "You must be joking, right? This is the physician you found." Chapter 78. A commitment for the toy. Chen Ku shrugged. "Either you choose to go in without a physician, or you accept the situation." Yang Li pursed his lips, falling silent in tacit agreement. Observing that the negotiation for benefits was futile, Guo Wanwan pointed at Shen Jingle and asserted, "You must ensure the safety of the physician, Chen Dego. We wouldn't want to trouble her and Yang Li later." Shen Jingle felt little concern over being perceived as weak. After all, strength is not merely a matter of words. Moreover, He lacked experience in exploring secret realms, and his pet's level was not high, so it was only prudent to remain low-key. At that moment, Chun-Ku finally regarded Shinjingle with seriousness and inquired, "Is this your first time in a secret realm? What is the current level of your magical thorns healing skill?" "Expert," Shinjingle replied. Yang Li and Guo Wanwan's expressions visibly darkened. "Just expert?" Combined, they had 6 pets among the 3 of them. Could he truly manage their healing? Nevertheless, as their departure was imminent, any assistance, however minimal, would be better than none. The 26th secret realm would close on August 15th, and it would be several months before it reopened. They could not afford to wait any longer. "What is your primary purpose for entering the secret realm?" Chun-Ku asked Shinjingle. "I wish to find some flame crystals," Shinjingle responded. Chun-Ku raised an eyebrow in skepticism. "Do you possess a fire-type pet?" Shinjingle replied, "No, I lack funds and intend to acquire some to sell." Yang Li regarded him with a look of disbelief. "You're entering the secret realm solely for money? Just to grab whatever is suitable, and you specifically seek flame crystals? Do you think they grow like cabbages?" Shinjingle, "I have a penchant for seeking out valuable items." Yang Li was momentarily taken aback, retorting, "Do you think yin jing is as common as cabbage?" To which Shinjingle replied, "It is precisely because it is not cabbage that it holds value. I simply enjoy discovering precious things." It struck him as rather infuriating. This young rascal. Chun-Ku observed the scene and concluded that this youth was rather naive and easily manipulated. He stated, "Once we enter the secret realm, stay close to me. I shall ensure your safety. In return, you will be responsible for providing medical assistance to the team. You will not partake in the distribution of our spoils, and to be fair, any rewards you obtain will be yours alone." While his words were cloaked in the guise of fairness and justice, the underlying motive was to secure a free healer. After all, in their eyes, Shinjingle would likely emerge from the secret realm empty-handed, essentially accompanying them on an excursion without any gain. Was that not the definition of a free physician? However, for Shinjingle, this arrangement was fortuitous. He had no desire to share his own gains. If the rewards were to be shared among them based on contribution, would his role as a healer not be deemed insufficient effort? Shinjingle smiled slightly. "I have no objections." Chun-Ku continued, "Entering the secret realm necessitates the rental of specialized communication devices, which each of you will need to cover at your own expense. Do you all agree?" The trio replied in unison, "No objections." Chun-Ku added, "You will need to prepare your own food and outdoor supplies for 3 days. The temperature in the secret realm on the 26th will be relatively warm, so dress lightly." The latter comment was clearly directed at the novice, Shinjingle. He nodded in understanding. Chun-Ku instructed them to purchase tickets for the train departing for Huangqi County at 3:20 p.m. this afternoon, with a rendezvous at the station exit at 7:30 p.m. The 3 expressed their agreement and promptly took out their phones to purchase tickets. After discussing some inconsequential details, the 4 parted ways to prepare. Shinjingle first called Tang Ying, who was busy arranging their new home, to inform her of his 3-day expedition to the secret realm with friends. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying could not help but feel a surge of worry. To her, Shinjingle was merely a newly awakened beastmaster, and while she could tolerate him competing in the city, the sudden venture into a secret realm was understandably alarming. Shinjingle reassured her, stating that among his teammates were 2 highly skilled beastmasters who would guarantee his safety, and he would primarily assume the role of healer, avoiding the front lines. Only then did Tang Ying reluctantly ease her concerns and mention that the new house was nearly ready, and upon his return from the secret realm, they could plan the move. Shinjingle immediately suggested, "Aunt, you need not wait for me. You may move in ahead of time. I can settle in once I return." Tang Ying felt that moving into a new home together would be a momentous occasion and insisted on waiting for Shinjingle. Ultimately, after much persuasion from him, she acquiesced to move first. After hanging up, Shinjingle returned home to pack energy meals for Xiaoqing and Xiaoling, along with 2 sets of summer clothes, 2 pairs of underwear, and a cap, before stepping out to have lunch. Afterward, he ventured into a nearby grocery store, purchasing some convenient snacks, a miniature fan, a sleeping bag, a large cup, a packet of disposable water filter cotton, and a flashlight. He then proceeded to a pet supply shop, acquiring 20 bottles of energy restoration agents. His large backpack was filled to the brim, and Shinjingle was content as he made his way to the high-speed train station. The high-speed trains in this world were not vastly different from those in Shinjingle's previous life. However, to prevent wild pets from damaging the tracks and attacking the trains, the airspace above the tracks had been enclosed. Upon arriving at the station, Shen Jingle quickly located Chun Ku and the others. Among the four, Yang Li and Guo Wanwan were in car 3, Chen Ku was in car 5, and Shun Jingle occupied car 6. After a brief wait, the train began checking tickets. They exchanged greetings before parting ways to board, with Shun Jingle settling into a window seat. After placing his backpack on the luggage rack, he quietly sat down. Xiao Qing remained wrapped around his arm, and after a moment's thought, Shun Jingle summoned Xiao Ling. Wow. Mom, look, it's Ji Ling, exclaimed a girl from the side. As a pet embodying both the rare psychic and spatial abilities, Ji Ling was seldom seen, thus drawing numerous gazes upon its appearance. Instantly becoming the center of attention, Xiao Ling proudly wagged its fluffy tail and then happily floated up to rub against Shun Jingle's face. Shun Jingle gently caught it and placed it on his lap, instructing it not to run about, but to play right there. Upon hearing the word play, Xiao Ling's eyes sparkled, and it rubbed its paws against its belly before opening its mouth, soon producing a silver orb of light. Shun Jingle wondered, what on earth is this? What has this little creature consumed? Then he observed Xiao Ling grasp the silver orb with one paw while reaching inside with the other. Moments later, it retrieved a prank toy from within. Shun Jingle gasped in surprise. A spatial ability skill? He hurriedly delved into the soul map to examine Xiao Ling's data. Name, Ji Ling. Level, Starry, 138, 500. Attributes, Psychic, 60, Spatial, 40. Talent, Floating Proficiency, 621, 1000, Object Manipulation, Beginner 3, 500. Skill, Telekinesis Control Intermediate, Beginner 124, 500. To his astonishment, it had awakened a new talent skill, Object Manipulation. Shun Jingle watched Xiao Ling, engrossed in playing with the prank toy, his lips twitching in disbelief. Could it be that this little one awakened this ability solely to bring along a toy? Chapter 79. Playing? Since Ji Ling had just hatched, Teacher Yu had previously advised Shun Jingle against training it for 3 months. Thus, he had never anticipated that this juvenile pet could awaken a new skill. Even more surprising was that the primary ability of Ji Ling, which was psychic, had led it to first awaken a spatial skill after hatching. Innate skills differ from ordinary skills, as most innate abilities do not require the expenditure of additional energy from one's pet. As long as they have not transformed into a soul core, they remain in a usable state. Furthermore, innate skills possess no upper limit for growth and will enhance in potency alongside the pet's level. Currently, the innate skills of the magical thorn include wind stabilization and regeneration, while the intelligent spirit possesses the innate skills of levitation and object absorption. The haunting spirit is endowed with the ability to transform. Among these innate skills, only regeneration necessitates energy expenditure, the others do not. Shun Jingle took out his phone to research the spatial skill of the intelligent spirit, object absorption. He soon realized that the silver sphere just extracted by the spirit from its mouth was a special absorption space. Initially, this space is quite limited, capable only of holding objects. However, it gradually expands over time to accommodate living entities as well. The academically challenged Shun Jingle, in a moment of self-reflection, recognized the importance of diligently studying the leveling path of his own pet, despite his previous distractions. Recalling his initial reaction upon witnessing the intelligent spirit retrieve the silver orb, thinking it had mistakenly consumed something, Shun Jingle felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Can that backpack fit inside? Shun Jingle inquired, gesturing toward the bag he had placed on the luggage rack. Intelligent spirit, it cannot. Disappointment etched across Shun Jingle's face. Intelligent spirit, however, it can contain the items inside. Shun Jingle pondered, coming to understand that the backpack's length was the issue. It could not be placed inside directly. Yet, if the contents were removed and arranged individually, they could indeed fit. Without hesitation, Shun Jingle instructed the small vine creature to retrieve the backpack. The small vine creature, emerging from Shun Jingle's sleeve, gracefully coiled around the backpack and gently placed it before him. Without needing further instruction, it unzipped the bag, methodically extracting its contents and handing them to the intelligent spirit. The spirit set aside the prank toys and began to deposit the items one by one into its absorption space. The seamless cooperation between the two pets captivated the attention of those around Shun Jingle, eliciting envious glances from many. Some, however, frowned, perceiving Shun Jingle's actions as a deliberate display of his spatial pet's capabilities. They thought it unnecessary to wait until they were on the vehicle to arrange the luggage. as if he alone could contract a spatial pet. As the small vine creature extracted Shinjingle's underwear and skillfully passed it to the intelligent spirit, he felt an acute sense of embarrassment, acutely aware of the gazes trained upon him. The haunting spirit in his soul map remarked, "These two are new." Before long, the small vine creature and the intelligent spirit had successfully organized all the items from the backpack, leaving it empty. Just as Shinjingle was about to speak, he observed the small vine creature extending 2 vines to flatten and fold the backpack, which it then handed to the intelligent spirit. The spirit extended a paw into the silver orb, rummaged for a moment, and then accepted the neatly folded backpack, placing it inside with precision. Perfect. Shinjingle's satisfaction knew no bounds. When the 4 gathered at the station exit, the other 3 noticed that Shinjingle's backpack was mysteriously absent. Guowanwan was at a loss for how to react. She had anticipated some irresponsibility, yet never imagined it would be to the degree of forgetting her bag after disembarking from a vehicle. Chun Ku gazed at Shinjingle with a speechless expression, wanting to admonish her, but finding himself at a loss for words. He felt a profound weariness, as if burdened beyond capacity. It was akin to returning home from university for the summer, prepared to assist one's mother with a younger brother in 4th grade, only to discover upon arrival that she had given birth to a newborn sister for him to care for. Occasionally forgetful Yang Li casually inquired of Shinjingle, "Did you forget your bag? You should hurry and find the staff to see if it can be retrieved. It won't do to venture into the secret realm empty-handed." Observing that her boyfriend had already spoken, Guowanwan understood that scolding would be futile, so she comforted, "If it cannot be found, it's no matter. We can quickly procure supplies in town tonight." Shinjingle produced her Ji Ling from her pocket, pointing to it as she proclaimed, "I left it with it." Upon noticing the 3 staring at her in silence, she assumed their disbelief and instructed Ji Ling, "Little Ling, fetch some water for me. I need a drink." Obediently, Ji Ling rubbed its belly and then expelled a silver orb of light. It reached inside, rummaging for a few seconds before emerging with a large cup. Shinjingle took it and symbolically sipped. Only then did the 3 snap back to reality, their previous arrogance dissipating. Initially, when they learned that Shinjingle's pet was a magical thorn, they had merely regarded her as a privileged student. However, witnessing Ji Ling altered their perceptions entirely. As a rare hybrid beast from 2 uncommon categories, its value transcended mere wealth. It was unattainable without the right connections. As Guowanwan contemplated how to forge a closer bond, she noticed Shinjingle's expression had shifted. She gently inquired, "Shinjingle, what's wrong?" Having taken a sip of water, Shinjingle, with a somewhat complex expression, found a nearby trash bin and discreetly expelled the water from her mouth. The 3 watched in confusion, only to see Shinjingle reach into her mouth and retrieve something. All being beast masters, their keen eyesight, enhanced by their pets, allowed them to quickly discern that what Shinjingle held was a tooth. A tooth? What on earth? Is she still losing baby teeth? The 3 were left utterly bewildered. After a considerable time, Guowanwan regained her composure, just as Shinjingle calmly instructed Ji Ling to keep her tooth safe and approached them. "Jingle, how old are you?" Guowanwan's tone softened considerably, taking on the demeanor of an elder speaking to a child. "I'm 13, in virtual years," Shinjingle replied without a hint of embarrassment. 3 individuals, upon witnessing his tooth change, they could surmise something, yet when it was confirmed, it still seemed utterly astonishing. Wait a moment. 13 years old, a 2-star beast master? What kind of prodigy is this? Chun Ke instantly regretted calling upon Shinjingle. With such talent and background, he must be a precious gem from a prominent family. If anything were to happen to him in the secret realm, they could face dire consequences upon their return. Perhaps, Jingle, you should reconsider participating in this mission. We can find another partner, Chun Ku suggested cautiously. Chapter 80. The unenlightened pooper scooper. Upon hearing this, Shinjingle assumed his companions thought him too young. He had not anticipated that the wobbly tooth he had just transitioned into would fall out at this moment. Didn't you say the secret realm would soon close? Finding another partner at this stage would be quite challenging, wouldn't it? Rest assured, I will not hinder your progress, Shinjingle assured them. Chun Ku still exhibited hesitance. Suddenly, Yang Li interjected, Jingle, you certainly appear to be a child of a prominent family, yet you still need to seek out flame crystals to sell? Shinjingle replied, I am not from any prominent family. Have you ever heard of a family named Shun in the illustrious city of Lan? The trio pondered and indeed realized they had not. Shinjingle now grasped that they had mistaken him for a scion of a noble lineage. fearing that any misfortune would burden him with their expectations. Guowanwan's eyes twinkled with insight. Just because they're ISN T1 in Lan City doesn't mean they're ISN T1 in another city, right? Shen Jingle shrugged. Do the offspring of noble families travel to Lan City specifically to explore a secret realm like number 26? The trio concurred that this was indeed improbable. With Shen Jingle's continued persuasion, their doubts finally dissipated, and they resolved to proceed as initially planned. Huangshi County is a medium-sized county subordinate to Lan City. The Dragon Kingdom comprises 8 states, each with a dozen cities, and each city governs several counties in addition to its central urban area. In a narrow sense, Lan City refers solely to the central urban area, while in a broader context, it includes the counties under its jurisdiction. Huangshi County is situated southeast of Lan City, over 700 kilometers from the central urban area. After several hours of travel, the four arrived at their destination, where darkness had already fallen. They decided to dine together before heading to their hotel for the night. This time, Chun Ku was generous, taking the initiative to treat them to dinner. At the dining table, Guowanwan cast an envious glance at Shen Jingle. Jingle, how did you acquire your intelligent spirit? I've heard that such high-level beasts require extensive reservations and connections to obtain. Shen Jingle responded nonchalantly, I acquired it from a gambling den. The trio exclaimed in unison. How much did it cost? Shen Jingle replied, 1 million. The trio gasped, such luck. May we have just a dozen of those? With no means to even gather several 100,000, Guowanwan, who had chosen to test her fortune in the secret realm, could only feel envy. After dinner, they took a taxi to a hotel close to the secret realm, agreeing to set out at dawn the following morning, in a night devoid of dreams. As dawn broke the next day, Shen Jingle had already completed his morning rituals and was waiting in the hotel lobby. Being the weakest link among the four, he adopted a humble demeanor. Shortly thereafter, Chun Ku emerged. They exchanged a brief morning greeting, but little more was said. A few minutes later, Yang Li and Guowanwan made their entrance. Yang Li appeared invigorated, while Guowanwan seemed as though she had just endured an entire day of rigorous training. Her gait almost ethereal. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Chun Ku led the three towards the entrance of the secret realm, discussing his plans along the way. Once we enter the secret realm, we shall first ride Yang Li's dove-like creature westward. This initial stretch poses a low risk, and given the creature's large size and enduring stamina, it is particularly suitable. Chun Ku produced a map, pointing to a marked location as he continued. Upon reaching the area before the swamp tree monster, we will switch to the flaming eagle. Jingle, you will be in my group, while Yang Li and Guowanwan will form another. Chun Ku had chosen to head west due to the presence of a small dormant volcano, where there was a reasonable chance of discovering flame crystals. Shen Jingle's objective aligned with Chun Ku's, while Yang Li and Guowanwan sought to capture beasts, rendering their direction of travel inconsequential. Thus, the three nodded in agreement with Chun Ku's arrangements. Turning specifically to Shen Jingle, Chun Ku emphasized, in the secret realm, it is imperative to always have at least one beast outside. Never allow all your beasts to be stored within the soul map. Unexpected events may arise, and you may not have time to summon them. Shen Jingle replied, Understood, I will remember that. Chun Ku then went on to relay other essential precautions to observe within the secret realm, all of which Shen Jingle diligently noted. Before long, the four arrived at the entrance of secret realm number 26. A little green creature, peeking out from Shen Jingle's sleeve, curiously gazed toward the entrance. Having originally emerged from the secret realm, it calculated that a month and a half had passed. It wondered if its mother had thought to search for it. After a moment's reflection, it surmised probably not, as it had often frolicked with its siblings for months without returning home during its time in the realm. It wished for an opportunity to revisit its birthplace with its master, to show him where it had come from, and to reunite with its mother. As for its siblings, it deemed it unnecessary to introduce them to its master. One thorned companion sufficed. Lost in this reverie, the little green creature suddenly noticed Xiao Ling lagging behind. Captivated by a nearby toy vendor, in a flurry, it extended a vine to reel the little one back. Meanwhile, Shen Jingle remained oblivious to his child's near misfortune, fully engrossed in Chun Ku's exposition on secret realm number 26. This was not surprising. In his previous life, he had been the one who caused others to worry about losing him, still lacking the awareness that came with being a responsible caretaker. The 26th secret realm currently permits only star-ranked beast tamers to enter, meaning that the most formidable beast tamers encountered within can only possess a maximum rank of 3 stars. Even the most powerful beasts of a 3-star beast tamer merely reached the bronze level. In truth, those who possess 5-star beasts are already considered quite formidable within this realm. Thus, the inherent dangers of the secret realm itself warrant more caution. It is said that when the 26th secret realm was newly developed, it housed king-level beasts and an abundance of rare treasures. However, after numerous explorations and exploitations, the formidable beasts have become scarce, and the treasures mostly lack high rankings. Now, only star-ranked beast tamers can still stumble upon some fortuitous encounters, leading to the decision to prohibit superstar-ranked beast tamers from entering, thereby enhancing the safety of the realm. The 4 soon arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, where they purchased tickets at the service window using their identity cards and rented specialized communication devices. Chun-Ku led the group inside, stepping forward first, followed by Xin Jingle, then Guo Wanwan, and lastly Yongli. Before entering the secret realm, they summoned all of their beasts back into their soul maps. The entrance appeared as a shimmering light curtain. Shun Jingle presented the freshly acquired ticket against it, and in the next instant, he was drawn inside. His balance faltered momentarily, almost colliding with Chun-Ku, but he managed to steady himself just a few centimeters away. Following him, Guo Wanwan and Yongli entered as well. Observing Xin Jingle regain his balance, Yongli teased, "Not bad for your first time. You didn't fall flat on your face." Guo Wanwan laughed, adding, "Jingle, remember to lean back next time." Chapter 81. Swamp Tree Monster. Xin Jingle nodded, feeling slightly embarrassed. Ever since he had replaced a tooth, he felt as if he were being treated like a child. He took a moment to scrutinize the secret realm, noticing the lush greenery that surrounded them. It was as if he had stepped from the modern city into a primeval forest. Unfortunately, the heat was overwhelming. Inhaling the air felt scorching to his lungs. To ward off mosquitoes, they all wore breathable long-sleeved shirts and pants. Outside, it was tolerable, but inside the secret realm, the air remained hot, rendering the breathable fabric inconsequential. Chun-Ku was the first to acclimate. A shrimp-shaped beast mark on his left arm glimmered with a red light, summoning the figure of a flame shrimp within a 3-star formation before him. As soon as the flame shrimp appeared, it waved its pincers in greeting to Chun-Ku, who promptly embraced it, allowing it to perch atop his head. Yongli summoned his dove, the beast mark glowing in the palm of his right hand. Embodying a playful spirit, he formed a fist with his right hand and extended it forward, then suddenly opened his palm, revealing a 2-star formation from which a plump dove emerged. It felt as though he had released the dove directly from his hand. Guo Wanwan watched with sparkling eyes, clearly entertained by Yongli's antics. Subsequently, Xin Jingle and Guo Wanwan summoned their respective beasts in a rather conventional manner. Guo Wanwan's beast was a level 3 flame eagle, which immediately soared into the air, circling as if surveying its domain. Little Ching made its entrance, adorably wrapping itself around Xin Jingle's arm. The 4 of them climbed onto the back of a dove, which let out a clear call before its plump body ascended into the sky, flying westward as directed by Yongli. The flame eagle, flying slightly higher than the dove, darted ahead with remarkable speed, occasionally venturing forth to scout the path before returning to report its findings. Peering down from the dove's back, Xin Jingle observed the undulating hills below, interspersed with shrubs of varying heights. "This stretch of the journey presents little danger if we fly," Chun-Ku remarked. "What about traveling on the ground?" asked Guo Wanwan, who was venturing into the 26th area for the first time. "You will first encounter a wave of Qing foam, followed by a vast expanse of Hu." Yongli responded, having made the journey before. Such detailed information was marked on the map, but Guo Wanwan found herself bewildered, unable to retain any of it upon glancing at the map. Xin Jingle had purchased a map the previous evening and had studied it somewhat, now holding it up and comparing it as they flew. "Are we close to the location of the Hu?" Xin Jingle inquired. Yongli pointed below. "Those shrubs down there." Xin Jingle asked, "Where are the flowers?" Guo Wanwan replied with a smile. "The flowers and leaves of the Hu are the same color, both green, making it nearly impossible to discern which is which from a distance." Xin Jingle suddenly understood. The Hu is a pseudo-fairy type extraordinary creature. A few specimens appear indistinguishable from ordinary plants, but once their numbers reach 20, they can activate a mild charm skill, and at 100, their charm skill is comparable to that of a 1-star fairy-type beast. Chun-Ku explained to Xin Jingle. "How many are there below?" Xin Jingle queried. "Approximately several thousand." Chun-Ku replied. If they are not provoked, they can only unleash a few 1-star charm skills. However, if angered, they may invoke 4 or 5-star fairy-type attack skills. Shin Jingle and Guo Wanwan gasped in surprise. Recalling knowledge previously shared by Milo, Shin Jingle asked, "Are their skills effective against both male and female targets?" Shin Ku confirmed. Indeed, as this multitude contains enough male and female specimens. Thus, it would also have no effect on genderless beasts. After a while, the shrubs began to thin, giving way to a patch of coniferous trees. Within this grove of white fir, numerous beasts reside. Though their levels are low, their sheer numbers are considerable. When we reach the edge, let us pause for a moment to regroup before proceeding, for beyond lies the territory of the swamp mud tree monsters, Chun Ku stated. Shin Jingle felt a surge of excitement, aware that a battle loomed on the horizon. After flying for about 20 minutes, the coniferous trees gradually faded from view, and beyond a small patch of sand lay the ominous expanse of the swamp. Yang Li directed the dove to alight upon the sandy ground. The four descended from its back, seeking a relatively open area to rest. In the morning, Guo Wanwan appeared soft and languid, yet now she radiated vitality, undeniably demonstrating that beast tamers possess a robustness far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Shin Jingle summoned Xiaoling, requesting it to produce its large drinking vessel for a sip of water. After quenching its thirst, he intended to retract Xiaoling, but to his surprise, it was reluctant. Eager to frolic in the open, being its first venture into the secret realm, Xiaoling was filled with excitement and curiosity. Shin Jingle, contemplating the impending battle, deemed Xiaoling too young and ultimately decided against allowing it to remain outside, opting to call it back instead. After a brief respite of about 10 minutes, Shin Ku urged everyone to continue their journey. This time, he summoned both his flame eagle and crimson cat, cradling the latter in his arms while the flame shrimp perched atop his head. With a leap, he mounted the back of the flame eagle, extending his hand to Shin Jingle. Once seated upon the flame eagle, Shin Jingle found himself nostalgically yearning for the comfort of the dove. The feathers of the flame eagle were coarse and rigid, rendering the ride anything but comfortable. However, there was no time for lamentation. After adapting for a few moments, Shin Jingle steeled himself, focusing intently on the journey ahead. Yang Li and Guo Wanwan rode upon Guo Wanwan's flame eagle, the two soaring in tandem towards the marshland ahead. The marsh's mud tree monster was among the extraordinary creatures that demanded vigilance within the secret realm. Shin Jingle had diligently prepared, mentally reviewing his knowledge of the mud tree monster. Strictly speaking, it was not a singular extraordinary being, but rather a fusion of two. Within the marsh dwelled a species known as the sludge monster, a water-type beast with a growth limit of only 3 stars. Upon reaching this threshold, the sludge monster would merge with another marsh-dwelling creature, the rooted marsh tree, which had a mere 1-star growth limit and was thus amenable to being selected by the sludge monster. A single sludge monster could amalgamate with numerous marsh trees, resulting in the formidable mud tree monster. These colossal beings typically lurked beneath the murky waters, their dual nature rendering them emotionally volatile and fiercely aggressive. Should any individual or beast approach, they would launch an unrelenting assault, with those struck becoming sustenance for the marsh. Injured entities would remerge within the muck, evolving into new forms. Complicating matters further, their roots could extend to strike targets at great heights. Moreover, they possessed the capability to hurl their companions skyward, enabling coordinated attacks. Thus, even those mounted upon flying beasts were not exempt from a fierce confrontation. Within a mere 3 to 5 minutes, the quartet arrived at the edge of the marsh. Chapter 82. Seizing the moment from the back of the flame eagle, Shin Jingle gazed down, observing the ground below, a tapestry of dark brown mud, with bubbles occasionally rising to the surface of the murky waters. Xiaoqing cautiously peeked out, glancing downwards. Upon seeing the bubbling, dark mud below, she recoiled in distaste. Chen Ku and Guo Wanwan guided their flame eagles to ascend as high as possible, with Chen Ku and Shin Jingle flying ahead, while Guo Wanwan and Yang Li followed closely. Yang Li had already summoned his iron-armed monkey, but due to its lack of combat prowess and sluggish speed, he decided to return it to the soul map. The group, along with their beasts, advanced quietly while maintaining a heightened vigilance towards the depths below. After nearly 10 minutes of flight, with no changes in the swamp, Guo Wanwan, who had been quite tense, gradually exhaled a sigh of relief, gently soothing her equally anxious flame eagle. Perhaps their silent passage would allow them to avoid alerting the swamp's mud tree monsters. Just as she began to feel fortunate, a muddy root suddenly shot up from the swamp, aiming directly at Chunku's flame eagle in front. To the left, Chunku commanded. The flame eagle swiftly angled its wings, evading the attack from below. The root missed its target and fell back into the swamp, but almost immediately, 5 or 6 additional muddy roots began to thrash about, launching an assault from various directions towards Chunku's flame eagle. To the right, then up, retreat, and ascend. Chunku rapidly directed the flame eagle to dodge left and right, successfully avoiding the onslaught. A few clumps of mud splattered onto the flame eagle's wings, emitting a foul, decaying odor. A small flame flickered across the flame eagle's wings, incinerating the mud, which fell away, though the unpleasant scent lingered faintly. Before the roots could fully descend back into the swamp, 3 more roots unexpectedly sprang forth from the previously silent mud, thrashing towards Guo Wanwan's flame eagle. Although slightly anxious, Guo Wanwan swiftly commanded her flame eagle to evade, barely escaping the attack. Fly a little higher, Chunku urged. The flame eagle was not among the most adept flyers, but it could still soar several hundred meters if alone. Unfortunately, with its riders and beasts aboard, it could only manage an altitude of 50 to 60 meters, which fell squarely within the attack range of the mud tree monsters. Aware that the mud tree monsters had already been roused, Chunku decisively opted to sacrifice speed for height. Given the multitude of mud tree monsters lurking below, remaining at their current altitude would inevitably lead to concentrated assaults. Guo Wanwan promptly followed Chunku's lead, ascending higher. At that moment, several more roots swung towards them. Chunku adeptly directed his flame eagle to evade. However, Guo Wanwan's flame eagle was struck on its left wing, causing it to falter and drop several meters before regaining stability. Meanwhile, an even denser barrage of attacks surged towards Guo Wanwan's flame eagle. Observing this, Chunku quickly commanded his flame eagle to swoop down and retaliate. Firestorm. The blazing eagle descended swiftly, carrying Chunku and Shinjingle, circling above Guo Wanwan and her companion. With a fierce flap of its wings, it unleashed a barrage of fiery feathers towards the roots, assaulting Guo Wanwan. The flames engulfed a dozen feathers that shot downwards with precision. The fiery projectiles pierced through the roots, causing them to recoil in pain. Despite this, Guo Wanwan's blazing eagle was struck twice more, causing it to falter. Chunku, frustrated, was astonished to realize that Guo Wanwan's eagle, despite being of the same 3-star rank, was significantly inferior to his own. He directed his blazing eagle to descend further, positioning it beneath Guo Wanwan's. At that moment, another wave of attack approached, the fiery vortex. Chunku issued his command. The blazing eagle, maintaining a steady flight with Chunku and Shinjingle, opened its mouth and unleashed a swirling flame towards the incoming roots. The flames extended 5 to 6 meters in length and over a meter in width, swiftly creating a safe zone for Guo Wanwan and her companion. Several roots were charred to a crisp at their tips. Guo Wanwan's blazing eagle managed to stabilize just above Shinjingle's head, providing her with an opportunity to summon Little Qing. Little Qing raised its head, extending towards Guo Wanwan's eagle, its yellow petals trembling as pollen cascaded onto the eagle's body. Just as the healing process began, another assault from the swampy muck tree monster ensued. Chunku's blazing eagle had just unleashed the fiery vortex and was still regaining its composure when he grasped the crimson flame cat nestled in his arms and placed it atop the eagle. The crimson flame cat clung tightly to the eagle's feathers, climbing onto its belly, and opened its mouth wide. Once more, a fiery vortex erupted, this time larger and more ferocious than before. It measured over 10 meters in length and 3 meters in width, the searing heat palpable enough to cause Shinjingle's skin to sting. The power of the 5-star fire-type pet, the Crimson Flame Cat, was indeed extraordinary, albeit limited by its inability to fly. With the healing pollen fully restoring her eagle, Guo Wanwan commanded it to ascend. This time, Chunku opted to hold back and instructed the Crimson Flame Cat to unleash another skill, Fireball Barrage. Clinging tightly to the eagle's belly feathers, the Crimson Flame Cat conjured a large fireball in its mouth. As the swampy muck churned and roots were propelled upwards, the fireball was launched downward. The brilliant, white-hot fireball struck a root with tremendous speed, resulting in a thunderous explosion that engulfed several surrounding roots in flames. After launching the fireball barrage, the Crimson Flame Cat quickly scrambled back onto the eagle's back. Chunka scooped it up and directed the blazing eagle to soar into the heights. At last, they had escaped the attack range of the swampy muck tree monster's roots. Well done, Chunku complimented Shinjingle. If Shinjingle did not seize the opportune moment to heal Guowanwan's flame eagle just now, they would have been delayed even longer. Shinjingle turned to Guowanwan and inquired, "Are you all right?" We're fine. Thank you, Jingle. I didn't expect your reaction speed to be so swift." "You seized that fleeting moment," she replied. "If your healing creature were one that could fly, it would have been perfect," Yongli remarked. Shinjingle raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. His magical thorn, while capable of flight, could only ascend a few meters, and its speed and agility left much to be desired. It would be utterly useless in this situation. With its propeller-like appendage, it would undoubtedly become a target, ensnared by tree roots within seconds of its appearance. As Shinjingle pondered this, the swamp below stirred once more. Chapter 83. The mysterious behavior of Shaoqing this time. It was not the tree roots that erupted. Instead, bubbles began to rise from the swamp, growing increasingly large and numerous. In no time, a colossal mud ball emerged, its surface shedding layers of sludge, revealing a gigantic eye that opened wide. The eye, too, was murky, blinking as it fixed its gaze on the two flame eagles soaring above. Then came the sound of splashing, as a grotesque, round-headed creature rose from the swamp, towering over 10 meters in height. Its body was caked in mud, and countless tree roots twisted around it, burrowing in and out. Shaoqing looked down from above and felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. Magic. It's utterly repulsive, filthy, and foul-smelling. Having ascended to over 80 meters in altitude, the swamp's mud tree monster could no longer assault them with its tree roots and was compelled to adopt a different strategy. The two flame eagles struggled to carry the 4 individuals forward. "Make sure your flame eagle attacks as well," Chunku urged Guowanwan. She nodded, knowing that their only option for offense lay in her flame eagle. Although Yongli possessed a 5-star iron-arm gibbon, its bulkiness rendered it less agile than the flame cat, making it difficult to maneuver atop the flame eagle. Additionally, Yongli's iron-arm gibbon lacked the cooperative combat experience in high-altitude scenarios with Guowanwan's flame eagle. While they were engaged in conversation, the mud tree monster in the swamp bent its body, rummaging through the muck until it unearthed a smaller mud tree monster. Half its size, it hoisted the diminutive creature and, with a mighty heave, flung it skyward, sending it soaring over 40 meters high. As the smaller mud tree monster ascended, several tree roots shot toward Shinjingle and the others. This time, Chunku and Guowanwan braced themselves, skillfully dodging the attack from the small mud tree monster. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, more large mud tree monsters emerged from the swamp, bending down to search and each retrieving a smaller mud tree monster. Some small swamp mud tree monsters were captured by 2 large swamp mud tree monsters, who ruthlessly tore the smaller ones in half before, like other large swamp mud tree monsters, casting them into the air. The small swamp mud tree monsters, while suspended, launched their roots in a frantic attempt to strike at several individuals. This time, Guowanwan expertly commanded her fiery eagle to unleash a barrage of flame attacks. Chunku's fiery eagle and crimson flame cat continuously unleashed their skills, while even the 2-star flame bomb shrimp perched atop his head spewed forth fist-sized fireballs from its rear, targeting the nearby roots. Shaoqing extended a vine, forming a shield to protect Shinjingle beneath it, unwavering even when struck by the muck. Yongli's iron-armed ape also struggled to maintain its balance atop the fiery eagle, launching attacks against the encroaching roots. The fireballs from the crimson flame cat exploded incessantly upon the small swamp mud tree monsters, while the fiery whirlwinds from the 2 fiery eagles engulfed the roots encircling them. "Mud! Mud!" The small mud tree monsters cried out in pain, many of them plummeting back into the swamp with a series of splashes. Some small swamp mud tree monsters fell, while even more were hurled upwards. The battle had reached a stalemate, with their advance considerably hindered. Suddenly, Yongli let out a shriek. "Ah?" It turned out that Guowanwan's fiery eagle had been struck yet again, causing it to sway. And Yongli's iron-armed ape lost its footing and fell. "Pull it up," Shinjingle commanded. Shaoqing swiftly extended a vine, deftly maneuvering through the gaps between the attacking roots of the small swamp mud tree monsters, successfully ensnaring the iron-armed ape. As it was being pulled back, the iron-armed ape realized it was securely grasped and, seizing the opportunity, launched an attack on the surrounding roots. Xiao seemed to have discovered a delightful tactic, directing the iron-armed ape towards whichever route was closest. The iron-armed ape found it unnecessary to seek out the enemies. It merely unleashed its skills with abandon. To their astonishment, the two beasts began to harmoniously cooperate. Yang Li, observing from above, was left speechless. It can be done this way? With the full force involvement of the five-star iron-armed ape, the situation was finally brought under control. Ultimately, Chun Ku directed the Crimson Flame Cat to launch several fireball attacks. The four companions finally broke through the encirclement, with Xiao intending to place the iron-armed ape onto Guo Wanwan's fiery eagle. Just at that moment, a small swamp mud tree monster suddenly latched onto Guo Wanwan's fiery eagle, its roots swiftly constricting, causing the mud tree monster to dangle directly from the fiery eagle. The unexpected added weight caused the fiery eagle to plummet. Ah! Guo Wanwan exclaimed in alarm. Chun Ku was preparing to command his fiery eagle to come to the rescue. Xiao directly unfurled the vine it had just formed into a shield, reaching out towards Guo Wanwan and the others. The tendrils entwined with Guo Wanwan's flame eagle, wrapping around the small swamp mud tree monster, and thorns sprouted, piercing into its roots. The small swamp mud tree monster winced in pain, loosening its grip. At that moment, the tendrils that ensnared the iron-arm gibbon delivered it right before the small swamp mud tree monster. The iron-arm gibbon began a flurry of movements, prompting the small swamp mud tree monster to finally release the flame eagle, which tumbled to the edge of the swamp. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 more small swamp mud tree monsters were hurled into the air, and Chun Ku quickly directed the flame eagle to unleash a vortex of flames. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao extended her 2 tendrils, caked in mud, into the fiery whirlpool, severing them with precision. Chun Ku, bewildered, could only observe in silence. As urgency prevailed over inquiry, crossing the swamp, Chun Ku led the group to a patch of grass. Let's take a moment to recuperate here. Several of the pet creatures bore varying degrees of injury, prompting Jingle to instruct Xiao to administer treatment. Jingle, you hardly seem like a novice beast tamer. Chun Ku commented, noting both the quick reflexes of the tamer and the adaptability of the creatures, which belied a lack of experience. He had witnessed clearly how the magical thorns had autonomously devised their attack strategy, without a single command from Jingle. Most remarkably, they had managed to orchestrate the order of the iron-arm gibbon's assaults so that not a single root of the swamp mud tree monster approached them. Chun Ku was particularly puzzled by the last maneuver, where the tendrils had voluntarily entered the flames to be incinerated. Even with regenerative abilities, is such recklessness warranted? Do you not fear pain? Even if you are untroubled by pain, surely conserving energy is prudent. Chapter 84. He did not wish to accompany rascals as Chun Ku concluded his statement. Guo Wanwan chimed in. Indeed, Jingle, you seem more composed than I. Jingle, embodying the humility of a newcomer, replied, not at all. It is primarily due to Brother Chun Ku's protection. If a healer could not guarantee safety on the first day of entering a secret realm, there would be little reason for Chun Ku to accompany Yang Li and Guo Wanwan. Thus, despite the apparent peril, Jingle remained remarkably calm, harboring no undue concern. By the way, Jingle, why did your magical thorns ultimately plunge their tendrils into the flame cat's vortex to be burnt? Chun Ku finally posed the question that piqued his curiosity. Aware that Xiao obsessive-compulsive tendencies had flared, Jingle prepared to respond truthfully, only to notice the iron-arm gibbon, awaiting treatment, covered in mud and scratches. Jingle's expression darkened. It was clear that Xiao had utilized it as a defensive shield. Thus, with a straight face, he replied to Chun Ku, it was merely curious upon witnessing such a formidable flame vortex for the first time. Chun Ku retorted, I've encountered curiosity before, but never such an intense form. This is beyond comprehension. He paused for a few seconds before responding, yes? Your magical thorns need to take responsibility for the healing of our beasts. Please be mindful of conserving energy. Jingle nodded expressionlessly. At that moment, Yang Li's voice alleviated his awkwardness. Jingle, your magical thorns possess remarkable adaptability. If we encounter more aerial battles ahead, shall we continue this combination? Observing Yang Li's nonchalant demeanor towards the iron-armed ape, Jingle promptly shelved his scant sense of conscience and readily replied, no problem. Let us enjoy our collaboration. Enjoy our collaboration, Yang Li exclaimed excitedly, slapping hands with Jingle. It was the iron-armed ape's first opportunity to shine in aerial combat, much to Yang Li's delight. After all, they were soaring several dozen meters above ground, while the iron-armed ape could typically leap only about 10 meters. The ape's spirits soared as well. It gazed at the beast, providing its healing as if a love-struck boy admiring his girlfriend, finding perfection in every aspect. The creature understood itself profoundly. Wherever it wished to strike, it would propel itself there. The iron-armed ape resolved to regard the magical thorns as its foremost confidant. In stark contrast, the mood of Xiaoqing was far less delightful. The stench emanating from the beasts was unbearable, and it longed to distance itself from them. Swiftly, it tossed a couple of healing pollen to the iron-armed ape before retreating into Shun Jingle's embrace. Noticing Xiaoqing's lethargy, Shun Jingle assumed it had exhausted its energy and hurriedly summoned Xiaoling to fetch a portion of energy food for Xiaoqing. By now it was noon, and having just endured a battle, all four were famished, so they decided to have lunch on the grass. After instructing Xiaoling to bring out water and food, Shun Jingle, like Chen Ku, unceremoniously settled on the ground and began to eat heartily. Xiaoling, curious, floated nearby, and after a while, perhaps feeling too warm, it retrieved a mini fan from its silver orb. Gigi, I want to use this. It controlled the fan with its telekinesis, directing it towards Shun Jingle, who suddenly recalled having purchased the device. He took the fan and explained its operation to Xiaoling. The little creature grasped the instructions instantly and eagerly switched it on, using its tiny claws to enjoy the cool breeze. Shun Jingle continued to focus on his meal, and after a moment, he felt a refreshing gust of wind. It turned out Xiaoling was directing the fan towards him. What a considerate little companion. He hoped that when the haunting Yuyo hatched, it would be just as thoughtful. Additionally, he wished it would have no interest in undergarments, which would be simply perfect. Hopefully, they could smoothly acquire the flame crystal this time and successfully exchange it for the nether crystal upon their return. Let us move forward on the ground. We might gather some spoils and perhaps encounter a suitable beast for Guo Wanwan's contract, Chen Ku suggested as he noticed everyone had finished eating. Shun Jingle was aware that, according to the markings on the map, the danger level for the remaining distance was relatively low, so he decided to leave Xiaoling outside. Xiaoling understood they were in a secret realm and refrained from wandering off, closely following the main group. Two flame eagles carried their luggage, soaring in the air as sentinels, while Yang Li's iron-arm ape led the way and Chen Ku's scarlet flame cat brought up the rear, with the rest of the people and beasts walking in the middle as they trekked westward. The terrain here was relatively flat, dotted with various trees. It's the flame fruit. Guo Wanwan's voice suddenly rang out. Following her gaze, Shun Jingle focused on a tall red leaf tree several meters away, sparsely adorned with a few red fruits. Hee. We are fortunate. We can pick some for our pets to enjoy. Chen Ku chuckled from beside him. Yang Li directed the iron-arm ape to approach, and with a running leap, the ape swiftly ascended the tree, soon gathering several ripe fruits. The flame fruit, an energy fruit of the fire element, was something Shun Jingle had seen in the shop before, priced similarly to the wood milk fruit he had purchased earlier. As they continued, they encountered several more trees, prompting Shun Jingle to enlist Xiaoqing's help in harvesting. Now, Xiaoqing's vines had grown to over 10 meters long, no longer requiring climbing to reach the fruits. From Shun Jingle's sleeve, the vine extended gracefully, curling around the treetops to pluck the fruits. The iron-arm ape, panting and struggling up the tree, cast an admiring glance at its number one companion. Meanwhile, the still novice, Xiaoqing, buried its head in Shun Jingle's sleeve, entirely oblivious to the fact that it had garnered a 5-star admirer. The most entertaining was Gigi Ling, which used its psychic powers to levitate the flame fruits just harvested by Xiaoqing, placing them atop the tree from which the iron-arm ape was picking. Just as the ape reached for them, Gigi Ling deftly made the fruits float away. Initially frustrated, the ape soon forgave the little one, even pretending to be fooled twice when it had actually seen through the trick. Shun Jingle felt that the personalities of the pets should mirror those of their masters. Thus his fondness for Yang Li increased considerably. He hoped that when the ghostly Yuyu was born, it wouldn't be as mischievous as Xiaoling, as he certainly did not wish to handle a bunch of unruly children. Aside from a few flame fruit trees, the path held nothing particularly remarkable. Contemplating, Shun Jingle thought it might be beneficial to have Xiaoqing train while they walked, perhaps developing a new skill in the process. He recalled researching wind-based skills on his phone the previous evening and deemed the flying leaf blade to be quite suitable for Xiaoqing to learn. This was an intermediate wood-based skill that allowed the user to launch leaves to strike opponents. Given Xiaoqing's naturally serrated leaf shape, it was an ideal fit. Chapter 85. Xiaoqing becomes clever without hesitation. Shun Jingle promptly addressed the magical thorns in his sleeve, saying, Xiaoqing, extend your head out. Magical? Master? As you rotate the leaves beneath your yellow blossoms, akin to the graceful twirling of tendrils, endeavor to cast them away. Magic? Yes, sever them and send them flying. Little Qing did not question the reasoning behind this. She complied with Shun Jingle's instructions. Beneath the delicate yellow flowers lay 3 tightly clustered leaves, which she began to rotate slowly. Whether or not they would break was uncertain, but the brisk wind generated by the increasingly rapid spinning of the leaves swiftly dispelled the foul odor that had lingered around her head. Such a refreshing sensation. Little Qing fanned vigorously. Observing this, Little Ling's interest was piqued, and she used her telekinesis to maneuver a miniature fan before Little Qing. Gigi, may we exchange? Little Qing replied, Gigi, this is quite effective. Without awaiting Little Qing's consent, Little Ling tossed the fan towards her, intent on plucking the leaves from Little Qing's makeshift fan. Nearby, Guowanwan laughed heartily, remarking, Jingle, your magical thorns must only be 1 star, huh? Mastering the flying leaves technique is no simple feat, and relying on Gigi's assistance to pluck them is hardly sufficient. Ha ha ha. Shun Jingle regarded Little Ling's antics with an expressionless demeanor and said, It's fine. Just practice for fun. At that moment, Chunku's flame eagle soared back. Flame. Ahead lies several 3-star Fire Mars hounds, he announced, immediately halting the trio. The presence of flame hounds likely indicated the nearby existence of the prized chi sui fruit, a favorite among these fiery creatures. Yangli exclaimed, A chi sui fruit can fetch upwards of 100,000. I never imagined we would find some here. Regrettably, during our last visit, we couldn't venture this far. Guowanwan was equally exhilarated. She had already gathered a considerable amount of flame fruits, which had greatly satisfied her. Although each fruit was valued at around 30,000. The sheer quantity made it worthwhile. She calculated that their recent harvest could easily amount to several 100,000, sufficient for her to procure a fine pet beast. Little did Guowanwan realize that they were accompanied by 2 5-star pet beasts, providing a high level of protection within the expedition team of Secret Realm No. 26. In contrast, an ordinary team, like Yang Li's previous venture with only 1 5-star pet, faced tremendous difficulties without a flying companion, ultimately yielding minimal rewards. Shun Jingle, however, held little interest in items worth merely a few thousand. He had given all the flame fruits he helped gather to Chinku. Yet, the allure of items valued at over 100,000 intrigued him, if only because he had never encountered such treasures before. Thus, he swiftly summoned Little Ling into his soul map and hurried to catch up with Chunku and the others. After a few steps, he realized that Little Qing was still adorned with the fan. He had forgotten to have Little Ling store it away first. Shun Jingle feigned ignorance, allowing Xiaoqing to remain suspended. As for Xiaoqing, it relished the situation, finding it exceedingly convenient to dangle the object about, blowing wherever it pleased. The group hastily arrived at the location of the Martian dogs, where they spied several of the creatures encircling a vibrant red conifer. The tree bore numerous fruits, among which 6 glistened with a flowing, magma-like luminescence, clearly indicating their ripeness. The Martian dogs, unable to climb the tree and wary of using their skills for fear of damaging it, obediently squatted around the red fruit tree, tongues lolling and drooling as they eagerly awaited the fruits to drop. Upon closer inspection, Shun Jingle noticed remnants of fruit skins scattered about, evidencing that the dogs had already feasted on some. The blazing cat and iron-armed ape set off to distract the dogs, while the group mounted the blazing eagle to approach. Jingle, have your magical thorns harvest the ripe red fruits, Chunku instructed. The 4 swiftly ascended the back of the blazing eagle, while the blazing cat and iron-armed ape dashed toward the Martian dogs. Before long, the squatting Martian dogs sensed the approaching blazing cat and iron-armed ape. One by one, they rose, fur bristling and backs arched, issuing threatening growls. The blazing cat and iron-armed ape refrained from unleashing their skills, fearing harm to the red fruit tree. The Martian dogs shared the same concern, resorting only to vocal threats. A brief skirmish ensued, primarily employing physical attacks. In that moment, the iron-armed ape exhibited remarkable prowess, delivering swift kicks, hand strikes, and spinning kicks, effortlessly taking down several Martian dogs before leaping to snatch a red fruit and making a hasty retreat. Seeing this, some of the Martian dogs gave chase, while the blazing cat seized the opportunity to climb the tree and pluck a fruit, darting in the opposite direction. The remaining Martian dogs pursued the blazing cat. Shin Jingle couldn't help but grimace, feeling as though he were witnessing the folly of a dim-witted creature. The blazing eagle carried Chen Ku and Shun Jingle closer to the red fruit tree, where Shin Jingle directed Xiaoqing to harvest the 4 ripe fruits at the top. Xiaoqing extended its vines toward the shimmering red fruits, sensing an increasing heat as it approached. Tentatively touching one with its tip, it found it quite warm. It swiftly coiled around and plucked the fruit. Curiously, the harvested fruit was no longer hot, as the flowing luminescence gradually receded beneath the skin. Astonished, Xiaoqing continued to gather a second fruit. While reaching for the third, it discerned a source of heat further below, prompting it to explore downwards, where it made contact with the tree roots protruding from the ground. Delving deeper, Xiaoqing's vines sprouted thorns, piercing and slicing through the roots. As its tendrils burrowed further, it discovered a small, extremely hot fragment, not a fruit. Xiaoqing quickly enveloped it with leaves and ascended, successfully harvesting the 3rd and 4th fruits in one breath. As Xiaoqing was pulled up, she held 2 sizable fruits aloft, swaying them before Chen Ku's eyes. Meanwhile, a vine stealthily coiled around the recently unearthed object, surreptitiously tucking it into Shun Jingli's pocket. On that day, when the master had discussed the distribution of their harvest, it was made abundantly clear that the master's own gains did not require submission. Moreover, she had distinctly heard Chen Ku instructing her to only gather fruits. Therefore, this unknown item surely belonged to the master's personal collection. It must not be submitted, nor should they be made aware of it. At the moment Xinjing Lu was captivated by the 2 crimson marrow fruits, he felt a sudden weight pulling at his pocket. Instantly, the sensation could only be described as scorching against the skin. Chapter 86. Digging away. Xinjing Lu exerted considerable effort to suppress any unusual reaction. As the heat radiated from his pocket, he glanced over and noticed Xiaoqing's vine gently tapping his pocket, immediately understanding that his pet had procured something valuable for him. Once all the ripe crimson marrow fruits had been harvested, Chen Ku directed the blazing eagle towards the direction of the flame cat. Before long, they caught up with the flame cat, which was circling with several Firestar hounds. Xiaoqing extended a vine to ensnare the flame cat. At that moment, Guo Wanwan and Yang Li, who were returning on the blazing eagle after assisting the iron-armed gibbon, joined them. The Firestar hounds finally realized they had been deceived, roaring in anger and unleashing flames towards the sky, but to no avail. The group swiftly eluded the Firestar hounds and found an open space to settle once more. All 6 crimson marrow fruits were gathered in Chen Ku's hands. He took out his backpack, placing 5 inside, and handed the final one to Xinjing Lu. During the process of acquiring the crimson marrow fruits, Xinjing Lu had not contributed much effort. Without Xiaoqing's assistance, they could have still gathered them. The reason for allocating one to Xinjing Lu was primarily due to his significant involvement in the battle against the swamp mud tree monster. Additionally, he had not participated in the earlier distribution of the flame fruits. Xinjing Lu accepted the fruit without hesitation, summoning Xiao Ling to store the crimson marrow fruit in its space. Xiao Ling produced a silver orb and rummaged within it for a moment before placing the crimson marrow fruit inside. We shall rest here for a while, allowing the blazing eagle to scout the area for a water source to replenish our supplies, Chen Ku suggested, seizing the opportunity under the pretext of needing to relieve himself. Xinjing Lu took Xiaoqing and Xiao Ling to a secluded spot. After ensuring their surroundings were safe, he retrieved the item from his pocket. To his astonishment, it was a flame crystal weighing approximately 100 grams. Why would such a thing be found at the root of a crimson marrow fruit tree? He pondered, thinking it was typically only found near volcanic craters. This magic essence, he mused, is likely left by the Firestar hounds, enabling the crimson marrow fruits to ripen more rapidly. In the past, Mother would take such measures to ensure we could savor delicious fruits sooner. Thus, it became clear to Xinjing that the pack of dogs had, with great effort, unearthed a piece of volcanic crystal from the crater and buried it near the crimson fruit tree, eagerly awaiting the moment to indulge in the fruits. Unfortunately, their plan was thwarted. Poor dogs, one could only spare a moment of sympathy for them. Xinjing gently patted Xiaoqing, praising, "Well done, splendid." Xiaoqing joyfully shook her little floral head in response. With immense delight, Xinjing handed the volcanic crystal to Xiao Ling for safekeeping. "Zhi. It can no longer be stored," Xiao Ling remarked. The previous crimson fruit had found its way inside only due to the external influence of the electric fan. After some contemplation, Shen Jingle instructed Xiao Ling to retrieve his water cup. Upon his return, Chun Ku and the others observed him approaching with the cup in hand. Yang Li jested, "What is this? Are you simultaneously hydrating while filling your cup?" Shen Jingle replied with a nonchalant expression, "I'm thirsty." Yang Li mused. It feels like this little brat is the ultimate conversation ender. Can't he perceive the humor in that? He is utterly devoid of charm, destined to remain single. Before long, Guo Wanwan's fiery eagle was the first to return, having located a water source. Chun Ku sensed the position of his fiery eagle and effortlessly summoned it back using the soul map. The group set forth once more, heading towards the water source. This time, Xiao Ling was not retracted by Shen Jingle. Instead, it retrieved the small electric fan from Xiao Qing and followed along, providing a gentle breeze. After approximately 10 minutes, a small pond, about 10 meters wide, appeared before them. The water appeared quite clear, and with little left in his cup. Shen Jingle decided to drink it all in one go. He then instructed Xiao Ling to produce the water filtration cotton he had purchased earlier, tearing off a piece and placing it over the mouth of his cup before submerging it into the pond, patiently awaiting the water to filter through. This filtration cotton contained specialized purifying components, ensuring that the water filtered through it would be entirely safe for consumption. After a while, the large cup filled with water. Shen Jingle stood up, noticing that everyone had filled their containers, and he set Xiao Qing down. Without hesitation, Xiao Qing plunged into the pond, reveling in a thorough wash. Once finished, she emerged from the water and called out to the iron-armed monkey, "Magic, you should join me for a wash." The iron-armed monkey was not particularly fond of bathing, but did not mind it either. Upon hearing Magic summons, it unhesitatingly leaped in. Iron-arm. The diving iron-armed monkey called out to the fiery eagle, the crimson cat, and the flame shrimp, inviting them to join in. Consequently, it was met with a wave of disdainful looks. Seeing that Magic and the iron-armed monkey were washing, Xiao Ling also floated towards the pond, eager to join, only to be swiftly pulled back by Xiao Qing. "Magic, the water is dirty, don't wash." "Gigi, it's not dirty, it's quite clean." "Magic, it's dirty. Let us continue our exploration and find a place to rest before nightfall." Chun Ku noticed that everyone was nearly ready, so he stood up to urge them on. During the subsequent journey, each individual made some gains, gathering a few spiritual fruits and herbs. However, their quality was not particularly high, comparable to the fiery fruit encountered earlier. As per their initial agreement, Guo Wanwan and Yang Li surrendered their findings to Chun Ku. This time, Chun Ku did not take everything but left them a third of their harvest. Before darkness fell, the group arrived at the edge of a sandy area. Consulting the map, they confirmed that the dormant volcano Chun Ku sought lay ahead within the sands. They decided to rest there and set their sights on reaching their destination the following day. Chun Ku's spiritual fruits and plants were already packed into 3 large bags, all carried by the flame eagle along the way. Now, having halted for a break, Chun Ku set down his burdens. The iron-armed gibbon gathered some firewood nearby, while Yang Li kindled a fire. The 4 of them gathered around the campfire for dinner, each feeding their pets energy meals, with their beasts on night watch. Everyone took out their sleeping bags and settled in. During the first half of the night, Chun Ku assigned his crimson flame cat and Yang Li's dove to keep watch. Since each person needed to have a pet outside, Guo Wanwan's flame eagle and Shen Jingle's wisdom spirit, although not on guard, remained outside their soul charts. The flame eagle, exhausted from the day's exertions, lay down beside Guo Wanwan and dozed off. The wisdom spirit, having ventured out little during the day, was now quite lively, flitting between chatting with the crimson flame cat and singing with the dove. Fortunately, at that moment, everyone was wide awake and engaged in conversation, so they allowed it to be. Shen Jingle, feeling bored, took out his phone, but there was no signal in the secret realm, and the messages remained stagnant from a day prior. He wondered about the outcomes of the Yuan and Zhang families' affairs, hoping for good news upon exiting the realm. As the night deepened and silence enveloped them, the group gradually succumbed to slumber. The wisdom spirit, having ceased its chatter, shifted its interest to digging in the sand. It extended its small claws and began to excavate, wholly engrossed. It had just clearly seen something burrowing beneath the sand. Chapter 87. Equivalent exchange before long. The wisdom spirit unearthed the object it had spotted earlier, a freshly born sand scorpion, still an infant like itself. The little sand scorpion had merely ventured out for a stroll when it encountered this relentless pursuer. which irked it to the point of snapping its pincers and catching the wisdom spirit's claw. Thus, when the wisdom spirit extricated its tiny claw, it found a diminutive sand scorpion clinging to its nail. The scorpion's hue was nearly indistinguishable from the sand, slightly translucent, with only its pincers being black. Without hesitation, the wisdom spirit grabbed a stick and prodded the sand scorpion off, placing it over the fire to roast. It intended to treat itself to a little extra meal, confident in its instinct that this tiny creature would be delectable, despite not knowing its flavor. Soon, the air filled with the aroma of protein sizzling. The wisdom spirit drooled profusely, swiftly using its short claws to snatch the roasted sand scorpion and stuff it into its mouth. Chew, chew, crisp and fragrant. Though there was a slight shortage of meat, Zhi Ling, still not satiated, turned attentively to the sandy ground. After a moment of keen observation, a sand scorpion finally emerged, and with excitement, it floated over, ready to employ its previous tactics. However, it soon discovered that another scorpion had also surfaced nearby, larger and more robust. Then another appeared, and another, until a multitude of sand scorpions crawled toward the camp. Zhi Ling gasped. Surely, it couldn't have caused this chaos? Yen Yen, the fiery feline, emitted a warning sound. Chun Ku abruptly awakened, sensing the disturbance, and hurriedly roused the others. They swiftly got up, clutching their pets and their belongings, and ascended onto the back of the dove. The dove spread its wings and took flight, leaving behind the once peaceful resting place, now inundated by sand scorpions. Shen Lu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, afflicted by his fear of crowded spaces. Although these were merely scattered sand scorpions without significant offensive capability, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Yang Li, perched on the dove, pondered aloud. What shall we do now? Should we set them ablaze? Guo inquired. Chen Ku immediately interjected, absolutely not. Sand scorpions are notoriously vengeful. Attack one, and a swarm will retaliate. They may even possess higher ranks among their ranks, and we shouldn't squander our time and energy on this. Yang Li questioned, why would they suddenly assault our camp? I specifically used powder to disperse the nearby scorpions while tending the fire, harming none. Shen Jinglu, having heard Zhi Ling's delightful remarks and craving another taste, hesitantly asked, is there a way to drive them away? Chen Ku replied, offer them something to eat, something energizing. They thrive on equivalent exchange. Shen Jinglu instructed Xiao Ling to produce a packet of energy rations, which were promptly scattered. The energy rations were quickly snatched up by the sand scorpions. Xiao Ling then retrieved another packet, inquiring of Shen Jinglu, if I give them another one, will they allow me to eat another? Shen Jinglu responded, so you only remember the notion of equivalent exchange, do you? Can this mischievous child be reprimanded? Shen Jinglu shook his head, and Xiao Ling's spirit visibly sank. Meanwhile, the swarm of sand scorpions below emitted a rustling sound, and soon, the once towering mound of scorpions dispersed in all directions. The group descended once more, laying out their sleeping bags in the same spot. This time, to ensure a peaceful slumber, Yang Li sprinkled a circle of powder around the camp. Jing Lu, it's perfectly natural for young pets to be curious. We don't mind, Yang Li reassured Shen Jinglu. When Zhi Ling had earlier questioned Shen Jinglu, they had all learned, through their pets' translations, that Zhi Ling was the instigator of this unexpected predicament. I apologize for disrupting your sleep, Shen Jinglu said, handing out bottles of beverages he had previously purchased as a small token of contrition. No worries, for the secret realm is a place where unexpected occurrences are the norm, Chen Ku remarked with a sense of grandeur. Observing that everyone was unperturbed, Shen Jinglu chose not to dwell on it any longer. After offering a few words of caution to Xiao Ling, instructing it to refrain from any erratic behavior, Xiao Ling nodded obediently, well aware of the principle of equivalent exchange. Once the group had succumbed to slumber once more, Xiao Ling quietly drifted outside the camp and retrieved a pouch of its energy rations, tearing it open. Zhi, equivalent exchange, do you desire more? Shortly thereafter, a sand scorpion emerged from the ground. Sha, is there more? Xiao Ling tossed out 2 morsels, which the sand scorpion promptly devoured. Sha, still want more? Xiao Ling covered the pouch. Zhi, equivalent exchange. The sand scorpion circled in place, contemplating for a moment before burrowing back into the earth. A few seconds later, the sand beneath Xiao Ling began to stir, and soon, hundreds of sand scorpions popped their heads above ground. Their pincers clinked together, jostling for attention. After a while, several sand scorpions lifted a smaller one using their pincers, and presented it to Xiaoling amused. Xiaoling speared the small sand scorpion with a wooden stick and tossed a handful of energy rations down. Turning around, it proceeded to roast the small sand scorpion over the fire. Crispy and delicious. After finishing one, it turned back towards the gathering of sand scorpions. The sand scorpions had elected another to present to Xiaoling. This cycle continued, and by the time the night was deep, Xiaoling finally grew weary of the feast, having consumed 3 bags of energy rations. Yet, the swarm of sand scorpions remained, encircling it. After some contemplation, Xiaoling retrieved a piece of flame crystal from its silver orb. Gigi, if you can procure this, I shall trade with you once more. 1 piece for 1 bag. The sand scorpions clinked their pincers together, and soon all vanished underground. Xiaoling waited for an extended period, but not a single sand scorpion resurfaced. Losing patience and feeling full and fatigued, it resolved to return to sleep. By now, it was the middle of the night, and the watch was taken over by Yang Li's iron-armed gibbon and Chun Ku's fiery eagle. Shen Jingle recalled Xiaoling back into the soul map and released Xiaoqing. The latter half of the night passed peacefully, and the group slept soundly until dawn. After breakfast, they fed the beasts their energy rations and prepared to set off once more. Today, we shall head directly to the volcano's mouth. Although it is a dormant volcano, the temperatures remain exceedingly high. Do be cautious to avoid burns, Chun Ku advised the group. Given the safety of high-altitude flights in the sand, they once again boarded Yang Li's dove for their journey. On the back of the dove, Chun Ku continued to expound to the group. There will certainly be more than 3 types of fire-type beasts near the volcanic crater. The most common are the fire star hounds and the blazing sparrows, both at the 3-star level. However, within the crater, there may be 5-star beasts. At that time, I implore you all to refrain from rash actions and adhere to my directives. Chapter 88. A reckless steed. The 3 nodded in agreement. In truth, the acquisition of flame crystals was primarily for Chun Ku, as his blazing eagle was on the verge of promotion. To elevate the blazing eagle from 3 to 4 stars, auxiliary materials in the form of flame crystals were required. Yet, Guowanwan also possessed a blazing eagle, which had only recently ascended to the 3rd tier and was still far from the 4th. Nevertheless, should an opportunity arise to procure some flame crystals, she would not willingly forfeit it. Since yesterday, when Shun Jingle demonstrated a certain level of capability, Chun Ku had consented to their retaining 1/3 of the spoils. On the surface, it appeared as though Chun Ku was relinquishing benefits. However, in reality, with Shun Jingle not requiring Chun Ku's constant oversight, their overall yield would significantly increase. Ultimately, Chun Ku's actual gains might exceed his initial expectations. The group traveled on the dove for nearly 2 hours, arriving at a rocky expanse. Let us pause and regroup, Chun Ku suggested. Yang Li commanded the dove to halt, and the group swiftly replenished their hydration and stretched. Not far ahead lay the dormant volcanic crater. At that time, we shall remain on the periphery and not approach too closely. We will send the 2 blazing eagles ahead to divert the surrounding beasts. Meanwhile, the flame cats and iron arm apes will advance swiftly on the ground to enter the crater. Gather the flame crystals and retreat before the 5-star beasts become aware, Chun Ku instructed. Meanwhile, at the volcanic crater, a dozen 3-star fire star hounds and over 32-star blazing sparrows were locked in a standoff. The blazing sparrows intermittently launched fiery feathers at the fire star hounds, while the hounds retaliated by spewing flames skyward. Fire-type beasts exhibit some resistance to fire-type attacks, yet since the energy is not their own, they still incur injuries. The same principle applies to beasts of other elements. Although the fire star hounds sustained injuries from the blazing sparrows, they did not yield an inch. Frustrated, one particularly enraged blazing sparrow dove down to unleash a torrent of flames upon a fire star hound, only to be met with a fiery vortex, resulting in its unfortunate demise. The lead blazing sparrow emitted a series of shrill cries, exasperated by the incessant annoyance posed by the hounds. They had previously agreed to alternate in collecting flame crystals. Yesterday was the fire star hound's turn, and today it was to be the blazing sparrows. Yet, the hounds had suddenly returned to seize the crystals, an act deemed utterly excessive. The leader of the fire star hounds howled in protest, asserting that they merely intended to take 1 crystal, just enough to hasten the ripening of the crimson core fruit. However, the blazing sparrows remained unconvinced. We can be trusted to honor our word. We agreed to take 1 crystal, they retorted, and thus, the 2 factions engaged in battle. Within the crater lay a significant quantity of flame crystals. The purity was lower at the periphery and increased as one ventured deeper within. Within the confines of this realm reside several five-star beasts, which daily dispose of low-purity flame crystals. The lower-tier beasts outside eagerly await their turn to claim these discarded treasures. When Shin Jingle and his companions arrived, they witnessed a recent skirmish between the Firestar Hound and the Flame Sparrow, which had stirred the attention of the five-star Inferno Star Hound and the explosive Flame Sparrow within. The leaders on both sides were preparing to intervene, prompting the Firestar Hound and the Flame Sparrows to obediently pause their conflict. Shin Ku, observing from a distance, noted the presence of merely two types of three-star beasts lingering at the periphery, and without hesitation, he commenced the execution of their prior plan. The group perched atop a dove, maintaining a safe distance. Two blazing eagles soared forth, each unleashing a flurry of skills upon the Firestar Hound and the Flame Sparrow before swiftly retreating. The Firestar Hound and the Flame Sparrow, already agitated, could no longer restrain themselves and turned their furious gazes towards the blazing eagles in pursuit. One blazing eagle, diverting the attention of the Firestar Hound, deliberately flew low, evading capture by accelerating just as the hound drew near. Meanwhile, the other blazing eagle, unencumbered by passengers, effortlessly outpaced and outflew the Flame Sparrows, alternating between rapid bursts and leisurely glides to keep them in tow. On another front, the Crimson Flame Cat and the Iron Arm Monkey stealthily approached the volcano's mouth, only to encounter the Inferno Star Hound and the explosive Flame Sparrow, who had emerged to defend their subordinates. Who are these interlopers seeking to steal flame crystals? Without a moment's hesitation, the Inferno Star Hound and the explosive Flame Sparrow unleashed their skills in response. The Crimson Flame Cat and the Iron Arm Monkey floundered in their defense. Shin Ku, taken aback, wondered how they had been discovered before even attempting their theft. Wasn't it customary for these five-star beasts to remain below? Moreover, according to the strategy, five-star beasts should not pursue intruders over a mere loss of low-purity flame crystals. However, witnessing the relentless confrontation before him, he could only think of the absurdity of it all. Was it truly necessary to react so fiercely over a trivial theft? Prioritizing safety, Shin Ku resolved to abandon the endeavor and flee. Upon hearing the retreat command, the Crimson Flame Cat and the Iron Arm Monkey hastily made their escape. But the Inferno Star Hound and the explosive Flame Sparrow were relentless in their pursuit. Particularly, the five-star explosive Flame Sparrow, swift as the wind, took notice of the two thieves being accompanied by beast masters and veered towards Shin Jingle and his companions. Yang Li urgently directed the dove to flee outward. Yet, the dove's speed paled in comparison to that of the explosive Flame Sparrow, and soon they were on the brink of being overtaken, with the Crimson Flame Cat and the Iron Arm Monkey still not returned. The only combat-capable beasts on their side were Shin Ku's two-star Flame Shrimp and Shin Jingle's one-star Magical Thorn. What could they do? Were they doomed? A sense of despair enveloped Guo Wanwan, just as she heard Shin Ku instruct to recall their beasts. Of course, they could summon them back. The trio's star formation shimmered twice, and the Crimson Flame Cat, Iron Arm Monkey, and both Blazing Eagles were swiftly returned to their soul maps before being summoned anew. Shin Jingle summoned Ji Ling, and at such a moment, concerns regarding the combat capability of the juvenile creature were rendered irrelevant. Any assistance was welcome. If necessary, they could always return to the soul core and nurture it anew. Xiaoqing adeptly coiled a vine around the iron-armed monkey to shield against the onslaught of the explosive Flame Sparrow. With determination, it thrust the iron-armed monkey into the massive vortex of flames created by the sparrow. Despite its formidable defenses, the iron-armed monkey endured the searing pain and bravely executed a powerful strike. The explosive Flame Sparrow was struck squarely on its forehead and momentarily succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing's vine was incinerated to a crisp upon entering the fiery whirlpool. After unleashing the strike, the iron-armed monkey plummeted several meters, only to be ensnared once more by another vine from Xiaoqing, returning it to the recently revived explosive Flame Sparrow. Once more, Yang Li winced at the sight, exclaiming, "Jingle, your combat style with that magical thorn is truly reckless." It was hard to describe. He could only wonder if it feared pain at all. Chapter 89, Chubby. You are amazing. As the explosive Flame Sparrow regained its senses, it had yet to unleash its abilities. This time, the iron-armed monkey unleashed a relentless series of strikes, delivering 3 consecutive blows that rendered the sparrow unconscious. The sparrow's head, already its weak point, succumbed to the pure and concentrated force of the iron-armed monkey's advanced combat skill, causing it to fall straight from the sky without even having had the chance to leverage its advantages. At that moment, the Inferno Starhound had caught up, and upon witnessing the sparrow incapacitated, it turned and dashed toward the volcano, howling for reinforcements. Realizing its intent, Chinku promptly urged, "Quickly finish it and escape." The Crimson Flame Cat and the battle-worn iron-armed monkey confronted the hound. Although it was a 2-on-1 scenario, the battle was far from one-sided. The Inferno Star Hound proved itself formidable, and after several exchanges, it was finally subdued by the iron-armed monkey and the Crimson Flame Cat. However, the hound was not one to surrender easily, retaliating with its own abilities. The iron-armed monkey and the Crimson Flame Cat responded in kind, unleashing their own attacks. In an instant, flames erupted, engulfing all three figures in a sea of fire. Yang Li shouted into the blaze, "Yang Daong, come out!" Yet, the iron-armed monkey did not heed the command and remained engaged in battle. Yang Li's expression darkened. Had the iron-armed monkey also succumbed to recklessness? What was it thinking? It was the only fighter of its kind amidst two fire types, and in its injured state, why was it joining the fray with the Crimson Flame Cat? Did it not know to evade? Was it addicted to fire? After a while, as the flames subsided, the iron-armed monkey lay motionless on the ground. Yang Li reflected on naming it Yang Daong, hoping to instill a sense of bravery in the timid creature. However, today it had indeed exceeded the bounds of courage. Observing the fallen iron-armed monkey, Shaoqing quickly extended a vine to try and retrieve it. At that moment, the fiery cat and the blazing hound, engaged in a struggle, began to show signs of movement. The blazing hound was on the verge of breaking free from the fiery cat's restraint. "Absorb." Shinjingle suddenly issued the command. Just as the vines intended to wrap around the iron-armed ape, they hesitated for a brief moment before redirecting to ensnare the still struggling blazing hound. Each thorn pierced deeply, and soon, more vines joined the entanglement. Energy absorption. In mere seconds, the once vigorous blazing hound suddenly lost its spirit. Little Qing hovered in the air, her vines growing increasingly robust, and her petals began to swell, resembling a multitude of inflated balloons. The magical energy was inexhaustible, far too abundant. Enough. Seeing Little Qing nearly inflated to the point of bursting, Shinjingle promptly called for a halt. The blazing hound, still with some strength, attempted to launch an attack. But this time, the fiery cat did not grant it another chance. After a few exchanges, the blazing hound fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the recent battle, the group swiftly mounted the blazing eagle. Yang Li recalled the dove and the unconscious iron-armed ape, while Little Qing, unable to move due to her engorged state, was also returned to the soul map by Shinjingle. The previously unnoticed Zhiji Ling used telekinesis to bring the recently battled fiery cat over. Just as Chun Ku was about to summon the fiery cat back, an expression of surprise crossed his face. At that moment, commotion arose from the volcano's mouth, and several 5-star beasts emerged. Additionally, the previously diverted 3-star Mars Hound and 2-star Flame Sparrow were also making their way towards them. Flee! The group hastily took flight on the blazing eagle. The pursuing enemies relentlessly chased them, and it took over an hour of flight to finally shake them off. Fortunately, the blazing eagle, while flying at low altitude, maintained impressive speed, allowing them to distance themselves from the 5-star explosive sparrow. Initially, they had flown west towards the volcano, but in their escape, they veered northeast. They eventually reached the edge of the sandy terrain, and the time had already passed 1 in the afternoon. Exhausted and famished, they decided to pause and recuperate. Yang Li summoned the iron-armed ape, which had regained consciousness from its earlier state in the soul map, though its injuries were still alarming. "Jingle, please let your magical thorns heal it." Shinjingle hurriedly summoned Little Qing, but she still appeared swollen. With concern, Shinjingle inquired, "Little Qing, are you all right?" "Magical energy. I feel so full and swollen. Can I heal the iron-armed ape?" "Magical energy. I'll give it a try." The plump Little Qing turned towards the iron-armed ape and shook her balloon-like petals. No pollen fell. Shinjingle pondered. Could it be that the excessive energy is hindering her ability? Let us see if she can expend some energy. Move aside and use a spinning strike to release some energy. Such a physical skill should be less affected. Little Qing obediently shifted to the side, extending several plump vines that began to sway. As it waved, a sensation of itchiness spread across its skin, prompting the desire to grow thorns. And so it did. Shimmering green thorns emerged from the vines, lengthening with each passing moment. Whoosh! Just as Shin Jingle found the dazzling green of the thorns overwhelming, one of them shot forth and pricked him on the backside. Instantly, a refreshing sensation radiated from the point of impact throughout his entire body. Shin Jingle felt invigorated, as if all his fatigue had been swept away. He glanced down to discover that the thorn had already softened and fallen away on its own. The robust gibbon, eager for Little Ching's swift recovery, stood rather close and was pricked multiple times. Almost immediately, its wounds visibly healed, restoring it to its former state in no time. Others, both human and beast, experienced varying degrees of the same fate, save for Yang Li and Zhi Ling, who escaped unharmed. Yang Li was fortuitously leaning against a tree, shielded from the onslaught, while Zhi Ling, capable of floating, simply avoided the pricks altogether, having no desire for an injection. The initiator of this chaos, Little Ching, believed it had caused trouble and ceased its barrage of thorns. Yang Li, with a look of wonder, asked, "Jingle, what kind of skill is this? I don't think I've ever heard of it." Shin Jingle replied, "I am not certain either." Chen Ku interjected, "Thorn-type companion beasts can learn to launch thorns as an attack at the 3-star level." Yang Li countered, "But you just mentioned that it is an attack." Chen Ku clarified, "It is a healing companion beast. Using launched thorns for healing is not out of the question, is it? Generally, one can only learn to launch thorns at the 3-star level." Guo Wanwan chimed in, "But it is only 1 star." Shin Jingle speculated, "Perhaps it just absorbed an excessive amount of energy, a special circumstance." The three gradually remembered that the appearance of the magical thorns was a result of recently absorbing the energy from a flame star hound. Energy absorption, a super skill, one that even bronze-level companion beasts might not possess. If a low-level companion beast could wield such a skill, it must either stem from its innate racial talent or be an extraordinary individual. Ah, wait. The flame star hound is a fire-type companion beast. This implies that the magical thorns can also convert energy. Another super skill. Well, if it can master super skills, then an advanced thorn-launching attack is hardly remarkable, even if it is the healing variant. Chapter 90. I don't want an injection. Observing the spirited expressions of Chun Ku and the others, Yang Li could no longer contain his excitement and stepped forward, requesting the magical thorns to administer a prick to him as well. Little Ching raised a vine and with a vigorous flick, sent 2 thorns flying toward Yang Li, both piercing into his thigh. Yang Li's expression transformed instantaneously into one of utter bliss, as if he were floating on clouds. Shin Jingle placed a hand to his forehead, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement as he recalled his intention for Little Ching to learn the skill of flying leaf blades. Unexpectedly, the flying leaf blade was not mastered, and instead, it transformed into the flying needle healer. After launching a few pricks, although Xiaoqing still appeared plump, she no longer felt as distressed as before. She practiced nearby for a while and soon became adept at using the flying needle technique for healing. Xiaoling floated over to Xiaoqing with a look of deep concern, inquiring tenderly, "Gigi, will you still be able to use pollen healing?" With her chubby face, Xiaoqing replied, "Magic. It seems not." Xiaoling's expression immediately turned despondent. "No, I don't want to get an injection if I'm injured. I only wish to spray fragrant pollen." Touched by Xiaoling's heartfelt concern, Xiaoqing extended her vine and gently patted Xiaoling's head. "Magic, do not worry. Things will improve later." Chun Ku's primary objective in entering the secret realm was to obtain the flame crystal, and he was naturally reluctant to abandon this pursuit. However, the current moment was not opportune for retreat, as a multitude of agitated 5-star beasts surrounded them. Given that those creatures were already prepared, returning now would yield little chance of success. It was wiser to rest here and set out early the next morning. Yet, it felt a bit too premature to rest at this hour. Let us have a meal first, then explore the dense forest ahead. In the evening, we will return to our current location to sleep. This forest poses minimal danger. We can divide into 2 teams for exploration, maintaining communication with our devices, Chun Ku proposed. The 3 had no objections. Thus Chun Ku teamed up with Shin Jingle, while Yang Li paired with Guo Wanwan. They each selected a direction and entered the forest. "Jingle, how large has your Gigi spirit grown?" Chun Ku casually inquired while leading the way ahead of Shin Jingle. He was genuinely astonished by Shin Jingle this time. He had initially thought him to be merely a 1-star beast master, but to his surprise, he was a 2-star, having contracted a Gigi spirit. The Gigi spirit appeared relatively small, and its ability to carry objects was already unexpected. He never anticipated it could control a 5-star beast to soar into the air using telekinesis. Although the flame cat was not large and weighed little, it was still a 5-star extraordinary creature, and the energy level was substantial. To manipulate it with telekinesis meant contending with the energy within. Even if the flame cat offered no resistance, it was no small feat for a 1-star beast, let alone a 0-star Gigi spirit. Thus, Shenku was even more astonished by the Gigi spirit's ability to lift the flame cat than by its capability to carry items. Perhaps this Gigi spirit would soon reach 1 star, he thought after asking, and then he heard Shin Jingle's response. It hatched 11 days ago, on August 1st. Shenku exclaimed, "What did you say? Is it your words that are unclear, or is it my hearing that is faulty?" 11 days? He decided not to press further, realizing that asking again would only lead to disdain toward his creature. The two continued walking quietly through the forest. Ji Ling floated around, glancing here and there, when it suddenly stumbled upon a half-meter-tall berry bush adorned with vibrant, ruby-red fruits that seemed to glisten with juiciness. "Ji, can this be consumed?" it inquired as it approached, and plucked 2 berries. Though Chun Ku could not comprehend its words, he inferred its intentions from its gestures and expressions. "Raspberry, edible. Low-tier energy fruit," he replied. Upon hearing this, Gigi immediately popped the 2 berries into its mouth. Delicious, sweet, and sour. It quickly advanced to gather more, prompting Xiao Qing to extend a vine to assist, fashioning the leaves into a bowl to collect the freshly picked raspberries. Subsequently, Gigi lingered near Xiao Qing, occasionally reaching out to retrieve berries from the leafy bowl. "Flame grass," Chen Ku remarked suddenly. Shin Jing Lu gazed ahead to see a small patch of crimson leaves topped with tufted spikes that resembled flickering flames. Chun Ku approached cautiously, digging up each plant with care. This was Chun Ku's discovery, and Shin Jing Lu refrained from intruding. He wandered nearby with Xiao Ling and Xiao Qing, soon uncovering another find, a flame fruit tree. Xiao Ling was the first to spot it, and Xiao Qing used its vines to pluck the fruits, tossing them downward, while Xiao Ling telekinetically gathered them into a shimmering silver sphere. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Ling took a bite of the last fruit, only to find it scalding hot. Gigi, so hot, so painful. Xiao Qing, without hesitation, flew up and administered a quick jab to its rear. "Gigi, I don't want a shot. Gigi, I would rather endure the pain in my mouth." Shin Jing Lu could not help but chuckle at the comical scene, silently resolving to dress Xiao Qing in a nurse's outfit in the future. Now free from any mouth pain, Xiao Ling reminisced about the delightful flavor and, unable to resist, took another bite. Delicious, so sweet. After finishing 1 berry, Xiao Ling, with puffy cheeks, requested another injection from Xiao Qing. Shin Jing Lu found the situation amusing as he led them back. By this time, Chun Ku had nearly finished his digging. Curious, Xiao Ling approached Chen Ku. "Gigi, is this grass tasty?" Chen Ku, thinking Xiao Ling was merely inquisitive, handed it a freshly unearthed plant. Without hesitation, Xiao Ling took a bite. "Gigi, so spicy, so hot. Gigi, I want a shot." It discarded the flame grass to the side. Chen Ku advised, "Jing Lu, non-fire-type pets shouldn't consume fire-type food. You must be cautious not to let Gigi Ling eat indiscriminately." Shin Jing Lu nodded, acknowledging the advice, yet internally mused, let it be. After all, it's not high-energy food. Its curiosity will teach it a lesson. His laid-back, indifferent attitude towards pet raising suited a more free-spirited approach. If one were to constantly fret over what cannot be consumed or what cannot be played with, one would surely exhaust themselves. The two strolled for a while longer, each yielding their own gains. Later, Shin Jingle encountered several clusters of flame grass, which Xiao Qing helped to uproot entirely. In addition, they gathered some sea buckthorn berries. As dusk approached, the pair began their journey back while contacting Yang Li and his companion. Yang Li's group had also encountered no danger and had made some acquisitions. Soon, they returned to their previous resting place. As per his usual practice, Yang Li scattered a circle of medicinal powder to ward off any sand scorpions. That night, the group gradually succumbed to slumber. Xiao Ling, who had consumed quite a bit in the afternoon, patted her round belly and fell asleep not far from Shin Jingle. However, in the midst of her dreams, she suddenly detected a familiar rustling sound. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, Xiao Ling opened her eyes. Chapter 91. The nature of equivalent exchange. The silvery moonlight spread across the sandy terrain, illuminating the glistening grains of sand, from which numerous sand scorpions emerged. Rustle, rustle. Equivalent exchange, equivalent exchange. Equivalent exchange? With a swift motion, Xiao Ling darted forward. The vigilant iron-armed gibbon and the blazing eagle exchanged glances, but soon returned their attention elsewhere. Xiao Ling floated before the cluster of sand scorpions. Rustle? Equivalent exchange? Though she had feasted abundantly in the afternoon, the prospect of indulging in one or two more sand scorpions was not unwelcome. She gently patted her belly, contemplating. Rustle, we have brought something. Rustle, you must keep your word. Then, Xiao Ling beheld several sand scorpions pushing forth a palm-sized flame crystal from the sand. Xiao Ling, without hesitation, she produced a silver orb and retrieved a pouch of her energy meal, scattering it around. Using her telekinesis, she ensconced the flame crystal within. Rustle, is there more? The response was the sound of sand scorpions clamoring for the energy meal. Just as she began to feel a tinge of disappointment, the satiated sand scorpions unearthed another flame crystal from the sand. Xiao Ling, she joyfully extracted another pouch of energy meal to complete the exchange. After a short while, yet another flame crystal emerged from the sands. One after another, Xiao Ling, finally, when she had exhausted her own energy meals and had also given away 5 pouches belonging to Xiao Qing, the sand scorpions declared that they had no more flame crystals left. Xiao Ling produced a pouch of Xiao Qing's energy meal and inquired of the sand scorpions. Rustle, may I have one? Is it permissible? Without hesitation, the sand scorpions raised one small sand scorpion aloft. Having already prepared a branch, Xiao Ling tossed a handful of energy meal, skewered the small sand scorpion, and turned towards the fire to roast it. Observing Xiao Ling returning with the skewered sand scorpion, the blazing eagle wore an expression of knowing anticipation. After a brief glance, it shifted its gaze elsewhere. After devouring one, Xiao Ling turned and floated away once more. After several rounds of foraging, it suddenly felt satiated, yet there remained a handful of energy meals in the bag. Gigi, bring forth the smallest and most tender one. I shall consume the last morsel and then refrain from further indulgence. The sand scorpions burrowed into the sand, laboriously digging until one, no larger than a pinky finger, emerged. Xiao Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never encountered one so diminutive. She raised a stick, poised to spear it. Wait, hold on. The tiny sand scorpion protested. Gigi? Xiao Ling queried, perplexed. In response, the little sand scorpion dove back into the sand, and after a brief moment, it reappeared, presenting a shard of flame crystal, merely the size of a fingernail, before Xiao Ling. An equitable exchange, it seemed to suggest. Upon seeing such a diminutive offering, Xiao Ling hesitated. Yet, considering her dwindling supply of energy meals, it felt somewhat justifiable. However, she had amassed quite a collection of flame crystals already, and this tiny sand scorpion was an uncharted experience. What should she choose? Please, I beseech you, let us barter. Xiao Ling's heart softened. The little sand scorpion was rather adorable. She resolved not to consume it. Without further hesitation, she traded her last energy meal for the flame crystal. Though small, the crystal appeared far more vibrant than the larger ones, with a bright white core at its center. Xiao Ling placed it within her silver orb. The energy meals within the orb were nearly depleted, yet there remained ample space for the flame crystal. She contemplated collecting more fruits to replenish her supply the following day. Content, she returned to her beast master, quickly drifting back into slumber. A night devoid of dreams ensued. As dawn broke, the group awakened, preparing to embark once more. Today, they intended to retrieve flame crystals from the volcano they had visited the previous day. While Xiao Ling still slumbered, Shen Jingle took the liberty of placing her within the soul map. The group boarded Yang Li's dove and set off towards the volcano. After 2 hours of flight, they arrived once again at the rocky outcrop. This time, Chunku refrained from hastily sending the blazing eagle forward. Instead, he observed for over half an hour, and upon detecting no abnormalities, he instructed the 2 blazing eagles to divert the surrounding beasts as they had done the day before. The fire star hounds and flame sparrows, upon recognizing the intruders who had pilfered the flame crystals, surged forward in a furious chase after the blazing eagles. The crimson flame cat and the iron-armed ape dashed towards the volcano with remarkable speed, this time with magical thorns entwined around the iron-armed ape's arms, accompanying them. Upon reaching the volcano's mouth, the magical thorns ensnared a nearby rock, while 2 tendrils coiled around the iron-armed ape and crimson flame cat, lowering them down. Once they touched the ground, The iron-armed ape and the crimson flame cat swiftly climbed down towards the location where the flame crystals were situated. The flame crystals on the rock walls were not as abundant as Chun-Ku had described, yet there were still several. The crimson flame cat and iron-armed ape quickly unearthed a few and returned, presenting the flame crystals they had gathered to the magical thorns. Then the two swiftly scurried down to forage. As the iron-armed gibbon embarked on its third journey and the fiery cat on its fourth, a stir arose below. The two pets quickly seized two pieces and retreated. The magic thorn swiftly connected with the two pets, hoisting them up, and then coiled itself around the iron-armed gibbon's arm. The three pets hastily fled outward. Chun-Ku, seeing his success, summoned the blazing eagle back alongside Guowanwan, then advanced to retrieve the fiery cat, iron-armed gibbon, and magic thorn, all escaping together. The reason for not summoning the fiery cat, iron-armed gibbon, and magic thorn directly was that summoning them back via the soul map would cause the flame crystals they had collected to be left behind, rendering their efforts futile. By the time the five-star pets emerged from the volcanic crater, they had already made considerable distance. This time, the five-star beasts did not pursue. Just yesterday. They had ventured out to chase them and, upon returning, found that their lair had been raided by thieves from unknown origins, resulting in the loss of numerous flame crystals, including their most treasured high-grade small flame crystal. To avoid being robbed again, they decided to wait and observe who the thieves were, determined to reclaim their precious flame crystal. However, as they waited, the thieves did not return. Not far from the volcanic crater, a sand scorpion cautiously nudged another sand scorpion with its pincers. Rustle, rustle. Today, they had not ventured out of their lair and could not steal. Rustle, rustle. Should we provide them food based on the principle of equivalent exchange? Rustle, rustle. No need to rush. Once this batch of old sand scorpions perishes, we can deliver it to them. Many days later, the five-star beasts lying in the volcanic crater were suddenly buried under a deluge of sand scorpion corpses. Rustle, rustle. Equivalent exchange, equivalent exchange. Are they insane? What the hell is equivalent exchange? Chapter 92. Pet Beast Trafficker. The group spent the morning successfully acquiring 25 flame crystals. They varied in size, the largest being the size of a child's fist, and the smallest akin to an apricot. Chun-Ku retained 15 of the larger ones for himself, distributing 5 to Shinjingle and 5 to Guowanwan and Yongli. Shinjingle weighed his share, estimating that his 5 pieces totaled around 300 grams. And combined with the ones Xiaoqing had previously unearthed, his haul was quite satisfactory. He summoned Xiaoling, instructing it to store the flame crystals in the silver orb. Upon seeing the flame crystals in Shinjingle's hands, Xiaoling displayed a look of disdain before accepting them one by one to store. Then, it eagerly floated to Shinjingle's ear and whispered, "Master, I exchanged a considerable number of flame crystals with the sand scorpions last night. I shall show you when we return home." Shinjingle was astonished, completely unprepared for his companion's impressive feat of acquiring treasures the previous night. He quietly assimilated this revelation. The objective of the group was to assist Guowanwan in locating a suitable pet beast for a contract. Guowanwan had her heart set on the wind speed dog, a wind-type creature with a growth limit of silver rank. According to the map, its habitat was marked to the north. After hastily finishing their lunch, the group set off towards the northern region. The wind speed dog is incredibly swift, entirely snow-white. If you catch a fleeting glimpse of a white silhouette, it is most likely the wind speed dog, Guowanwan remarked. What if it runs too fast? How can we catch it? Shinjingle queried. We won't be catching it. Instead, we will search for the wind speed dog's den nearby to see if there are any newborn pups, Chun-Ku replied. Understanding the plan, Shinjingle realized they intended to take advantage of the mother dog's moment of inattention to snatch a pup. After traversing for over 2 hours, the quartet finally reached the northern area. Perhaps due to their entry into the wind speed dog's territory, the wind howled fiercely, making it difficult for Xiaoling to maintain stability in the air. Reluctant to enter the spirit map, Shinjingle had Xiaoqing assist in keeping her steady. Both the turtle dove and the fire eagle struggled to fly steadily with passengers. Consequently, the group dismounted from the turtle dove and continued on foot. The terrain was rugged and treacherous, significantly hampering their pace. Our initial plan was to explore for 3 days, but at this rate, if all goes well, we may not be able to leave until tomorrow, Chun-Ku stated. This is all due to the mishap with the flame crystal yesterday. However, encountering a few surprises in the mystic realm is quite normal. Fortunately, our supplies are still reasonably ample, So extending our stay by a day is not a significant issue. He continued. Chen Ku led the way with the Crimson Flame Cat, followed by Shin Jingle and Guo Wanwan in the middle, while Yang Li and the Iron Arm Ape brought up the rear. The two fire eagles continued to fly overhead, keeping a vigilant watch. As they ascended a small hill, Shin Jingle suddenly perceived a fleeting motion before his eyes, something darting past at an astonishing speed, too quick for him to grasp. It was a wind speed dog. Chen Ku remarked. We need to search the vicinity quickly. Wind speed dogs typically nest on cliffs. The group promptly examined the surrounding terrain, with Chen Ku and Guo Wanwan directing the fire eagles to scout from above. Shortly thereafter, the fire eagles relayed information indicating the discovery of a cliff. The group hastened towards the direction indicated by the fire eagles, walking for about 40 minutes until Shun Jingle spotted a cliff approximately 200 to 300 meters ahead. That must be the place, he concluded. The group quickened their pace, and as they approached the cliff, a few white silhouettes suddenly appeared before them. They were the wind-chasing dogs, the 3-star evolution of the wind speed dog. The wind-chasing dogs growled menacingly, displaying unfriendly demeanor. Oh no! Our plan to steal a pup has failed. The parents are home, Shin Jingle thought to himself. Remain calm, everyone, Guo Wanwan interjected, stepping forward with a gentle and amicable expression. We mean no harm. I merely wish to contract a young wind speed dog. Are there any pups willing to enter into a contract with us? Shin Jingle. It turns out the intention was not to steal the cub, but rather to deceive and abduct. However, it seems to have little effect, as faint blades of wind began to manifest around them, indicating that the pursuing hounds were activating their skills. I am merely discussing with you. Truly, the benefits of a contract are substantial. The rate of advancement would far surpass that of your wild counterparts. Guo Wanwan, undeterred, persistently endeavored to persuade the agitated wind hounds before her. Xiao Ling observed for a moment. Sensing that this task was within her capabilities, she instructed Xiao Qing to lift her up. Ji, the advantages of forming a contract are indeed numerous. Ji, look at me. I have only just been born 12 days ago. She produced a silver orb, extracting a portion of Xiao Qing's energy meal from within, and, holding the shimmering sphere aloft, declared, Ji, behold, I can already manipulate objects. Upon finishing her statement, she employed telekinesis to sprinkle the energy meal at the feet of the pursuing hounds. Ji, controlling objects with telekinesis is also a breeze. Please enjoy these treats. The wind hounds, momentarily taken aback by her display, approached to sniff at the floating energy meal. It appeared quite delectable, and they bent down to partake. The energy meals prepared for Xiao Ling and Xiao Qing were specially concocted by the esteemed teacher Ying, incorporating ingredients suitable for their respective attributes. However, due to a unique processing method, these meals posed no harm to other attribute-type beasts, allowing them to gain energy as well. The wind hounds, who had been guarding the home, had felt quite hungry after a while, and upon consuming the food, their spirits lifted significantly, their previously ruffled fur calming down. Ji, are there truly many benefits to forming a contract? Ji, absolutely, I am the finest example. Upon concluding her words, Xiao Ling again used her telekinesis to levitate a large stone. The wind hounds gasped in astonishment. After a brief interval, one of the wind hounds transformed into an afterimage and swiftly returned to the cliff. In the blink of an eye, it emerged with a small wind speed hound in its mouth. Pursuing hound, please assist in raising this little one. Pursuing hound, a contract is also permissible. This little creature has the largest appetite. Let us send it away quickly to save some food for home. Guo Wanwan, unable to contain her excitement, stepped forward and pointed at the small windspeed hound, inquiring, May I form a contract with it? The pursuing hound raised its head and gestured toward Ji Ling. Pursuing hound, its owner may form a contract. Ji, no problem, leave it to us. With this assurance from the pursuing hound, the prospect of nurturing Ji Ling's offspring, who had only been born for 12 days yet displayed such remarkable prowess, filled it with confidence that they could cultivate their own child into a prodigy. Perfect, it felt reassured. Ji Ling employed her telekinesis to guide the small wind speed hound over to Shin Jingle, who stood there in a daze, cradling it in her arms. The group bid farewell to the pursuing hounds and departed with the small wind speed hound in tow. On the way, Guo Wanwan remarked, Jingle, could you possibly let me have this wind speed hound? I will purchase it from you at market price. The combined gains of her and Yang Li amount to approximately 400,000 to 500,000, which is more than sufficient to purchase a pet at the beast base. However, The little whippet captured her interest, prompting her to shamelessly ask for it. Chapter 93, Dinner Together. Shen Jingle had originally no intention of contracting the whippet, but when Xiao Ling brought the creature over, its mother mistakenly believed he wished to form a contract, leaving him with a sense of guilt akin to that of a callous pet trafficker. Yet, after a moment of internal conflict, he nodded in agreement. Ultimately, the whippet was sold to Guowanwan for the price of 250,000. Since Guowanwan did not possess that much cash, she offset the cost with resources obtained from the secret realm. Typically, the market price for a whippet hovers around 300,000. But Shen Jingle had not been the sole contributor to the effort. He offered Guowanwan a discount, having also allocated approximately 50,000 worth of resources to Chenku. Having descended from the northern mountains, the group arrived at dusk. A small lake awaited them at the foot of the mountain, where they decided to spend the night, planning to continue their explorations the following day. That evening, Guowanwan successfully formed a contract with the little whippet. Xiao Ling, upon witnessing the little creature he had so diligently coaxed over not becoming his subordinate, felt a twinge of regret. Nevertheless, he was reassured by his master's words that in a few days, the ghostly Yuyo might emerge from its egg. When that time comes, he would surely persuade the little spirit to become his subordinate. Xiao Ling rummaged through his silver orb, contemplating the substantial flame crystals he would present to his master upon their return, while reserving the smallest piece as a gift for his future subordinate. Over the past few days, the ghostly Yuyo had remained quite serene within the soul map, diligently absorbing the soul energy emanating from its master's soul vein. The energy from the abyssal system proved to be particularly nourishing, while the small amount of natural system energy drifting through the soul vein acted as a peculiar catalyst, significantly accelerating its absorption and digestion of the abyssal energy. To draw a human analogy, it was akin to having a bowl of clear water and cabbage amidst a table laden with rich meats, the cabbage alleviating the richness, thus enabling one to indulge in more meat. It sensed that in just a few days, it would transform into a normal baby, no longer in the negative. For its kind, as long as they are not in the negative, they can break their shell directly. Of course, breaking the shell is merely a formality, serving as a ritual. In reality, their true nature allows them to invisibly float out of the egg. Once their values turn positive, the egg loses its significance, and how they emerge becomes inconsequential. When the time comes, it will certainly make a grand entrance. Due to Guowanwan trading a portion of her gains to Shen Jingle, Xiao Ling's silver orb became insufficient to contain everything. Consequently, Shen Jingle once again prompted Xiao Ling to retrieve his backpack and store some items within it. The following day, with ample time at their disposal, the group intentionally took a detour through relatively safe areas, yet they still encountered a few skirmishes. Fortunately, the mobility of the magic thorn's flying needles was exceptionally high, allowing them to charge into battle without fear of injury. Should they sustain wounds, they could simply shoot a couple of needles, fully reviving on the spot to continue fighting. A few individuals, along their journey, selectively gathered numerous treasures. By around 4 in the afternoon, they arrived at the exit of the secret realm. Upon stepping out, Shen Jingle was immediately struck by a refreshing coolness. After returning the rented communication device at the service window, Guowanwan, Yang Li, and Shunku returned to the hotel where they had previously stayed, intending to spend one more night before departing. However, upon receiving a message from Milo indicating that the situation had been resolved and inviting him to dinner, Shen Jingle opted to purchase a train ticket for that evening to return home. Thus, they parted ways. Upon exiting the station, Shen Jingle took a taxi back to his previous one-bedroom apartment. Arriving home in the early hours, he was reminded of having asked Tang Ying and the others to move out ahead of him. Nevertheless, he decided to make do for the night. Relieved that his bedding had not yet been taken, he released both Xiao Ling and Xiao Qing from their confinement. Exhausted, he was disinclined to tally the spoils from their adventure, merely requesting Xiao Ling to retrieve the fiery crystals exchanged with the sand scorpions for inspection. Shen Jingle initially anticipated only 2 or 3 pieces at most. However, to his astonishment, Xiao Ling continued to dig and dig, until a small mountain of treasures had accumulated on the table. Shen Jingle exclaimed in disbelief, while Xiao Qing jested, "Did you raid someone's lair?" Upon examination, Shen Jingle discovered that there were over 30 pieces acquired by Xiao Ling, each larger than those he had received from Chenku, indeed surpassing even those Chenku had kept for himself. What a tremendous windfall! Although he was not currently in need of money, who could ever have too much? Master, am I impressive? Indeed, indeed. Xiao Ling is truly remarkable. Zhi. Am I the best little one? Yes, yes. Xiao Ling is the best. Magical. Yes, absolutely splendid, both brilliant and clever. Xiao Ling joyfully twirled, drifting over to nuzzle against Xiao Qing's leaves. Shen Jingle reached out, embracing both of them. Then, he released the ghostly Yu-Yo from its confines. Xiao Qing, Xiao Ling, this ghostly Yu-Yo within the egg will emerge in a few days. At that time, you three shall keep each other company. However, I must impart something important today that you must both remember. Seeing their master's serious demeanor, the two spirits straightened and nodded attentively. I am a dual soul diagram, and you should be able to sense your presence within it. Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling nodded, fully aware of their connection. Xiao Qing had not fully realized this until Shen Jingle had formed contracts with both Xiao Ling and Yu-Yo, at which point it recognized the distinction. It could see Xiao Ling's location within the soul diagram, yet Yu-Yo's presence remained concealed. Additionally, the unique abyssal soul force emanating from Shen Jingle's soul pulse made it clear to Xiao Qing about their master's nature. This is my secret. You must not disclose it to anyone. Without my permission, you are also forbidden from revealing Yu-Yo's existence to anyone. Do you understand? The two little ones nodded solemnly. At this moment, Xiao Ling retrieved a fiery crystal the size of a fingernail. Zhi, I shall certainly keep my little brother's existence a secret. Look, this is the gift I have prepared for him. Shen Jingle took it, intending to examine it, but upon contact, he was met with a searing heat, more intense than that of other fiery crystals. He scrutinized the crystal closely, guided by Xiao Ling's tiny claws. The crystal radiated a vivid red hue, with a bright white core that flickered softly. It appeared far superior to the other fiery crystals. However, he found himself no longer in need of wealth. This is quite remarkable, even better than the larger ones. Take good care of it. We shall exchange those larger fiery crystals you obtained for nether crystals to present as a more fitting gift for the ghostly Yu-Yu. Xiao Ling was unaware of what nether crystals were, but trusting the master's approval, it nodded vigorously. As the hour grew late, Shen Jingle refrained from further discussion, instructing Xiao Ling to pack away the fiery crystals before they retired for the night. The following day, Shen Jingle first called Milo to inquire about the outcome of the situation. The Zhang family had severed ties, claiming that the mine had been abandoned for many years and was leased to the Ruan family, though they were unaware of the Ruan family's current activities, having pushed the Zhang Huiyang family forward to take the fall. Over at the Ruan family, both the direct and collateral branches had been apprehended. By the way, Ruan Yuntong survived. She was equipped with protective gear and managed to endure the explosion. However, she only recalled Zhang Huiyang bringing her to meet you, after which she remained unconscious, unaware of our actions. We shall dine together in the evening, discuss in detail, and I will introduce a friend to you. Milo stated over the phone. All right, see you tonight, Sister Luo.